Section 1 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. General Introduction. The Great Events by Famous Historians is the answer to a problem which has long been agitating the learned world. How shall real history, the ablest and profoundest work of the greatest historians, be rescued from its present oblivion on the dusty shelves of scholars, and made welcome to the homes of the people? The National Alumni, an association of college men, having given this question long and earnest discussion among themselves, sought finally the views of a carefully elaborated list of authorities throughout America and Europe. They consulted the foremost living historians and professors of history, successful writers in other fields, statesmen, university and college presidents, and prominent businessmen. From this widely gathered consensus of opinions, after much comparison and sifting of ideas, was evolved the following practical, and it would seem incontrovertible, series of plain facts. And these all pointed toward the great events. In the first place, the entire American public, from top to bottom of the social ladder, are at this moment anxious to read history. Its predominant importance among the varied forms of literature is fully recognized. To understand the past is to understand the future. The successful men in every line of life are those who look ahead, whose keen foresight enables them to probe into the future, not by magic, but by patiently acquired knowledge. To see clearly what the world has done and why is to see at least vaguely what the world will do, and when. Moreover, no man can understand himself unless he understands others, and he cannot do that without some idea of the past, which has produced both him and them. To know his neighbors, he must know something of the country from which they came, the conditions under which they formerly lived. He cannot do his own simple duty by his own country if he does not know through what tribulations the country has passed. He cannot be a good citizen. He cannot even vote honestly, much less intelligently, unless he has read history. Fortunately, the point needs little urging. It is almost an impertinence to refer to it. We are all anxious, more than anxious, to learn, if only the path of study be made easy. Can this be accomplished? Can the vanishing pictures of the past be made as simply obvious as mathematics, as fascinating as a breezy novel of adventure? Genius has already answered, yes. Hand to a mere boy Macaulay's sketch of Warren Hastings in India, and the lad will see as easily as if laid out upon a map the host of interwoven and elaborate problems that perplexed the great administrator. Offer to the youngest lass the tale told by Guizot of King Robert of France and his struggle to retain his beloved wife Bertha. Its vivid reality will draw from the girl's heart far deeper and truer tears than the most pathetic romance. We begin to realize that, in very truth, history has been one vast, stupendous drama, world-embracing in its splendor, majestic, awful, irresistible in the insistence of its pointing finger of fate. It has indeed its comic interludes, a Prussian king befuddling ambassadors in his tobacco parliament, its pauses of intense and cumulative suspense, Queen Louise pleading to Napoleon for her country's life. But it has also its magnificent pageants, its gorgeous culminating spectacles of wonder. Kings and emperors are but the supernumeraries upon its boards. Its hero is the common man, Its plot, his triumph over ignorance, his struggle upward out of the slime of earth. Yet the great historians are not being widely read. The ablest and most convincing stories of his own development seem closed against the ordinary man. Why? In the first place, the works of the masters are too voluminous. Grote's unrivaled history of Greece fills 10 large and forbidding volumes. Guizot takes 31 to tell a portion of the story of France. Freeman won credit in the professional world by devoting 5 to the detailing of a single episode, the Norman Conquest. Surely no busy man can gather a general historic knowledge if he must read such works as these. We are told that the great library of Paris contains over 400,000 volumes and pamphlets on French history alone. The output of historic works in all languages approaches 10,000 volumes every year. No scholar even can peruse more than the smallest fraction of this enormously increasing mass. Herodotus is forgotten. Livy remains to most of us but a recollection of our school days. And Thucydides has become an exercise in Greek. There is yet another difficulty. Even the honest man who tries, who takes down his Grote or Freeman, heroically resolved to struggle through it at all speed, fails often in his purpose. He discovers that the greatest masters nod. Sometimes in their slow advance they come upon a point that rouses their enthusiasm. They become vigorous, passionate, sarcastic, fascinating. They are masters indeed, but the fire soon dies. The inspiration flags. No man can be always on the heights, and the unhappy reader drowses in the company of his guide. This leads us then to one clear point. From these justly famous works, a selection should be made. Their length should be avoided, their prosy passages eliminated. The one picture, or perhaps the many pictures, which each master has painted better than any rival before or since, that and that alone should be preserved. Read in this way, history may be sought with genuine pleasure. It is only pedantry has made it dreary, only blindness has left it dull. The story of man is the most wonderful ever conceived. It can be made the most fascinating ever written. With this idea firmly established in mind, we seek another line of thought. The world grows smaller every day. Russia fights huge battles 5,000 miles from her capital. England governs India. Spain and the United States contend for empire in the Antipodes. Our rapidly improving means of communication, electric trains, and it may be flying machines, cables and wireless telegraphy, link lands so close together that no man lives today the subject of an isolated state. Rather, indeed, do all the kingdoms seem to shrink, to become but districts in one world-including commonwealth. To tell the story of one nation by itself is thus no longer possible. Great movements of the human race do not stop for imaginary boundary lines thrown across a map. It was not the German students, nor the Parisian mob, nor the Italian peasants who rebelled in 1848. It was the people of Europe who arose against their oppressors. To read the history of one's own country only is to get distorted views, to exaggerate our own importance, to remain often in densest ignorance of the real meaning of what we read. The ideas American schoolboys get of the Revolution are in many cases simply absurd until they have been mollified by wider reading. From this it becomes very evident that a good history now must be not a local but a world history. The idea of such a work is not new. Diodorus penned one 200 years before Christ. But even then the tale took 40 books, and we have been making history rather rapidly since Diodorus's time. Of the many who have more recently attempted this task, few have improved upon his methods, and the best of these works only shows upon a larger scale the same dreariness that we have found in other masters. Let us then be frank and admit that no one man can make a thoroughly good world history. No one man could be possessed of the almost infinite learning required. None could have the infinite enthusiasm to delight equally in each separate event, to dwell on all impartially and yet ecstatically. So, once more we are forced back upon the same conclusion. We will take what we already have. We will appeal to each master for the event in which he did delight, the one in which we find him at his best. This also has been attempted before, but perhaps in a manner too lengthy, too exact, too pedantic to be popular. The aim has been to get in everything. Everything great or small has been narrated, and so the real points of value have been lost in the multiplicity of lesser facts, about which no ordinary reader cares or needs to care. After all, what we want to know and remember are the great events, the ones which have really changed and influenced humanity. How many of us do really know about them, or even know what they are, or 1/20th part of them? And until we know, it is not a waste of time to pore over the lesser happenings between. Yet the connection between these events must somehow be shown. They must not stand as separate, unrelated fragments. If the story of the world is indeed one, it must be shown as one, not even broken by arbitrary division into countries, those temporary political constructions, often separating a single race, lines of imaginary demarcation varying with the centuries, invisible in Earth's yesterday, sure to change if not to perish in her tomorrow. Moreover, such a system of division necessitates endless repetition. Each really important occurrence influences many countries, and so is told of again and again with monotonous iteration and extravagant waste of space. It may, however, be fairly urged that the story should vary according to the country for which it is designed. To our individual lives, the events happening nearest prove most important. Great though others be, their influence diminishes with their increasing distance in space and time. For the people of North America, the story of the world should have the part taken by America, written large across the pages. From all these lines of reasoning arose the present work which the national alumni believe has solved the problem. It tells the story of the world, tells it in the most famous words of the most famous writers, makes of it a single, continued story, giving the results of the most recent research. Yet all dry detail has been deliberately eliminated. The tale runs rapidly and brightly. Whatever else may happen, the reader shall not yawn. Only important points are dwelt on, and their relative value is made clear. Each volume of the great events opens with a brief survey of the period with which it deals. The broad world movements of the time are pointed out, their importance is emphasized, their mutual relationship made clear. If the reader finds his interest specially roused in one of these events, and he would learn more of it, he is aided by a directing note, which in each case tells him where in the body of the volume the subject is further treated. Turning thither, he may plunge at once into the fuller account which he desires, sure that it will be both vivid and authoritative, in short, the best known treatment of the subject. Meanwhile, the general survey, being thus relieved from the necessity of constant explanation, expansion, and digression, is enabled to flow straight onward with its story, rapidly, simply, entertainingly. Indeed, these opening sketches, written especially for this series, and in a popular style, may be read on from volume to volume, forming a book in themselves, presenting a bird's-eye view of the whole course of Earth, an ideal world history which leaves the details to be filled in by the reader at his pleasure. It is thus, we believe, and thus only, that world history can be made plain and popular. The great lessons of history can thus be clearly grasped, and by their light all life takes on a deeper meaning. The body of each volume, then, contains the great events of the period, ranged in chronological order. Of each event there are given one, perhaps two, or even three complete accounts, not chosen haphazardly, but selected after conference with many scholars, accounts the most accurate and most celebrated in existence, gathered from all languages and all times. Where the event itself is under dispute, the editors do not presume to judge for the reader. They present the authorities upon both sides. The Reformation is thus portrayed from the Catholic as well as the Protestant standpoint. The American Revolution is shown in part as England saw it, and in the American Civil War and the causes which produced it, the North and South speak for themselves in the words of their best historians. To each of these accounts is prefixed a brief introduction, prepared for this work by a specialist in the field of history of which it treats. The introduction serves a double purpose. In the first place, it explains whatever is necessary for the understanding and appreciation of the story that follows. Unfortunately, many a striking bit of historic writing has become antiquated in the present day. Scholars have discovered that it blunders here and there, perhaps is prejudiced, perhaps extravagant. Newer writers, therefore, base a new book upon the old one, not changing it much, but paraphrasing it into deadly dullness by their efforts after accuracy. Thanks to our introduction, we can revive the more spirited account, and while pointing out its value to the reader, can warn him of its errors. Thus he secures in briefest form the results of the most recent research. Another purpose of the introduction is to link each event with the preceding ones, in whatever countries it affects. Thus, if one chooses, he may read by countries after all, and get a complete story of a single nation. That is, he may peruse the account of the Battle of Hastings, and then turn onward to the making of the Domesday Book, where he will find a few brief lines to cover the intervening space in England's history. From the struggles of Stephen and Matilda, he is led to the quarrel of her son, King Henry, with Thomas Becket, and so onward, step by step. Starting with this ground plan of the design in mind, the reader will see that its compilation was a work of enormous labor. This has been undertaken seriously, patiently, and with earnest purpose. The first problem to be confronted was, what were the great events that should be told? Almost every writer and teacher of history, every well-known authority was appealed to. Many lists of events were compiled, revised, collated, and compared, and so at last our final list was evolved, fitted to bear the brunt of every criticism. Then came the heavier problem of what authorities to quote for each event, and here also the editors owe much to the capable aid of many generous, unremunerated advisers. Thus, for instance, they sought and obtained from the Honorable Joseph Chamberlain his advice as to the authorities to be used for the Jameson raid and the Boer War. The account presented may therefore be fairly regarded as England's own authoritative presentment of those events. Several little-known and wholly unused Russian sources were pointed out by Professor Rambaud, the French academician, but This is mentioned only to illustrate the impartiality with which the editors have endeavored to cover all fields. If, under the plea of expressing gratitude to all those who have lent us courteous assistance, we were to spread across the pages the long roll of their distinguished names, it would sound too much like boasting of their condescension. The work of selecting the accounts has been one of time and careful thought. Many thousands of books have been read and read again. The cardinal points of consideration in the choice have been 1. Interest, that is, vividness of narration. 2. Simplicity, for we aim to reach the people, to make a book fit even for a child. 3. The fame of the author, for everyone is pleased to be thus easily introduced to some long heard of celebrity, distantly revered but dreaded. And 4. Accuracy, a point set last, because its defects could be so easily remedied by the specialist's introduction to each event. These considerations have led occasionally to the selection of very ancient documents, the original sources of history themselves, as, for instance, Columbus's own story of his voyage, rather than any later account built up on this. Pliny's picture of the destruction of Pompeii, for Pliny was there, and saw the heavens rain down fire, and told of it as no man has done since. So, too, we give a literal translation of the earliest known code of laws, antedating those of Moses by more than 1,000 years, rather than some modern commentary on them. At other times, the same principles have led to the other extreme, and on modern events, where there seems no wholly satisfactory or standard accounts, we have had them written for us by the specialists best acquainted with the field. As the work thus grew in hand, it became manifest that it would be in truth far more than a mere story of events. With each event was connected the man who embodied it. Often his life was handled quite as fully as the event, and so we had a biography. Lands had to be described, geography, peoples and customs, sociology, laws and the arguments concerning them, political economy. In short, our history proved a universal cyclopedia as well. To give it its full value, therefore, an index became obviously necessary, and no ordinary index. Its aim must be to anticipate every possible question with which a reader might approach the past and direct him to the answer. Even, it might be, he would want details more elaborate than we give. If so, we must direct him where to find them. Professional index makers were therefore summoned to our help. A complete and readable chronology was appended to each volume, and the final volume of the series was turned over to the indexers entirely. We believe their work will prove not the least valuable feature of the whole. Briefly, the index volume contains 1. A complete list of the great events of the world's history. Opposite each event are given the date, the name of the author, and standard work from which our account is selected, and a number of references to other works, and to a short discussion of these in our bibliography. Thus the reader may pursue an extended course of study on each particular event. 2. A bibliography of the best general histories of ancient, medieval, and modern times, and of important political, religious, and educational movements. Also a bibliography of the best historical works dealing with each nation and arranged under the following subdivisions: A. The general history of the nation. B. Special periods in its career. C. The descriptions of the people, their civilization, and institutions. On each work thus mentioned, there is a critical comment with suggestions to readers. This bibliography is designed chiefly for those who desire to pursue more extended courses of reading and it offers them an experience and guidance of those who have preceded them on their special field. 3. A classified index of famous historic characters. The names are grouped under such headings as rulers, statesmen, patriots, famous women, military and naval commanders, philosophers and teachers, religious leaders, etc. Under each person's name is given a biographical chronology of his career, showing every important event in which he played a part, together with the date of the event and the volume and page of this series where a full account of it may be found. This plan provides a new and very valuable means of reading the biography of any noted personage, one of the great advantages being that the accounts of the various events in his life are not all in the language of the same author, not written by a man anxious to bring out the importance of his special hero. The writers are mainly interested in the event and show the hero only in his true and unexaggerated relation to it. Under each name will also be found references to such further authorities on the biography of the personage as may be consulted with profit by those students and scholars who wish to pursue an exhaustive study of his career. 4. A biographical index of the authors represented in the series. This consists of brief sketches of the many writers whose work has been drawn upon for the narratives of great events. It is intended for ready reference and gives only the essential facts. This index serves a double purpose. Suppose, for instance, that a reader is familiar with the name of John Lothrop Motley, but happens not to know whether he is still living, whether he had other occupation than writing, or what offices he held. This index will answer these questions. On the other hand, an admirer of Thomas Jefferson or Theodore Roosevelt may wish to know whether we have taken anything, and if so what, from their writings. This index will answer at once. 5. A general index covering every reference in the series to dates, events, persons, and places of historic importance. These are made easily accessible by a careful and elaborate system of cross-references. 6. A separate and complete chronology of each nation, of ancient, medieval, and modern times, with references to the volume and page where each item is treated, either as an entire article or as part of one, so that the history of any one nation may be read in its logical order and in the language of its best historians. Such as the national alumni regard it are the general character, wide scope, and earnest purpose of the great events by famous historians. Let us end by saying, in the friendly fashion of the old days, when bookmakers and their readers were more intimate than now, kind reader, if this our performance doth in aught fall short of promise, blame not our good intent, but our unperfect wit. The National Alumni. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. An outline narrative, tracing briefly the causes, connections, and consequences of the great events, from the beginning to the overthrow of the Persians. Charles F. Horne. History, if we define it as the mere transcription of the written records of former generations, can go no further back than the time such records were first made, no farther than the art of writing. But now that we have come to recognize the great earth itself as a storybook, as a keeper of records buried one beneath the other, confused and half obliterated, yet not wholly beyond our comprehension, now the historian may fairly be allowed to speak of a far earlier day. For unmeasured and immeasurable centuries man lived on earth, a creature so little removed from the beasts that die, so little superior to them, that he has left no clearer record than they of his presence here. From the dry bones of an extinct mammoth or a plesiosaur, Cuvier reconstructed the entire animal and described its habits and its home. So too, looking on an ancient, strange, scarce human skull, dug from the deeper strata beneath our feet, anatomists tell us that the owner was a man indeed, but one little better than an ape. A few eons later, this creature leaves among his bones chipped flints that narrow to a point, and the archaeologist, taking up the tale, explains that man has become tool-using. He has become intelligent beyond all the other animals of earth. Physically, he is but a mite amid the beast monsters that surround him, but by value of his brain he conquers them. He has begun his career of mastery. If we delve amid more recent strata, we find the flint weapons have become bronze. Their owner has learned to handle a ductile metal, to draw it from the rocks and fuse it in the fire. Later still, he has discovered how to melt the harder and more useful iron. We say roughly, therefore, that man passed through a Stone Age, a Bronze Age, and then an Iron Age. Somewhere, perhaps in the earliest of these, he began to build rude houses. In the next, he drew pictures. During the latest, his pictures grew into an alphabet of signs. His structures developed into vast and enduring piles of brick or stone. Buildings and inscriptions became his relics, more like to our own, more fully understandable, giving us a sense of closer kinship with his race. Sources of early knowledge. There are three different lines along which we have succeeded in securing some knowledge of these, our distant ancestors. Three telephones from the past, over which they send to us confused and feeble murmurings, whose fascination makes only more maddening the vagueness of their speech. First, we have the picture writings, whether of Central America or Egypt or Babylonia or of other lands. These, when translatable, bring us nearest of all to the heart of the great past. It is the mind, the thought, the spoken word of man that is most intimately he, not his face, nor his figure, nor his clothes. Unfortunately, the translations of these writings is no easy task. Those of Central America are still an unsolved riddle. Those of Babylon have been slowly pieced together like a puzzle to which the learned world has given its most able thought, yet they are not fully understood. In Egypt, we have had the luck to stumble on a clue, the Rosetta Stone, which makes the ancient writing fairly clear. Where this mode of communication fails, we turn to another, which carries us even farther into the past. The records which have been less intentionally preserved, not only the buildings themselves, but their decorations, the personal ornaments of men, idols, coins, and every imaginable fragment chance escaped from the maw of time, has its own story for our reading. In Egypt, we have found deep hidden secret tombs, and, intruding on their many centuries of silence, have reaped rich harvests of knowledge from the garnered wealth. In Babylonia, the rank vegetation had covered whole cities underneath green hillocks, and preserved them till our modern curiosity delved them out. Today, he who wills may walk amid the halls of Sennacherib, may tread the streets whence Abraham fled, Aye, he may gaze upon the handiwork of men who lived perhaps as far before Abraham as we ourselves do after him. Nor are our means of penetrating the past even thus exhausted. A third chain, yet more subtle and more marvelous, has been found to link us to an ancestry immeasurably remote. This unbroken chain consists of the words from our own mouths. We speak as our fathers spoke, and they did but follow the generations before. Occasional pronunciations have altered, new words have been added, and old ones forgotten, but some basal sounds of names, some root thoughts of the heart, have proved as immutable as the superficial elegancies are changeful. Father and mother mean what they have meant for uncounted ages. Comparative philology, the science which compares one language with another to note the points of similarity between them, has discovered that many of these root sounds are alike in almost all the varied tongues of Europe. The resemblance is too common to be the result of coincidence, too deep-seated to be accounted for by mere communication between the nations. We have gotten far beyond the possibility of such explanations, and science says now with positive confidence that there must have been a time when all these nations were but one, that their languages are all but variations of the tongue their distant ancestors once held in common. Study has progressed beyond this point, can tell us far more intricate and fainter facts. It argues that one by one the various tribes left their common home and became completely separated, and that each root sound still used by all the nations represents an idea, an object they already possessed before their dispersal. Thus we can vaguely reconstruct that ancient aboriginal civilization. We can even guess which tribes first broke away, and where again these wanderers subdivided, and at what stages of progress. Surely a fascinating science this is, and in its infancy. If its later development shall justify present promise, it has still strange tales to tell us in the future. Footnote on the Rosetta Stone. See page 1 for an engraving and account of this famous stone. It was found over a century ago, and its value was instantly recognized, but many years passed before its secrets were deciphered. It contains an inscription, repeated in 3 forms of writing, the early Egyptian of the hieroglyphics, a later Egyptian, the Demotic, and Greek. End of footnote. The races of man. Turn now from this tracing of our means of knowledge to speak of the facts they tell us. When our humankind first became clearly visible, they are already divided into races, which for convenience we speak of as white, yellow, and black. Of these, the whites had apparently advanced furthest on the road to civilization, and the white race itself had become divided into at least 3 varieties, so clearly marked as to have persisted through all the modern centuries of communication and intermarriage. Science is not even able to say positively that these varieties or families had a common origin. She inclines to think so, but when all these later ages have failed to obliterate the marks of difference, what far longer period of separation must have been required to establish them? These 3 clearly outlined families of the whites are the Hamites, of whom the Egyptians are the best known type, the Semites, as represented by ancient Babylonians and modern Jews and Arabs, and the great Aryan or Indo-European family, once called the Japhites, and including Hindus, Persians, Greeks, Latins, the modern Celtic and Germanic races, and even the Slavs or Russians. The Egyptians, when we first see them, are already well advanced toward civilization. To say that they were the first people to emerge from barbarism is going much further than we dare. Their records are the most ancient that have come clearly down to us. But there may easily have been other social organisms, other races to whom the chances of time and nature have been less gentle. Cataclysms may have engulfed more than one Atlantis, and few climates are so fitted for their preservation of man's buildings as is the rainless valley of the Nile. Moreover, the Egyptians may not have been the earliest inhabitants, even of their own rich valley. We find hints that they were wanderers, invaders coming from the east, and that with the land they appropriated also the ideas, the inventions of an earlier Negroid race. But whatever they took, they added to, they improved on. The idea of futurity of man's existence beyond the grave became prominent among them, and in the absence of clearer knowledge we may well take this idea as the groundwork, the starting point of all man's later and more striking progress. Since the Egyptians believed in a future life, they strove to preserve the body for it, and built ever stronger and more gigantic tombs. They strove to fit the mind for it, and cultivated virtues, not wholly animal, such as physical strength, nor wholly commercial, such as cunning. They even carved around the sepulchre of the departed a record of his doings, lest they, and perhaps he too in that next life, forget. There were elements of intellectual growth in all of this, conditions to stimulate the mind beyond the body, and the Egyptians did develop. If one reads the tales, the romances that have survived from their remoter periods, he finds few emotions higher than childish curiosity, or mere animal rage and fear. Amid their latest stories, on the contrary, we encounter touches of sentiment, of pity, of self-sacrifice, such as would even now be not unworthy of praise. But alas, the improvement seems most marked where it was most distant. Perhaps the material prosperity of the land was too great, the conditions of life too easy. There was no stimulus to effort, to endeavor. By about the year 2200 BC, we find Egypt fallen into the grip of a cold and lifeless formalism. Everything was fixed by law. Even pictures must be drawn in a certain way. Thoughts must be expressed by stated and unvariable symbols. Advance became well nigh impossible. Everything lay in the hands of a priestly caste, the completeness of whose dominion has perhaps never been matched in history. The leaders lived lives of luxurious pleasure, enlightened by scientific study, but the people scarce existed except as automatons. The race was dead. Its true life, the vigor of its masses, was exhausted, and the land soon fell an easy prey to every spirited invader. Meanwhile, a rougher, stronger civilization was growing in the river valleys eastward from the Nile. The Semitic tribes, who seem to have had their early seat and center of dispersion somewhere in this region, were coalescing into nations. Babylonians along the lower Tigris and Euphrates, Assyrians later along the upper rivers, Hebrews under David and Solomon by the Jordan, Phoenicians on the Mediterranean coast. The early Babylonian civilization may antedate even the Egyptian, but its monuments were less permanent, its rulers less anxious for the future. The appeal to posterity, the desire for a posthumous fame, seems with them to have been slower of conception. True, the first Babylonian monarchs, of whom we have any record, in an era perhaps of 5,000 years before Christianity, stamped the royal signet on every brick of their walls and temples. But common sense suggests that this was less to preserve their fame than to preserve their bricks. Theft is no modern innovation. They were a mathematical race, these Babylonians. In fact, Semite and mathematician are names that have been closely allied through all the course of history, and one cannot help but wish our Aryan race had somewhere lived through an experience which would produce in them the exactitude in balance and measurement of facts that has distinguished the Arabs and the Jews. The Babylonians founded astronomy and chronology. They recorded the movement of the stars and divided their year according to the sun and moon. They built a vast and intricate network of canals to fertilize their land, and they arranged the earliest system of legal government, the earliest code of laws that has come down to us. The sciences then arise more truly here than with the Egyptians. Man here began to take notice, to record and to classify the facts of nature. We may count this the second visible step in his great progress. Never again shall we find him in a childish attitude of idle wonder. Always is his brain alert, striving to understand, self-conscious of its own power over nature. It may have been wealth and luxury that enfeebled the Babylonians, as it did the Egyptians. At any rate, their empire was overturned by a border colony of their own, the Assyrians, a rough and hardy folk who had maintained themselves for centuries, battling against tribes from the surrounding mountains. It was like a return to barbarism when about B.C. 880 the Assyrians swept over the various Semite lands. Loud were the laments of the Hebrews, terrible the tales of cruelty, deep the scorn with which the Babylonians submitted to the rude conquerors. We approach here a clearer historic period. We can trace with plainness the devastating track of war. We can read the boastful triumph of the Assyrian chiefs. We can watch them step by step as they adopt the culture and the vices of their new subjects, growing ever more graceful and more enfeebled, until they too are overthrown by a new and hardier race, the Persians, an Aryan folk. Before turning to this last and most prominent family of humankind, let us look for a moment at the other, darker races, seen vaguely as they come in contact with the whites. The Negroes, set sharply by themselves in Africa, never seem to have created any progressive civilization of their own, never seem to have advanced further than we find the wild tribes in the interior of the country today. But the yellow or Turanian races, the Chinese and Japanese, the Turks and the Tartars, did not linger so helplessly behind. The Chinese, at least, established a social world of their own, widely different from that of the whites, in some respects, perhaps superior to it. But the fatal weakness of the yellow civilization was that it was not ennobling like the Egyptian, not scientific like the Babylonian, not adventurous and progressive, as we shall find the Aryan. This, of course, is speaking in general terms. Something somewhat ennobling there may be in the contemplations of Confucius, but no man can favorably compare the Chinese character today with the European, whether we regard either intensity of feeling or variety, range, subtlety, and beauty of emotion. So also the Chinese made scientific discoveries, but knew not how to apply them or improve them. So also they made conquests, and abandoned them, toiled, and sank back into inertia. The Japanese present a separate problem, as yet little understood in its earlier stages. As to the Tartars, wild and hardy horsemen roaming over northern Asia, they kept for ages their independent animal strength and fierceness. They appear and disappear like flashes. They seem to seek no civilization of their own. They threaten again and again to destroy that of all the other races of the globe. Fitly indeed was their leader Attila once termed the scourge of God. The Aryans. Of our own progressive Aryan race, we have no monuments nor inscriptions so old as those of the Hamites and the Semites. What comparative philology tells is this: an early, if not the original home of the Aryans, was in Asia, to the eastward of the Semites, probably the mountain district back of modern Persia. That is, they were not, like the other whites, a people of the marshlands and river valleys. They lived in a higher, hardier, and more bracing atmosphere. Perhaps it was here that their minds took a freer bent, their spirits caught a bolder tone. Wherever they moved, they came as conquerors among other races. In their primeval home, and probably before the year B.C. 3000, they had already acquired a fair degree of civilization. They built houses, plowed the land, and ground grain into flour for their baking. The family relations were established among them. They had social organization and simple form of government. They had learned to worship a god, and to see in him a counterpart of their tribal ruler. From their upland farms, they must have looked eastward upon yet higher mountains, rising impenetrable above the snow line. But to north and south and west they might turn to lower regions, and by degrees, perhaps as they grew too numerous for comfort, a few families wandered off along the more inviting routes. Whichever way they started, their adventurous spirit led them on. We find no trace of a single case where hearts failed or strength grew weary, and the movement became retrograde, back toward the ancient home. Spreading out, radiating in all directions, it is they who have explored the earth, who have measured it and marked its bounds, and penetrated almost to its every corner. It is they who still pant to complete the work so long ago begun. Before B.C. 2000, one of these exuded swarms had penetrated India, probably by way of the Indus River. In the course of 1,000 years or so, the intruders expanded and fought their way slowly from the Indus to the Ganges. The earlier and duskier inhabitants gave way before them, or became incorporated in the stronger race. A mighty Aryan or Hindu empire was formed in India, and endured there until well within historic times. Yet its power faded. Life in the hot and languid tropics tends to weaken, not invigorate, the sinews of a race. Then, too, a formal religion, a system of castes as arbitrary as among the Egyptians, laid its paralyzing grip upon the land. About B.C. 600, Buddhism, a new and beautiful religion, sought to revive the despairing people, but they were beyond its help. Their slothful languor had become too deep. From having been perhaps the first and foremost and most civilized of the Aryan tribes, the Hindus sank to be degenerate members of the race. We shall turn to look on them again in a later period, but they will be seen in no favorable light. Meanwhile, other wanderers from the Aryan home appear to the north and west. Perhaps even the fierce Tartars are an Aryan race, much altered from long dwelling among the yellow peoples. One tribe, the Persians, moved directly west and became neighbors of the already noted Semitic group. After long wars backward and forward, bringing us well within the range of history, the Persians proved too powerful for the whole Semite group. They helped destroy Assyria. They overthrew the Second Babylonian Empire, which Nebuchadnezzar had built up. And then, pressing on to the conquest of Egypt, they swept the Hamites too, from their place of sovereignty. How surely do those tropic lands avenge themselves on each new savage horde of invaders from the hardy north. It is not done in a generation, not in a century, perhaps, but drop by drop, the vigorous, tingling, Arctic blood is sapped away. Year after year, the lazy comfort, the loose pleasure of the Southland fastens its curse upon the mighty warriors. As we watch the Persians, we see their kings go mad, or become effeminate tyrants, sending underlings to do their fighting for them. We see the whole race visibly degenerate, until one questions if Marathon were after all so marvelous a victory, and suspects that at whatever point the Persians had begun their advance on Europe, they would have been easily hurled back. It was in Europe only that the Aryan wanderers found a temperate climate, a region similar to that in which they had been bred. Recent speculation has even suggested that Europe was their primeval home, from which they had strayed toward Asia, and to which they now returned. Certainly it is in Europe that the race has continued to develop. Earliest of these Aryan waves to take possession of their modern heritage were the Celts, who must have journeyed over the European continent at some dim period too remote even for a guess. Then came the Greeks and Latins, closely allied tribes, representing possibly a single migration that spread westward along the islands and peninsulas of the Mediterranean. The Teutons may have left Asia before B.C. 1000, for they seem to have reached their German forests by 3 centuries beyond that time, and these vast migratory movements were very slow. The latest Aryan wave, that of the Slavs, came well within historic times. We almost fancy we can see its movement. Russian statesmen, indeed, have hopes that this is not yet completed. They dream that they, the youngest of the peoples, are yet to dominate the whole. The Greeks and Latins. Of these European Aryans, the only branches that come within the limits of our present period that become noteworthy before B.C. 480 are the Greeks and Latins. Their languages tell us that they formed but a single tribe long after they became separated from the other peoples of their race. Finally, however, the Latins, journeying onward, lost sight of their friends, and it must have taken many centuries of separation for the two tongues to grow so different as they were when Greeks and Romans, each risen to a mighty nation, met again. The Greeks, or Hellenes, as they called themselves, seems to have been only one of a number of kindred tribes who occupied not only the shores of the Aegean, but Thrace, Macedonia, a considerable part of Asia Minor, and other neighboring regions. The Greeks developed in intellect more rapidly than their neighbors, outdistanced them in the race for civilization, forgot these poor relations, and grouped them with the rest of outside mankind under the scornful name barbarians. Why it was that the Greeks were thus specially stimulated beyond their brethren, we do not know. It has long been one of the commonplaces of history to declare them the result of their environment. It is pointed out that in Greece they lived amid precipitous mountains, where as hunters they became strong and venturesome, independent and self-reliant. A sea of islands lay all around, and while an open ocean might only have awed and intimidated them, their ever-luring prospect of shore beyond shore, rising in turn on the horizon, made them sailors, made them friendly traffickers among themselves. Always meeting new faces, driving new bargains, they became alert, quick-witted, progressive, the foremost race of all the ancient world. They do not seem to have been a creative folk. They only adapted and carried to a higher point what they learned from the older nations with whom they now came in contact. Phoenicia supplied them with an alphabet, and they began the writing of books. Egypt showed them her records, and improving on her idea, they became historians. So far as we know, the earliest real histories were written in Greece. That is, the earliest accounts of a whole people, an entire series of events, as opposed to the merely individual statements on the Egyptian monuments. the personal, boastful clamor of some king. Before we reach this period of written history, we know that the Greeks had long been civilized. Their own legends scarce reach back farther than the first founding of Athens, which they place about BC 1500. Yet recent excavations in Crete have revealed the remains of a civilization which must have antedated that by several centuries. But we grope in darkness. The most ancient Greek book that has come down to us is the Iliad, with its tale of the great war against Troy. Critics will not permit us to call the Iliad a history because it was not composed, or at least not written down, until some centuries after the events of which it tells. Moreover, it poetizes its theme, doubtless enlarges its pictures, brings gods and goddesses before our eyes, instead of severally excluding everything except what the blind bard perchance could personally vouch for. Still, both the Iliad and the Odyssey are good enough history for most of us in that they give a full outline of Grecian life and society as Homer knew it. We see the little petty states, with their chiefs all powerful and the people quite ignored. We see the heroes driving to battle in their chariots, guarded by shield and helmet, flourishing sword and spear. We learn what Ulysses did not know of foreign lands. We hear Achilles' famed lament amid the dead, and note the vague glimmering idea of a future life, which the Greeks had caught perhaps from the Egyptians, perhaps from the suggestive land of dreams. With the year BC 776, we come in contact with a clear-marked chronology. The Greeks themselves reckoned from that date by means of Olympiads, or intervals between the Olympic Games. The story becomes clear. The autocratic little city kings, governing almost as they pleased, have everywhere been displaced by oligarchies. The few leading nobles may name one of themselves to bear rule, but the real power lies divided among the class. Then, with the growing prominence of the Pythian Games, we come upon a new stage of national development. The various cities began to form alliances, to recognize the fact that they may be safer and happier by a larger national life. The sense of brotherhood begins to extend beyond the circle of personal acquaintance. This period was one of law-making, of experimenting. The traditions, the simple customs of the old kingly days were no longer sufficient for the guidance of the larger cities, the more complicated circles of society, which were growing up. It was no longer possible for a man who did not like his tribe to abandon it and wander elsewhere with his family and herds. The land was too fully peopled for that. The dissatisfied could only endure and grumble and rebel. One system of law after another was tried and thrown aside. The class on whom in practice a rule bore most hard would refuse no longer assent to it. There were uprisings, tumults, bloody frays. Sparta at this time, the most prominent of the Greek cities, evolved a code which made her in some ways the wonder of ancient days. The state was made all-powerful. It took entire possession of the citizen, with the purpose of making him a fighter, a strong defender of himself and of his country. His home life was almost obliterated, or, if you like, the whole city was made one huge family. All men ate in common. Youth was severely restrained. Its training was all for physical hardihood. Modern socialism, communism, have seldom ventured further in theory than the Spartans went in practice. The result seems to have been the production of a race possessed of tremendous bodily power and courage, but of stunted intellectual growth. The great individual minds of Greece, the thinkers, the creators, did not come from Sparta. In Athens, a different regime was meanwhile developing Hellenes of another type. a realization of how superior the Greeks were to earlier races, of what vast strides man was making in intelligence and social organization, can in no way be better gained than by comparing the law of the Babylonian Hammurabi with that of Solon in Athens. A period of perhaps 1,600 years separates the two, but the difference in their mental power is wider still. While the Greeks were thus forging rapidly ahead, their ancient kindred, the Latins, were also progressing, though at a rate less dazzling. The true date of Rome's founding we do not know. Her legends give B.C. 753, but recent excavations of the Palatine Hill show that it was already fortified at a much earlier period. Rome, we believe, was originally a frontier fortress, erected by the Latins to protect them from the attacks of the non-Aryan races among whom they had intruded. This stronghold became ever more numerously peopled until it grew into an individual state, separate from the other Latin cities. The Romans passed through the vicissitudes, which we have already noted in Greece as characteristic of the Aryan development. The early war leader became an absolute king. His power tended to become hereditary, but its abuse roused the more powerful citizens to rebellion, and the kingdom vanished in an oligarchy. This last change occurred in Rome about B.C. 510, and it was attended by such disasters that the city sank back into a condition that was almost barbarous when compared with her opulence under the Tarquin kings. It was soon after this that the Persians, ignorant of their own decadence and dreaming still of a world power, resolved to conquer the remaining little states lying scarce known along the boundaries of their empire. They attacked the Greeks, and at Marathon, B.C. 490, and Salamis, B.C. 480, were hurled back and their power broken. This was a world event, one of the great turning points, a decision that could not have been otherwise if man was really to progress. The degenerate, enfeebled, half-Semitized Aryans of Asia were not permitted to crush the higher type, which was developing in Europe. The more vigorous bodies and far abler brains of the Greeks enabled them to triumph over all the hordes of their opponents. The few conquered the many, and the following era became one of European progress, not of Asiatic stagnation. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Dawn of Civilization, B.C. 5867. Gaston Camille Charles Maspero. It is a far cry to hark back to 11,000 years before Christ. Yet borings in the valley of the Nile, whence comes the first recorded history of the human race, have unveiled to the light pottery and other relics of civilization that, at the rate of deposits of the Nile, must have taken at least that number of years to cover. Nature takes countless thousands of years to form and build up her limestone hills. But buried deep in these we find evidences of a Stone Age wherein man devised and made himself edged tools and weapons of rudely chipped stone. These shaped, edged implements, we have learned, were made by white heating a suitable flint or stone and tracing thereon with cold water the pattern desired, just as practiced by the Indians of the American continent and in our day by the manufacturers of ancient arrow, spear, and axe heads. This shows a civilization that has learned the method of artificially producing fire and its uses. Egypt is the monumental land of the earth, as the Egyptians are the monumental people of history. The first human monarch to reign over all Egypt was Menes, the founder of Memphis. As the gate of Africa, Egypt had always held an important position in world politics. Its ancient wealth and power were enormous. Inclusive of the Sudan, its population is now more than 8 millions. Its present importance is indicated by its relations to England. Historians vary in their compilations of Egyptian chronology. The epoch of Menes is fixed by Bunsen at BC 3643, by Lepsius at BC 3892, and by Poole at BC 2717. Before Menes, Egypt was divided into independent kingdoms. It has always been a country of mysteries, with the mighty Nile and its inundations so little understood by the ancients. Its trackless desert, its camels and caravans, its tombs and temples, its obelisks and pyramids, its groups of gods, Ra, Osiris, Isis, Apis, Horus, Hathor. The very names breathe suggestions of mystery, cruelty, pomp, and power. In the sciences and in the industrial arts, the ancient Egyptians were highly cultivated. Much Egyptian literature has come down to us, but it is unsystematic and entirely devoid of style, being without lofty ideas or charms. In art, however, Egypt may be placed next to Greece, particularly in architecture. The age of the pyramid builders was a brilliant one. They prove the magnificence of the kings and the vast amount of human labor at their disposal. The regal power at the time was very strong. The reign of Khufu, or Cheops, is marked by the building of the Great Pyramid. The pyramids were the tombs of kings, built in the necropolis of Memphis, 10 miles above the modern Cairo. Security was the object, as well as splendor. As remarked by a great Egyptologist, the whole life of the Egyptian was spent in the contemplation of death. Thus the tomb became the concrete thought. The belief of the ancient Egyptian was that so long as his body remained intact, so was his immortality, whence arose the embalming of the great, and hence the immense structures of stone to secure the inviolability of the entombed monarch. The monuments have as yet yielded no account of the events which tended to unite Egypt under the rule of one man. We can only surmise that the feudal principalities had gradually been drawn together into 2 groups, each of which formed a separate kingdom. Heliopolis became the chief focus in the north, from which civilization radiated over the wet plain and the marshes of the delta. Its colleges of priests had collected, condensed, and arranged the principal myths of the local regions. The Aeneid, to which it gave conception, would never have obtained the popularity which we must acknowledge it had, if its princes had not exercised, for at least some period, an actual suzerainty over the neighboring plains. It was around Heliopolis that the kingdom of Lower Egypt was organized. Everything there bore traces of Heliopolitan theories, the protocol of the kings, their supposed descent from Ra, and the enthusiastic worship which they offered to the sun. The delta, owing to its compact and restricted area, was aptly suited for government from one center. The Nile Valley proper, narrow, tortuous, and stretching like a thin strip on either bank of the river, did not lend itself to so complete a unity. It too represented a single kingdom, having the reed and the lotus for its emblems. but its component parts were more loosely united, its religion was less systematized, and it lacked a well-placed city to serve as a political and sacerdotal center. Hermopolis contained schools of theologians, who certainly played an important part in the development of myths and dogmas, but the influence of its rulers was never widely felt. In the south, Siut disputed their supremacy, and Heracleopolis stopped their road to the north. These three cities thwarted and neutralized one another, and not one of them ever succeeded in obtaining a lasting authority over Upper Egypt. Each of the two kingdoms had its own natural advantages and its system of government, which gave to it a particular character, and stamped it, as it were, with a distinct personality down to its latest days. The kingdom of Upper Egypt was more powerful, richer, better populated, and was governed apparently by more active and enterprising rulers. It is to one of the latter, Mene or Menes of Thenis, that tradition ascribes the honor of having fused the two Egypts into a single empire, and of having inaugurated the reign of the human dynasties. Thenis figured in the historic period as one of the least of Egyptian cities. It barely maintained an existence on the left bank of the Nile, if not on the exact spot now occupied by Girgeh, at least only a short distance from it. The principality of the Osirian reliquary, of which it was the metropolis, occupied the valley from one mountain to the other, and gradually extended across the desert as far as the great Theban oasis. Its inhabitants worshipped a sky god, Anhuri, or rather two twin gods, Anhuri-Shu, who were speedily amalgamated with the solar deities and became a warlike personification of Ra. Anhuri-Shu, like all other solar manifestations, came to be associated with a goddess having the form or head of a lioness, a Sokhit, who took for the occasion the epithet of Mihit, the northern one. Some of the dead from this city are buried on the other side of the Nile, near the modern village of Meshik, at the foot of the Arabian chain, whose deep cliffs here approach somewhat near the river. The principal necropolis was at some distance to the east, near the sacred town of Abydos. It would appear that at the outset Abydos was the capital of the country, for the entire nome bore the same name as the city, and had adopted for its symbol the representation of the reliquary in which the god reposed. In very early times Abydos fell into decay, and resigned its political rank to Thenis, but its religious importance remained unimpaired. The city occupied a long and narrow strip between the canal and the first slopes of the Libyan mountains. A brick fortress defended it from the incursions of the Bedouin, and beside it the temple of the god of the dead reared its naked walls. Here Anhuri, having passed from life to death, was worshipped under the name of Khontamentit, the chief of that western region whither souls repair on quitting this earth. It is impossible to say by what blending of doctrines, or by what political combinations, this son of the night came to be identified with Osiris of Mendes, since the fusion dates back to a very remote antiquity. It had become an established fact long before the most ancient sacred books were compiled. Osiris Khontamentit grew rapidly in popular favor, and his temple attracted annually an increasing number of pilgrims. The great oasis had been considered, at first, as a sort of mysterious paradise, whither the dead went in search of peace and happiness. It was called Uit, the sepulchre. This name clung to it after it had become an actual Egyptian province, and the remembrance of its ancient purpose survived in the minds of the people, so that the cleft, the gorge in the mountain, through which the doubles journeyed toward it, never ceased to be regarded as one of the gates of the other world. At the time of the New Year festivals, spirits flocked thither from all parts of the valley. They there awaited the coming of the dying sun in order to embark with him and enter safely the dominions of Khontamentit. Abydos, even before the historic period, was the only town, and its god the only god, whose worship, practiced by all Egyptians, inspired them all with an equal devotion. Did this sort of moral conquest give rise, later on, to a belief in a material conquest by the princes of Tinis and Abydos, or is there an historical foundation for the tradition which ascribes to them the establishment of a single monarchy? It is the Thinite Menes, whom the Theban annalists point out as the ancestor of the glorious pharaohs of the 17th dynasty. It is he also who is inscribed in the Memphite chronicles, followed by Manetho, at the head of their lists of human kings, and all Egypt for centuries acknowledged him as its first mortal ruler. It is true that a chief of Tinis may well have borne such a name, and it may have accomplished feats which rendered him famous, but on closer examination his pretensions to reality disappear, and his personality is reduced to a cipher. Quote, "This Menes, according to the priests, surrounded Memphis with dikes, for the river formerly followed the sandhills for some distance on the Libyan side. Menes, having dammed up the reach about 100 stadia to the south of Memphis, caused the old bed to dry up, and conveyed the river through an artificial channel dug midway between the two mountain ranges. Then Menes, the first who was king, having enclosed a space of ground with dikes, founded the town which is still called Memphis. He then made a lake around it to the north and west, fed by the river. The city he bounded on the east by the Nile." Unquote. The history of Memphis, such as it can be gathered from the monuments, differs considerably from the tradition current in Egypt at the time of Herodotus. It appears indeed that at the outset the site on which it subsequently arose was occupied by a small fortress, Anbu Hazu, the White Wall, which was dependent on Heliopolis, and in which Ptah possessed a sanctuary. After the White Wall was separated from the Heliopolitan Principality to form a nome by itself, it assumed a certain importance, and furnished, so it was said, the dynasties which succeeded the Thinite. Its prosperity dates only, however, from the time when the sovereigns of the 5th and 6th dynasties fixed on it for their residence. One of them, Papi I, there founded for himself and for his double after him a new town, which he called Minofiru, from his tomb. Minofiru, which is the correct pronunciation and the origin of Memphis, probably signified the good refuge, the haven of the good, the burying place where the blessed dead came to rest beside Osiris. The people soon forgot the true interpretation, or probably it did not fall in with their taste for romantic tales. They rather despised, as a rule, to discover in the beginnings of history individuals for whom the countries or cities with which they were familiar took their names. If no tradition supplied them with this, they did not experience any scruples in inventing one. The Egyptians of the time of the Ptolemies, who were guided in their philological speculations by the pronunciation in vogue around them, attributed the patronship of their city to a princess Memphis, a daughter of its founder, the fabulous Okorius. Those of preceding ages before the name had become altered thought to find in Minifiru, or Mininofir, or Menes the Good, the reputed founder of the capital of the Delta. Menes the Good, divested of his epithet, is none other than Menes, the first king of all Egypt, and he owes his existence to a popular attempt at etymology. The legend which identifies the establishment of the kingdom with the construction of the city must have originated at a time when Memphis was still the residence of the kings and the seat of government, at latest about the end of the Memphite period. It must have been an old tradition at the time of the Theban dynasties, since they admitted unhesitatingly the authenticity of the statements which ascribed to the northern city so marked a superiority over their own country. When the hero was once created and firmly established in his position, there was little difficulty in inventing a story about him which would portray him as a paragon and an ideal sovereign. He was represented in turn as architect, warrior, and statesman. He had founded Memphis. He had begun the temple of Ptah, written laws and regulated the worship of the gods, particularly that of the Happies, and he had conducted expeditions against the Libyans. When he lost his only son in the flower of his age, the people improvised a hymn of mourning to console him, the Maneros, both the words and the tune of which were handed down from generation to generation. He did not, moreover, disdain the luxuries of the table, for he invented the art of serving a dinner, and the mode of eating it in a reclining posture. One day while hunting, his dogs, excited by something or other, fell upon him to devour him. He escaped with difficulty, and, pursued by them, fled to the shore of Lake Moeris and was there brought to bay. He was on the point of succumbing to them when a crocodile took him on his back and carried him across the other side. In gratitude he built a new town, which he called Crocodilopolis, and assigned to it for its god the crocodile which had saved him. Then he erected close to it the famous labyrinth and a pyramid for his tomb. Other traditions show him in a less favorable light. They accuse him of having, by horrible crimes, excited against him the anger of the gods, and allege that after a reign of 62 years he was killed by a hippopotamus, which came forth from the Nile. They also relate that the Sati of Tafnakti, returning from an expedition against the Arabs, during which he had been obliged to renounce the pomp and luxuries of life, had solemnly cursed him, and had caused his imprecations to be inscribed upon a stele set up in the temple of Amos at Thebes. Footnote: the burned tile showing the impression of the stylus made on the clay while plastic. Editor. End of footnote. Nevertheless, in the memory that Egypt preserved of its first pharaoh, the good outweighed the evil. He was worshipped in Memphis side by side with Ptah and Ramses II. His name figured at the head of the royal lists, and his cult continued till the time of the Ptolemies. His immediate successors have only a semblance of reality, such as he had. The lists give the order of succession, it is true, with the years of the reigns almost to a day, sometimes the length of their lives. But we may well ask, whence the chroniclers procured so much precise information? They were in the same position as ourselves with regard to these ancient kings. They knew them by a tradition of a later age, by a fragment papyrus fortuitously preserved in a temple, by accidentally coming across some monument bearing their name, and were reduced, as it were, to put together the few facts which they possessed, or to supply such as were wanting by conjectures, often in a very improbable manner. It is quite possible that they were unable to gather from the memory of the past the names of those individuals of which they made up the first two dynasties. The forms of these names are curt and rugged, and indicative of a rude and savage state, harmonizing with the semi-barbaric period to which they are relegated. Ati the wrestler, Teti the runner, Quinconi the crusher, are suitable rulers for a people, the first duty of whose chief was to lead his followers into battle, and to strike harder than any other man in the thickest of the fight. The inscriptions supply us with proofs that some of these princes lived and reigned. Sondi, who was classed in the second dynasty, received a continuous worship toward the end of the third dynasty. But did all those who preceded him and those who follow him exist as he did? And if they existed, do the order and relation agree with the actual truth? The different lists do not contain the same names in the same position. Certain pharaohs are added or suppressed without appreciable reason. Where Manetho inscribes Kenkenes or Ouenephes, the table of the time of Seti I, give us Ati and Ata. Manetho reckons 9 kings to the second dynasty, while they register only 5. The monuments indeed show us that Egypt in the past obeyed princes whom her annalists were unable to classify. For instance, they associated with Sondi a Pirsenu who is not mentioned in the annals. We must therefore take the record of all this opening period of history for what it is, namely, a system invented at a much later date, by means of various artifices and combinations to be partially accepted in default of a better, but without, according to it, that excessive confidence which it has hitherto received. The 2 Thinite dynasties, in direct descent from the fabulous Menes, furnish, like this hero himself, only a tissue of romantic tales and miraculous legends in the place of history. A double-headed stork, which had appeared in the first year of Teti, son of Menes, had foreshadowed to Egypt a long prosperity, but a famine under Ouenephes and a terrible plague under Semempses had depopulated the country. The laws had been relaxed, great crimes had been committed, and revolts had broken out. During the reign of the Bothos, a gulf had opened near Bubastis and swallowed up many people. Then the Nile had flowed with honey for 15 days in the time of Nefercheres, and Sesostris was supposed to have been a giant in stature. A few details about royal edifices were mixed up with these prodigies. Teti had laid the foundation of the great palace of Memphis. Ouenephes had built the pyramids of Kokomi near Saqqara. Several of the ancient pharaohs had published books on theology or had written treatises on anatomy and medicine. Several had made laws called Kakho, the male of males, or the bull of bulls. They explained his name by the statement that he had concerned himself about the sacred animals. He had proclaimed as gods Hapis of Memphis, Menevis of Heliopolis, and the goat of Mendes. After him, Binotris had conferred the right of succession upon all women of the blood royal. The accession of the third dynasty, a Memphite, one according to Manetho, did not at first change the miraculous character of this history. The Libyans had revolted against Necherophes, and the 2 armies were encamped before each other, when one night the disk of the moon became immeasurably enlarged, to the great alarm of the rebels, who recognized in this phenomenon a sign of the anger of heaven, and yielded without fighting. Tosothros, the successor of Necherophes, brought the hieroglyphs and the art of stone cutting to perfection. He composed, as Teti did, books of medicine, a fact which caused him to be identified with the healing god Imhotpu. The priests related these things seriously, and the Greek writers took them down from their lips with the respect which they offered to everything emanating from the wise men of Egypt. What they related to the human kings was not more detailed, as we see, than their accounts of the gods. Whether the legends dealt with deities or kings, all that we know took its origin not in popular imagination, but in sacerdotal dogma. They were invented long after the times they dealt with, in the recesses of the temples, with an intention and a method of which we are enabled to detect flagrant instances of the monuments. Toward the middle of the 3rd century before our era, the Greek troops stationed on the southern frontier, in the forts at the First Cataract, developed a particular veneration for Isis of Philae. Their devotion spread to the superior officers who came to inspect them, then to the whole population of the Thebaid, and finally reached the court of the Macedonian kings. The latter, carried away by force of example, gave every encouragement to a movement which attracted worshippers to a common sanctuary, and united in one cult two races over which they ruled. They pulled down the meager building of the Sate period, which had hitherto sufficed for the worship of Isis, constructed at great cost the temple which still remains almost intact, and assigned to it considerable possessions in Nubia, which, in addition to gifts from private individuals, made the goddess the richest landowner in southern Egypt. Khnummu and his two wives, Anukit and Satit, who, before Isis, had been the undisputed suzerains of the cataract, perceived with jealousy their neighbors' prosperity. The civil wars and invasions of the centuries immediately preceding had ruined their temples, and their poverty contrasted painfully with the riches of the newcomer. The priests resolved to lay this sad state of affairs before King Ptolemy, to represent to him the services which they had rendered and still continued to render to Egypt, and above all to remind him of the generosity of the ancient pharaohs, whose example, owing to the poverty of the times, the recent pharaohs had been unable to follow. Doubtless authentic documents were wanting in their archives to support their pretensions. They therefore inscribed upon a rock in the island of Sahel a long inscription which they attributed to Zosiri of the 3rd dynasty. This sovereign had left behind him a vague reputation for greatness. As early as the 12th dynasty, Usirtasen III had claimed him as his father, his ancestor, and had erected a statue to him. The priests knew that by invoking him they had a chance of obtaining a hearing. The inscription which they fabricated set forth that in the 18th year of Zosiri's reign he had sent to Madir, lord of Elephantine, a message couched in these terms, quote, "I am overcome with sorrow from the throne, and for those who reside in the palace, and my heart is afflicted and suffers greatly because the Nile has not risen in my time for the space of 8 years. Corn is scarce, there is a lack of herbage, and nothing is left to eat. When anyone calls upon his neighbors for help, they take pains not to go. The child weeps, the young man is uneasy. The hearts of the old men are in despair. Their limbs are bent. They crouch on the earth, they fold their hands. The courtiers have no further resources. The shops formerly furnished with rich wares are now filled only with air. All that was within them has disappeared. My spirit also, mindful of the beginning of things, seeks to call upon the Savior, who was here, where I am, during the centuries of the gods, upon Thot Ibis, that great wise one, upon Imhotpu, son of Phtah of Memphis. Where is this place in which the Nile is born? Who is the god or goddess concealed there? What is his likeness?" Unquote. The lord of Elephantine brought his reply in person. He described to the king, who was evidently ignorant of it, the situation of the island and the rocks of the cataract, the phenomenon of the inundation, the gods who presided over it, and who alone could relieve Egypt from her disastrous plight. Zosiri repaired to the temple of the principality and offered the prescribed sacrifices. The god arose, opened his eyes, panted, and cried aloud, "I am Khnummu, who created thee," and promised him a speedy return of a high Nile and the cessation of the famine. Pharaoh was touched by the benevolence which his divine father had shown him. He forthwith made a decree by which he ceded to the temple all his rights of suzerainty over the neighboring nomes within a radius of 20 miles. Henceforward the entire population, tillers and vine-dressers, fishermen and hunters, had to yield the tithe of their income to the priests. The quarries could not be worked without the consent of Jimmu and the payment of a suitable indemnity into his coffers. Finally, metals and precious woods, shipped thence for Egypt, had to submit to a toll on behalf of the temple. Did the Ptolemies admit the claims which the local priests attempted to deduce from this romantic tale? And did the god regain possession of the domains and dues which they had declared had been his right? The stele shows us with what ease the scribes could forge official documents, when the exigencies of daily life forced the necessity upon them. It teaches us at the same time how that fabulous chronicle was elaborated, whose remains have been preserved for us by classical writers. Every prodigy, every fact related by Manetho, was taken from some document analogous to the supposed inscription of Zosiri. The real history of the early centuries, therefore, eludes our researchers, and no contemporary record traces for us those vicissitudes which Egypt passed through before being consolidated into a single kingdom under the rule of one man. Many names, apparently of powerful and illustrious princes, had survived in the memory of the people. These were collected, classified, and grouped in a regular manner into dynasties, but the people were ignorant of any exact facts connected with the names, and the historians, on their own account, were reduced to collect apocryphal traditions for their sacred archives. The monuments of these remote ages, however, cannot have entirely disappeared. They existed in places where we have not as yet thought of applying the pick, and chance excavations will some day most certainly bring them to light. The few which we do possess barely go back beyond the third dynasty, namely the hypogeum of Shiri, priest of Sandi and Pirsinu, possibly the tomb of Kuitoptu at Saqqara, the great Sphinx of Giza, a short inscription on the rocks of Wadi Magara, which represents Zosiri, the same king of whom the priests of Khnummu in the Greek period made a precedent, working the turquoise or copper mines of Sinai, and finally the step pyramid where their pharaoh rests. It forms a rectangular mass, incorrectly oriented, with a variation from the true north of 4 degrees 35 minutes, 393 feet 8 inches long from east to west, and 352 feet deep, with a height of 159 feet 9 inches. It is composed of 6 cubes with sloping sides, each being about 13 feet less in width than the one below it. That nearest to the ground measures 37 feet 8 inches in height, and the uppermost one 29 feet 2 inches. It was entirely constructed of limestone from neighboring mountains. The blocks are small and badly cut, the stone courses being concave, to offer a better resistance to downward thrust and to shocks of earthquake. When breaches in the masonry are examined, it can be seen that the external surface of the steps has, as it were, a double stone facing, each facing being carefully dressed. The body of the pyramid is solid, the chambers being cut in the rock beneath. These chambers have often been enlarged, restored, and reworked in the course of centuries, and the passages which connect them form a perfect labyrinth into which it is dangerous to venture without a guide. The columned porch, the galleries and halls, all lead to a sort of enormous shaft at the bottom of which the architect had contrived a hiding place, destined, no doubt, to contain the more precious objects of the funerary furniture. Until the beginning of the century, the vault had preserved its original lining of glazed pottery. 3/4 of the wall surface was covered with green tiles, oblong and lightly convex on the outer side, but flat on the inner. A square projection pierced with a hole served to fix them at the back in a horizontal line by means of flexible wooden rods. 3 bands which frame one of the doors are inscribed with the titles of the pharaoh. The hieroglyphs are raised in either blue, red, green, or yellow on a fawn-colored ground. The towns, palaces, temples, all the buildings which princes and kings had constructed to be witnesses of their power or piety, to future generations have disappeared in the course of ages, under the feet and before the triumphal blasts of many invading hosts. The pyramid alone has survived, and the most ancient of the historic monuments of Egypt is a tomb. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Compilation of the Earliest Code, B.C. 2250, by Hammurabi, Part 1. The foundation of all lawmaking in Babylonia from about the middle of the 23rd century B.C. to the fall of the empire was the Code of Hammurabi, the first king of all Babylonia. He expelled invaders from his dominions, cemented the union of North and South Babylonia, made Babylon the capital, and thus consolidated an empire which endured for almost 20 centuries. The code which he compiled is the oldest known in history, older by nearly 1,000 years than the Mosaic, and of earlier date than the so-called Laws of Manu. It is one of the most important historical landmarks in existence, a document which gives us knowledge, not otherwise furnished, of the country and people, the civilization and life of a great center of human action hitherto almost hidden in obscurity. Hammurabi, who is supposed to be identical with Amraphel, a contemporary of Abraham, is regarded as having certainly contributed through his laws to the Hebrew traditions. The discovery of this code has, therefore, a special value in relation to biblical studies, upon which so many other important sidelights have recently been thrown. The discovery was made at Susa, Persia, in December and January 1901 to 1902, by Monsieur de Morgan's French excavating expedition. The monument on which the laws are inscribed, a stele of black diorite nearly 8 feet high, has been fully described by Assyriologists and the inscription transcribed. It has been completely translated by Dr. Hugo Winkler, whose translation in De Gesetze Hammurabis, Band 4, Heft 4 of Der Alte Orient furnishes the basis of the version herewith presented. Following an autobiographic preface, the text of the code contains 280 edicts and an epilogue. To readers of the code who are familiar with the Hebrew scriptures, many biblical parallels will occur. When Anu the Sublime, king of the Anunnaki, and Bel, god of the earth, the lord of heaven and earth, who decreed the fate of the land, assigned to Marduk or Merodach, the great god of Babylon, the overruling son of Ea, god of the waters, god of righteousness, dominion over earthly man, and made him great among the Igigi, they called Babylon by his illustrious name, made it great on earth, and founded an everlasting kingdom in it, Babylon, whose foundations are laid so solidly as those of heaven and earth. Then Anu and Bel called by name me, Hammurabi, the exalted prince, who feared God, to bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evildoers, so that the strong should not harm the weak, so that I should rule over the black-headed people like Shamash, the sun god, and enlighten the land, to further the well-being of mankind. Hammurabi, the prince, called of Belam I, making riches and increase, enriching Nippur and Dur-Ilu beyond compare, sublime patron of Ikor, temple of Bel in Nippur, the seat of Bel's worship, who re-established Eridu and purified the worship of Iapsu, temple of Ea at Eridu, the chief seat of Ea's worship, who conquered the 4 quarters of the world, made great the name of Babylon, rejoiced the heart of Marduk, his lord who daily pays his devotions in Sagil, Marduk's temple in Babylon, the royal scion whom Sin made, who enriched Ur, Abraham's birthplace, the seat of the worship of Sin, the moon god, the humble, the reverent, who brings wealth to Gish-Shirgal, the white king, heard of Shamash, the mighty, who again laid the foundations of Sapana, seat of worship of Shamash and his wife Malkat, who clothed the gravestones of Malkat with green, symbolizing the resurrection of nature, who made Ibebar, temple of the sun in Sippara, great, which is like the heavens, the warrior who guarded Larsa and renewed Ibebar, temple of the sun in Larsa, biblical Elasar, in southern Babylonia, with Shamash as his helper, the Lord who granted new life to Uruk, biblical Erech, who brought plenteous water to its inhabitants, raised the head of Eanna, temple of Ishtar Nana at Uruk, and perfected the beauty of Anu and Nana, shield of the land, who reunited the scattered inhabitants of Isen, who richly endowed Igalmak, temple of Isen, the protecting king of the city, brother of the god Zamama, god of Kish, who firmly founded the farms of Kish, crowned Emete Ursag, sister city of Kish, with glory, redoubled the great holy treasures of Nana, managed the temple of Harsag Kalama, temple of Nergal at Kutha, the grave of the enemy, whose help brought about the victory, who increased the power of Kutha, made all glorious in Ishidlam, a temple, the black steer, title of Marduk, who gored the enemy, beloved of the god Nebo, who rejoiced the inhabitants of Borsippa the sublime, who is indefatigable for Izida, temple of Nebo in Babylon, the divine king of the city, the white, wise, who broadened the fields of Dilbat, who heaped up the harvest for Urash, the mighty, the Lord to whom come scepter and crown, with which he clothes himself, the elect of Mama, who fixed the temple bounds of Kesh, who made rich the holy feasts of Nintu, goddess of Kesh, the provident solicitous, who provided food and drink for Lagash and Girsu, who provided large sacrificial offerings for the temple of Ningirsu at Lagash, who captured the enemy, the elect of the oracle, who fulfilled the prediction of Halab, who rejoiced the heart of Anunit, whose oracle had predicted victory, the pure prince, whose prayer is accepted by Adad, god of Halab, with goddess Anunit, who satisfied the heart of Adad, the warrior, in Karkar, who restored the vessels for worship in Eud Galgal, the king who granted life to the city of Adab, the guide of Emak, the princely king of the city, the irresistible warrior, who granted life to the inhabitants of Mashkan Shabri, and brought abundance to the temple of Shidlam, the white, potent, who penetrated the secret cave of the bandits, saved the inhabitants of Malka from misfortune, and fixed their home fast in wealth, who established pure sacrificial gifts for Ea and Demgalnuna, who made his kingdom everlastingly great, the princely king of the city, who subjected the districts on the Ukibnuna Canal, Euphrates, to the sway of Dagon, his creator, who spared the inhabitants of Mira and Tutol, the sublime prince who makes the face of Nini shine, who presents holy meals to the divinity of Ninazu, who cared for its inhabitants in their need, provided a portion for them in Babylon in peace, the shepherd of the oppressed and of the slaves, whose deeds find favor before Anunit, who provided for Anunit in the temple of Dumash in the suburb of Agade, who recognizes the right, who rules by law, who gave back to the city of Assur its protecting God, who let the name of Istar of Nineveh remain in Imishmish, the sublime who humbles himself before the great gods, successor of Sumulail, the mighty son of Sinmubalit, the royal scion of eternity, the mighty monarch, the son of Babylon, whose rays shed light over the land of Sumer and Akkad, the king, obeyed by the four quarters of the world, beloved of Nini Emai. When Marduk sent me to rule over men, to give the protection of right to the land, I did right and righteousness in, and brought about the well-being of the oppressed. Code of Laws. 1. If any one ensnare another, putting a ban upon him, but he cannot prove it, then he that ensnared him shall be put to death. 2. If any one bring an accusation against a man, and the accused go to the river and leap into the river, if he sink in the river, his accuser shall take possession of his house. But if the river prove that the accused is not guilty, and he escape unhurt, then he who had brought the accusation shall be put to death, while he who leaped into the river shall take possession of the house that had belonged to his accuser. 3. If anyone bring an accusation of any crime before the elders, and does not prove what he is charged, he shall, if it be a capital offense charged, be put to death. 4. If he satisfy the elders to impose a fine of grain or money, he shall receive the fine that the action produces. 5. If a judge try a case, reach a decision, and present his judgment in writing, if later error shall appear in his decision, and it be through his own fault, then he shall pay 12 times the fine set by him in the case, and he shall be publicly removed from the judge's bench, and never again shall he sit there to render judgment. 6. If any one steal the property of a temple or of the court, he shall be put to death, and also the one who receives the stolen thing from him shall be put to death. 7. If any one buy from the son or the slave of another man, without witnesses or a contract, silver or gold, a male or female slave, an ox or a sheep, an ass or anything, or if he take it in charge, he is considered a thief, and shall be put to death. 8. If any one steal cattle or sheep, or an ass, or a pig or a goat, if it belong to a god or to the court, the thief shall pay 30-fold therefor. If they belonged to a freed man of the king, he shall pay 10-fold. If the thief has nothing with which to pay, he shall be put to death. 9. If any one lose an article, and find it in the possession of another, if the person in whose possession the thing is found say, "A merchant sold it to me, I paid for it before witnesses," and if the owner of the thing say, "I will bring witnesses who know my property," then shall the purchaser bring the merchant who sold it to him, and the witnesses before whom he bought it, and the owner shall bring witnesses who can identify his property. The judge shall examine their testimony, both of the witnesses before whom the price was paid, and of the witnesses who identify the lost article on oath. The merchant is then proven to be a thief, and shall be put to death. The owner of the lost article receives his property, and he who bought it receives the money he paid from the estate of the merchant. 10. If the purchaser does not bring the merchant and the witnesses before whom he bought the article, but its owner bring witnesses who identify it, then the buyer is the thief, and shall be put to death, and the owner receives the lost article. 11. If the owner do not bring witnesses to identify the lost article, he is an evildoer, he is traduced, and shall be put to death. 12. If the witnesses be not at hand, then shall the judge set a limit, at the expiration of 6 months. If his witnesses have not appeared within the 6 months, he is an evildoer, and shall bear the fine of the pending case. 14. If any one steal the minor son of another, he shall be put to death. 15. If any one take a male or female slave of the court, or a male or female slave of a freed man, outside the city gates, he shall be put to death. 16. If any one receive into his house a runaway male or female slave of the court, or of a freedman, and does not bring it out at the public proclamation of the major domus, the master of the house shall be put to death. 17. If any one find a runaway male or female slave in the open country, and bring them to their masters, the master of the slaves shall pay him 2 shekels of silver. 18. If the slave will not give the name of the master, the finder shall bring him to the palace. A further investigation must follow, and the slave shall be returned to his master. 19. If he hold the slaves in his house, and they are caught there, he shall be put to death. 20. If the slave that he caught run away from him, then shall he swear to the owners of the slave, and he is free of all blame. 21. If any one break a hole into a house, break in to steal, he shall be put to death before that hole and be buried. 22. If any one is committing a robbery and is caught, then he shall be put to death. 23. If the robber is not caught, then shall he who was robbed claim under oath the amount of his loss. Then shall the community, and blank, on whose ground and territory and in whose domain it was, compensate him for the goods stolen. 24. If persons are stolen, then shall the community and blank pay 1 mina of silver to their relatives. 25. If fire break out in a house, and someone who comes to put it out cast his eye upon the property of the owner of the house, and take the property of the master of the house, he shall be thrown into that selfsame fire. 26. If a chieftain or a man, common soldier, who has been ordered to go upon the king's highway for war does not go, but hires a mercenary, if he withholds the compensation, then shall this officer or man be put to death, and he who represented him shall take possession of his house. 27. If a chieftain or man be caught in the misfortune of the king, captured in battle, and if his fields and garden be given to another, and he take possession, if he return and reaches his place, his field and garden shall be returned to him, he shall take it over again. 28. If a chieftain or a man be caught in the misfortune of a king, if his son is able to enter into possession, then the field and garden shall be given to him, he shall take over the fee of the father. 29. If his son is still young and cannot take possession, a third of the field and garden shall be given to his mother, and she shall bring him up. 30. If a chieftain or a man leave his house, garden, and field, and hires it out, and someone else takes possession of his house, garden, and field, and uses it for 3 years, if the first owner return and claims his house, garden, and field, it shall not be given to him, but he who has taken possession of it and used it shall continue to use it. 31. If he hire it out for 1 year and then return, the house, garden, and field shall be given back to him, and he shall take it over again. 32. If a chieftain or a man is captured on the way of the king in war, and a merchant buy him free and bring him back to his place, if he have the means in his house to buy his freedom, he shall buy himself free. If he have nothing in his house with which to buy himself free, he shall be bought free by the temple of his community. If there be nothing in the temple with which to buy him free, the court shall buy his freedom. His field, garden, and house shall not be given for the purchase of his freedom. 33. If a blank or a blank from the connection, some man higher in rank than a chieftain, enter himself as withdrawn from the way of the king, and send a mercenary as substitute, but withdraw him, then the blank or blank shall be put to death. 34. If a blank, same as in 33, or a blank harm the property of a captain, injure the captain, or take away from the captain a gift presented to him by the king, then the blank or blank shall be put to death. 35. If anyone buy the cattle or sheep which the king has given to chieftains from him, he loses his money. 36. The field, garden, and house of a chieftain, of a man, or of one subject to quit rent cannot be sold. 37. If anyone buy the field, garden, and house of a chieftain, man, or one subject to quit rent, his contract tablet of sale shall be broken, declared invalid, and he loses his money. The field, garden, and house return to their owners. 38. A chieftain, man, or one subject to quit rent cannot assign his tenure of field, house, and garden to his wife or daughter, nor can he assign it for a debt. 39. He may, however, assign a field, garden, or house which he has bought and holds as property to his wife or daughter, or give it for debt. 40. He may sell field, garden, and house to a merchant, royal agents, or to any other public official, the buyer holding field, house, and garden for its usufruct. 41. If any one fence in the field, garden, and house of a chieftain, man, or one subject to quit rent, furnishing the palings therefore, if the chieftain, man, or one subject to quit rent return to field, garden, and house, the palings which were given to him become his property. 42. If any one take over a field to till it, and obtain no harvest therefrom, it must be proved that he did no work on the field, and he must deliver grain, just as his neighbor raised, to the owner of the field. 43. If he do not till the field, but let it lie fallow, he shall give grain like his neighbors to the owner of the field, and the field which he let lie fallow he must plow and sow and return to its owner. 44. If any one take over a waste-lying field to make it arable, but is lazy and does not make it arable, he shall plow the fallow field in the 4th year, harrow it and till it, and give it back to its owner, and for each 10 gan, a measure of area, 10 gur, dry measure, of grain shall be paid. 45. If a man rent his field for tillage for a fixed rental, and receive the rent of his field, but bad weather come and destroy the harvest, the injury falls upon the tiller of the soil. 46. If he do not receive a fixed rental for his field, but lets it on half or third shares of the harvest, the grain on the field shall be divided proportionately between the tiller and the owner. 47. If the tiller, because he did not succeed in the first year, has had the soil tilled by others, the owner may raise no objection. The field has been cultivated and he receives the harvest according to agreement. 48. If anyone owe a debt for a loan, and a storm prostrates the grain, or the harvest fail, or the grain does not grow for lack of water, in that year he need not give his creditor any grain. He washes his debt tablet in water, a symbolic action indicating the inability to pay, and pays no rent for this year. 49. If anyone take money from a merchant, and give the merchant a field tillable for corn or sesame, and order him to plant corn or sesame in the field, and to harvest the crop, if the cultivator plant corn or sesame in the field, at the harvest the corn or sesame that is in the field shall belong to the owner of the field, and he shall pay corn as rent for the money he received from the merchant, and the livelihood of the cultivator shall he give to the merchant. 50. If he give a cultivated cornfield or a cultivated sesame field, the corn or sesame in the field shall belong to the owner of the field, and he shall return the money to the merchant as rent. 51. If he have no money to repay, then he shall pay in corn or sesame in place of the money as rent for what he received from the merchant, according to the royal tariff. 52. If the cultivator do not plant corn or sesame in the field, the debtor's contract is not weakened. 53. If anyone be too lazy to keep his dam in proper condition, and does not so keep it, if then the dam break and all the fields be flooded, then shall he, in whose dam the break occurred, be sold for money, and the money shall replace the corn which he has caused to be ruined. 54. If he be not able to replace the corn, then he and his possessions shall be divided among the farmers whose corn he has flooded. 55. If any one open his ditches to water his crop, but is careless, and the water flood the field of his neighbor, then he shall pay his neighbor corn for his loss. 56. If a man let in the water, and the water overflow the plantation of his neighbor, he shall pay 10 gur of corn for every 10 gan of land. 57. If a shepherd, without the permission of the owner of the field, and without the knowledge of the owner of the sheep, lets the sheep into a field to graze, then the owner of the field shall harvest his crop, and the shepherd, who had pastured his flock there without permission of the owner of the field, shall pay to the owner 20 gur of corn for every 10 gan. 58. If, after the flocks have left the pasture and been shut up in the common fold at the city gate, any shepherd let them into a field and they graze there, this shepherd shall take possession of the field which he is allowed to be grazed on, and at the harvest he must pay 60 gur of corn for every 10 gan. 59. If any man, without the knowledge of the owner of a garden, fell a tree in the garden, he shall pay half a mina in money. 60. If any one give over a field to a gardener for him to plant it as a garden, if he work at it and care for it for 4 years, in the 5th year the owner and the gardener shall divide it, the owner taking his part in charge. 61. If the gardener has not completed the planting of the field, leaving one part unused, this shall be assigned to him as his. 62. If he do not plant the field that was given over to him as a garden, if it be arable land for corn or sesame, the gardener shall pay the owner the produce of the field for the years that he let it lie fallow, according to the product of neighboring fields, put the field in arable condition, and return it to its owner. 63. If he transform waste land into arable fields and return it to its owner, the latter shall pay him for 1 year 10 gur for 10 gan. 64. If any one hand over his garden to a gardener to work, the gardener shall pay to its owner 2/3 of the produce of the garden, for so long as he has it in possession, and the other third shall he keep. 65. If the gardener do not work in the garden and the product fall off, the gardener shall pay in proportion to other neighboring gardens. Here a portion of the text is missing, apparently comprising 35 paragraphs. 100. Interest for the money, as much as he has received, he shall give a note therefor, and on the day when they settle, pay to the merchant. 101. If there are no mercantile arrangements in the place whither he went, he shall leave the entire amount of money which he received with the broker to give to the merchant. 102. If a merchant entrusts money to an agent, broker, for some investment, and the broker suffer a loss in the place to which he goes, he shall make good the capital to the merchant. 103. If, while on the journey, an enemy take away from him anything that he had, the broker shall swear by God, take an oath, and be free of obligation. 104. If a merchant give an agent corn, wool, oil, or any other goods to transport, the agent shall give a receipt for the amount and compensate the merchant therefor. Then he shall obtain a receipt from the merchant for the money that he gives the merchant. 105. If the agent is careless and does not take a receipt for the money which he gave the merchant, he cannot consider the unreceipted money as his own. 106. If the agent accept money from the merchant, but have a quarrel with the merchant denying the receipt, then shall the merchant swear before God and witnesses that he has given this money to the agent, and the agent shall pay him 3 times the sum. 107. If the merchant cheat the agent, in that, as the latter has returned to him all that had been given him, but the merchant denies the receipt of what had been returned to him, then shall this agent convict the merchant before God and the judges, and if he still deny receiving what the agent had given him, shall pay 6 times the sum to the agent. 108. If a tavern keeper, feminine, does not accept corn according to gross weight in payment of drink, but takes money, and the price of the drink is less than that of the corn, she shall be convicted and thrown into the water. 109. If conspirators meet in the house of a tavern keeper, and these conspirators are not captured and delivered to the court, the tavern keeper shall be put to death. 110. If a sister of a god, one devoted to the temple, open a tavern or enter a tavern to drink, then shall this woman be burned to death. End of section 4. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 5 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Compilation of the Earliest Code, B.C. 2250, by Hammurabi, Part 2. 111. If an innkeeper furnish 60 ka of Usakani drink to, she shall receive 50 ka of corn at the harvest. 112. If anyone be on a journey and entrust silver, gold, precious stones, or any movable property to another, and wish to recover it from him, if the latter do not bring all of the property to the appointed place, but appropriate it to his own use, then shall this man, who did not bring the property to hand it over, be convicted, and he shall pay 5-fold for all that had been entrusted to him. 113. If anyone have a consignment of corn or money, and he take from the granary or box without the knowledge of the owner, then shall he who took corn without the knowledge of the owner out of the granary, or money out of the box, be legally convicted, and repay the corn he has taken. And he shall lose whatever commission was paid to him or due him. 114. If a man have no claim on another for corn and money, and try to demand it by force, he shall pay 1/3 of a mina of silver in every case. 115. If anyone have a claim for corn or money upon another and imprison him, if the prisoner die in prison a natural death, the case shall go no further. 116. If the prisoner die in prison from blows or maltreatment, the master of the prisoner shall convict the merchant before the judge. If he was a freeborn man, the son of the merchant shall be put to death. If it was a slave, he shall pay 1/3 of a mina of gold, and all that the master of the prisoner gave he shall forfeit. 117. If anyone fail to meet a claim for debt, and sell himself, his wife, his son, and daughter for money, or give them away to forced labor, they shall work for 3 years in the house of the man who bought them, or the proprietor, and in the 4th year they shall be set free. 118. If he give a male or female slave away for forced labor, and the merchant sublease them or sell them for money, no objection can be raised. 119. If anyone fail to meet a claim for debt, and he sell the maidservant who has borne him children for money, the money which the merchant has paid shall be repaid to him by the owner of the slave, and she shall be freed. 120. If anyone store corn for safekeeping in another person's house, and any harm happen to the corn in storage, or if the owner of the house open the granary and take some of the corn, or if especially he deny that the corn was stored in his house, then the owner of the corn shall claim his corn before God on oath, and the owner of the house shall pay its owner for all of the corn that he took. 121. If anyone store corn in another man's house, he shall pay him storage at the rate of 1 gur for every 5 ka of corn per year. 122. If anyone give another silver, gold, or anything else to keep, he shall show everything to some witness, draw up a contract, and then hand it over for safekeeping. 123. If he turn it over for safekeeping without witness or contract, and if he to whom it was given deny it, then he has no legitimate claim. 124. If anyone deliver silver, gold, or anything else to another for safekeeping before a witness, but he deny it, he shall be brought before a judge, and all that he has denied he shall pay in full. 125. If anyone place his property with another for safekeeping, and there, either through thieves or robbers, his property and the property of the other man be lost, the owner of the house, through whose neglect the loss took place, shall compensate the owner for all that was given to him in charge. But the owner of the house shall try to follow up and recover his property, and take it away from the thief. 126. If anyone who has not lost his goods state that they have been lost, and make false claims, if he claim his goods an amount of injury before God, even though he has not lost them, he shall be fully compensated for all his loss claimed, i.e. the oath is all that is needed. 127. If anyone point the finger, slander, at a sister of a god or the wife of anyone, and cannot prove it, this man shall be taken before the judges, and his brow shall be marked by cutting the skin or perhaps hair. 128. If a man take a woman to wife, but have no intercourse with her, this woman is no wife to him. 129. If a man's wife be surprised with another man, both shall be tied and thrown into the water, but the husband may pardon his wife, and the king his slaves. 130. If a man violate the wife, betrothed or child wife, of another man, who has never known a man, and still lives in her father's house, and sleep with her and be surprised, this man shall be put to death, but the wife is blameless. 131. If a man bring a charge against one's wife, but she is not surprised with another man, delit flagrant is necessary for divorce. She must take an oath, and then may return to her house. 132. If the finger is pointed at a man's wife about another man, but she is not caught sleeping with the other man, she shall jump into the river for her husband. Prove her innocence by this test. 133. If a man is taken prisoner in war, and there is a sustenance in his house, but his wife leave house and court and go to another house, because this wife did not keep her court and went to another house, she shall be judicially condemned and thrown into the water. 134. If anyone be captured in war, and there is no sustenance in his house, if then his wife go to another house, this woman shall be held blameless. 135. If a man be taken prisoner in war, and there be no sustenance in his house, and his wife go to another house and bear children, and if later her husband return and come to his home, then this wife shall return to her husband, but the children follow their father. 136. If anyone leave his house, run away, and then his wife go to another house, if then he return and wishes to take his wife back, because he fled from his home and ran away, the wife of this runaway shall not return to her husband. 137. If a man wish to separate from a woman who has borne him children, or from his wife who has borne him children, then he shall give that wife her dowry, and a part of the usufruct of field, garden, and property, so that she can rear her children. When she has brought up her children, a portion of all that is given to the children, equal as that of one son, shall be given to her. She may then marry the man of her heart. 138. If a man wishes to separate from his wife, who has borne him no children, he shall give her the amount of her purchase money, amount formerly paid to the bride's father, and the dowry which she brought from her father's house, and let her go. 139. If there was no purchase price, he shall give her 1 mina of gold as a gift of release. 140. If he be a freedman, he shall give her 1/3 of a mina of gold. 141. If a man's wife, who lives in his house, wishes to leave it, plunges into debt, tries to ruin her house, neglects her husband, and is judicially convicted, if her husband offer her release, she may go on her way, and he gives her nothing as a gift of release. If her husband does not wish to release her, and if he takes another wife, she shall remain as servant in her husband's house. 142. If a woman quarrel with her husband and say, "You are not congenial to me," the reasons for her prejudice must be presented. If she is guiltless, and there is no fault on her part, but he leaves and neglects her, then no guilt attaches to this woman. She shall take her dowry and go back to her father's house. 143. If she is not innocent, but leaves her husband and ruins her house, neglecting her husband, this woman shall be cast into the water. 144. If a man take a wife, and this woman give her husband a maidservant, and she bear him children, but this man wishes to take another wife, this shall not be permitted to him. He shall not take a second wife. 145. If a man take a wife, and she bear him no children, and he intend to take another wife, if he take this second wife and bring her into the house, this second wife shall not be allowed equality with his wife. 146. If a man take a wife, and she give this man a maidservant as wife, and she bear him children, and then this maid assume equality with the wife, because she has borne him children, her master shall not sell her for money, but he may keep her as a slave, reckoning her among the maidservants. 147. If she have not borne him children, then her mistress may sell her for money. 148. If a man take a wife, and she be seized by disease, if he then desire to take a second wife, he shall not put away his wife, who has been attacked by disease, but he shall keep her in the house which he has built, and support her so long as she lives. 149. If this woman does not wish to remain in her husband's house, then he shall compensate her for the dowry that she brought with her from her father's house, and she may go. 150. If a man give his wife a field, a garden, and house, and a deed therefor, if then, after the death of her husband, the sons raise no claim, then the mother may bequeath all to one of her sons whom she prefers, and need leave nothing to his brothers. 151. If a woman who lived in a man's house made an agreement with her husband that no creditor can arrest her, and is given a document therefor, if that man, before he married that woman, had a debt, the creditor cannot hold the woman for it. But if the woman, before she entered the man's house, had contracted a debt, her creditor cannot arrest her husband therefor. 152. If, after the woman had entered the man's house, both contracted a debt, both must pay the merchant. 153. If the wife of one man, on account of another man, has their mates, her husband and the other man's wife, murdered, both of them shall be impaled. 154. If a man be guilty of incest with his daughter, he shall be driven from the place, exiled. 155. If a man betroth a girl to his son, and his son have intercourse with her, but he, the father, afterward defile her and be surprised, then he shall be bound and cast into the water, drowned. 156. If a man betroth a girl to his son, but his son has not known her, and if he then defile her, he shall pay her half a gold mina, and compensate her for all that she brought out of her father's house. She may marry the man of her heart. 157. If any one be guilty of incest with his mother after his father, both shall be burned. 158. If any one be surprised after his father with his chief wife, who has borne children, he shall be driven out of his father's house. 159. If anyone who has brought chattels into his father-in-law's house and has paid the purchase money looks for another wife and says to his father-in-law, I do not want your daughter, the girl's father may keep all that he had brought. 160. If a man bring chattels into the house of his father-in-law and pay the purchase price for his wife, if then the father of the girl say, I will not give you my daughter, he shall give him back all that he brought with him. 161. If a man bring chattels into his father-in-law's house and pay the purchase price, if then his friends slander him, and his father-in-law say to the young husband, You shall not marry my daughter, then he shall give back to him undiminished all that he had brought with him, but his wife shall not be married to the friend. 162. If a man marry a woman, and she bears sons to him, if then this woman die, then shall her father have no claim on her dowry. This belongs to her sons. 163. If a man marry a woman, and she bear him no sons, if then this woman die, if the purchase price which he had paid into the house of his father-in-law is repaid to him, her husband shall have no claim upon the dowry of this woman. It belongs to her father's house. 164. If his father-in-law do not pay back to him the amount of the purchase price, he may subtract the amount of the purchase price from the dowry, and then pay the remainder to her father's house. 165. If a man give to one of his sons whom he prefers a field, garden, and house, and a deed therefor, if later the father die, and the brothers divide the estate, then they shall first give him the present of his father, and he shall accept it, and the rest of the paternal property shall they divide. 166. If a man take wives for his sons, but take no wife for his minor son, and if then he die, if the sons divide the estate, they shall set aside, besides his portion, the money for the purchase price for the minor brother who had taken no wife as yet, and secure a wife for him. 167. If a man marry a wife, and she bear him children, if this wife die, and he then take another wife, and she bear him children, if then the father die, the sons must not partition the estate according to the mothers. They shall divide the dowries of their mothers only in this way. The paternal estate they shall divide equally with one another. 168. If a man wish to put his son out of his house, and declare before the judge, I want to put my son out, then the judge shall examine into his reasons. If the son be guilty of no great fault, for which he can be rightfully put out, the father shall not put him out. 169. If he be guilty of a grave fault, which should rightfully deprive him of the filial relationship, the father shall forgive him the first time. But if he be guilty of a grave fault a second time, the father may deprive his son of all filial relation. 170. If his wife bear sons to a man, or his maidservant have borne sons, and the father, while still living, says to the children whom his maidservant has borne, My sons, and he count them with the sons of his wife, if then the father die, then the sons of the wife and of the maidservant shall divide the paternal property in common. The son of the wife is to partition and choose. 171. If, however, the father, while still living, did not say to the sons of the maidservant, My sons, and then the father dies, then the sons of the maidservant shall not share with the sons of the wife, but the freedom of the maid and her sons shall be granted. The sons of the wife shall have no right to enslave the sons of the maid. The wife shall take her dowry from her father, and the gift that her husband gave her and deeded to her, separate from the dowry, or the purchase money paid her father, and live in the home of her husband. So long as she lives, she shall use it. It shall not be sold for money. Whatever she leaves shall belong to her children. 172. If her husband made her no gift, she shall be compensated for her gift, and she shall receive a portion from the estate of her husband equal to that of one child. If her sons oppress her, to force her out of the house, the judge shall examine into the matter, and if the sons are at fault, the woman shall not leave her husband's house. If the woman desire to leave the house, she must leave to her sons the gift which her husband gave her, but she may take the dowry of her father's house. Then she may marry the man of her heart. 173. If this woman bear sons to her second husband in the place to which she went, and then die, her earlier and later sons shall divide the dowry between them. 174. If she bear no sons to her second husband, the sons of her first husband shall have the dowry. 175. If a state slave or the slave of a freed man marry the daughter of a free man, and children are born, the master of the slave shall have no right to enslave the children of the free. 176. If, however, a state slave or the slave of a freed man marry a man's daughter, and after he married her she bring a dowry from a father's house, if then they both enjoy it and found a household and accumulate means, if then the slave die, then she who is free-born may take her dowry, and all that her husband and she had earned. She shall divide them into 2 parts. 1/2 the master for the slave shall take, and the other half shall the free-born woman take for her children. If the free-born woman had no gift, she shall take all that her husband and she had earned, and divide it into 2 parts. The master of the slave shall take 1/2, and she shall take the other for her children. 177. If a widow, whose children are not grown, wishes to enter another house, remarry, she shall not enter it without the knowledge of the judge. If she enter another house, the judge shall examine the estate of the house of her first husband. Then the house of her first husband shall be entrusted to the second husband and the woman herself as managers, and a record must be made thereof. She shall keep the house in order, bring up the children, and not sell the household utensils. He who buys the utensils of the children of a widow shall lose his money, and the goods shall return to their owners. 178. If a devoted woman or a prostitute connected with the temple neither can marry, to whom her father has given a dowry and a deed therefor, but if in this deed it is not stated that she may bequeath it as she pleases, and has not explicitly stated that she has the right of disposal, if then her father die, then her brothers shall hold her field and garden, and give her corn, oil, and milk according to her portion, and satisfy her. If her brothers do not give her corn, oil, and milk according to her share, then her field and garden shall be given to a farmer whom she chooses, and the farmer shall support her. She shall have the usufruct of field and garden and all that her father gave her so long as she lives, but she cannot sell or assign it to others. Her position of inheritance belongs to her brothers. 179. If a sister of a god, whose hire went to the revenue of the temple, counterpart to the public prostitute, or a prostitute, receive a gift from her father, and a deed in which it has been explicitly stated that she may dispose of it as she pleases, and give her complete disposition thereof, if then her father die, then she may leave her property to whomsoever she pleases. Her brothers can raise no claim thereto. 180. If a father give a present to his daughter, either marriageable or a prostitute, unmarriageable, and then die, then she is to receive a portion as a child from the paternal estate, and enjoy its usufruct so long as she lives. Her estate belongs to her brothers. 181. If a father devote a temple maid or temple virgin to God, and give her no present, if then the father die, she shall receive the third of a child's portion from the inheritance of her father's house, and enjoy its usufruct so long as she lives. Her estate belongs to her brothers. 182. If a father devote his daughter as a wife of Marduk of Babylon, as in 181, and give her no present, nor a deed, if then her father die, then shall she receive 1/3 of her portion as a child of her father's house from her brothers, but she shall not have the management thereof. A wife of Marduk may leave her estate to whomsoever she pleases. 183. If a man give his daughter by a concubine a dowry, and a husband, and a deed, if then her father die, she shall receive no portion from the paternal estate. 184. If a man do not give a dowry to his daughter by a concubine, and no husband, if then her father die, then her brother shall give her a dowry according to her father's wealth, and secure a husband for her. 185. If a man adopt a child unto his name as son, and rear him, this grown son cannot be demanded back again. 186. If a man adopt a son, and if, after he has taken him, he injure his foster father and mother, then this adopted son shall return to his father's house. 187. The son of a paramour in the palace service, or of a prostitute, cannot be demanded back. 188. If an artisan has undertaken to rear a child and teaches him his craft, he cannot be demanded back. 189. If he has not taught him his craft, this adopted son may return to his father's house. 190. If a man does not maintain a child that he has adopted as son and reared with his other children, then his adopted son may return to his father's house. 191. If a man who had adopted a son and reared him, founded a household, and had children, wished to put this adopted son out, then this son shall not simply go his way. His adoptive father shall give him of his wealth 1/3 of a child's portion, and then he may go. He shall not give him of the field, garden, and house. 192. If a son of a paramour or a prostitute say to his adoptive father or mother, "You are not my father or my mother," his tongue shall be cut off. 193. If the son of a paramour or prostitute desire his father's house, and desert his adoptive father and adoptive mother, and goes to his father's house, then shall his eye be put out. 194. If a man give his child to a nurse, and the child die in her hands, but the nurse, unbeknown to the father and mother, nurse another child, then they shall convict her of having nursed another child without the knowledge of the father and mother, and her breast shall be cut off. 195. If a son strike his father, his hands shall be hewn off. 196. If a man put out the eye of another man, his eye shall be put out. 197. If he break another man's bone, his bone shall be broken. 198. If he put out the eye of a freedman, or break the bone of a freedman, he shall pay 1 gold mina. 199. If he put out the eye of a man's slave, or break the bone of a man's slave, he shall pay 1/2 of its value. 200. If a man knock out the teeth of his equal, his teeth shall be knocked out. End of section 5. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 6 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Compilation of the Earliest Code, B.C. 2250, Hammurabi, Part 3. 201. If he knock out the teeth of a freedman, he shall pay 1/3 of a gold mina. 202. If anyone strike the body of a man higher in rank than he shall receive 60 blows with an oxhide whip in public. 203. If a freeborn man strike the body of another freeborn man of equal rank, he shall pay 1 gold mina. 204. If a freed man strike the body of another freed man, he shall pay 10 shekels in money. 205. If the slave of a freed man strike the body of a freed man, his ear shall be cut off. 206. If, during a quarrel, one man strike another, and wound him, then he shall swear, "I did not injure him wittingly," and pay the physician. 207. If the man die of his wound, he shall swear similarly, and if he, the deceased, was a freeborn man, he shall pay 1/2 a mina in money. 208. If he was a freed man, he shall pay 1/3 of a mina. 209. If a man strike a freeborn woman so that she lose her unborn child, he shall pay 10 shekels for her loss. 210. If the woman die, his daughter shall be put to death. 211. If a woman of the freed class lose her child by a blow, he shall pay 5 shekels in money. 212. If this woman die, he shall pay 1/2 a mina. 213. If he strike the maidservant of a man and she lose her child, he shall pay 2 shekels in money. 214. If this maidservant die, he shall pay 1/3 of a mina. 215. If a physician make a large incision with an operating knife and cure it, or if he open a tumor over the eye with an operating knife and saves the eye, he shall receive 10 shekels in money. 216. If the patient be a freedman, he receives 5 shekels. 217. If he be the slave of someone, his owner shall give the physician 2 shekels. 218. If a physician make a large incision with the operating knife and kill him, or open a tumor with the operating knife and cut out the eye, his hands shall be cut off. 219. If a physician make a large incision in the slave of a freedman and kill him, he shall replace the slave with another slave. 220. If he had opened a tumor with the operating knife and put out his eye, he shall pay half his value. 221. If a physician heal the broken bone or diseased soft part of a man, the patient shall pay the physician 5 shekels in money. 222. If he were a freedman, he shall pay 3 shekels. 223. If he were a slave, his owner shall pay the physician 2 shekels. 224. If a veterinary surgeon perform a serious operation on an ass or an ox and cure it, the owner shall pay the surgeon 1/6 of a shekel as a fee. 225. If he perform a serious operation on an ass or ox and kill it, he shall pay the owner 1/4 of its value. 226. If a barber, without the knowledge of his master, cut the sign of a slave on a slave not to be sold, the hands of this barber shall be cut off. 227. If anyone deceive a barber, and have him mark a slave not for sale with the sign of a slave, he shall be put to death and buried in his house. The barber shall swear, I did not mark him wittingly, and shall be guiltless. 228. If a builder build a house for someone, and complete it, he shall give him a fee of 2 shekels in money for each sar of surface. 229. If a builder build a house for someone, and does not construct it properly, and the house which he built fall in and kill its owner, then that builder shall be put to death. 230. If it kill the son of the owner, the son of that builder shall be put to death. 231. If it kill a slave of the owner, then he shall pay slave for slave to the owner of the house. 232. If it ruin goods, he shall make compensation for all that has been ruined, and inasmuch as he did not construct properly this house which he built, and it fell, he shall re-erect the house from his own means. 233. If a builder build a house for someone, even though he has not yet completed it, if then the walls seem toppling, the builder must make the walls solid from his own means. 234. If a shipbuilder build a boat of 60 gur for a man, he shall pay him a fee of 2 shekels in money. 235. If a shipbuilder build a boat for someone and do not make it tight, if during that same year the boat is sent away and suffers injury, the shipbuilder shall take the boat apart and put it together tight at his own expense. The tight boat he shall give to the boat owner. 236. If a man rent his boat to a sailor, and the sailor is careless, and the boat is wrecked or goes aground, the sailor shall give the owner of the boat another boat as compensation. 237. If a man hire a sailor and his boat, and provide it with corn, clothing, oil, and dates, and other things of the kind needed for fitting it, if the sailor is careless, the boat is wrecked and its contents ruined, then the sailor shall compensate for the boat which was wrecked and all in it that he ruined. 238. If a sailor wreck any one's ship but saves it, he shall pay half of its value in money. 239. If a man hire a sailor, he shall pay him 6 gur of corn per year. 240. If a merchantman run against a ferry boat and wreck it, the master of the ship that was wrecked shall seek justice before God. The master of the merchantman, which wrecked the ferry boat, must compensate the owner for the boat and all that he ruined. 241. If anyone impresses an ox for forced labor, he shall pay 1/3 of a mina in money. 242. If anyone hire oxen for a year, he shall pay 4 gur of corn for plow oxen. 243. As rent of herd cattle, he shall pay 3 gur of corn to the owner. 244. If anyone hire an ox or an ass, and a lion kill it in the field, the loss is upon its owner. 245. If anyone hire oxen, and kill them by bad treatment or blows, he shall compensate the owner, oxen for oxen. 246. If a man hire an ox, and he break its leg, or cut the ligament of its neck, he shall compensate the owner with ox for ox. 247. If anyone hire an ox and put out its eye, he shall pay the owner 1/2 of its value. 248. If anyone hire an ox and break off a horn, or cut off its tail, or hurt its muzzle, he shall pay 1/4 of its value in money. 249. If anyone hire an ox, and God strike it that it die, the man who hired it shall swear by God, and be considered guiltless. 250. If, while an ox is passing on the street, market, someone push it and kill it, the owner can set up no claim in the suit against the hirer. 251. If an ox be a goring ox, and it is shown that he is a gorer, and he do not bind his horns or fasten the ox up, and the ox gore a freeborn man and kill him, the owner shall pay 1/2 a mina in money. 252. If he kill a man's slave, he shall pay 1/3 of a mina. 253. If anyone agree with another to tend his field, give him seed, entrust a yoke of oxen to him, and bind him to cultivate the field, if he steal the corn or plants and take them for himself, his hands shall be hewn off. 254. If he take the seed corn for himself and do not use the yoke of oxen, he shall compensate him for the amount of the seed corn. 255. If he sublet the man's yoke of oxen, or steal the seed corn, planting nothing in the field, he shall be convicted, and for each 100 gan he shall pay 60 gur of corn. 256. If his community will not pay for him, then he shall be placed in that field with the cattle at work. 257. If anyone hire a field laborer, he shall pay him 8 gur of corn per year. 258. If anyone hire an ox driver, he shall pay him 6 gur of corn per year. 259. If anyone steal a water wheel from the field, he shall pay 5 shekels in money to its owner. 260. If anyone steal a shaduf, used to draw water from the river or canal, or a plow, he shall pay 3 shekels in money. 261. If anyone hire a herdsman for cattle or sheep, he shall pay him 8 gur of corn per annum. 262. If anyone a cow or a sheep broken off. 263. If he kill the cattle or sheep that were given to him, he shall compensate the owner with cattle for cattle and sheep for sheep. 264. If a herdsman to whom cattle or sheep have been entrusted for watching over, and who has received his wages as agreed upon and is satisfied, diminish the number of the cattle or sheep, or make the increase by birth less, he shall make good the increase and profit which was lost in the terms of the settlement. 265. If a herdsman, to whose care cattle or sheep have been entrusted, be guilty of fraud and make false returns of the natural increase, or sell them for money, then shall he be convicted and pay the owner 10 times the loss. 266. If the animal be killed in the stable by God, an accident, or if a lion kill it, the herdsman shall declare his innocence before God, and the owner bears the accident in the stable. 267. If the herdsman overlooks something, and an accident happen in the stable, then the herdsman is at fault for the accident which he has caused in the stable, and he must compensate the owner for the cattle or sheep. 268. If anyone hire an ox for threshing, the amount of the hire is 20 ka of corn. 269. If he hire an ass for threshing, the hire is 20 ka of corn. 270. If he hire a young animal for threshing, the hire is 10 ka of corn. 271. If anyone hire oxen, cart, and driver, he shall pay 180 ka of corn per day. 272. If anyone hire a cart alone, he shall pay 40 ka of corn per day. 273. If anyone hire a day laborer, he shall pay him from the new year until the 5th month, April to August, when days are long and work hard, 6 gerahs in money per day. From the 6th month to the end of the year, he shall give him 5 gerahs per day. 274. If anyone hire a skilled artisan, he shall pay as wages of the 5 gerahs, as wages of the potter 5 gerahs, of a tailor 5 gerahs, of gerahs, of gerahs, of gerahs, of a carpenter 4 gerahs, of a rope maker 4 gerahs, of gerahs, of a mason gerahs per day. 275. If anyone hire a ferry boat, he shall pay 3 gerahs in money per day. 276. If he hire a freight boat, he shall pay 2 1/2 gerahs per day. 277. If anyone hire a ship of 60 gur, he shall pay 1/6 of a shekel in money as its hire per day. 278. If anyone buy a male or female slave, and before a month has elapsed, the Benu disease be developed, he shall return the slave to the seller, and receive the money which he had paid. 279. If anyone buy a male or female slave, and a third party claim it, the seller is liable for the claim. 280. If, while in a foreign country, a man buy a male or female slave belonging to another of his own country, if, when he return home, the owner of the male or female slave recognize it, if the male or female slave be a native of the country, he shall give them back without any money. 281. If they are from another country, the buyer shall declare the amount of money he paid before God, and the owner shall give the money paid therefor to the merchant, and keep the male or female slave. 282. If a slave say to his master, "You are not my master," if they convict him, his master shall cut off his ear. The Epilogue. Laws of justice which Hammurabi, the wise king, established. A righteous law and pious statute did he teach the land. Hammurabi, the protecting king, am I. I have not withdrawn myself from the men whom Bel gave to me, the rule over whom Marduk gave to me. I was not negligent, but I made them a peaceful abiding place. I expounded all great difficulties. I made the light shine upon them. With the mighty weapons which Zamama and Ishtar entrusted to me, with the keen vision with which Ea endowed me, with the wisdom that Marduk gave me, I have uprooted the enemy above and below, in north and south, subdued the earth, brought prosperity to the land, guaranteed security to the inhabitants in their homes. A disturber was not permitted. The great gods have called me. I am the salvation-bearing shepherd, ruler, whose staff, scepter, is straight, just, the good shadow that is spread over my city. On my breast I cherish the inhabitants of the land of Sumer and Akkad, Babylonia. In my shelter I have let them repose in peace. In my deep wisdom have I enclosed them. That the strong might not injure the weak, in order to protect the widows and orphans, I have in Babylon the city where Anu and Bel raise high their head, in Esagil the temple, whose foundations stand firm as heaven and earth, in order to bespeak justice in the land, to settle all disputes and heal all injuries, set up these my precious words, written upon my memorial stone, before the image of me, as king of righteousness. The king who ruleth among the kings of the cities am I. My words are well considered. There is no wisdom like unto mine. By the command of Shamash, the sun god, the great judge of heaven and earth, let righteousness go forth in the land. By the order of Marduk, my lord, let no destruction befall my monument. In Esagil, which I love, let my name be ever repeated. Let the oppressed, who has a case at law, come and stand before this my image as king of righteousness. Let him read the inscription and understand my precious words. The inscription will explain his case to him. He will find out what is just, and his heart will be glad, so that he will say, Hammurabi is a ruler who is as a father to his subjects. who holds the words of Marduk in reverence, who has achieved conquest for Marduk over the north and south, who rejoices the heart of Marduk his lord, who has bestowed benefits for ever and ever on his subjects, and has established order in the land. When he reads the record, let him pray with full heart to Marduk my lord, and Zarpanit my lady. And then shall the protecting deities and the gods, who frequent Esagil, graciously grant the desires daily presented before Marduk my lord, and Zarpanit my lady. In future time, through all coming generations, let the king, who may be in the land, observe the words of righteousness which I have written on my monument. Let him not alter the law of the land which I have given, the edicts which I have enacted. My monument let him not mar. If such a ruler have wisdom, and be able to keep his land in order, he shall observe the words which I have written in this inscription, the rule, statute, and law of the land which I have given. The decisions which I have made will this inscription show him. Let him rule his subjects accordingly. Speak justice to them. Give right decisions. Root out the miscreants and criminals from his land, and grant prosperity to his subjects. Hammurabi, the king of righteousness, on whom Shamash has conferred right or law, am I. My words are well considered, to bring low those that were high, to humble the proud, to expel insolence. If a succeeding ruler considers my words which I have written in this my inscription, if he do not annul my law, nor corrupt my words, nor change my monument, then may Shamash lengthen that king's reign, as he has that of me, the king of righteousness, that he may reign in righteousness over his subjects. If this ruler do not esteem my words, which I have written in my inscription, if he despise my curses, and fear not the curse of God, if he destroy the law which I have given, corrupt my words, change my monument, efface my name, write his name there, or, on account of the curses, commission another so to do, that man, whether king or ruler, Petizi, priest viceroy, or commoner, no matter what he be, may the great god Anu, the father of the gods, who has ordered my rule, withdraw from him the glory of royalty, break his scepter, curse his destiny. May Bel, the Lord, who fixeth destiny, whose command cannot be altered, who has made my kingdom great, order a rebellion which his hand cannot control. May he let the wind of the overthrow of his habitation blow. May he ordain the years of his rule in groaning, years of scarcity, years of famine, darkness without light, death with seeing eyes be fated to him. May he, Bel, order with his potent mouth the destruction of his city, the dispersion of his subjects, the cutting off of his rule, the removal of his name and memory from the land. May Belit, the great mother, whose command is potent in Ekur, the Babylonian Olympus, the mistress who hearkens graciously to my petitions, in the seat of judgment and decision where Bel fixes destiny, turn his affairs evil before Bel, and put the devastation of his land, the destruction of his subjects, the pouring out of his life like water into the mouth of King Bel. May Ea, the great ruler, whose fated decrees come to pass, the thinker of the gods, the omniscient, who maketh long the days of my life, withdraw understanding and wisdom from him, lead him to forgetfulness, shut up his rivers at their sources, and not allow corn or sustenance for man to grow in his land. May Shamash, the great judge of heaven and earth, who supporteth all means of livelihood, Lord of life carriage, shatter his dominion, annul his law, destroy his way, make vain the march of his troops, send him in his visions forecasts of the uprooting of the foundations of his throne, and of the destruction of his land. May the condemnation of Shamash overtake him forthwith. May he be deprived of water above among the living, and his spirit below in the earth. May Sin, the moon god, the Lord of heaven, the divine Father, whose crescent gives light among the gods, take away the crown and regal throne from him. May he put upon him heavy guilt, great decay, that nothing may be lower than he. May he destine him as fated, days, months, and years of dominion filled with sighing and tears, increase the burden of dominion, a life that is like unto death. May Adad, the Lord of fruitfulness, ruler of heaven and earth, my helper, withhold from him rain from heaven, and the flood of water from the springs, destroying his land by famine and want. May he rage mightily over his city, and make his land into flood hills, heaps of ruined cities. May Zamama, the great warrior, the firstborn son of Eker, who goeth at my right hand, shatter his weapons on the field of battle, turn day into night for him, and let his foe triumph over him. May Ishtar, the goddess of fighting and war, who unfetters my weapons, my gracious protecting spirit, who loveth my dominion, curse his kingdom in her angry heart, in her great wrath change his grace into evil, and shatter his weapons on the place of fighting and war. May she create disorder and sedition for him, strike down his warriors, that the earth may drink of their blood, and throw down the piles of corpses of his warriors on the field. May she not grant him a life of mercy, deliver him into the hands of his enemies, and imprison him in the land of his enemies. May Nergal, the mighty among the gods, whose contest is irresistible, who grants me victory, in his great might burn up his subjects like a slender reed stalk, cut off his limbs with his mighty weapons, and shatter him like an earthen image. May Nin too, the sublime mistress of the lands, the fruitful mother, deny him a son, vouchsafe him no name, give him no successor among men. May Nin Karak, the daughter of Anu, who adjudges grace to me, cause to come upon his members in Eker high fever, severe wounds that cannot be healed, whose nature the physician does not understand, which he cannot treat with dressing, which, like the bite of death, cannot be removed, until they have sapped away his life. May he lament the loss of his life power, and may the great gods of heaven and earth, the Anunnaki altogether, inflict a curse and evil upon the confines of the temple, the walls of this Ibara, the sun temple of Sippara, upon his dominion, his land, his warriors, his subjects, and his troops. May Bel curse him with the potent curses of his mouth that cannot be altered, and may they come upon him forthwith. End of section 6. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 7 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter, Johnson, and John Rood. Theseus founds Athens, B.C. 1235, by Plutarch. The founding of the city of Athens, apart from the mythological lore which ascribes its name to Athene, the goddess, is credited by the Greeks to Zeus, a native of Egypt. The real founder of Athens, the one who made it a city and kingdom, was Theseus, an unacknowledged illegitimate child. The usual myth surrounds his birth and upbringing. King Aegeus of Attica, his father, had an intrigue with Athra. Before leaving, Aegeus informed her that he had hidden his sword and sandals beneath a great stone, hollowed out to receive them. She was charged that should a son be born to them, and, on growing to man's estate, be able to lift the stone, Athra must send him to his father, with these things under it, in all secrecy. These happenings were in Troezen, in which place Aegeus had been sojourning. All came about as expected. Theseus the son lifted the stone, took thence the deposit, and departed for Attica, his father's home. On his way, Theseus had a number of adventures, which proved his prowess, not the least being his encounter with and defeat of Periphetes, the club-bearer, so called from the weapon he used. Theseus had complied with the custom of his country by journeying to Delphi and offering the first fruits of his hair, then cut for the first time. This first cutting of the hair was always an occasion of solemnity among the Greeks, the hair being dedicated to some god. It will be remembered that Homer speaks of this in the Iliad. One salient fact must be borne in mind in Grecian history, which is that it was a settled maxim that each city should have an independent sovereignty. Quote, "The patriotism of a Greek was confined to his city, and rarely kindled into any general love for the common welfare of Hellas." End quote. A Greek citizen of Athens was an alien in any other city of the peninsula. This political disunion caused the various cities to turn against each other and laid them open to conquest by the Macedonians. As he, Theseus, proceeded on his way and reached the river Cephisus, men of the Phytalid race were the first to meet and greet him. He demanded to be purified from the guilt of bloodshed, and they purified him, made propitiatory offerings, and also entertained him in their houses, being the first persons from whom he had received any kindness on his journey. It is said to have been on the 8th day of the month Cronion, which is now called Hecatombaion, that he came to his own city. On entering it, he found public affairs disturbed by factions, and the house of Aegeus in great disorder. For Medea, who had been banished from Corinth, was living with Aegeus, and had engaged by her drugs to enable Aegeus to have children. She was the first to discover who Theseus was, while Aegeus, who was an old man, and feared everyone because of the disturbed state of society, did not recognize him. Consequently, she advised Aegeus to invite him to a feast that she might poison him. Theseus accordingly came to Aegeus's table. He did not wish to be the first to tell his name, but to give his father an opportunity of recognizing him, he drew his sword, as if he meant to cut some of the meat with it, and showed it to Aegeus. Aegeus at once recognized it, overset the cup of poison, looked closely at his son, and embraced him. He then called a public meeting, and made Theseus known as his son to the citizens, with whom he was already very popular because of his bravery. It is said that when the cup was overset, the poison was spilt in the place where now there is the enclosure in the Delphinium, for there Aegeus dwelt, and the Hermes to the east of the temple, there they call the one who is at the door of Aegeus. But the sons of Pallas, who had previously to this expected that they would inherit the kingdom on the death of Aegeus without issue, now that Theseus was declared the heir, were much enraged. First, that Aegeus should be king, a man who was merely an adopted child of Pandion, and had no blood relationship to Erechtheus, and next, that Theseus, a stranger and a foreigner, should inherit the kingdom. They, consequently, declared war. Dividing themselves into two bodies, the one proceeded to march openly upon the city from Sphetus, under the command of Pallas, their father, while the other lay in ambush at Gargetus, in order that they might fall upon their opponents on two sides at once. But there was a herald among them named Laos, of the township of Agnus, who betrayed the plans of the sons of Pallas to Theseus. He suddenly attacked those who were in ambush and killed them all, hearing which, the other body under Pallas dispersed. From this time forth, they say that the township of Pallene has never intermarried with that of Agnus, and that it is not customary amongst them for heralds to begin a proclamation with the words Acute Leo, oye, for they hate the name of Leo because of the treachery of that man. Shortly after this, the ship from Crete arrived for the third time to collect the customary tribute. Most writers agree that the origin of this was that on the death of Androgeus in Attica, which was ascribed to treachery, his father Minos went to war and wrought much evil to the country, which at the same time was afflicted by scourges from heaven, for the land did not bear fruit, and there was a great pestilence, and the rivers sank into the earth. So that as the oracle told the Athenians that if they propitiated Minos and came to terms with him, the anger of heaven would cease, and they should have a respite from their sufferings, they sent an embassy to Minos and prevailed on him to make peace, on the condition that every 9 years they should send him a tribute of 7 youths and 7 maidens. The most tragic of the legends states these poor children, when they reached Crete, were thrown into the labyrinth, and there either were devoured by the Minotaur or else perished with hunger, being unable to find the way out. The Minotaur, as Euripides tells us, was a form commingled and a monstrous birth, half man, half bull, in twofold shape combined. So when the time of the third payment of the tribute arrived, and those fathers who had sons not yet grown up had to submit to draw lots, the unhappy people began to revile Aegeus, complaining that he, although the author of this calamity, yet took no share in their affliction, but endured to see them left childless, robbed of their own legitimate offspring, while he made a foreigner and a bastard the heir to his kingdom. This vexed Theseus, and, determining not to hold aloof but to share the fortunes of the people, he came forward and offered himself without being drawn by lot. The people all admired his courage and patriotism, and Aegeus, finding that his prayers and entreaties had no effect on his unalterable resolution, proceeded to choose the rest by lot. Hellanicus says that the city did not select the youths and maidens by lot, but that Minos himself came thither and chose them, and that he picked out Theseus first of all, upon the usual conditions, which were that the Athenians should furnish a ship, and that the youths should embark in it and sail with him, not carrying with them any weapon of war, and that when the Minotaur was slain, the tribute should cease. Formerly, no one had any hope of safety, so they used to send out the ship with a black sail, as if it were going to a certain doom. But now Theseus so encouraged his father, and boasted that he would overcome the Minotaur, that he gave a second sail, a white one, to the steersman, and charged him, on his return, if Theseus were safe, to hoist the white one, if not, the black one, as a sign of mourning. But Simonides says that it was not a white sail which was given by Aegeus, but, quote, a scarlet sail embrewed in holm oak's juice, end quote, and that this was agreed on by him as the signal of safety. The ship was steered by Phereclus, the son of Amarcius, according to Simonides. When they reached Crete, according to most historians and poets, Ariadne fell in love with Theseus, and from her he received the clue of string, and was taught how to thread the mazes of the labyrinth. He slew the Minotaur, and, taking with him Ariadne and the youths, sailed away. Pherecydes also says that Theseus also knocked out the bottoms of the Cretan ships to prevent pursuit. But Damon says that Taurus, Minos's general, was slain in a sea fight in the harbor when Theseus sailed away. But according to Philochorus, when Minos instituted his games, Taurus was expected to win every prize, and was grudged this honor, for his great influence and his unpopular manners made him disliked, and scandal said that he was too intimate with Pasiphae. On this account, when Theseus offered to contend with him, Minos agreed, and, as it was the custom in Crete for women as well as men to be spectators of the games, Ariadne was present, and was struck with the appearance of Theseus, and his strength, as he conquered all competitors. Minos was especially pleased, in the wrestling match, at Taurus's defeat and shame, and, restoring the children to Theseus, remitted the tribute for the future. As he approached Attica, on his return, both he and his steersman in their delight forgot to hoist the sail, which was to be a signal of their safety to Aegeus, and he, in his despair, flung himself down the cliffs and perished. Theseus, as soon as he reached the harbor, performed at Phalerum the sacrifices which he had vowed to the gods if he returned safe, and sent off a herald to the city with the news of his safe return. This man met with many who were lamenting the death of the king, and, as was natural, with others who were delighted at the news of their safety, and who congratulated him and wished to crown him with garlands. These he received, but placed them on his herald's staff, and when he came back to the seashore, finding that Theseus had not completed his libation, he waited outside the temple, not wishing to disturb the sacrifice. When the libation was finished, he announced the death of Aegeus, and then they all hurried up to the city with loud lamentations, wherefore to this day, at the Oschophoria, they say that it is not the herald that is crowned, but his staff, and that at the libations the bystanders cry out, Elelu, Iu, Iu, of which cries the first is used by men in haste, or raising the paean for battle, while the second is used by persons in surprise and trouble. Theseus, after burying his father, paid his vow to Apollo on the 7th day of the month Pianepsion, for on this day it was that the rescued youths went up into the city. The boiling of pulse, which is customary on this anniversary, is said to be done because the rescued youths put what remained of their pulse together into one pot, boiled it all, and merrily feasted on it together. And on this day also the Athenians carry about the Iresione, a bough of the olive tree garlanded with wool, just as Theseus had before carried the suppliant's bough and covered with first fruits of all sorts of produce, because the barrenness of the land ceased on that day. And they sing, Iresione, bring us figs, and wheaten loaves and oil, and wine to quaff, that we may all rest merrily from toil. However, some say that these ceremonies are performed in memory of the Heraclidae, who were thus entertained by the Athenians, but most writers tell the tale as I have told it. After the death of Aegeus, Theseus conceived a great and important design. He gathered together all the inhabitants of Attica and made them citizens of one city, whereas before they had lived dispersed, so as to be hard to assemble together for the common weal, and at times even fighting with one another. He visited all the villages and tribes and won their consent, the poor and lower classes gladly accepting his proposals, while he gained over the more powerful by promising that the new constitution should not include a king, but that it should be a pure commonwealth, with himself merely acting as general of its army and guardian of its laws, while in other respects it would allow perfect freedom and equality to everyone. By these arguments he convinced some of them, and the rest, knowing his power and courage, chose rather to be persuaded than forced into compliance. He therefore destroyed the Prytania, the Senate House, and the magistracy of each individual township, built one common Prytaneum and Senate House for them all on the site of the present Acropolis, called the city Athens, and instituted the Pan-Athenaic festival common to all of them. He also instituted a festival for the resident aliens on the 16th of the month, Hecatombaion, which is still kept up. And having, according to his promise, laid down his sovereign power, he arranged the new constitution under the auspices of the gods, for he made inquiry at Delphi as to how he should deal with the city, and received the following answer. Thou son of Aegeus, and of Pythias's maid, my father hath within thy city laid the bounds of many cities, weigh not down thy soul with thought, the bladder cannot drown. The same thing, they say, was afterward prophesied by the Sibyl concerning the city in these words, the bladder may be dipped, but cannot drown. Wishing still further to increase the number of his citizens, he invited all strangers to come and share equal privileges, and they say that the words now used, come hither all ye peoples, was the proclamation then used by Theseus, establishing, as it were, a commonwealth of all nations. But he did not permit his state to fall into the disorder which this influx of all kinds of people would probably have produced, but divided the people into three classes of eupatridae, or nobles, geomori, or farmers, demiurgi, or artisans. To the eupatridae he assigned the care of religious rites, the supply of magistrates for the city, and the interpretation of the laws and customs, sacred or profane. Yet he placed them on an equality with the other citizens, thinking that the nobles would always excel in dignity, the farmers in usefulness, and the artisans in numbers. Aristotle tells us that he was the first who inclined to democracy and gave up the title of king, and Homer seems to confirm this view by speaking of the people of the Athenians alone of all the states mentioned in his catalogue of ships. Theseus also struck money with the figure of a bull, either alluding to the bull of Marathon or Taurus, Minos's general, or else to encourage farming among the citizens. Hence, they say, came the words worth 10 or worth 100 oxen. He permanently annexed Megara to Attica and set up the famous pillar on the Isthmus, on which he wrote the distinction between the countries in 2 trimeter lines, of which the one looking east says, "This is not Peloponnesus, but Ionia," and the one looking west says, "This is Peloponnesus, not Ionia." And also he instituted games there, in emulation of Heracles, that just as Heracles had ordained that the Greeks should celebrate the Olympic Games in honor of Zeus, so by Theseus's appointment they should celebrate the Isthmian Games in honor of Poseidon. End of section 7. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 8 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Formation of the Castes in India, B.C. 1200, by Gustave Le Bon. The institution of caste was not peculiar to India. In Rome, there was a long struggle over the connubium. Among the Greeks, the right of commensality, or eating together, was restricted. In fact, the phenomena of caste are worldwide in their extent. In India, the priests and nobles contended for the first place. India had progressed along the line of ethnic evolution from a loose confederacy of tribes into several nations ruled by kings and priests, and the iron fetters of caste were becoming more rigidly welded. At first, the father of the family was the priest. Then the chiefs and sages took the office of spiritual guide and conducted the sacrifices. As writing was unknown, the liturgies were learned by heart and handed down in families. The exclusive knowledge of the ancient hymns became hereditary, as it were. The ministrants increased in number, and thus sprang up the powerful priestly caste. Then the warrior class arose and grew strong in numbers and power, becoming differentiated from the agriculturalists and forming the military caste. The husbandmen drifted into another caste, and the 3 orders were rigidly separated by a cessation of intermarriage. At the bottom came the Sudras, or slave bands, the servile dregs of the population. In course of time, from various influences, the 3rd class became almost eliminated in many provinces. From the cradle to the grave, these cruel barriers still intervene between the strata of the people, relentless as fate and insurmountable as death. Gustave Le Bon. In ancient times, the power of kings in India was only nominal. In the Aryan village, forming a little republic, the chief, bearing the name of Raja, was secure in his fortress, exercising full sway. Such was the political system prevailing in India through all the ages, and which has always been respected by the conquerors, whoever they might be. So for so many centuries back, we see arise the first elements of an organization which still endures. We find here also the beginnings of that system of castes, which at first indistinct and floating, when the classes sought only to be distinguished from each other, was to become so rigid when it was constituted under the influence of ethnological reasons as to dig fathomless abysses between the races. In the Vedas may be traced the progression of the distance between the priests and the warriors, at first slight, and then increasing more and more. The division of functions did not stop there. While the sacrificing priest was consecrating himself more exclusively day by day to the accomplishment of the sacred rites and to the composition of hymns, while the warrior passed his days in adventurous expeditions or daring feats, what would have become of the land, and what would it have produced if others had not applied themselves without ceasing to cultivate it? A third class became distinct, the agriculturalists. In one of the last hymns of Rig Veda, these three classes appear, absolutely separated and already designated by the three words Brahmins, Kshatriyas, and Vaisyas. The fourth class, that of the Sudras, was to arise later and to include the mass of conquered peoples when the latter joined the circle of Aryan civilization. The classes hitherto mingling now became rigidly separated castes. The most important of these divisions, and that which was first formed, was the one between the priests and the warriors. The Brahmins, intermediaries between men and the gods, soon became more and more exacting, and finally considered themselves as entirely superior beings and were accepted as such. The distinction between the warriors and the agriculturalists also soon became marked, arising doubtless rather from a difference in fortune than in functions. The war chief, who returned laden with booty, covered himself with rings of gold, rich vestments, and gleaming arms. He became Raja, that is to say shining, for such was the meaning of the word at the Vedic epoch. Still, no absolute barrier between the classes had arisen. They mingled to offer sacrifices and sometimes ate in common. Heredity of office and profession began to be established. The sacred songs were handed down in families, as were also the functions of the sacrificers. And here, among the Vedic Aryans, are seen in process of elaboration the germs of the institution which later gained so much power in India and which dominates it still with apparent immutability. The system of castes has been the cornerstone of all the institutions of India for 2,000 years. Such is its importance, and so generally is it misunderstood, that it will be well briefly to explain its origins, sources, and consequences. A system, the result of which is to permit a handful of Europeans to hold sway over 250 millions of men, deserves the attention of the observer. The system of castes has existed for more than 20 centuries in India. It doubtless had its origin in the recognition of the inevitable laws of heredity. When the white-skinned conquerors, whom we call Aryans, penetrated India, they found, in addition to other invaders of Turanian origin, black, half-savage populations whom they subjugated. The conquerors were half pastoral, half-stationary tribes under chiefs whose authority was counterbalanced by the all-powerful influence of the priests, whose duty it was to secure the protection of the gods. Their occupations were divided into classes, that of Brahmins or priests, Kshatriyas or warriors, and Vaishyas, laborers or artisans. The last class was perhaps formed by the invaders anterior to the Aryans whom we have just mentioned. These divisions corresponded, as is evident, to our three ancient castes, the clergy, the nobility, and the third estate. Beneath these classes was the aboriginal population, the Sudras, forming 3/4 of the whole population. Experience soon revealed the inconveniences which might rise from the mixture of the superior race with the inferior ones, and all the proscriptions of religion tended thereafter to prevent it. Every country which gives birth to men of mixed races, said the ancient lawgiver of the Hindus, the sage Manu, is soon destroyed together with those who inhabit it. The decree is harsh, but it is impossible not to recognize its truth. Every superior race which has mingled with another too inferior has speedily been degraded or absorbed by it. The Spaniards in America, the Portuguese in India, are proofs of the sad results produced by such mixtures. The descendants of the brave Portuguese adventurers who in other days conquered part of India fill today the employments of servants, and the name of their race has become a term of contempt. Imbued with the importance of this anthropological truth, the Code of Manu, which has been the law of India for so many centuries, and which, like all codes, is the result of long anterior experiences, neglects nothing to preserve the purity of blood. It pronounces severe penalties against all intermingling of the superior castes between themselves, and especially with the caste of the Sudras. There are no frightful threats which it does not employ to keep the latter apart. But in the course of the centuries, nature triumphed over these formidable prohibitions. Woman always has her charms, no matter how inferior she may be in caste. In spite of Manu, crossings of caste were numerous, and one need not travel India throughout to perceive that today the populations of all the races are mixed to a large extent. The number of individuals white enough to prove that their blood is quite pure is very restricted. The word caste, taken in its primitive sense, is no longer a synonym of color as it used to be in Sanskrit, and if caste had had only formerly prevailing ethnological reasons to invoke, it would have had no reason for continuing. In fact, the primitive divisions of caste have long since disappeared. They were replaced by new divisions, the origin of which is other than the difference of races, except in the case of the Brahmins, who still form the less mixed portion of the population. Among the causes which have perpetuated the system of castes, the law of heredity has furthermore continued to play a fundamental part. Aptness is inevitably hereditary among the Hindus, and also inevitably the son follows the profession of the father. The principle of heredity of the professions being universally admitted, there has resulted the formation of castes as numerous as the professions themselves, and today in India castes are numbered by the thousand. Each new profession has for an immediate consequence the formation of a new caste. The European who comes to India to live soon perceives to what an extent the castes have multiplied in observing the number of different persons whom he is obliged to hire to wait on him. To the two preceding causes of the formation of castes, the ethnological cause, now very weak, and the professional, which is still very strong, are added political office, and the heterogeneity of religious beliefs. The caste springing from political office might, strictly speaking, be placed in the category of professional castes, but those produced by diversity of religious beliefs should be attached to none of the preceding causes. In theory, that is, only judged by the reading of books, all India would be divided into 2 or 3 great religions only. But practically, these religions are very numerous. New gods, considered as simple incarnations of ancient ones, are born and die every day, and their votaries soon form a new caste, as rigid in its exclusions as the others. 2 fundamental signs mark the conformity of castes and separate from all the others the persons belonging to them. The first is that the individuals of the same caste cannot eat except among themselves. The second is that they can only marry among themselves. These 2 prescriptions are quite fundamental, and the first not less than the second. You may meet by the hundreds in India Brahmins who are employed by the government in the post office and railway service, or even Brahmins who are beggars. But the humble functionary or wretched mendicant would rather die than sit at table with the Viceroy of India. The quality of Brahmins is hereditary, like a title of nobility in Europe. It is not a synonym of priest, as is generally believed, because it is from this caste that priests are recruited. This caste was formerly so exalted that the rank of royalty was not sufficient to enable one to aspire to the hand of a Brahmin's daughter. The Hindu would rather die than violate the laws of his caste. Nothing is more terrible than for him to lose it. Such loss may be compared to excommunication in the Middle Ages, or to a condemnation for an infamous crime in modern Europe. To lose his caste is to lose everything at one blow: parents, relations, and fortune. Everyone turns his back upon the culprit and refuses to have any dealings with him. He must enter the casteless category, which is employed only for the most abject functions. As to the social and political consequences of such a system, the only social bond among the Hindus is caste. Outside of caste, the world does not exist for him. He is separated from persons of another caste by an abyss much deeper than that which separates Europeans of the most different nationalities. The latter may intermarry, but persons of different castes cannot. The result is that every village possesses as many groups as there are castes represented. With such a system, union against a master is impossible. This system of caste explains the phenomenon of 250 millions of men obeying without a murmur 60 or 70,000 strangers whom they detest. The only fatherland of the Hindu is his caste. He has never had another. His country is not a fatherland to him, and he has never dreamed of its unity. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Formation of the Castes in India, B.C. 1200, by W. W. Hunter. At a very early period, we catch sight of a nobler race from the northwest forcing its way in among the primitive peoples of India. This race belonged to the splendid Aryan or Indo-Germanic stock from which the Brahmin, the Rajput, and the Englishman alike descend. Its earliest home seems to have been in Western Asia. From that common camping ground, certain branches of the race started for the east, others for the farther west. One of the western offshoots built Athens and Sparta and became the Greek nation. Another went on to Italy and reared the city on the 7 hills, which grew into imperial Rome. A distant colony of the same race excavated the silver ores of prehistoric Spain, and when we first catch a sight of ancient England, we see an Aryan settlement fishing in wattle canoes and working the tin mines of Cornwall. Meanwhile, other branches of the Aryan stock had gone forth from the primitive Asiatic home to the east. Powerful bands found their way through the passes of the Himalayas into the Punjab and spread themselves chiefly as Brahmins and Rajputs over India. The Aryan offshoots, alike to the east and to the west, asserted their superiority over the earlier peoples whom they found in possession of the soil. The history of ancient Europe is the story of the Aryan settlements around the shores of the Mediterranean, and that wide term, modern civilization, merely means the civilization of the western branches of the same race. The history of India consists in like manner of the history of the eastern offshoots of the Aryan stock who settled in that land. We know little regarding these noble Aryan tribes in their early camping ground in Western Asia. From words preserved in the languages of their long-separated descendants in Europe and India, scholars infer that they roamed over the grassy steppes with their cattle, making long halts to raise crops of grain. They had tamed most of the domestic animals, were acquainted with iron, understood the arts of weaving and sewing, wore clothes, and ate cooked food. They lived the hardy life of the comparatively temperate zone, and the feeling of cold seems to be one of the earliest common remembrances of the eastern and the western branches of the race. The forefathers of the Greek and the Roman, of the English and the Hindu, dwelt together in Western Asia, spoke the same tongue, worshipped the same gods. The languages of Europe and India, although at first sight they seem wide apart, are merely different growths from the original Aryan speech. This is especially true of the common words of family life. The names for father, mother, brother, sister, and widow are the same in most of the Aryan languages, whether spoken on the banks of the Ganges, of the Tiber, or of the Thames. Thus the word daughter, which occurs in nearly all of them, has been derived from the Aryan root du, which in Sanskrit has the form of da, to milk, and perhaps preserves the memory of the time when the daughter was the little milkmaid in the primitive Aryan household. The ancient religions of Europe and India had a common origin. They were to some extent made up of the sacred stories or myths which our joint ancestors had learned while dwelling together in Asia. Several of the Vedic gods were also the gods of Greece and Rome, and to this day the divinity is adored by names derived from the same old Aryan word, Deva, the Shining One, by Brahmins in Calcutta, by the Protestant clergy of England, and the Roman Catholic priests in Peru. The Vedic hymns exhibit the Indian branch of the Aryans on their march to the southeast and in their new homes. The earliest songs disclose the race still to the north of the Khyber Pass in Kabul. The later ones bring them as far as the Ganges. Their victorious advance eastward through the intermediate tract can be traced in the Vedic writings almost step by step. The steady supply of water among the 5 rivers of the Punjab led the Aryans to settle down from their old state of wandering, half-pastoral tribes into regular communities of husbandmen. The Vedic poets praised the rivers which enabled them to make this great change, perhaps the most important step in the progress of a race. May the Indus, they sang, the far-famed giver of wealth, hear us, fertilizing our broad fields with water. The Himalayas, through whose southwestern passes they had reached India, and at whose southern base they long dwelt, made a lasting impression on their memory. The Vedic singer praised him whose greatness the snowy ranges and the sea and the aerial river declare. The Aryan race in India never forgot its northern home. There dwelt its gods and holy singers, and there eloquence descended from heaven among men, while high amid the Himalayan mountains lay the paradise of deities and heroes, where the kind and the brave forever repose. The Rig Veda forms the great literary memorial of the early Aryan settlements in the Punjab. The age of this venerable hymnal is unknown. Orthodox Hindus believe without evidence that it existed from before all time, or at least from 3001 years B.C. European scholars have inferred from astronomical data that its composition was going on about 1400 B.C., but the evidence might have been calculated backward and inserted later in the Veda. We only know that the Vedic religion had been at work long before the rise of Buddhism in the 6th century B.C. The Rig Veda is a very old collection of 1017 short poems, chiefly addressed to the gods, and containing 10,580 verses. Its hymns show us the Aryans on the banks of the Indus, divided into various tribes, sometimes at war with each other, sometimes united against the black-skinned aborigines. Caste, in its later sense, is unknown. Each father of a family is the priest of his own household. The chieftain acts as father and priest to the tribe. But at the greater festivals, he chooses someone specially learned in holy offerings to conduct the sacrifice in the name of the people. The king himself seems to have been elected, and his title of Vispat, literally Lord of the Settlers, survives in the old Persian Vispati, and as the Lithuanian Vaispatas in eastern Central Europe at this day. Women enjoyed a high position, and some of the most beautiful hymns were composed by ladies and queens. Marriage was held sacred. Husband and wife were both rulers of the house, Dampati, and drew near to the gods together in prayer. The burning of widows on their husband's funeral pile was unknown, and the verses in the Veda, which the Brahmins afterwards distorted into a sanction for the practice, have the very opposite meaning. "Rise, woman," says the Vedic text to the mourner, "come to the world of life, come to us. Thou hast fulfilled thy duties as a wife to thy husband." The Aryan tribes in the Veda have blacksmiths, coppersmiths, and goldsmiths among them, besides carpenters, barbers, and other artisans. They fight from chariots and freely use the horse, although not yet the elephant, in war. They have settled down as husbandmen, till their fields with the plough, and live in villages or towns. But they also cling to their old wandering life with their herds and cattle pens. Cattle, indeed, still form their chief wealth. The coin in which payment of fines is made, reminding us of the Latin word for money, pecunia, from pecus, a herd. One of the Vedic words for war literally means a desire for cows. Unlike the modern Hindus, the Aryans of the Veda ate beef, used a fermented liquor or beer made from the soma plant, and offered the same strong meat and drink to their gods. Thus the stout Aryans spread eastward through northern India, pushed on from behind by later arrivals of their own stock, and driving before them, or reducing to bondage, the earlier black-skinned races. They marched in whole communities from one river valley to another, each house-father a warrior, husbandman, and priest, with his wife and his little ones and his cattle. These free-hearted tribes had a great trust in themselves and their gods. Like other conquering races, they believed that both themselves and their deities were altogether superior to the people of the land and to their poor, rude objects of worship. Indeed, this noble self-confidence is a great aid to the success of a nation. Their divinities, devas, literally the shining ones, from the Sanskrit root div, to shine, were the great powers of nature. They adored the Father Heaven, Dayush Pitar in Sanskrit, the Dies Peter or Jupiter of Rome, the Zeus of Greece, and the encompassing sky Varuna in Sanskrit, Uranus in Latin, Oranos in Greek, Indra or the aqueous vapor that brings the precious rain on which plenty or famine still depends each autumn, received the largest number of hymns. By degrees, as the settlers realized more and more keenly the importance of the periodical rains to their new life as husbandmen, he became the chief of the Vedic gods. The gods do not reach unto thee, O Indra, nor men. Thou overcomest all creatures in strength. Agni, the god of fire, Latin Ignis, ranks perhaps next to Indra in the number of hymns addressed to him. He is the youngest of the gods, the lord and giver of wealth. The Maruts are the storm gods who make the rock to tremble, who tear in pieces the forest. Ushas, the high-born dawn, Greek Eos, shines upon us like a young wife, rousing every living being to go forth to his work. The Asvins, the horsemen, or fleet outriders of the dawn, are the first rays of sunrise, lords of luster. The solar orb himself, Surya, the wind, Vayu, the sunshine or friendly day, Mitra, the intoxicating fermented juice of the sacrificial plant, Soma, and many other deities are invoked in the Veda. In all, about 33 gods, who are 11 in heaven, 11 on earth, and 11 dwelling in glory in mid-air. The Aryan settler lived on excellent terms with his bright gods. He asked for protection with an assured conviction that it would be granted. At the same time, he was deeply stirred by the glory and mystery of the earth and the heavens. Indeed, the majesty of nature so filled his mind that when he praises any one of his shining gods, he can think of none other for the time being, and adores him as the supreme ruler. Verses may be quoted declaring each of the greater deities to be the one supreme. Neither gods nor men reach unto thee, O Indra. Another hymn speaks of Soma as king of heaven and earth, the conqueror of all. To Varuna also it is said, Thou art Lord of all, of heaven and earth. Thou art king of all those who are gods, and of all those who are men. The more spiritual of the Vedic singers, therefore, may be said to have worshipped one god, though not one alone. In the beginning there arose the golden child. He was the one-born Lord of all that is. He established the earth and this sky. Who is the God to whom we shall offer our sacrifice? He who gives life, he who gives strength, whose command all the bright gods revere, whose shadow is immortality, whose shadow is death, who is the God to whom we shall offer our sacrifice. He who through his power is the one king of the breathing and awakening world, he who governs all, man and beast, who is the God to whom we shall offer our sacrifice. He through whom the sky is bright and the earth firm, he through whom the heaven was established, nay, the highest heaven, he who measured out the light and the air. Who is the God to whom we shall offer our sacrifice? He who by his might looked even over the water clouds, he who alone is God above all gods. Who is the God to whom we shall offer our sacrifice? While the aboriginal races buried their dead in the earth or under rude stone monuments, the Aryan, alike in India, in Greece, and in Italy, made use of the funeral pile. Several exquisite Sanskrit hymns bid farewell to the dead. Depart thou, by the ancient paths, to the place whither our fathers have departed. Meet with the ancient ones, meet with the Lord of death. Throwing off thine imperfections, go to thy home. Become united with a body, clothe thyself in a shining form. Let him depart to those for whom flow the rivers of nectar. Let him depart to those who, through meditation, have obtained the victory, who, by fixing their thoughts on the unseen, have gone to heaven. Let him depart to the mighty in battle, to the heroes who have laid down their lives for others, to those who have bestowed their goods on the poor. The doctrine of transmigration was at first unknown. The circle round the funeral pile sang with a firm assurance that their friend went direct to a state of blessedness and reunion with the loved ones who had gone before. Do thou conduct us to heaven, says a hymn of the later Atharva Veda. Let us be with our wives and children. In heaven, where our friends dwell in bliss, having left behind the infirmities of the body, free from lameness, free from crookedness of limb. There let us behold our parents and our children. May the water-shedding spirits bear thee upward, cooling thee with their swift motion through the air, and sprinkling thee with dew. Bear him, carry him, let him, with all his faculties complete, go to the world of the righteous. Crossing the dark valley which spreadeth boundless around him, let the unborn soul ascend to heaven. Wash the feet of him who is stained with sin. Let him go upward with cleansed feet, crossing the gloom, gazing with wonder in many directions. Let the unborn soul go up to heaven. By degrees, the old collection of hymns, or the Rig Veda, no longer sufficed. 3 other collections, or service books, were therefore added, making the 4 Vedas. The word Veda is from the same root as the Latin vedere, to see. The early Greek fide ine, infinitive of oida, I know, and the English wisdom, or I wit. The Brahmins taught that the Veda was divinely inspired, and that it was literally the wisdom of God. There was first the Rig Veda, or the hymns in their simplest form. Second, the Sama Veda, made up hymns of the Rig Veda to be used at the Soma sacrifice. Third, the Yajur Veda, consisting not only of Rig Vedic hymns, but also of prose sentences to be used at the great sacrifices, and divided into 2 editions, the black and white Yajur. The 4th, or Atharva Veda, was compiled from the least ancient hymns at the end of the Rig Veda, very old religious spells, and later sources. Some of its spells have a similarity to the ancient German and Lithuanian charms, and appear to have come down from the most primitive times, before the Indian and European branches of the Aryan race struck out from their common home. To each of the 4 Vedas were attached prose works called Brahmanas, in order to explain the sacrifices and the duties of the priests. Like the 4 Vedas, the Brahmanas were held to be the very word of God. The Vedas and the Brahmanas form the revealed scriptures of the Hindus. The Shruti, literally things heard from God. The Vedas supplied their divinely inspired psalms, and the Brahmanas their divinely inspired theology or body of doctrine. To them were afterward added the sutras, literally strings of pithy sentences regarding laws and ceremonies. Still later, the Upanishads were composed, treating of God and the soul. The Aranyakas, or tracts for the forest recluse, and after a very long interval, the Puranas, or traditions from of old. All these ranked, however, not as divinely inspired knowledge or things heard from God, Shruti, like the Vedas and Brahmanas, but only as sacred traditions, Smriti, literally the things remembered. Meanwhile, the 4 castes had been formed. In the old Aryan colonies, among the 5 rivers of the Punjab, each housefather was a husbandman, warrior, and priest, But by degrees, certain gifted families who composed the Vedic hymns or learned them off by heart were always chosen by the king to perform the great sacrifices. In this way, probably, the priestly caste sprang up. As the Aryans conquered more territory, fortunate soldiers received a larger share of the lands than others and cultivated it, not with their own hands, but by means of the vanquished non-Aryan tribes. In this way the four castes arose. First, the priests or Brahmins. Second, the warriors or fighting companions of the king, called Rajputs or Kshatriyas, literally of the royal stock. Third, the Aryan agricultural settlers who kept the old name of Theseus from the root vis, which in the primitive Vedic period had included the whole Aryan people. Fourth, the Sudras, or conquered non-Aryan tribes who became serfs. The three first castes were of Aryan descent and were honored by the name of the twice-born castes. They could all be present at the sacrifices, and they worshipped the same bright gods. The Sudras were the slave bands of black descent of the Veda. They were distinguished from their twice-born Aryan conquerors as being only once-born, and by many contemptuous epithets. They were not allowed to be present at the great national sacrifices or at the feasts which followed them. They could never rise out of their servile condition, and to them was assigned the severest toil in the fields and all the hard and dirty work of the village community. The Brahmins or priests claimed the highest rank, but they seemed to have had a long struggle with the Kshatriyas or warrior caste before they won their proud position at the head of the Indian people. They afterward secured themselves in that position by teaching that it had been given to them by God. At the beginning of the world, they said, the Brahmin proceeded from the mouth of the Creator, the Kshatriyas or Rajput from his arms, the Vaisya from his thighs or belly, and the Sudra from his feet. This legend is true so far that the Brahmins were really the brain power of the Indian people, the Kshatriyas its armed hands, the Vaisyas the food growers, and the Sudras the downtrodden serfs. When the Brahmins had established their power, they made a wise use of it. From the ancient Vedic times, they recognized that if they were to exercise spiritual supremacy, they must renounce earthly pomp. In arrogating the priestly function, they gave up all claim to the royal office. They were divinely appointed to be the guides of nations and the counselors of kings, but they could not be kings themselves. As the duty of the Sudra was to serve, of the Vaisya to till the ground and follow middle-class trades or crafts, so the business of the Kshatriyas was to fight the public enemy, and of the Brahmin to propitiate the national gods. Each day brought to the Brahmins its routine of ceremonies, studies, and duties. Their whole life was mapped out into 4 clearly defined stages of discipline. For their existence in its full religious significance commenced not at birth, but on being invested at the close of childhood with the sacred thread of the twice-born. Their youth and early manhood were to be entirely spent in learning the Veda by heart from an older Brahmin, tending the sacred fire, and serving their preceptor. Having completed his long studies, the young Brahmin entered on the second stage of his life as a householder. He married and commenced a course of family duties. When he had reared a family and gained a practical knowledge of the world, he retired into the forest as a recluse for the third period of his life, feeding on roots or fruits, practicing his religious duties with increased devotion. The fourth stage was that of the ascetic or religious mendicant, wholly withdrawn from earthly affairs and striving to attain a condition of mind which, heedless of the joys or pains or wants of the body, is intent only on its final absorption into the deity. The Brahman, in this fourth stage of his life, ate nothing but what was given to him unasked, and abode not more than one day in any village, lest the vanities of the world should find entrance into his heart. This was the ideal life prescribed for a Brahmin, and ancient Indian literature shows that it was to a large extent practically carried out. Throughout his whole existence, the true Brahmin practiced a strict temperance, drinking no wine, using a simple diet, curbing the desires, shut off from the tumults of war, as his business was to pray, not to fight, and having his thoughts ever fixed on study and contemplation. "What is this world?" says a Brahmin sage. "It is even as the bough of a tree, on which a bird rests for a night, and in the morning flies away." The Brahmins, therefore, were a body of men who, in an early stage of this world's history, bound themselves by a rule of life, the essential precepts of which were self-culture and self-restraint. The Brahmins of the present India are the result of 3,000 years of hereditary education and temperance, and they have evolved a type of mankind quite distinct from the surrounding population. Even the passing traveler in India marks them out, alike from the bronze-cheeked, large-limbed, leisure-loving Rajput or Kshatriyas, the warrior caste of Aryan descent, and from the dark-skinned, flat-nosed, thick-lipped, low castes of non-Aryan origin with their short bodies and bullet heads. The Brahmin stands apart from both, tall and slim, with finely modeled lips and nose, fair complexion, high forehead, and slightly coconut-shaped skull. The man of self-centered refinement. He is an example of a class becoming the ruling power in a country, not by force of arms, but by the vigor of hereditary culture and temperance. One race has swept across India after another. Dynasties have risen and fallen. Religions have spread themselves over the land and disappeared. But since the dawn of history, the Brahmin has calmly ruled, swaying the minds and receiving the homage of the people, and accepted by foreign nations as the highest type of Indian mankind. The position which the Brahmins won resulted in no small measure from the benefits which they bestowed. For their own Aryan countrymen, they developed a noble language and literature. The Brahmins were not only the priests and philosophers, but also the lawgivers, the men of science, and the poets of their race. Their influence on the aboriginal peoples, the hill and forest races of India, was even more important. To these rude remnants of the flint and stone ages, they brought in ancient times a knowledge of the metals and the gods. As a social league, Hinduism arranged the people into the old division of the twice-born Aryan castes, namely the Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaisyas, and the once-born castes consisting of the non-Aryan Sudras and the classes of mixed descent. This arrangement of the Indian races remains to the present day. The twice-born castes still wear the sacred thread and claim a joint, although an unequal, inheritance in the holy books of the Veda. The once-born castes are still denied the sacred thread, and they are not allowed to study the holy books until the English set up schools in India for all classes of the people. But while caste is thus founded on the distinctions of race, it has been influenced by two other systems of division, namely the employments of the people and the localities in which they live. Even in the oldest times, the castes had separate occupations assigned to them. They could be divided either into Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaisyas, and Sudras, or into priests, warriors, husbandmen, and serfs. They are also divided according to the parts of India in which they live. Even the Brahmins have among themselves 10 distinct classes, or rather nations. 5 of these classes, or Brahmin nations, live to the north of the Vindhya mountains. 5 of them live to the south. Each of the 10 feels itself to be quite apart from the rest, and they have among themselves no fewer than 1,886 subdivisions, or separate Brahmanical tribes. In like manner, the Kshatriyas, or Rajputs, number 590 separate tribes in different parts of India. While, therefore, Indian caste seems at first a very simple arrangement of the people into 4 classes, it is in reality a very complex one, for it rests upon 3 distinct systems of division, namely upon race, occupation, and geographical position. It is very difficult even to guess at the number of the Indian castes, but there are not fewer than 3,000 of them which have separate names and which regard themselves as separate classes. The different castes cannot intermarry with each other, and most of them cannot eat together. The ordinary rule is that no Hindu of good caste can touch food cooked by a man of inferior caste. By rights, too, each caste should keep to its own occupation. Indeed, there has been a tendency to erect every separate kind of employment or handicraft in each separate province into a distinct caste. But as a matter of practice, the castes often change their occupation, and the lower ones sometimes raise themselves in the social scale. Thus, the Vaisya caste were in ancient times the tillers of the soil. They have in most provinces given up this toilsome occupation, and the Vaisyas are now the great merchants and bankers of India. Their fair skins, intelligent faces, and polite bearing must have altered since the days when their forefathers plowed, sowed, and reaped under the hot sun. Such changes of employment still occur on a smaller scale throughout India. The system of caste exercises a great influence upon the industries of the people. Each caste is, in the first place, a trade guild. It ensures the proper training of the youth of its own special craft. It makes rules for the conduct of the caste trade. It promotes good feeling by feasts or social gatherings. The famous manufactures of medieval India, its muslins, silks, cloth of gold, inlaid weapons, and exquisite work in precious stones, were brought to perfection under the care of the castes or trade guilds. Such guilds may still be found in full work in many parts of India. Thus, in the northwestern districts of Bombay, all heads of artisan families are ranged under their proper trade guild. The trade guild or caste prevents undue competition among the members and upholds the interest of its own body in any dispute arising with other craftsmen. In 1873, for example, a number of the bricklayers in Ahmedabad could not find work. Men of this class sometimes added to their daily wages by rising very early in the morning and working overtime. But when several families complained that they could not get employment, the Bricklayers' Guild met and decided that as there was not enough work for all, no member should be allowed to work in extra hours. In the same city, the cloth dealers in 1872 tried to cut down the wages of the sizers, or men who dressed the cotton cloth. The Sizers' Guild refused to work at lower rates and remained 6 weeks on strike. At length, they arranged their dispute, and both the trade guilds signed a stamped agreement fixing the rates for the future. Each of the higher castes or trade guilds in Ahmedabad receives a fee from young men on entering their business. The revenue derived from these fees and from fines upon members who break caste rules is spent in feasts to the brethren of the guild and in helping the poorer craftsmen or their orphans. A favorite plan of raising money in Surat is for the members of the trade to keep a certain day as a holiday and to shut up all their shops except one. The right to keep open this one shop is put up to auction, and the amount bid is expended on a feast. The trade guild or caste allows none of its members to starve. It thus acts as a mutual assurance society and takes the place of a poor law in India. The severest social penalty which can be inflicted upon a Hindu is to be put out of his caste. Hinduism is, however, not only a social league resting upon caste, it is also a religious alliance based upon worship. As the various race elements of the Indian people have been welded into caste, so the simple old beliefs of the Veda, the mild doctrines of Buddha, and the fierce rites of the non-Aryan tribes have been thrown into the melting pot and poured out thence as a mixture of precious metal and dross, to be worked up into the complex worship of the Hindu gods. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Blake Butler. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Fall of Troy, B.C. 1184, by George Grote, Part 1. The Siege of Troy is an event not to be reckoned as history, although Herodotus, the father of history, speaks of it as such, and it would be quite impossible to understand the history and character of the Greek people without a study of the Iliad and Odyssey poems attributed to a blind bard of Scio's Isle, immortal Homer. The campaign of the Greek heroes in Asia is to be referred to a hazy point in the past when Europe was just beginning to have an Eastern question. A vast circle of tales and poems has gathered round this mythical event. In the Iliad, Song of Ilium, or Troy, is still a poem of unfailing interest and fascination. Ilium, or Troy, was a city of Asia Minor, a little south of the Hellespont. It was the center of a powerful state, Grecian in race and language, and when Paris, son of King Priam, visited Sparta and carried off the beautiful wife of Menelaus, king of Sparta, all the heroes of Greece banded together and invaded Priam's dominions. The 1,200 ships that sailed for Troy transported 100,000 warriors to the valley of Simois and Scamander. Among them was Agamemnon, king of men, brother of Menelaus. He was the leader, and in his train were Achilles, swift of foot, godlike, wise, Ulysses, king of Ithaca, the 2 Ajaxes, and the aged Nestor. The narrative of their adventures is told in the Homeric poems with a power of musical expression, a charm of language, and a vividness of imagery unsurpassed in poetry. For 10 years the besiegers encircled the city of Priam. After many engagements and single combats on the windy plain of Troy, the great hero of the Greeks, Achilles of Thessaly, is wronged by Agamemnon, who carries away Briseis, a fair captive girl allotted as the spoils of war to the swift-footed. The hero of Thessaly thenceforth refuses to join in the war, and sullenly shuts himself up in his tent. It is only when his dear friend Patroclus has been slain by the valiant Hector, eldest son of Priam, that he sallies forth, meets Hector in single combat, and finally slays him. Achilles then attaches the body of Hector to his chariot, and insultingly trails it in the dust as he drives 3 times around the walls of Troy. The Iliad closes with the funeral rites celebrated over the corpse of Hector. We now arrive at the capital and culminating point of the Grecian epic, the 2 sieges and captures of Troy, with the destinies of the dispersed heroes, Trojan as well as Grecian, after the second and most celebrated capture and destruction of the city. It would require a large volume to convey any tolerable idea of the vast extent and expansion of this interesting fable, first handled by so many poets, epic, lyric, and tragic, with their endless additions, transformations, and contradictions, then purged and recast by historical inquirers, who, under color of setting aside the exaggerations of the poets, introduced a new vein of prosaic invention. Lastly, moralized and allegorized by philosophers. In the present brief outline of the general field of Grecian legend, or of that which the Greeks believed to be their antiquities, the Trojan War can be regarded as only one among a large number of incidents upon which Hecatæus and Herodotus looked back as constituting their foretime. Taken as a special legendary event, it is, indeed, of wider and larger interest than any other, but it is a mistake to single it out from the rest as if it rested upon a different and more trustworthy bias. I must, therefore, confine myself to an abridged narrative of the current and leading facts, and amid the numerous contradictory statements which are to be found respecting every one of them, I know no better ground of preference than comparative antiquity, though even the oldest tales which we possess, those contained in the Iliad, evidently presuppose others of a prior date. The primitive ancestor of the Trojan line of kings is Dardanus, son of Zeus, founder and eponymous of Dardania. In the account of later authors, Dardanus was called the son of Zeus by Electra, daughter of Atlas, and was further said to have come from Samothrace, or from Arcadia, or from Italy. But of this Homer mentions nothing. The first Dardanian town founded by him was in a lofty position on the descent of Mount Ida, for he was not yet strong enough to establish himself on the plain. But soon his son, Erichthonius, by the favor of Zeus, became the wealthiest of all mankind. His flocks and herds having multiplied, he had in his pastures 3,000 mares, the offspring of some of whom, by Boreas, produced horses of preternatural swiftness. Tros, the son of Erichthonius, and the eponym of the Trojans, had 3 sons, Ilus, Assaracus, and the beautiful Ganymedes, whom Zeus stole away to become his cupbearer in Olympus, giving his father Tros, as the price of the youth, a team of immortal horses. From Ilus and Assaracus the Trojan and Dardanian lines diverge, the former passing from Ilus to Laomedon, Priam, and Hector, the latter from Assaracus to Capys, Anchises, and Aeneas. Ilus founded in the plain of Troy the holy city of Ilium. Assaracus and his descendants remained sovereigns of Dardania. It was under the proud Laomedon, son of Ilus, that Poseidon and Apollo underwent, by command of Zeus, a temporary servitude, the former building the walls of the town, the latter tending the flocks and herds. When their task was completed, and the penal period had expired, they claimed the stipulated reward. But Laomedon angrily repudiated their demand, and even threatened to cut off their ears, to tie them hand and foot, and to sell them in some distant island as slaves. He was punished for this treachery by a sea monster, whom Poseidon sent to ravage his fields and destroy his subjects. Laomedon publicly offered the immortal horses given by Zeus to his father Tros as a reward to anyone who would destroy the monster. But an oracle declared that a virgin of noble blood must be surrendered to him, and the lot fell upon Hesione, daughter of Laomedon himself. Heracles, arriving at this critical moment, killed the monster by the aid of a fort built for him by Athene and the Trojans, so as to rescue both the exposed maiden and the people. But Laomedon, by a second act of perfidy, gave him mortal horses in place of the matchless animals which had been promised. Thus defrauded of his due, Heracles equipped 6 ships, attacked and captured Troy, and killed Laomedon, giving Hesione to his friend and auxiliary Telamon, to whom she bore the celebrated archer Teucros. A painful sense of this expedition was preserved among the inhabitants of the historical town of Ilium, who offered no worship to Heracles. Among all the sons of Laomedon, Priam was the only one who had remonstrated against the refusal of the well-earned guerdon of Heracles, for which the hero recompensed him by placing him on the throne. Many and distinguished were his sons and daughters, as well by his wife Hecuba, daughter of Theseus, as by other women. Among the sons were Hector, Paris, Deiphobus, Helenus, Troilus, Polides, Polydorus. Among the daughters, Laodice, Creusa, Polyxena, and Cassandra. The birth of Paris was preceded by formidable presage, for Hecuba dreamed that she was delivered of a firebrand, and Priam, on consulting the soothsayers, was informed that the son about to be born would prove fatal to him. Accordingly, he directed the child to be exposed on Mount Ida. But the inauspicious kindness of the gods preserved him, and he grew up amid the flocks and herds, active and beautiful, fair of hair and symmetrical in person, and the special favorite of Aphrodite. It was to this youth, in his solitary shepherd's walk on Mount Ida, that the three goddesses, Here, Athene, and Aphrodite, were conducted in order that he might determine the dispute respecting their comparative beauty which had arisen at the nuptials of Peleus and Thetis, a dispute brought about in pursuance of the arrangement and in accomplishment of the deep-laid designs of Zeus. For Zeus, remarking with pain the immoderate numbers of the then existing heroic race, pitied the earth for the overwhelming burden which she was compelled to bear, and determined to lighten it by exciting a destructive and long-continued war. Paris awarded the palm of beauty to Aphrodite, who promised him in recompense the possession of Helen, wife of the Spartan Menelaus, the daughters of Zeus and the fairest of living women. At the instance of Aphrodite, ships were built for him, and he embarked on the enterprise so fraught with the eventual disaster to his native city, in spite of the menacing prophecies of his brother Helenus and the always neglected warnings of Cassandra. Paris, on arriving at Sparta, was hospitably entertained by Menelaus as well as by Castor and Pollux, and was enabled to present the rich gifts which he had brought to Helen. Menelaus then departed to Crete, leaving Helen to entertain his Trojan guest, a favorable moment which was employed by Aphrodite to bring about the intrigue and the elopement. Paris carried away with him both Helen and a large sum of money belonging to Menelaus, made a prosperous voyage to Troy, and arrived there safely with his prize on the third day. Menelaus, informed by Iris in Crete of the perfidious return made by Paris for his hospitality, hastened home in grief and indignation to consult with his brother Agamemnon, as well as with the venerable Nestor, on the means of avenging the outrage. They made known the event to the Greek chiefs around them, among whom they found universal sympathy. Nestor, Palamedes, and others went round to solicit aid in a contemplated attack of Troy, under the command of Agamemnon, to whom each chief promised both obedience and unwearied exertion until Helen should be recovered. 10 years were spent in equipping the expedition. The goddess Here and Athene, incensed at the preference given by Paris to Aphrodite, and animated by steady attachment to Argos, Sparta, and Mycenae, took an active part in the cause, and the horses of Here were fatigued with their repeated visits to different parts of Greece. By such efforts a force was at length assembled at Ilus, in Boeotia, consisting of 1,186 ships and more than 100,000 men, a force outnumbering by more than 10 to 1 anything that the Trojans themselves could oppose, and superior to the defenders of Troy even with all her allies included. It comprised heroes with their followers from the extreme points of Greece, from the northwestern portions of Thessaly under Mount Olympus, as well as the western islands of Dulichium and Ithaca, and the eastern islands of Crete and Rhodes. Agamemnon himself contributed 100 ships manned with the subjects of his kingdom Mycenae, besides furnishing 60 ships to the Arcadians, who possessed none of their own. Menelaus brought with him 60 ships, Nestor from Pylos, 90, Idomeneus from Crete, and Diomedes from Argos, 80 each. 40 ships were manned by the Eleans under 4 different chiefs, the like number under Meges from Dulichium and the Echinades, and under Thaus from Calydon and the other Aetolian towns. Odysseus from Ithaca and Ajax from Salamis brought 12 ships each. The Abantes from Euboea, under Elphenor, filled 40 vessels, the Boeotians under Pentelos and Leitus, the inhabitants of Orchomenus and Aspledon, 30. The light-armed Locratians under Ajax son of Oileus, 40, the Phoenicians as many, the Athenians under Menestheus, a chief distinguished for his skill in marshalling an army, mustered 50 ships, the Myrmidons from Phthia and Hellas under Achilles assembled in 50 ships, Protesilaus from Phlius and Pyrasus, and Eurypylus from Orminium, each came with 40 ships, Machaon and Podalarius from Tricca with 30, Emulus from Phaerae and the lake Boebus with 11, and Philoctetes from Meliboea with 7. The Lipitae under Polypodes, son of Pyrathos, filled 40 vessels, the Aenes and Parabians under Genius, 22, and the Magnetus under Prothus, 40. These last two were from the northernmost parts of Thessaly, near the mountains Pelion and Olympus. Simi, under the comely but effeminate Nereus, 3. From Cos, Crapathus, and the neighboring islands, 30, under the orders of Pheidipus and Antiphus, sons of Thessalus and grandsons of Heracles. Among this band of heroes were included the distinguished warriors Ajax and Diomedes, and the sagacious Nestor, while Agamemnon himself, scarcely inferior to either of them in prowess, brought with him a high reputation for prudence and command. But the most marked and conspicuous of all were Achilles and Odysseus. The former, a beautiful youth born of a divine mother, swift in the race, of fierce temper and irresistible might. The latter, not less efficient as an ally, from his eloquence, his untiring endurance, his inexhaustible resources under difficulty, and the mixture of daring courage with deep-laid cunning which never deserted him. The blood of the arch-deceiver Sisyphus, through an illicit connection with his mother, was said to flow in his veins, and he was especially patronized and protected by the goddess Athene. Odysseus, unwilling at first to take part in the expedition, had even simulated insanity. But Palamedes, sent to Ithaca to invite him, tested the reality of his madness by placing in the furrow where Odysseus was plowing his infant son Telemachus. Thus detected, Odysseus could not refuse to join the Achaean host, but the prophet Halitherses predicted to him that 20 years would elapse before he revisited his native land. To Achilles the gods had promised the full effulgence of heroic glory before the walls of Troy, nor could the place be taken without both his cooperation and that of his son after him. But they had forewarned him that this brilliant career would be rapidly brought to a close, and that if he desired a long life, he must remain tranquil and inglorious in his native land. In spite of the reluctance of his mother Thetis, he preferred few years with the bright renown, and joined the Achaean host. When Nestor and Odysseus came to Phthia to invite him, both he and his intimate friend Patroclus eagerly obeyed the call. Agamemnon and his powerful host set sail from Iolus, but being ignorant of the locality and the direction, they landed by mistake in Teuthrania, a part of Mysia near the river Caicus, and began to ravage the country under the persuasion that it was the neighborhood of Troy. Telephus, the king of the country, opposed and repelled them, but he was ultimately defeated and severely wounded by Achilles. The Greeks, now discovering their mistake, retired. But their fleet was dispersed by a storm and driven back to Greece. Achilles attacked and took Scyrus, and there married Didamia, the daughter of Lycomedes. Telephus, suffering from his wounds, was directed by the oracle to come to Greece and present himself to Achilles to be healed, by applying the scrapings of the spear with which the wound had been given. Thus restored, he became the guide of the Greeks when they were prepared to renew their expedition. The armament was again assembled at Ilus, but the goddess Artemis, displeased with the boastful language of Agamemnon, prolonged the duration of adverse winds, and the offending chief was compelled to appease her by the well-known sacrifice of his daughter, Iphigenia. They then proceeded to Tenedos, from whence Odysseus and Menelaus were dispatched as envoys to Troy, to redemand Helen and the stolen property. In spite of the prudent counsels of Antenor, who received the two Grecian chiefs with friendly hospitality, the Trojans rejected the demand, and the attack was resolved upon. It was foredoomed by the gods that the Greek who first landed should perish. Protesilaus was generous enough to put himself upon this forlorn hope, and accordingly fell by the hand of Hector. Meanwhile, the Trojans had assembled a large body of allies from various parts of Asia Minor and Thrace, Dardanians under Aeneas, Lycians under Sarpedon, Mysians, Carians, Maeonians, Alizonians, Phrygians, Thracians, and Paeonians. But vain was the attempt to oppose the landing of the Greeks. The Trojans were routed, and even the invulnerable Cincus, son of Poseidon, one of the great bulwarks of the defense, was slain by Achilles. Having driven the Trojans within their walls, Achilles attacked and stormed Lyrnessus, Pedasus, Lesbos, and other places in the neighborhood, 12 towns on the sea-coast and 11 in the interior. He drove off the oxen of Aeneas and pursued the hero himself, who narrowly escaped with his life. He surprised and killed the youthful Trialus, son of Priam, and captured several of the other sons, whom he sold as prisoners, into the islands of the Aegean. He acquired as his captive the fair Briseis, while Chryseis was awarded to Agamemnon. He was, moreover, eager to see the divine Helen, the prize and stimulus of this memorable struggle, and Aphrodite and Thetis contrived to bring about an interview between them. At this period of the war, the Grecian army was deprived of Palamedes, one of its ablest chiefs. Odysseus had not forgiven the artifice by which Palamedes had detected his simulated insanity, nor was he without jealousy of a rival clever and cunning, in a degree equal, if not superior to himself. One who had enriched the Greeks with the invention of letters of dice for amusement of night watches, as well as with other useful suggestions. According to the old Cyprian epic, Palamedes was drowned while fishing by the hands of Odysseus and Diomedes. Neither in the Iliad nor the Odyssey does the name of Palamedes occur. The lofty position which Odysseus occupies in both these poems, noticed with some degree of displeasure even by Pindar, who described Palamedes as the wiser man of the two, is sufficient to explain the omission. But in the more advanced period of the Greek mind, when intellectual superior came to acquire a higher place in the public esteem as compared with military prowess, the character of Palamedes, combined with his unhappy fate, rendered him one of the most interesting personages in the Trojan legend. Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides each consecrated to him a special tragedy. But the mode of his death as described in the old epic was not suitable to Athenian ideas, and accordingly he was represented as having been falsely accused of treason by Odysseus, who caused gold to be buried in his tent and persuaded Agamemnon and the Grecian chiefs that Palamedes had received it from the Trojans. He thus forfeited his life, a victim to the calumny of Odysseus and to the delusion of the leading Greeks. The philosopher Socrates, in the last speech made to his Athenian judges, alludes with solemnity and fellow feeling to the unjust condemnation of Palamedes, as analogous to that which he himself was about to suffer, and his companions seem to have dwelt with satisfaction on the comparison. Palamedes passed for an instance of the slanderous enmity and misfortune which so often wait upon superior genius. In these expeditions the Grecian army consumed 9 years, during which the subdued Trojans dared not give battle without their walls for fear of Achilles. 10 years was the fixed epical duration of the siege of Troy, just as 5 years was the duration of the siege of Camicus by the Cretan armament which came to avenge the death of Minos. 10 years of preparation, 10 years of siege, and 10 years of wandering for Odysseus were periods suited to the rough chronological dashes of the ancient epic, and suggesting no doubts nor difficulties with the original hearers. But it was otherwise when the same events came to be contemplated by the historizing Greeks, who could not be satisfied with either finding or inventing satisfactory bonds of coherence between the separate events. Thucydides tells us that the Greeks were less numerous than the poets have represented, and that being, moreover, very poor, they were unable to procure adequate and constant provisions. Hence, they were compelled to disperse their army, and to employ a part of it in cultivating the Chersonese, a part in marauding expeditions over the neighborhood. Could the whole army have been employed against Troy at once, he says, the siege would have been much more speedily and easily concluded. If the great historian could permit himself thus to amend the legend in so many points, we might have imagined that a simpler course would have been to include the duration of the siege among the list of poetical exaggerations, and to affirm that the real siege had lasted only 1 year instead of 10. But it seems that the 10 years' duration was so capital a feature in the ancient tale that no critic ventured to meddle with it. A period of comparative intermission, however, was now at hand for the Trojans. The gods brought out the memorable fit of anger of Achilles, under the influence of which he refused to put on his armor, and kept his myrmidons in camp. According to the Cypria, this was the behest of Zeus, who had compassion on the Trojans. According to the Iliad, Apollo was the originating cause, from anxiety to avenge the injury which his priest Chryses had endured from Agamemnon. For a considerable time, the combats of the Greeks against Troy were conducted without their best warrior, and severe, indeed, was the humiliation which they underwent in consequence. How the remaining Grecian chiefs vainly strove to make amends for his absence, how Hector and the Trojans defeated and drove them to their ships, how the actual blaze of the destroying flame, applied by Hector to the ship of Protesilaus, roused up the anxious and sympathizing Patroclus, and extorted a reluctant consent from Achilles to allow his friend and his followers to go forth and avert the last extremity of ruin. How Achilles, when Patroclus had been killed by Hector, forgetting his anger and grief for the death of his friend, re-entered the fight, drove the Trojans within their walls with immense slaughter, and satiated his revenge both upon the living and the dead Hector. All of these events have been chronicled, together with those divine dispensations on which most of them are made to depend, in the immortal verse of the Iliad. Homer breaks off with the burial of Hector, whose body had just been ransomed by the disconsolate Priam, while the lost poem of Arctinus, entitled the Aethiopius, so far as we can judge from the argument still remaining of it, handled only the subsequent events of the siege. The poem of Quintus Smyrnius, composed about the 4th century of the Christian era, seems in its first books to coincide with the Aethiopis, in the subsequent books partly with the Ilias Minor of Lesches. The Trojans, dismayed by the death of Hector, were again animated with hope by the appearance of the warlike and beautiful queen of the Amazons, Penthesilea, daughter of Ares, hitherto invincible in the field, who came to their assistance from Thrace at the head of a band of her countrywomen. She again led the besieged without the walls to encounter the Greeks in the open field, and under her auspices the latter were at first driven back until she, too, was slain by the invincible arm of Achilles. The victor, on taking off the helmet of his fair enemy as she lay on the ground, was profoundly affected and captivated by her charms, for which he was scornfully taunted by Thersites. Exasperated by this rash insult, he killed Thersites on the spot with a blow of his fist. A violent dispute among the Grecian chiefs was the result, for Diomedes, the kinsman of Thersites, warmly resented the proceeding, and Achilles was obliged to go to Lesbos, where he was purified from the act of homicide by Odysseus. Next arrived Memnon, son of Tithonus and Eos, the most stately of living men, with a powerful band of black Ethiopians to the assistance of Troy. Sallying forth against the Greeks, he made great havoc among them. The brave and popular Antilochus perished by his hand, a victim to filial devotion in defense of Nestor. Achilles at length attacked him, and for a long time the combat was doubtful between them. The prowess of Achilles and the supplication of Thetis with Zeus finally prevailed, while Eos obtained for her vanquished son the consoling gift of immortality. His tomb, however, was shown near the Propontis, within a few miles of the mouth of the river Aesopus, and was visited annually by the birds called Memnonides, who swept it and bedewed it with water from the stream. So the traveler Pausanias was told, even in the 2nd century after the Christian era, by the Hellespontine Greeks. But the fate of Achilles himself was now at hand. After routing the Trojans and chasing them into town, he was slain near the Scaean gate by an arrow from the quiver of Paris, directed under the unerring auspices of Apollo. The greatest efforts were made by the Trojans to possess themselves of the body, which was, however, rescued and borne off to the Grecian camp by the valor of Ajax and Odysseus. Bitter was the grief of Thetis for the loss of her son. She came into the camp with the Muses and the Nereids to mourn over him, and when a magnificent funeral pyre had been prepared by the Greeks to burn him with every mark of honor, she stole away the body and conveyed it to a renewed and immortal life in the island of Leus in the Euxine Sea. According to some accounts, he was there blessed with the nuptials and company of Helen. Thetis celebrated splendid funeral games in the honor of her son, and offered the unrivaled panoply which Hephaestus had forged and wrought for him as a prize to the most distinguished warrior in the Grecian army. Odysseus and Ajax became rivals for the distinction, when Athene, together with some Trojan prisoners, who were asked from which of their two countries had sustained greatest injury, decided in favor of the former. The gallant Ajax lost his senses with grief and humiliation. In a fit of frenzy, he slew some sheep, mistaking them for men who had wronged him, and then fell upon his own sword. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Blake Butler. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Fall of Troy, B.C. 1184, by George Grote, Part 2. Odysseus now learned from Helenus, son of Priam, whom he had captured in an ambuscade, that Troy could not be taken unless both Philoctetes and Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, could be prevailed upon to join the besiegers. The former, having been stung in the foot by a serpent, and becoming insupportable to the Greeks from the stench of his wound, had been left at Lemnos in the commencement of the expedition, and had spent 10 years in misery on that desolate island. But he still possessed the peerless bow and arrows of Heracles, which were said to be essential to the capture of Troy. Diomedes fetched Philoctetes from Lemnos to the Grecian camp, where he was healed by the skill of a Machaon, and took an active part against the Trojans, engaging in single combat with Paris, and killing him with one of the Heraclean arrows. The Trojans were allowed to carry away for burial the body of this prince, the fatal cause of all their sufferings, but not until it had been mangled by the hand of Menelaus. Odysseus went to the island of Skyros to invite Neoptolemus to the army. The untried but impetuous youth, gladly obeying the call, received from Odysseus his father's armor, while, on the other hand, Eurypylus, son of Telephus, came from Mysia as auxiliary to the Trojans and rendered to them the valuable service, turning the tide of fortune for a time against the Greeks, and killing some of their bravest chiefs, among whom were numbered Peneleos and the unrivaled leech Machaon. The exploits of Neoptolemus were numerous, worthy of the glory of his race and the renown of his father. He encountered and slew Eurypylus, together with numbers of the Mysian warriors. He routed the Trojans and drove them within their walls, from whence they never again emerged to give battle. And he was not less distinguished for good sense and persuasive diction than for forward energy in the field. Troy, however, was still impregnable so long as the Palladium, a statue given by Zeus himself to Dardanus, remained in the citadel. And great care had been taken by the Trojans not only to conceal this valuable present, but to construct other statues so like it as to mislead any intruding robber. Nevertheless, the enterprising Odysseus, having disguised his person with miserable clothing and self-inflicted injuries, found means to penetrate into the city and to convey the Palladium by stealth way. Helen alone recognized him, but she was now anxious to return to Greece and even assisted Odysseus in concerting means for the capture of the town. To accomplish this object, one final stratagem was resorted to. By the hands of Epius and Panopeus, and at the suggestion of Athene, a capacious hollow wooden horse was constructed, capable of containing 100 men. In the inside of this horse the elite of the Grecian heroes, Neoptolemus, Odysseus, Menelaus, and others, concealed themselves while the entire Grecian army sailed away to Tenedos, burning their tents and pretending to have abandoned the siege. The Trojans, overjoyed to find themselves free, issued from the city and contemplated with astonishment the fabric which their enemies had left behind. They long doubted what should be done with it, and the anxious heroes from within heard the surrounding consultations, as well as the voice of Helen when she pronounced the names and counterfeited the accents of their wives. Many of the Trojans were anxious to dedicate it to the gods in the city as a token of gratitude for their deliverance, but the more cautious spirits inculcated distrust of an enemy's legacy. Laocoon, the priest of Poseidon, manifested his aversion by striking the side of the horse with his spear. The sound revealed that the horse was hollow, but the Trojans heeded not this warning of possible fraud. The unfortunate Laocoon, a victim to his own sagacity and patriotism, miserably perished before the eyes of his countrymen, together with one of his sons, 2 serpents being sent expressly by the gods out of the sea to destroy him. By this terrific spectacle, together with the perfidious counsels of Simon, a traitor whom the Greeks had left behind for the special purpose of giving false information, the Trojans were induced to make a breach in their own walls and to drag the fatal fabric with triumph and exultation into their city. The destruction of Troy, according to the decree of the gods, was now irrevocably sealed. While the Trojans indulged in a night of riotous festivity, Simon kindled the fire signal to the Greeks at Tenedos, loosening the bolts of the wooden horse, from out of which the enclosed heroes descended. The city, assailed both from within and from without, was thoroughly sacked and destroyed, with the slaughter or captivity of the larger portion of its heroes as well as its people. The venerable Priam perished by the hand of Neoptolemus, having in vain sought shelter at the domestic altar of Zeus Hercaeus. But his son Deiphobus, who since the death of Prius had become the husband of Helen, defended his house desperately against Odysseus and Menelaus, and sold his life dearly. After he was slain, his body was fearfully mutilated by the latter. Thus was Troy utterly destroyed, the city, the altars and temples, and the population. Aeneas and Antenor were permitted to escape, with their families, having been always more favorably regarded by the Greeks than the remaining Trojans. According to one version of the story, they had betrayed the city to the Greeks. A panther's skin had been hung over the door of Antenor's house as a signal for the victorious besiegers to spare it in general plunder. In the distribution of the principal captives, Astyanax, the infant son of Hector, was cast from the top of the wall and killed by Odysseus or Neoptolemus. Polyxena, the daughter of Priam, was immolated on the tomb of Achilles, in compliance with the requisition made by the shade of the deceased hero to his countrymen, while her sister Cassandra was presented as a prize to Agamemnon. She had sought sanctuary at the altar of Athene, where Ajax, the son of Oileus, making a guilty attempt to seize her, had drawn both upon himself and upon the army the serious wrath of the goddess, insomuch that the Greeks could hardly be restrained from stoning him to death. Andromache and Helenus were both given to Neoptolemus, who, according to the Ilias Minor, carried away also Aeneas as his captive. Helen gladly resumed her union with Menelaus. She accompanied him back to Sparta, and lived with him there many years in comfort and dignity, passing afterward to a happy immortality in the Elysian fields. She was worshipped as a goddess, with her brothers, the Dioscuri, and her husband, having her temple, statue, and altar at Therapne and elsewhere. Various examples of her miraculous intervention were cited among the Greeks. The lyric poet Stesichorus had ventured to denounce her, conjointly with her sister Clytemnestra, in a tone of rude and plain-spoken severity, resembling that of Euripides and Lycophron afterward, but strikingly opposite to the delicacy and respect with which she is always handled by Homer, who never admits reproaches against her except from her own lips. He was smitten with blindness, and made sensible of his impiety, but, having repented and composed a special poem formally retracting the calumny, was permitted to recover his sight. In his poem of recantation, the famous Palinody now unfortunately lost, he pointedly contradicted the Homeric narrative, affirming that Helen had never been at Troy at all, and that the Trojans had carried thither nothing but her image or eidolon. It is, probably, to the excited religious feelings of Stesichorus that we owe the first idea of this glaring deviation from the old legend, which could never have been recommended by any considerations of poetical interest. Other versions were afterwards started, forming a sort of compromise between Homer and Stesichorus, admitting that Helen had never really been at Troy, without altogether denying her elopement. Such is the story of her having been detained in Egypt during the whole term of the siege. Paris, on his departure from Sparta, had been driven thither by storms, and the Egyptian king Proteus, hearing of the grievous wrong which he had committed toward Menelaus, had sent him away from the country with severe menaces, detaining Helen until her lawful husband should come to seek her. When the Greeks reclaimed Helen from Troy, the Trojans assured them solemnly that she never was nor ever had been in the town. But the Greeks, treating this allegation as fraudulent, prosecuted the siege until their ultimate success confirmed the correctness of the statement. Menelaus did not recover Helen until, on his return from Troy, he visited Egypt. Such was the story told by the Egyptian priests to Herodotus, and it appeared satisfactory to his historicizing mind. For if Helen had really been at Troy, he argues, she would certainly have been giving up, even had she been mistress of Priam himself instead of Paris. The Trojan king, with all his family and all his subjects, would never knowingly have incurred utter and irretrievable destruction for the purpose of retaining her. Their misfortune was that, while they did not possess and therefore could not restore her, they yet found it impossible to convince the Greeks that such was a fact. Assuming the historical character of the War of Troy, the remark of Herodotus admits of no reply, nor can we greatly wonder why he acquiesced in the tale of Helen's Egyptian detention, as a substitute for the incredible sanity which the genuine legend imputes to Priam and the Trojans. Pausanias, upon the same ground and by the same mode of reasoning, pronounced that the Trojan horse must have been, in point of fact, a battering engine, because to admit the literal narrative would be to impute utter childishness to the defenders of the city. And Mr. Payne Knight rejects Helen altogether as the real cause of the Trojan War, though she may have been the pretext of it, for he thinks that neither the Greeks nor the Trojans could have been so mad and silly as to endure calamities of such magnitude for one little woman. Mr. Knight suggests various political causes as substitutes. These might deserve consideration, either if any evidence could be produced to countenance them, or if the subject on which they are brought to bear could be shown to belong to the domain of history. The return of the Grecian chiefs from Troy furnished matter to the ancient epic hardly less copious than the siege itself, and the more susceptible of indefinite diversity, insomuch as those who had before acted in concert were now dispersed and isolated. Moreover, the stormy voyages and compulsory wanderings of the heroes exactly fell in with the common aspirations after an heroic founder, and enabled even the most remote Hellenic settlers to connect the origin of their town with this prominent event of their anti-historical and semi-divine world. And an absence of 10 years afforded room for the supposition of many domestic changes in their narrative abode, and many family misfortunes and misdeeds during the interval. One of these historic returns, that of Odysseus, has been immortalized by the verse of Homer. The hero, after a series of long protracted suffering and expatriation inflicted on him by the anger of Poseidon, at last reaches his native land, but finds his wife beset, his youthful son insulted, and his substance plundered by a troop of insolent suitors. He is forced to appear as a wretched beggar, and to endure in his own person their scornful treatment. But finally, by the interference of Athene coming in aid of his own courage and stratagem, he is enabled to overwhelm his enemies, to resume his family position, and to recover his property. The return of several other Grecian chiefs was the subject of an epic Haggaeus which is now lost, but of which a brief abstract or argument still remains. There were, in antiquity, various other poems of similar title and analogous matter. As usual with the ancient epic, the multiplied sufferings of this back voyage are traced to divine wrath, justly provoked by the sins of the Greeks, who, in the fierce exultation of a victory purchased by so many hardships, had neither respected nor even spared the altars of the gods in Troy. Athene, who had been their most zealous ally during the siege, was so incensed by their final recklessness, more especially by the outrage of Ajax, son of Oileus, that she actively harassed and embittered their return, in spite of every effort to appease her. The chiefs began to quarrel among themselves. Their formal assembly became a scene of drunkenness. Even Agamemnon and Menelaus lost their fraternal harmony, and each man acted on his own separate resolution. Nevertheless, according to the Odyssey, Nestor, Diomedes, Neoptolemus, Idomeneus, and Philoctetes reached home speedily and safely. Agamemnon also arrived in Peloponnesus, to perish by the hand of a treacherous wife. But Menelaus was condemned to long wanderings and to the severest privations in Egypt, Cyprus, and elsewhere before he could set foot in his native land. The Locrian Ajax perished on the Gyraean rock. Though exposed to a terrible storm, he had already reached this place of safety, when he indulged in the rash boast of having escaped in defiance of the gods. No sooner did Poseidon hear this language than he struck with his trident the rock which Ajax was grasping, and precipitated both into the sea. Calchas, the soothsayer, together with Leontius and Polypoetes, proceeded by land from Troy to Colophon. In respect, however, to those and the other Grecian heroes, tales were told different from those in the Odyssey, assigning to them a long expatriation and a distant home. Nestor went to Italy, where he founded Metapontum, Pisa, and Heraclea. Philoctetes also went to Italy, founded Petilia and Cremisa, and sent settlers to Egesta in Sicily. Neoptolemus, under the advice of Theseus, marched by land across Thrace, met with Odysseus, who had come by sea, at Maronia, and then pursued his journey to Epirus, where he became king of the Molossians. Idomeneus came to Italy and founded Uria in the Salentine Peninsula. Diomedes, after wandering far and wide, went along the Italian coast into the innermost Adriatic Gulf, and finally settled in Dawania, founding the cities of Agrippa, Beneventum, Atria, and Diomedia. By the favor of Athene he became immortal, and was worshipped as a god in many different places. The Locrian followers of Ajax founded the Epizephyrian Locri on the southernmost corner of Italy besides another settlement in Libya. The previously exiled Teucros, besides founding the city of Salamis in Cyprus, is said to have established some settlements in the Iberian Peninsula. Menestheus, the Athenia, did the like, and also founded both Alia in Mysia and Scylletium in Italy. The Arcadian chief Agapenor founded Paphos in Cyprus. Epius of Panopeus and Phocis, the constructor of the Trojan horse with the aid of the goddess Athene, settled at Lagaria, near Sybaris, on the coast of Italy, and the very tools which he had employed in that remarkable fabric were shown down to a late date in the temple of Athene at Metapontum. Temples, altars, and towns were also pointed out in Asia Minor, in Samos, and in Crete, the foundation of Agamemnon or of his followers. The inhabitants of the Grecian town of Sione, in the Thracian peninsula called Pellene, or Pellene, accounted themselves the offspring of the Pellenians from Achaia in Peloponnesus. who had served under Agamemnon before Troy, and who on their return from the siege had been driven on the spot by a storm and there settled. The Pamphylians on the southern coast of Asia Minor deduced their origins from the wanderings of Amphilochus and Calchas after the siege of Troy. The inhabitants of the Amphilochian Argos on the Gulf of Ambracia revered the same Amphilochus as their founder. The Orchomenians under Iamenus, on quitting the conquered city, wandered or were driven to the eastern extremity of the Euxine Sea, and the barbarous Achaeans under Mount Caucasus were supposed to have derived their first establishment from this source. Meriones, with his Cretan followers, settled at Engaion in Sicily, along with the preceding Cretans who had remained there after the invasion of Minos. The Elmians in Sicily were also composed of Trojans and Greeks separately driven to the spot, who, forgetting their previous differences, united in the joint settlements of Eryx and Egesta. We hear of Podalirius both in Italy and on the coast of Caria, of Acamas, son of Theseus, at Amphipolis, in Thrace, at Soli in Cyprus, and at Senada, in Phrygia, of Genius, Prothos, and Eurypylus, in Crete as well as in Libya. The obscure poem of Lycophron enumerates many of these dispersed and expatriated heroes whose conquest of Troy was indeed a Cadmean victory, according to the proverbial phrase of the Greeks, wherein the sufferings of the victor were little inferior to those of the vanquished. It was particularly among the Italian Greeks, where they were worshipped with a very special solemnity, that their presence as wanderers from Troy was reported and believed. I pass over the numerous other tales which circulated among the ancients, illustrating the ubiquity of the Grecian and Trojan heroes, as well as that of the Argonaut, one of the most striking features in the Hellenic legendary world. Among them all, the most interesting individually is Odysseus, whose romantic adventures in fabulous places and among fabulous persons have been made familiarly known by Homer. The goddess Calypso and Circe, the semi-divine mariners of Phaeacia, whose ships are endowed with consciousness and obey without a steersman, the one-eyed Cyclopes, the gigantic Laestrygones, and the wind-ruler Aeolus, the sirens who ensnare by their song, as the Lotophagi fascinate by their food. All these pictures formed integral and interesting portions of the old epic. Homer leaves Odysseus re-established in his house and family, but so marked a personage could never be permitted to remain in the tameness of domestic life. The epic poem called the Telegonia ascribed to him a subsequent series of adventures. Telegonus, his son by Circe, coming to Ithaca in search of his father, ravaged the island and killed Odysseus without knowing who he was. Bitter repentance overtook the son for his undesigned parricide. At his prayer and by the intervention of his mother Circe, both Penelope and Telemachus were made immortal. Telegonus married Penelope, and Telemachus married Circe. We see by this poem that Odysseus was represented as the mythical ancestor of the Thesprotian kings, just as Neoptolemus was of the Molossian. It has already been mentioned that Antenor and Aeneas stand distinguished from the other Trojans by a dissatisfaction with Priam and a sympathy with the Greeks, which was by Sophocles and others construed as treacherous collusion, a suspicion indirectly glanced at, though emphatically repelled, by the Aeneas of Virgil. In the old epic of Arctinus, next in age to the Iliad and Odyssey, Aeneas abandons Troy and retires to Mount Ida, in terror at the miraculous death of Laocoon, before the entry of the Greeks into the town and the last night of battle. Yet Lesches, in another of the ancient epic poems, represented him as having been carried away captive by Neoptolemus. In a remarkable passage of the Iliad, Poseidon describes the family of Priam as having incurred the hatred of Zeus, and predicts that Aeneas and his descendants shall reign over the Trojans. The race of Dardanus, beloved by Zeus more than all his other sons, would thus be preserved, since Aeneas belonged to it. Accordingly, when Aeneas is in imminent peril from the hands of Achilles, Poseidon specifically interferes to rescue him, and even the implacable Mysan Trojan goddess Here assents to the proceeding. These passages have been construed by various able critics to refer to a family of Philo-Hellenic or semi-Hellenic Enneadi, known even in the time of the early singers of the Iliad as masters of some territory in or near the Troad, and professing to be descended from, as well as worshipping, Aeneas. In the town of Skepsis, situated in the mountainous range of Ida, about 30 miles eastward of Ilium, there existed two noble and priestly families who professed to be descended, the one from Hector, the other from Aeneas. The Skepsian critic Demetrius, in whose time both these families were still to be found, informs us that Scamandrius, son of Hector, and Ascanius, son of Aeneas, were the archegets or heroic founders of his native city, which had been originally situated on one of the highest ranges of Ida, and was subsequently transferred by them to the less lofty spot on which it stood in his time. In Arisbe and Jantinus, there seem to have been families professing the same descent, since the same archegets were acknowledged. In Ophrinium, Hector had his consecrated edifice, while in Ilium both he and Aeneas were worshipped as gods. And it was the remarkable statement of the lesbian Menecrates that Aeneas, having been wronged by Paris and stripped of the sacred privileges which belonged to him, avenged himself by betraying the city, and then became one of the Greeks. One tale thus among many respecting Aeneas, and that too, the most ancient of all, preserved among the natives of the Troad, who worshipped him as their heroic ancestor, was that after the capture of Troy he continued in the country as king of the remaining Trojans, on friendly terms with the Greeks. But there were other tales respecting him, alike numerous and irreconcilable. The hand of destiny marked him as a wanderer, fato profugus, and his ubiquity is not exceeded even by that of Odysseus. We hear of him at the Aenus in Thrace, in Pellene, at Aenea, in the Thermiac Gulf, in Delos, at Orchomenus, and Mantinia in Arcadia, in the islands of Cythera and Zacynthus, in Leucas and Ambracia, at Buthrotum, in Epirus, on the Salentine Peninsula, and various other places in the southern regions of Italy, at Drepana and Segesta in Sicily, at Carthage, at Cape Palinurus, at Cumae, Misenum, Caeta, and finally in Latium, where he lays the first humble foundation of the mighty Rome and her empire. And the reason why his wanderings were not continued still further was, that the oracles and the pronounced will of the gods directed him to settle in Latium. In each of these numerous places his visit was commemorated and certified by local monuments or special legends, particularly by temples and permanent ceremonies in honor of his mother, Aphrodite, whose worship accompanied him everywhere. There were also many temples and many different tombs of Aeneas himself, the vast ascendancy acquired by Rome, the ardor with which all the literary Romans espoused the idea of a Trojan origin, and the fact that the Julian family recognized Aeneas as their gentile primary ancestor, all contributed to give the Roman version of this legend the preponderance over every other. The various other places in which monuments of Aeneas were found came thus to be represented as places where he had halted for a time on his way from Troy to Latium. But though the legendary pretensions of these places were thus eclipsed in the eyes of those who constituted the literary public, the local belief was not extinguished. They claimed the hero as their permanent property, and his tomb was to them proof that he had lived and died among them. Antenor, who shares with Aeneas the favorable sympathy of the Greeks, is said by Pindar to have gone from Troy along with Menelaus and Helen into the region of Cyrene in Libya. But according to the more current narrative, he placed himself at the head of a body of Aenidi, or Veneti, from Paphlagonia, who had come as allies of Troy, and went by sea into the inner part of the Adriatic Gulf, where he conquered the neighboring barbarians and founded the town of Patavium, the modern Padua. The Veneti in this region were said to owe their origin to his immigration. We learn further from Strabo that Episcalus, one of the companions of Antenor, had continued his wanderings even into Iberia, and that he had there established a settlement bearing his name. Thus endeth the Trojan War, together with its sequel, the dispersion of the heroes, victors, as well as vanquished. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. Building of the Temple at Jerusalem, B.C. 1017, by Henry Hart Milman. After many weary years of travail and fighting in the wilderness and the land of Canaan, the Jews had at last founded their kingdom, with Jerusalem as the capital. Saul was proclaimed the first king. Afterward followed David, the Lion of the tribe of Judah. During the many wars in which the Israelites had been engaged, the Ark of the Covenant was the one thing in which their faith was bound. No undertaking could fail while they retained possession of it. In their wanderings, the tabernacle enclosing the precious Ark was first erected before the dwellings for the people. It had been captured by the Philistines, then restored to the Hebrews, and became of greater veneration than before. It will be remembered that, among other things, it contained the rod of Aaron, which budded, and was the cause of his selection as high priest. It also contained the tables of stone which bore the 10 Commandments. David desired to build a fitting shrine, a temple, in which to place the Ark of the Covenant. It should be a place wherein the people could worship, a center of religion in which the Ark should have paid it the distinction due it as the seat of tremendous majesty. But David had been a man of war. This temple was a place of peace. Blood must not stain its walls. No shedder of gore could be its architect. Yet David collected stone, timber, and precious metals for its erection, and, not being allowed to erect the temple himself, was permitted to depute that office to his son and successor, Solomon the Wise. At this time, all the enemies of Israel had been conquered. The country was at peace. The domain of the Hebrews was greater than at any other time, before or afterward. It was the fitting time for the erection of a great shrine to enclose the sacred Ark. Nobly was this done, and no human work of ancient or modern times has so impressed mankind as the building of Solomon's temple. Solomon succeeded to the Hebrew kingdom at the age of 20. He was environed by designing, bold, and dangerous enemies. The pretensions of Adonijah still commanded a powerful party. Abiathar swayed the priesthood, Joab the army. The singular connection in public opinion between the title to the crown and the possession of the deceased monarch's harem is well understood. Adonijah, in making a request for Abishag, a youthful concubine taken by David in his old age, was considered as insidiously renewing his claims to the sovereignty. Solomon saw at once the wisdom of his father's dying admonition. He seized the opportunity of crushing all future opposition and all danger of a civil war. He caused Adonijah to be put to death, suspended Abiathar from his office, and banished him from Jerusalem. And though Joab fled to the altar, he commanded him to be slain for the 2 murders of which he had been guilty, those of Abner and Amasa. Shimei, another dangerous man, was commanded to reside in Jerusalem on pain of death if he should quit the city. 3 years afterward, he was detected in a suspicious journey to Gath on the Philistine border, and, having violated the compact, he suffered the penalty. Thus secured by the policy of his father from internal enemies, by the terror of his victories from foreign invasion, Solomon commenced his peaceful reign, during which Judah and Israel dwelt safely, every man under his vine and under his fig tree, from Dan to Beersheba. This peace was broken only by a revolt of the Edomites. Hadad of the royal race, after the exterminating war waged by David and by Joab, had fled to Egypt, where he married the sister of the king's wife. No sooner had he heard of the death of David and of Joab than he returned, and seems to have kept up a kind of predatory warfare during the reign of Solomon. Another adventurer, Rezon, a subject of Hadadezer, king of Zobah, seized on Damascus and maintained a great part of Syria in hostility to Solomon. Solomon's conquest of Hamath-Zobah in a later part of his reign, after which he built Tadmor in the wilderness and raised a line of fortresses along his frontier to the Euphrates, is probably connected with these hostilities. The justice of Solomon was proverbial. Among his first acts after his accession, it is related that when he had offered a costly sacrifice at Gibeon, the place where the tabernacle remained, God had appeared to him in a dream and offered him whatever gift he chose. The wise king requested an understanding heart to judge the people. God not merely assented to his prayer, but added the gift of honor and riches. His judicial wisdom was displayed in the memorable history of the two women who contested the right to a child. Solomon, in the wild spirit of Oriental justice, commanded the infant to be divided before their faces. The heart of the real mother was struck with terror and abhorrence, while the false one consented to the horrible partition, and by this appeal to nature, the cause was instantaneously decided. The internal government of his extensive dominions next demanded the attention of Solomon. Besides the local and municipal governors, he divided the kingdom into 12 districts. Over each of these, he appointed a purveyor for the collection of the royal tribute, which was received in kind, and thus the growing capital and the immense establishments of Solomon were abundantly furnished with provisions. Each purveyor supplied the court for a month. The daily consumption of his household was 300 bushels of finer flour, 600 of a coarser sort, 10 fatted, 20 other oxen, 100 sheep, besides poultry, and various kinds of venison. Provender was furnished for 40,000 horses, and a great number of dromedaries. Yet the population of the country did not, at first at least, feel these burdens. Judah and Israel were many, as the sand which is by the sea in multitude, eating and drinking and making merry. The foreign treaties of Solomon were as wisely directed to secure the profound peace of his dominions. He entered into a matrimonial alliance with the royal family of Egypt, whose daughter he received with great magnificence, and he renewed the important alliance with the king of Tyre. The friendship of this monarch was of the highest value in contributing to the great royal and national work, the building of the temple. The cedar timber could only be obtained from the forests of Lebanon. The Sidonian artisans, celebrated in the Homeric poems, were the most skillful workmen in every kind of manufacture, particularly in the precious metals. Solomon entered into a regular treaty, by which he bound himself to supply the Tyrians with large quantities of corn, receiving in return their timber, which was floated down to Joppa, and a large body of artificers. The timber was cut by his own subjects, of whom he raised a body of 30,000, 10,000 employed at a time, and relieving each other every month, so that to 1 month of labor they had 2 of rest. He raised 2 other corps, one of 70,000 porters of burdens, the other of 80,000 hewers of stone, who were employed in the quarries among the mountains. All these labors were thrown not on the Israelites, but on the strangers who, chiefly of Canaanitish descent, had been permitted to inhabit the country. These preparations, in addition to those of King David, being completed, the work began. The eminence of Moriah, The Mount of Vision, i.e. the height seen afar from the adjacent country, which tradition pointed out as the spot where Abraham had offered his son, where recently the plague had been stayed by the altar built in the threshing floor of Ornan or Arona the Jebusite, rose on the east side of the city. Its rugged top was leveled with immense labor. Its sides, which to the east and south were precipitous, were faced with a wall of stone, built up perpendicular from the bottom of the valley, so as to appear to those who looked down of most terrific height, a work of prodigious skill and labor, as the immense stones were strongly mortised together and wedged into the rock. Around the whole area, or esplanade, an irregular quadrangle, was a solid wall of considerable height and strength. Within this was an open court, into which the Gentiles were either from the first or subsequently admitted. A second wall encompassed another quadrangle, called the Court of the Israelites. Along this wall, on the inside, ran a portico or cloister, over which were chambers for different sacred purposes. Within this again, another, probably a lower wall, separated the court of the priests from that of the Israelites. To each court the ascent was by steps, so that the platform of the inner court was on a higher level than that of the outer. The temple itself was rather a monument of the wealth than the architectural skill and science of the people. It was a wonder of the world from the splendor of its materials, more than the grace, boldness, or majesty of its height and dimensions. It had neither the colossal magnitude of the Egyptian, the simple dignity and perfect proportional harmony of the Grecian, nor perhaps the fantastic grace and lightness of later Oriental architecture. Some writers, calling to their assistance the visionary temple of Ezekiel, have erected a most superb edifice, to which there is this fatal objection, that if the dimensions of the prophet are taken as they stand in the text, the area of the temple and its courts would not only have covered the whole of Mount Moriah, but almost all Jerusalem. In fact, our accounts of the Temple of Solomon are altogether unsatisfactory. The details, as they now stand in the books of Kings and Chronicles, the only safe authorities, are unscientific and, what is worse, contradictory. Josephus has evidently blended together the three temples, and attributed to the earlier all the subsequent additions and alterations. The temple, on the whole, was an enlargement of the tabernacle, built of more costly and durable materials. Like its model, it retained the ground plan and disposition of the Egyptian, or rather of almost all the sacred edifices of antiquity. Even its measurements are singularly in unison with some of the most ancient temples in Upper Egypt. It consisted of a propylaeon, a temple, and a sanctuary, called respectively the porch, the holy place, and the Holy of Holies. Yet, in some respects, if the measurements are correct, the temple must rather have resembled the form of a simple Gothic church. In the front, to the east, stood the porch, a tall tower, rising to the height of 210 feet. Either within, or, like the Egyptian obelisks, before the porch, stood two pillars of brass, by one account 27, by another above 60 feet high, the latter statement probably including their capitals and bases. These were called Jachin and Boaz, durability and strength. The capitals of these were of the richest workmanship, with network, chainwork, and pomegranates. The porch was the same width with the temple, 35 feet, its depth 17 1/2. The length of the main building, including the holy place, 70 feet, and the Holy of Holies, 35, was in the whole 105 feet, the height 52 1/2 feet. Josephus carries the whole building up to the height of the porch, but this is out of all credible proportion, making the height twice the length and 6 times the width. Along each side, and perhaps at the back of the main building, ran an aisle, divided into 3 stories of small chambers. The wall of the temple being thicker at the bottom, left a rest to support the beams of these chambers, which were not let into the wall. These aisles, the chambers of which were appropriated as vestiaries, treasuries, and for other sacred purposes, seem to have reached about halfway up the main wall of what we may call the nave and choir. The windows into the latter were probably above them. These were narrow, but widened inward. If the dimensions of the temple appear by no means imposing, it must be remembered that but a small part of the religious ceremonies took place within the walls. The Holy of Holies was entered only once a year, and that by the high priest alone. It was the secret and unapproachable shrine of the divinity. The holy place, the body of the temple, admitted only the officiating priests. The courts, called in popular language the temple, or rather the inner quadrangle, were in fact the great place of divine worship. Here, under the open air, were celebrated the great public and national rites, the processions, the offerings, the sacrifices. Here stood the great tank for ablution, and the high altar for burnt offerings. But the costliness of the materials, the richness and variety of the details, amply compensated for the moderate dimensions of the building. It was such a sacred edifice as a traveler might have expected to find in El Dorado. The walls were of hewn stone, faced within with cedar, which was richly carved with knosps and flowers. The ceiling was of fir tree. But in every part, gold was lavished with the utmost profusion. Within and without, the floor, the walls, the ceiling, in short, the whole house is described as overlaid with gold. The finest and purest, that of Parvaim, by some supposed to be Ceylon, was reserved for the sanctuary. Here the cherubim, which stood upon the covering of the ark, with their wings touching each wall, were entirely covered with gold. The sumptuous veil, of the richest materials and brightest colors, which divided the Holy of Holies from the holy place, was suspended on chains of gold. Cherubim, palm trees, and flowers, the favorite ornaments, everywhere covered with gilding, were wrought in almost all parts. The altar within the temple and the table of shewbread were likewise covered with the same precious metal. All the vessels, the 10 candlesticks, 500 basins, and all the rest of the sacrificial and other utensils were of solid gold. Yet the Hebrew writers seem to dwell with the greatest astonishment and admiration on the works which were founded in brass by Huram, a man of Jewish extraction who had learned his art at Tyre. Besides the lofty pillars above mentioned, there was a great tank called a sea of molten brass, supported on 12 oxen, 3 turned each way. This was 17½ feet in diameter. There was also a great altar, and 10 large vessels for the purpose of ablution, called lavers, standing on bases or pedestals, the rims of which were richly ornamented with a border, on which were wrought figures of lions, oxen, and cherubim. The bases below were formed of 4 wheels, like those of a chariot. All the works in brass were cast in a place near the Jordan, where the soil was of a stiff clay suited to the purpose. For 7 years and a half the fabric arose in silence. All the timbers, the stones, even of the most enormous size, measuring 17 and 18 feet, were hewn and fitted, so as to be put together without the sound of any tool whatever. as it has been expressed with great poetical beauty, like some tall palm, the noiseless fabric grew. At the end of this period, the temple and its courts being completed, the solemn dedication took place, with the greatest magnificence which the king and the nation could display. All the chieftains of the different tribes, and all of every order who could be brought together, assembled. David had already organized the priesthood and the Levites, and assigned to the 38,000 of the latter tribe each his particular office. 24,000 were appointed for the common duties, 6,000 as officers, 4,000 as guards and porters, 4,000 as singers and musicians. On this great occasion, the dedication of the temple, all the tribe of Levi, without regard to their courses, the whole priestly order of every class attended. Around the great brazen altar, which rose in the court of the priests before the door of the temple, stood in front the sacrificers, all around the whole choir, arrayed in white linen. 120 of these were trumpeters, the rest had cymbals, harps, and psalteries. Solomon himself took his place on an elevated scaffold, or raised throne of brass. The whole assembled nation crowded the spacious courts beyond. The ceremony began with the preparation of burnt offerings, so numerous that they could not be counted. At an appointed signal commenced the more important part of the scene, the removal of the ark, the installation of the God of Israel in his new and appropriate dwelling, to the sound of all the voices and all the instruments, chanting some of those splendid odes, the 47th, 97th, 98th, and 107th Psalms. The ark advanced, borne by the Levites, to the open portals of the temple. It can scarcely be doubted that the 24th Psalm, even if composed before, was adopted and used on this occasion. The singers, as it drew near the gate, broke out in these words: "Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lifted up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in." It was answered from the other part of the choir, "Who is the King of glory?" The whole choir responded, "The Lord of hosts, he is the King of glory." When the procession arrived at the holy place, the gates flew open. When it reached the Holy of Holies, the veil was drawn back. The ark took its place under the extended wings of the cherubim, which might seem to fold over and receive it under their protection. At that instant, all the trumpeters and singers were at once to make one sound to be heard in praising and thanking the Lord, and when they lifted up their voice with the trumpets and cymbals and instruments of music, and praised the Lord, saying, "For he is good, for his mercy endureth forever," the house was filled with a cloud, even the house of the Lord, so that the priests could not stand to minister by reason of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord had filled the house of God. Thus the divinity took possession of his sacred edifice. The king then rose upon the brazen scaffold, knelt down, and, spreading his hands toward heaven, uttered the prayer of consecration. The prayer was of unexampled sublimity. While it implored the perpetual presence of the Almighty as the tutelar deity and sovereign of the Israelites, it recognized his spiritual and illimitable nature. But will God in very deed dwell with men on the earth? Behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain thee, how much less this house which I have built. It then recapitulated the principles of the Hebrew theocracy, the dependence of the national prosperity and happiness on the national conformity to the civil and religious law. As the king concluded in these emphatic terms, Now therefore arise, O Lord God, into thy resting place, thou and the ark of thy strength. Let thy priests, O Lord God, be clothed with salvation, and thy saints rejoice in goodness. O Lord God, turn not away the face of thine anointed. Remember the mercies of David thy servant. Cloud, which had rested over the Holy of Holies, grew brighter and more dazzling. Fire broke out and consumed all the sacrifices. The priests stood without, awestruck by the insupportable splendor. The whole people fell on their faces and worshipped and praised the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy is forever. Which was the greater, the external magnificence or the moral sublimity of this scene? Was it the temple, situated on its commanding eminence, with all its courts, the dazzling splendor of its materials, the innumerable multitudes, the priesthood in their gorgeous attire, the king, with all the insignia of royalty, on his throne of burnished brass, the music, the radiant cloud filling the temple, the sudden fire flashing upon the altar, the whole nation upon their knees? Was it not rather the religious grandeur of the hymns and of the prayer, the exalted and rational views of the divine nature, the union of a whole people in the adoration of the one great, incomprehensible, almighty, everlasting Creator? This extraordinary festival, which took place at the time of that of the Tabernacles, lasted for 2 weeks, twice the usual time. During this period, 22,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep were sacrificed, every individual probably contributing to this great propitiatory rite, and the whole people feasting on those parts of the sacrifices which were not set apart for holy uses. Though the chief magnificence of Solomon was lavished on the temple of God, yet the sumptuous palaces which he erected for his own residence display an opulence and profusion which may vie with the older monarchs of Egypt or Assyria. The great palace stood in Jerusalem. It occupied 13 years in building. A causeway bridged the deep ravine, and leading directly to the temple, united the part either of Accra or Sion, on which the palace stood, with Mount Moriah. In this palace was a vast hall for public business, from its cedar pillars called the House of the Forest of Lebanon. It was 175 feet long, half that measurement in width, above 50 feet high. 4 rows of cedar columns supported a roof made of beams of the same wood. There were 3 rows of windows on each side facing each other. Besides this great hall, there were 2 others called porches, of smaller dimensions, in one of which the throne of justice was placed. The harem, or women's apartments, adjoined to these buildings, with other piles of vast extent for different purposes, particularly, if we may credit Josephus, a great banqueting hall. The same author informs us that the whole was surrounded with spacious and luxuriant gardens, and adds a less credible fact, ornamented with sculptures and paintings. Another palace was built in a romantic part of the country, in the valleys at the foot of Lebanon, for his wife, the daughter of the king of Egypt, in the luxurious gardens of which we may lay the scene of that poetical epithalamium, or collection of idylls, the Song of Solomon. The splendid works of Solomon were not confined to royal magnificence and display, they condescended to usefulness. To Solomon are traced at least the first channels and courses of the natural and artificial water supply, which has always enabled Jerusalem to maintain its thousands of worshippers at different periods, and to endure long and obstinate sieges. The descriptions in the Greek writers of the Persian courts in Susa and Ecbatana, the tales of the early travelers in the East about the kings of Samarcand or Cathay, and even the imagination of the Oriental romancers and poets have scarcely conceived a more splendid pageant than Solomon, seated on his throne of ivory, receiving the homage of distant princes who came to admire his magnificence, and put to the test his noted wisdom. This throne was of pure ivory, covered with gold. 6 steps led up to the seat, and on each side of the steps stood 12 lions. All the vessels of his palace were of pure gold. Silver was thought too mean. His armory was furnished with gold. 200 targets and 300 shields of beaten gold were suspended in the house of Lebanon. Josephus mentions a body of archers who escorted him from the city to his country palace, clad in dresses of Tyrian purple, and their hair powdered with gold dust. But enormous as this wealth appears, the statement of his expenditure on the temple and of his annual revenue so passes all credibility that any attempt at forming a calculation on the uncertain data we possess may at once be abandoned as a hopeless task. No better proof can be given of the uncertainty of our authorities, of our imperfect knowledge of the Hebrew weights of money, and above all, of our total ignorance of the relative value which the precious metals bore to the commodities of life, than the estimate made by Dr. Prideaux of the treasures left by David, amounting to 800 millions, nearly the capital of our national debt. Our inquiry into the sources of the vast wealth which Solomon undoubtedly possessed may lead to more satisfactory, though still imperfect, results. The treasures of David were accumulated rather by conquest than by traffic. Some of the nations he subdued, particularly the Edomites, were wealthy. All the tribes seem to have worn a great deal of gold and silver in their ornaments and their armor. Their idols were often of gold, and the treasuries of their temples perhaps contained considerable wealth. But during the reign of Solomon, almost the whole commerce of the world passed into his territories. The treaty with Tyre was of the utmost importance, nor is there any instance in which 2 neighboring nations so clearly saw and so steadily pursued, without jealousy or mistrust, their mutual and inseparable interests. On one occasion only, when Solomon presented to Hiram 20 inland cities which he had conquered, Hiram expressed great dissatisfaction, and called the territory by the opprobrious name of Kabul. The Tyrian had perhaps cast a wistful eye on the noble bay and harbour of Akko, or Ptolemais, which the prudent Hebrew either would not or could not, since it was part of the promised land, dissever from his dominions. So strict was the confederacy that Tyre may be considered the port of Palestine, Palestine the granary of Tyre. Tyre furnished the shipbuilders and mariners. The fruitful plains of Palestine victualled the fleets, and supplied the manufacturers and merchants of the Phoenician League with all the necessaries of life. End of section 12. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 13 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. Rise and Fall of Assyria. Destruction of Nineveh, B.C. 789. F. Lenormant and E. Chevallier. Mesopotamia, for many centuries, was the field of battle for the opposing hosts of Babylonia and Assyria, each striving for mastery over the other. At first, each city had its own prince, but at length one of these petty kingdoms absorbed the rest, and Nineveh became the capital of a united Assyria. Babylonia had her own kings, but they were little more than hereditary satraps receiving investiture from Nineveh. From about B.C. 1060 to 1020, Babylon seems to have recovered the upper hand. Her victories put an end to what is known as the First Assyrian Empire. After a few generations, a new family ascended the throne and ultimately founded the Second Assyrian Empire. The first princes whose figured monuments have come down to us belonged to those days. The oldest of all was Assur-nizar-pal. The bas-reliefs with which his palace was decorated are now in the British Museum and the Louvre, most of them in the former. His son Shalmaneser III, and later Shalmaneser IV, made many campaigns against the neighboring peoples, and Assyria became rapidly a great and powerful nation. The effeminate Sardanapalus was the last of the dynasty. The capital of Assyria was Nineveh, one of the most famous of cities. It was remarkable for extent, wealth, and architectural grandeur. Diodorus Siculus says its walls were 60 miles around and 100 feet high. 3 chariots could be driven abreast around the summit of its walls, which were defended by 1,500 bastions, each of them 200 feet in height. These dimensions may be exaggerated, but the Hebrew scriptures and recent excavations at the ancient site leave no doubt as to the splendor of the Assyrian palaces and the greatness of the city of Nineveh in population, wealth, and power. In historical times, it was destroyed by the Medes under King Cyaxares and by the Babylonians under Nebuchadnezzar about B.C. 607. We are indebted to the monuments, tablets, and books recently discovered for the history of Assyria and other ancient Oriental nations. Layard unearthed the greater portion on the site of ancient Nineveh of the Assyrian books, for so are named the tablets of clay, sometimes enameled, at others only sun-dried or burnt. The writing on these books is the cuneiform, and was done by impressing this style on the clay while in a wax-like condition. Many of the tablets were broken when Layard and Rawlinson gave them over to the British Museum. The reconstruction of these tablets was undertaken by George Smith, an English Assyriologist of the British Museum, who displayed great skill and earnest application in the deciphering of the cuneiform text. In each reign, the history of the king and his acts was written by a poet or historian detailed to that office. The books were collected and kept in great libraries, the largest of these being made by Sardanapalus. The greater part of the expeditions of Shalmaneser IV, succeeding each other year after year, were directed, like those of his father, sometimes to the north into Armenia and Pontus, sometimes to the east into Media, never completely subdued, sometimes to the south into Chaldea, where revolts were of constant occurrence, and finally westward towards Syria and the region of Amanus. In this direction he advanced farther than his predecessors, and came into contact with some personages mentioned in Bible history. The part of his annals relating to the campaigns that brought him into collision with the kings of Damascus and Israel possesses peculiar interest for us, much greater than that attaching to the narrative of any other wars. The 16th campaign of Shalmaneser IV, BC 890, commenced a new series of wars. The king crossed the Zab, or Zabat, to make war on the mountain people of Upper Media, and afterward on the Scythian tribes around the Caspian Sea. He did not, however, abandon the western countries, where he soon found himself opposed by the new king, whom the revolution arising from the influence of Elisha the prophet had placed on the throne of Damascus in the room of Ben-Hidai. In my 18th campaign, 886, we read on the Nimrud obelisk, I crossed the Euphrates for the 16th time. Hazael, king of Damascus, came toward me to give battle. I took from him 1,121 chariots and 470 horsemen with his camp. In my 19th campaign, 885, I crossed the Euphrates for the 18th time. I marched toward Mount Amanus, and there cut beams of cedar. In my 21st campaign, 883, I crossed the Euphrates for the 22nd time. I marched to the cities of Hazael of Damascus. I received tribute from Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos. It evidently was at the end of this campaign that Jehu, king of Israel, whose territory Hazael had ravaged, appealed to Shalmaneser for help against his powerful enemy. The inscription on the obelisk says that the Assyrian king received tribute from Jehu, whom it names son of Omri, for the great renown of the founder of Samaria had made the Assyrians consider all the kings of Israel as his descendants. One of the bas-reliefs of the same monument represents Jehu prostrating himself before Shalmaneser, as if acknowledging himself a vassal. The annals of Shalmaneser say no more after this, either of the king of Damascus or of Israel. They record, as his 27th campaign, a great war in Armenia that brought about the submission of all the districts of that country that still resisted the Assyrian monarch. In the 31st campaign, 873, the last mentioned on the obelisk, the king sent the general-in-chief of his armies, Tartan, again into Armenia, where he gave up to pillage 50 cities, among them Van, and during this time he himself went into Media, subjected part of the northern districts of that country, which were in a state of rebellion, chastised the people in the neighborhood of Mount Elwand, where in after times Ecbatana was built, and finally made war on the Scythians of the Caspian Sea. The official chronology of the Assyrians dates the termination of the reign of Shalmaneser IV in 870, the period of his death. But during the last 2 years his power was entirely lost, and he was reduced to the possession of 2 cities, Nineveh and Calah. His second son, Ashurdaninpal, in consequence of circumstances unknown to us, raised the standard of revolt against his father, assumed the royal title, and was supported by 27 of the most important cities in the empire. One of the monuments has preserved a list of these cities, and among them we find Arapka, capital of the province of Arapakitis, Amida, now Diyarbakir, Arbela, Elasar, and all the towns of the banks of the Tigris. War broke out between the father and his rebellious son. The army embraced the cause of the latter. He was recognized by all the provinces, and kept Shalmaneser until his death shut up and closely blockaded in his capital. Shalmaneser died in BC 870. His son, Shamash-Bin, continued the legitimate line. He succeeded in repressing the revolt of his brother Ashurdaninpal and in depriving him of the authority he had usurped. The monument recording the exploits of his first years gives no details, however, of the civil war. It merely records, after enumerating the cities that had joined the revolt of Ashurdaninpal, "With the aid of the great gods, my masters, I subjected them to my scepter." The usurpation of the second son of Shalmaneser and a civil war of 5 years had introduced many disorders into the empire and shaken the fidelity of many provinces. The early years of Shamash-Bin were occupied in reducing the whole to order. In the narrative which has been preserved, extending only to his 4th year, we find that the king overran and chastised with terrible severity Osrhoene, or Aramaean Mesopotamia, where the people had been in rebellion, and reduced to obedience the mountainous districts, where are the sources of the Tigris and Euphrates, and finally Armenia proper. In his 4th year, he marched against Marduk-Balatirib, king of Babylon, who had taken advantage of the disorders in Assyria to assert his independence, and who was supported by the Susianians, or Elamites. He completely defeated him and compelled him to fly to the desert, killed very many of his army in the battle, took 200 war chariots, and made 7,000 prisoners, of whom 5,000 were put to death on the field of battle as an example. Unfortunately, our information ceases at that period, and we know absolutely nothing of the greater part of the reign of Shamash bin, or of the expeditions to the west of Asia, Syria, and Palestine that must have been made after the termination of the campaigns by which the royal authority was re-established in all the ancient provinces of the empire. This king remained on the throne until 857. In 859 and 858, he had to repress a great revolt in Babylon and Chaldea. Bin-Lachish, or Bin-Irari III, the next king, reigned 29 years, from 857 to 828. An inscription of his, engraved in the first years of his reign, describing the extent of the empire, says that he governed on one side, from the land of Siluna toward the rising sun, the countries of Elam, Albania, at the foot of Caucasus, Karkar, Araziash, Misu, Media, Giratbunda, a portion of Atropatene, frequently mentioned in the cuneiform inscriptions, the lands of Muna, Parsua, Parthia, Alabria, Hyrcania, Abdadana, Hecatompila, Namri, the Caspian Scythians, even to all the tribes of the Andiu, a Turanian or Scythian people whose country is far off, the whole of the mountainous country as far as the sea of the rising sun, the Caspian Sea, on the other side from the Euphrates, Syria, all Phoenicia, the land of Tyre, of Sidon, the land of Omri, Samaria, Edom, the Philistines, as far as the sea of the setting sun, the Mediterranean. On all these countries he says that he imposed tribute. I marched, he says again, against the land of Syria, and I took Marich, king of Syria, in Damascus, the city of his kingdom. The great dread of Ashur, my master, persuaded him. He embraced my knees and made submission. Bin-Lachish III was a warlike prince. Every year of his reign was marked by an expedition. We have a summary of these in a chronological tablet in the British Museum, containing a fragment from the end of the reign of Shamash bin to that of Tiglath-Pileser II, of a canon of eponyms mentioning the principal events year by year. They nearly all occurred in southern Armenia and in the land of Van, where obedience was only maintained by incessant military demonstrations, and subsequently in the countries to the north of Media as far as the Caspian Sea. Other expeditions were also made as far as Parthia, toward Ariana, and the various countries that, to the Assyrians, were the extreme east. We do not, however, know what that region was called by them, as it is always designated by a group of ideographic characters of unknown pronunciation. By the defeat of Marich, king of Damascus, the submission of the western provinces was secured for the remainder of this reign, for there is no record of any other campaign there. The year 849 was marked by a great plague in Assyria, 834 by a religious festival, of which unfortunately no particulars are known, and lastly 833 by the solemn inauguration of a new temple to the god Nebo in the capital. But the most interesting monument of the reign of Binlikhish III is the statue of Nebo, one of the great gods of Babylon, discovered by Mr. Loftus, and now in the British Museum. The inscription on the base of the statue mentions the wife of the king, and calls her the Queen Samuramat. This is the only historical Semiramis, the one mentioned by Herodotus. He places her correctly about a century and a half before Nitocris, the wife of Nabopolassar, king of Babylon. Semiramis, says the father of history, raised magnificent embankments to restrain the river, Euphrates, which till then used to overflow and flood the whole country round Babylon. But why did Herodotus, and the Babylonian tradition he has so faithfully reported, attribute these useful works to the queen, and not to her husband Binlikhish? It was once supposed, as a solution of this problem, that Samuramat had governed alone for some time, as queen regnant, after the death of her husband. But this conjecture is absolutely contradicted by the table of eponyms in the British Museum, where it can be seen that Samuramat never reigned alone. In our opinion, the only possible explanation will be found in regarding Binlikhish and Samuramat as the Ferdinand and Isabella of Mesopotamia. The restless desire of Babylonia and Chaldea to form a state separate from Assyria grew more decided as time went on. In the time of Binlikhish it had already gained great strength, and the day was not far distant when the separation was definitely to take place, and to occasion the utter ruin of Nineveh. In this position of affairs, it was natural for a king of Assyria to seek to strengthen his authority in Chaldea by a marriage with a daughter of the royal line of that country, who were his vassals, and thus, in the opinion of the people of Babylon, acquire a legitimate right to the possession of the country by means of his wife, as well as the advantages to be derived from the attachment of the people to their own legitimate sovereign. We shall therefore consider Samuramat as a Babylonian princess married by Binlikhish, and as reigning nominally at Babylon, while her husband occupied the throne at Nineveh, and as being the only sovereign registered by the Babylonians in their national annals. In fact, her position must have been a peculiar one. She must have been considered the rightful queen in one part of the empire, to have been named as queen, and in the same rank as the king in such an official document as the inscription on the statue of the god Nebo. She is the only princess mentioned in any of the Assyrian texts, as we might naturally suppose, for unless under such very exceptional circumstances as we imagine in the case of Samuramat, there can have been no queens, but only favorite concubines, under the organization of harem life, such as it was under the Assyrian kings, and as it still is in our days. The exaggerated development of the Assyrian Empire was quite unnatural. The kings of Nineveh had never succeeded in welding into one nation the numerous tribes whom they subdued by force of arms, or in checking in them the spirit of independence. They had not even attempted to do so. The empire was absolutely without cohesion. The administrative system was so imperfect, the bond attaching the various provinces to each other and to the center of the monarchy so weak, that at the commencement of almost every reign a revolt broke out, sometimes at one point, sometimes at another. It was therefore easy to foresee that so soon as the reins of government were no longer in a really strong hand, so soon as the king of Assyria should cease to be an active and warlike king, always in the field, always at the head of his troops, the great edifice laboriously built up by his predecessors of the 10th and 9th centuries would collapse, and the immense fabric of empire would vanish like smoke with such rapidity as to astonish the world. And this is exactly what occurred after the death of Binlikhish III. The tablet in the British Museum allows us to follow year by year the events and the progress of the dissolution of the empire. Under Shalmaneser V, who reigned from BC 828 to 818, some foreign expeditions were still made, as for instance to Damascus in BC 819. But the forces of the empire were especially engaged during many following years in attempting to hold countries already subdued, such as Armenia, then in a chronic state of revolt. The wars in one and the same province were constant, and occupied some 6 successive campaigns. The Armenian War was from BC 827 to 822, proving that no decisive results were obtained. Under Ashur-edil-Ilani II, who reigned from BC 818 to 800, we do not see any new conquests. Insurrections constantly broke out and were no longer confined to the extremities of the empire. They encroached on the heart of the country and gradually approached nearer to Nineveh. The revolutionary spirit increased in the provinces. A great insurrection became imminent, and was ready to break out on the slightest excuse. At this period, BC 804, it is that the British Museum tablet registers, as a memorable fact in the column of events, peace in the land. 2 great plagues are also mentioned under this reign in 811 and 805, and on the 13th of June, BC 809, 30 Sivan in the eponymous of Bur el-Salqi, an almost total eclipse of the sun, visible at Nineveh. The revolution was not long in coming. Ashur-Likish, Assur-Banipal, ascended the throne in BC 800 and fixed his residence at Nineveh instead of Ellasar, where his predecessor had lived after quitting Nineveh. He is the Sardanapalus of the Greeks, the ever-famous prototype of the voluptuous and effeminate prince. The tablet in the British Museum only mentions 2 expeditions in his reign, both of small importance, in 795 and 794. To all the other years, the only notice is "in the country," proving that nothing was done, and that all thought of war was abandoned. Sardanapalus had entirely given himself up to the orgies of his harem, and never left his palace walls, entirely renouncing all manly and warlike habits of life. He had reigned thus for 7 years, and discontent continued to increase. The desire for independence was spreading in the subject provinces. The bond of their obedience each year relaxed still more, and was nearer breaking, when Arbaces, who commanded the Median contingent of the army, and was himself a Mede, chanced to see in the palace at Nineveh the king, in a female dress, spindle in hand, hiding in the retirement of the harem his slothful cowardice and voluptuous life. He considered that it would be easy to deal with a prince so degraded, who would be unable to renew the valorous traditions of his ancestors. The time seemed to him to have come when the provinces, held only by force of arms, might finally throw off the weighty Assyrian yoke. Arbaces communicated his ideas and projects to the prince then entrusted with the government of Babylon, the Chaldean fool Palia, surnamed Balazu the Terrible, a name the Greeks have made into Belisis. He entered into the plot with the willingness to be expected from a Babylonian, one of a nation so frequently rising in revolt. Arbaces and Balazu consulted with other chiefs who commanded contingents of foreign troops, and with the vassal kings of those countries that aspired to independence, and they all formed the resolution of overthrowing Sardanapalus. Arbaces engaged to raise the Medes and Persians, while Balazu set on foot the insurrection in Babylon and Chaldea. At the end of a year, the chiefs assembled their soldiers to the number of 40,000 in Assyria, under the pretext of relieving, according to custom, the troops who had served the former year. When once there, the soldiers broke into open rebellion. The tablet in the British Museum tells us that the insurrection commenced at Kala in BC 792. Immediately after this, the confusion became so great that from this year there was no nomination of an eponym. Sardanapalus, rudely interrupted in his debaucheries by a danger he had not been able to foresee, showed himself suddenly inspired with activity and courage. He put himself at the head of the native Assyrian troops, who remained faithful to him, met the rebels, and gained 3 complete victories over them. The Confederates already began to despair of success, when Phul, calling in the aid of superstition to a cause that seemed lost, declared to them that if they would hold together for 5 days more, the gods, whose will he had ascertained by consulting the stars, would undoubtedly give them the victory. In fact, some days afterward, a large body of troops, whom the king had summoned to his assistance from the provinces near the Caspian Sea, went over, on their arrival, to the side of the insurgents and gained them a victory. Sardanapalus then shut himself up in Nineveh and determined to defend himself to the last. The siege continued 2 years, for the walls of the city were too strong for the battering machines of the enemy, who were compelled to trust to reducing it by famine. Sardanapalus was under no apprehension, confiding in an oracle declaring that Nineveh should never be taken until the river became its enemy. But in the 3rd year, rain fell in such abundance that the waters of the Tigris inundated part of the city and overturned one of its walls for a distance of 20 stades. Then the king, convinced that the oracle was accomplished and despairing of any means of escape, to avoid falling alive into the enemy's hands, constructed in his palace an immense funeral pyre, placed on it his gold and silver and his royal robes, and then, shutting himself up with his wives and eunuchs in a chamber formed in the midst of the pile, disappeared in the flames. Nineveh opened its gates to the besiegers, but this tardy submission did not save the proud city. It was pillaged and burned, and then razed to the ground so completely as to evidence the implacable hatred enkindled in the minds of subject nations by the fierce and cruel Assyrian government. The Medes and Babylonians did not leave one stone upon another in the ramparts, palaces, temples, or houses of the city that for 2 centuries had been dominant over all Western Asia. So complete was the destruction that the excavations of modern explorers on the site of Nineveh have not yet found one single wall slab earlier than the capture of the city by Arbaces and Balazu. All we possess of the first Nineveh is one broken statue. History has no other example of so complete a destruction. The Assyrian Empire was, like the capital, overthrown, and the people who had taken part in the revolt formed independent states. The Medes under Arbaces, the Babylonians under Phul or Balazu, and the Susianians under Shutruk-Nakhunta. Assyria, reduced to the enslaved state in which she had so long held other countries, remained for some time a dependency of Babylon. This great event occurred in the year BC 789. When the noble sculptures and vast palaces of Nimrud had been first uncovered, it was natural to suppose that they marked the real site of ancient Nineveh. A passage of Strabo and another of Ptolemy lent confirmation to this theory. Shortly afterward, a rival claimant started up in the region farther to the north. Quote, "After a while, an attempt was made to reconcile the rival claims by a theory the grandeur of which gained it acceptance despite its improbability. It was suggested that the various ruins which had hitherto disputed the name were in fact all included within the circuit of the ancient Nineveh, which was described as a rectangle or oblong square 18 miles long and 12 broad. The remains at Khorsabad, Koyunjik, Nimrud, and Keramles marked the four corners of this vast quadrangle, which contained an area of 216 square miles, about 10 times that of London. In confirmation of this view was urged first the description in Diodorus, derived probably from Theseus, which corresponded, it was said, both with the proportions and with the actual distances, and next the statements contained in the book of Jonah, which, it was argued, implied a city of some such dimensions. The parallel of Babylon, according to the description given by Herodotus, might fairly have been cited as a further argument, since it might have seemed reasonable to suppose that there was no great difference of size between the chief cities of the two kindred empires." End quote. End of section 13. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 14 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Foundation of Rome, B.C. 753. By Barthold Georg Niebuhr. Part 1. Rome occupies a unique position in the history of the world. The whole Mediterranean basin was at one time merely a Roman lake, and the adjacent countries were Roman in letters, law, religion, and the practice of war. Roman roads crossed the continents east and west, and penetrated to the depths of Asia and Africa. Roman garrisons were stationed in every important city of the provinces. And when the great city on the banks of the Tiber at last fell before successive eruptions of northeasterly barbarians, and Roman power was at its extreme ebb, the spirit of Roman institutions still survived in the civilization of Spain, France, Italy, Britain, even in Greece and Asia. Roman law had become the code of the world. Iberian, Gaul, and Italian had modified in varying degree their native dialects in conformity with the more copious and logical idiom of Latium. A group of legends gathers around the birthplace of the Eternal City. It is Aeneas who escapes from Troy and brings into the land of Italian Latinus his native gods. His son Ascanius conquers and slays Mezentius in a battle between Latins and Etruscans, and 11 kings of Alba, all surnamed Silvius, succeeded him on the throne. The last king of Alba Longa is Procas, whose usurping son Amulius drives his eldest brother, Numitor, from the throne. Numitor's daughter, Silvia, becomes the mother of the immortal twins Romulus and Remus, by Mamers, the god of war, and the children are exposed by cruel Amulius, suckled by a wolf, and become founders of Rome. Such is the outline of the poem, or rather tissue of poetry, in which the founding of Rome is embalmed. The critical acumen of Niebuhr may have dispelled some of the clouds and contradictions in which early historians and poets have wrapped the record of this great event. But no critic can ever destroy the beauty and charm of the old Latin chronicles, or diminish the glory of the day that saw the first walls rise about the 7 hills of the most important of ancient European cities. I believe that few persons, when Alba is mentioned, can get rid of the idea, to which I too adhered for a long time, that the history of Alba is lost to such an extent that we can speak of it only in reference to the Trojan time and the preceding period, as if all the statements made concerning it by the Romans were based upon fancy and error, and that, accordingly, it must be effaced from the pages of history altogether. It is true that what we read concerning the foundation of Alba by Ascanius, and the wonderful signs accompanying it, as well as the whole series of the Alban kings, with the years of their reigns, the story of Numitor and Amulius, and the story of the destruction of the city, do not belong to history. But the historical existence of Alba is not at all doubtful on that account, nor have the ancients ever doubted it. The Sacra Albana and the Albani tumuli atque luci, which existed as late as the time of Cicero, are proofs of its early existence. Ruins indeed no longer exist, but the situation of the city in the valley of Grote may still be recognized. Between the lake and the long chain of hills near the monastery of Palazzuolo, one still sees the rock cut steep down toward the lake, evidently the work of man, which rendered it impossible to attack the city on that side. The summit on the other side formed the arcs. That the Albans were in possession of the sovereignty of Latium is a tradition which we may believe to be founded on good authority, as it is traced to Cincius. Afterward the Latins became the masters of the district and the temple of Jupiter. Further, the statement that Alba shared the flesh of the victim on the Alban Mount with the 30 towns, and that after the fall of Alba the Latins chose their own magistrates, are glimpses of real history. The ancient tunnel made for discharging the water of the Alban lake still exists, and through its vault a canal was made, called Fossa Cluilia. This vault, which is still visible, is a work of earlier construction than any Roman one. But all that can be said of Alba and the Latins at that time is, that Alba was the capital, exercising the sovereignty over Latium, that its temple of Jupiter was the rallying point of the people who were governed by it, and that the gens Silvia was the ruling clan. It cannot be doubted that the number of Latin towns was actually 30, just that of the Albensian demi. This number afterward occurs again in the later 30 Latin towns and in the 30 Roman tribes, and it is, moreover, indicated by the story of the foundation of Lavinium by 30 families, in which we may recognize the union of the two tribes. The statement that Lavinium was a Trojan colony and was afterward abandoned but restored by Alba, and further that the sanctuary could not be transferred from it to Alba, is only an accommodation to the Trojan and native tradition, however much it may bear the appearance of antiquity. For Lavinium is nothing else than a general name for Latium, just as Panionium is for Ionia, Latinus, Lavinus, and Lavicus being one and the same name, as is recognized even by Servius. Lavinium was the central point of the Prisci Latini, and there is no doubt that in the early period before Alba ruled over Lavinium, worship was offered mutually at Alba and at Lavinium, as was afterward the case at Rome in the temple of Diana on the Aventine, and at the festivals of the Romans and Latins on the Alban Mount. The personages of the Trojan legend, therefore, present themselves to us in the following light. Turnus is nothing else but Turinus, in Dionysus, Greek Turinos. Lavinia, the fair maiden, is the name of the Latin people, which may perhaps be so distinguished that the inhabitants of the coast were called Tyrrhenians, and those further inland Latins. Since, after the Battle of Lake Regillus, the Latins are mentioned in the treaty with Rome as forming 30 towns, there can be no doubt that the towns, over which Alba had the supremacy in the earliest times, were likewise 30 in number. But the confederacy did not at all times contain the same towns, as some may afterward have perished, and others may have been added. In such political developments there is at work an instinctive tendency to fill up that which has become vacant, and this instinct acts as long as people proceed unconsciously according to the ancient forms and not in accordance with actual wants. Such also was the case in the 12 Achaean towns, and in the 7 Frisian maritime communities, for as soon as one disappeared, another, dividing itself into 2, supplied its place. Wherever there is a fixed number, it is kept up, even when one part dies away, and it ever continues to be renewed. We may add that the state of the Latins lost in the west, but gained in the east. We must therefore, I repeat it, conceive on the one hand Alba with its 30 demi, and on the other the 30 Latin towns, the latter at first forming a state allied with Alba, and at a later time under its supremacy. According to an important statement of Cato preserved in Dionysus, the ancient towns of the aborigines were small places scattered over the mountains. One town of this kind was situated on the Palatine Hill, and bore the name of Roma, which is most certainly Greek. Not far from it there occur several other places with Greek names, such as Pyrgi and Alsium, for the people inhabiting those districts were closely akin to the Greeks, and it is by no means an erroneous conjecture that Terracina was formerly called Greek Trachane, or the rough place on a rock. Formier must be connected with Greek Hormos, a roadstead, or place for casting anchor. As certain as Pyrgi signifies towers, so certainly does Roma signify strength, and I believe those are quite right who consider that the name Roma in this sense is not accidental. This Roma is described as a Pelasgian place in which Evander, the introducer of scientific culture, resided. According to tradition, the first foundation of civilization was laid by Saturn in the golden age of mankind. The tradition in Virgil, who was extremely learned in matters of antiquity, that the first men were created out of trees, must be taken quite literally, for as in Greece, the Greek Myrmeches were metamorphosed into the Myrmidons, and the stones thrown by Deucalion and Pyrrha into men and women, so in Italy trees, by some divine power, were changed into human beings. These beings, at first only half human, gradually acquired a civilization which they owed to Saturn, but the real intellectual culture was traced to Evander, who must not be regarded as a person who had come from Arcadia, but as the good man, as the teacher of the alphabet and of mental culture, which man gradually works out for himself. The Romans clung to the conviction that Romulus, the founder of Rome, was the son of a virgin by a god, that his life was marvelously preserved, that he was saved from the floods of the river and was reared by a she-wolf. That this poem is very ancient cannot be doubted. But did the legend at all times describe Romulus as the son of Rhea Silvia or Aelia? Perizonius was the first who remarked against Rhetius that Rhea Aelia never occurs together, and that Rhea Silvia was the daughter of Numitor, while Aelia is called a daughter of Aeneas. He is perfectly right. Naevius and Ennius called Romulus a son of Aelia, the daughter of Aeneas, as is attested by Servius on Virgil and Porphyrio on Horace. But it cannot be hence inferred that this was the national opinion of the Romans themselves, for the poets who were familiar with the Greeks might accommodate their stories to Greek poems. The ancient Romans, on the other hand, could not possibly look upon the mother of the founder of their city as a daughter of Aeneas, who was believed to have lived 333 or 360 years earlier. Dionysius says that his account, which is that of Fabius, occurred in the sacred songs, and it is in itself perfectly consistent. Fabius cannot have taken it, as Plutarch asserts, from Diocles, a miserable unknown Greek author. The statue of the she-wolf was erected in the year AU 457, long before Diocles wrote, and at least 100 years before Fabius. This tradition, therefore, is certainly the more ancient Roman one, and it puts Rome in connection with Alba. A monument lately has been discovered at Boville. It is an altar which the Gentiles Julii erected lege Albana, and therefore expresses a religious relation of a Roman gens to Alba. The connection of the two towns continues down to the founder of Rome, and the well-known tradition, with its ancient poetical details, many of which Livy and Dionysius omitted from their histories, lest they should seem to deal too much in the marvelous, runs as follows. Numitor and Amulius were contending for the throne of Alba. Amulius took possession of the throne, and made Rhea Silvia, the daughter of Numitor, a Vestal Virgin, in order that the Silvian house might become extinct. This part of the story was composed without any insight into political laws, for a daughter could not have transmitted any gentilician rights. The name Rhea Silvia is ancient, but Rhea is only a surname. Rhea Femina often occurs in Boccaccio, and is used to this day in Tuscany to designate a woman whose reputation is blighted. A priestess, Rhea, is described by Virgil as having been overpowered by Hercules. While Rhea was fetching water in a grove for a sacrifice, the sun became eclipsed, and she took refuge from a wolf in a cave, where she was overpowered by Mars. When she was delivered, the sun was again eclipsed, and the statue of Vesta covered its eyes. Livy has here abandoned the marvelous. The tyrant threw Rhea with her infants into the river Anio. She lost her life in the waves, but the god of the river took her soul and changed it into an immortal goddess, whom he married. This story has been softened down into the tale of her imprisonment, which is unpoetical enough to be a later invention. The river Anio carried the cradle, like a boat, into the Tiber, and the latter conveyed it to the foot of the Palatine, the water having overflowed the country, and the cradle was upset at the root of a fig tree. A she-wolf carried the babies away and suckled them. Mars sent a woodpecker, which provided the children with food, and the bird Para, which protected them from insects. These statements are gathered from various quarters, for the historians got rid of the marvelous as much as possible. Faustulus, the legend continues, found the boys feeding on the milk of the huge wild beast. He brought them up with his 12 sons, and they became the staunchest of all. Being at the head of the shepherds on Mount Palatine, they became involved in a quarrel with the shepherds of Numitor on the Aventine. The Palatine and the Aventine are always hostile to each other. Remus, being taken prisoner, was led to Alba, but Romulus rescued him, and their descent from Numitor being discovered, the latter was restored to the throne, and the 2 young men obtained permission to form a settlement at the foot of Mount Palatine, where they had been saved. Out of this beautiful poem the falsifiers endeavored to make some credible story. Even the unprejudiced and poetical Livy tried to avoid the most marvelous points as much as he could, but the falsifiers went a step farther. In the days when men had altogether ceased to believe in the ancient gods, attempts were made to find something intelligible in the old legends, and thus a history was made up, which Plutarch fondly embraced and Dionysius did not reject, though he also relates the ancient tradition in a mutilated form. He says that many people believe in demons, and that such a demon might have been the father of Romulus, but he himself is very far from believing it, and rather thinks that Amulius himself, in disguise, violated Rhea Silvia, amid thunder and lightning produced by artifice. This he is said to have done in order to have a pretext for getting rid of her, but being entreated by his daughter not to drown her, he imprisoned her for life. The children were saved by the shepherd, who was commissioned to expose them, at the request of Numitor, and 2 other boys were put in their place. Numitor's grandsons were taken to a friend at Gabii, who caused them to be educated according to their rank, and to be instructed in Greek literature. Attempts have actually been made to introduce this stupid forgery into history, and some portions of it have been adopted in the narrative of our historians. For example, that the ancient Alban nobility migrated with the 2 brothers to Rome. But if this had been the case, there would have been no need of opening an asylum, or would it have been necessary to obtain by force the connubium with other nations. But of more historical importance is the difference of opinion between the 2 brothers respecting the building of the city and its site. According to the ancient tradition, both were kings and equal heads of the colony. Romulus is universally said to have wished to build on the Palatine, while Remus, according to some, preferred the Aventine, according to others, the hill Remuria. Plutarch states that the latter is a hill 3 miles south of Rome, and cannot have been any other than the hill nearly opposite St. Paul, which is the more credible, since this hill, though situated in an otherwise unhealthy district, has an extremely fine air, a very important point in investigations respecting the ancient Latin towns, for it may be taken for certain that where the air is now healthy it was so in those times also, and that where it is now decidedly unhealthy it was anciently no better. The legend now goes on to say that a dispute arose between Romulus and Remus as to which of them should give the name to the town, and also as to where it was to be built. A town Remuria therefore undoubtedly existed on that hill, though subsequently we find the name transferred to the Aventine, as is the case so frequently. According to the common tradition, the auguries were to decide between the brothers. Romulus took his stand on the Palatine, Remus on the Aventine. The latter observed the whole night, but saw nothing until about sunrise, when he saw 6 vultures flying from north to south, and sent word of it to Romulus. But at that very time the latter, annoyed at not having seen any sign, fraudulently sent a messenger to say that he had seen 12 vultures, and at the very moment the messenger arrived there did appear 12 vultures, to which Romulus appealed. This account is impossible, for the Palatine and the Aventine are so near each other that, as every Roman well knew, whatever a person on one of the two hills saw high in the air could not escape the observation of anyone who was watching on the other. This part of the story, therefore, cannot be ancient, and can be saved only by substituting the Remuria for the Aventine. As the Palatine was the seat of the noblest patrician tribe, and the Aventine the special town of the plebeians, there existed between the two a perpetual feud, and thus it came to pass that in after times the story relating to the Remuria, which was far away from the city, was transferred to the Aventine. According to Ennius, Romulus made his observations on the Aventine. In this case Remus must certainly have been on the Remuria, and it is said that when Romulus obtained the augury he threw his spear toward the Palatine. This is the ancient legend which was neglected by the later writers. Romulus took possession of the Palatine. The spear, taking root and becoming a tree, which existed down to the time of Nero, is a symbol of the eternity of the new city and of the protection of the gods. The statement that Romulus tried to deceive his brother is a later addition, and the beautiful poem of Ennius, quoted by Cicero, knows nothing of this circumstance. The conclusion which must be drawn from all this is that in the earliest times there were two towns, Roma and Remuria, the latter being far distant from the city and from the Palatine. Romulus now fixed the boundary of his town, but Remus scornfully leaped across the ditch, for which he was slain by Celer, a hint that no one should cross the fortifications of Rome with impunity. But Romulus fell into a state of melancholy occasioned by the death of Remus. He instituted festivals to honor him, and ordered an empty throne to be put up by the side of his own. Thus we have a double kingdom, which ends with the defeat of Remuria. The question now is, what were these two towns of Roma and Remuria? They were evidently Pelasgian places. The ancient tradition states that Sicelus migrated from Rome southward to the Pelasgians, that is, the Tyrrhenian Pelasgians were pushed forward to the Margates, a kindred nation in Lucania and in Sicily. Among the Greeks it was, as Dionysius states, a general opinion that Rome was a Pelasgian, that is, a Tyrrhenian city, but the authorities from whom he learned this are no longer extant. There is, however, a fragment in which it is stated that Rome was a sister city of Antium and Ardea. Here, too, we must apply the statement from the Chronicle of Cumae, that Evander, who, as an Arcadian, was likewise a Pelasgian, had his Palatium on the Palatine. To us he appears of less importance than in the legend, for in the latter he is one of the benefactors of nations, and introduced among the Pelasgians in Italy the use of the alphabet and other arts, just as Damaratus did among the Tyrrhenians in Etruria. In this sense, therefore, Rome was certainly a Latin town, and had not a mixed but a purely Tyrrheno-Pelasgian population. The subsequent vicissitudes of this settlement may be gathered from the allegories. Romulus now found the number of his fellow settlers too small. The number of 3,000 foot and 300 horse, which Livy gives from the commentaries of the pontiffs, is worth nothing, for it is only an outline of the later military arrangement transferred to the earliest times. According to the ancient tradition, Romulus's band was too small, and he opened an asylum on the Capitoline Hill. This asylum, the old description states, contained only a very small space, a proof of how little these things were understood historically. All manner of people, thieves, murderers, and vagabonds of every kind, flocked thither. This is the simple view taken of the origin of the clients. In the bitterness with which the estates subsequently looked upon one another, it was made a matter of reproach to the patricians that their earliest ancestors had been vagabonds, though it was a common opinion that the patricians were descended from the free companions of Romulus, and that those who took refuge in the asylum placed themselves as clients under the protection of the real free citizens. But now they wanted women, and attempts were made to obtain the connubium with neighboring towns, especially, perhaps, with Antemnae, which was only 4 miles distant from Rome, with the Sabines and others. This being refused, Romulus had recourse to a stratagem, proclaiming that he had discovered the altar of Consus, the god of councils, an allegory of his cunning in general. In the midst of these solemnities, the Sabine maidens, 30 in number, were carried off, from whom the Curiae received their names. This is the genuine ancient legend, and it proves how small ancient Rome was conceived to have been. In later times the number was thought too small. It was supposed that these 30 had been chosen by lot for the purpose of naming the Curiae after them, and Valerius Antius fixed the number of the women who had been carried off at 527. The rape is placed in the 4th month of the city because the consualia fall in August, and the festival commemorating the foundation of the city in April. Later writers, such as Gnaeus Gellius, extended this period to 4 years, and Dionysius found this, of course, far more credible. From this rape there arose wars, first with the neighboring towns, which were defeated one after another, and at last with the Sabines. The ancient legend contains not a trace of this war having been of long continuance, but in later times it was, necessarily, supposed to have lasted for a considerable time, since matters were then measured by a different standard. Lucumo and Celius came to the assistance of Romulus, an allusion to the expedition of Caelus Vibena, which, however, belongs to a much later period. The Sabine king, Tatius, was induced by treachery to settle on the hill which is called the Tarpeian Arx. Between the Palatine and the Tarpeian rock a battle was fought, in which neither party gained a decisive victory, until the Sabine women threw themselves between the combatants, who agreed that henceforth the sovereignty should be divided between the Romans and the Sabines. According to the annals, this happened in the 4th year of Rome. But this arrangement lasted only a short time. Tatius was slain during a sacrifice at Lavinium, and his vacant throne was not filled up. During their common reign, each king had a senate of 100 members, and the 2 senates, after consulting separately, used to meet, and this was called comitium. Romulus during the remainder of his life ruled alone. The ancient legend knows nothing of his having been a tyrant. According to Ennius, he continued, on the contrary, to be a mild and benevolent king, while Tatius was a tyrant. The ancient tradition contained nothing beyond the beginning and the end of the reign of Romulus. All that lies between these points, the war with the Veientines, Fidenates, and so on, is a foolish invention of later annalists. The poem itself is beautiful, but this inserted narrative is highly absurd, as for example the statement that Romulus slew 10,000 Veientines with his own hand. The ancient poem passed on at once to the time when Romulus had completed his earthly career, and Jupiter fulfilled his promise to Mars that Romulus was the only man whom he would introduce to the gods. According to this ancient legend, the king was reviewing his army near the marsh of Capri, when, as at the moment of his conception, there occurred an eclipse of the sun and at the same time a hurricane, during which Mars descended in a fiery chariot and took his son up to heaven. Out of this beautiful poem the most wretched stories have been manufactured. Romulus, it is said, while in the midst of his senators, was knocked down, cut into pieces, and thus carried away by them under their togas. This stupid story was generally adopted, and that a cause for so horrible a deed might not be wanting, it was related that in his latter years Romulus had become a tyrant, and that the senators took revenge by murdering him. After the death of Romulus, the Romans and the people of Tatius quarreled for a long time with each other, the Sabines wishing that one of their nation should be raised to the throne, while the Romans claimed that the new king should be chosen from among them. At length they agreed, it is said, that the one nation should choose a king from the other. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Foundation of Rome, B.C. 753, by Barthold Georg Niebuhr. Part 2. We have now reached the point at which it is necessary to speak of the relation between the two nations, such as it actually existed. All the nations of antiquity lived in fixed forms, and their civil relations were always marked by various divisions and subdivisions. When cities raised themselves to the rank of nations, we always find a division at first into tribes. Herodotus mentions such tribes in the colonization of Cyrene, and the same was afterward the case at the foundation of Thurii. But when a place existed anywhere as a distinct township, its nature was characterized by the fact of its citizens being at a certain time divided into gentes, Greek gene, each of which had a common chapel and a common hero. These gentes were united in definite numerical proportions into curiae, Greek phratrai. The gentes are not families but free corporations, sometimes close and sometimes open. In certain cases the whole body of the state might assign to them new associates. The Great Council at Venice was a closed body, and no one could be admitted whose ancestors had not been in it, and such also was the case in many oligarchical states of antiquity. All civil communities had a council and an assembly of burghers, that is, a small and a great council. The burghers consisted of the guilds, or gentes, and these again were united, as it were, in parishes. All the Latin towns had a council of 100 members, who were divided into 10 curiae. This division gave rise to the name of decurions, which remained in use as a title of civic magistrates down to the latest times, and through the Lex Julia was transferred to the constitution of the Italian municipia. That this council consisted of 100 persons has been proved by Savigny in the first volume of his History of the Roman Law. This constitution continued to exist till a late period of the Middle Ages, but perished when the institution of guilds took the place of municipal constitutions. Giovanni Villani says that previously to the revolution in the 12th century there were at Florence 100 buoni nomini, who had the administration of the city. There is nothing in the German cities which answers to this constitution. We must not conceive those 100 to have been nobles. They were an assembly of burghers and country people, as was the case in our small imperial cities, or as in the small cantons of Switzerland. Each of them represented a gens, and they are those whom Propertius calls patres pelliti. The curia of Rome, a cottage covered with straw, was a faithful memorial of the time when Rome stood buried in the night of history, as a small country town surrounded by its little domain. The most ancient occurrence which we can discover from the form of the allegory, by a comparison of what happened in other parts of Italy, is a result of the great and continued commotion among the nations of Italy. It did not terminate when the Oscans had been pressed forward from Lake Fucinus to the Lake of Alba, but continued much longer. The Sabines may have rested for a time, but they advanced far beyond the districts about which we have any traditions. These Sabines began as a very small tribe, but afterward became one of the greatest nations in Italy, for the Maruccians, Caudines, Vestinians, Marsians, Pelignians, and in short all the Samnite tribes, the Lucanians, the Oscan part of the Brudians, the Picentians, and several others were all descended from the Sabine stock. And yet there are no traditions about their settlements except in a few cases. At the time to which we must refer the foundation of Rome, the Sabines were widely diffused. It is said that, guided by a bull, they penetrated into Opizza, and thus occupied the country of the Samnites. It was perhaps at an earlier time that they migrated down the Tiber, whence we there find Sabine towns mixed with Latin ones. Some of their places also existed on the Anio. The country afterward inhabited by the Sabines was probably not occupied by them till a later period, for Falerii is a Tuscan town, and its population was certainly at one time thoroughly Tyrrhenian. As the Sabines advanced, some Latin towns maintained their independence, others were subdued. Fidenae belonged to the former, but north of it all the country was Sabine. Now by the side of the ancient Roma we find a Sabine town, on the Quirinal and Capitoline close to the Latin town, but its existence is all that we know about it. a tradition states that there previously existed on the Capitoline a Siculian town of the name of Saturnia, which, in this case, must have been conquered by the Sabines. But whatever we may think of this, as well as of the existence of another ancient town on the Janiculum, it is certain that there were a number of small towns in that district. The two towns could exist perfectly well side by side, as there was a deep marsh between them. The town on the Palatine may, for a long time, have been in a state of dependence on the Sabine conqueror whom tradition calls Titus Tatius. Hence he was slain during the Laurentine sacrifice, and hence also his memory was hateful. The existence of a Sabine town on the Quirinal is attested by the undoubted occurrence there of a number of Sabine chapels, which were known as late as the time of Varro, and from which he proved that the Sabine ritual was adopted by the Romans. This Sabine element in the worship of the Romans has almost always been overlooked, in consequence of the prevailing desire to look upon everything as Etruscan, but, I repeat, there is no doubt of the Sabine settlement, and that it was a result of a great commotion among the tribes of Middle Italy. The tradition that the Sabine women were carried off because there existed no connubium, and that the rape was followed by a war, is undoubtedly a symbolical representation of the relation between the two towns previous to the establishment of the right of intermarriage. The Sabines had the ascendancy and refused that right, but the Romans gained it by force of arms. There can be no doubt that the Sabines were originally the ruling people, but that in some insurrection of the Romans, various Sabine places, such as Atemne, Fidenae, and others, were subdued, and thus these Sabines were separated from their kinsmen. The Romans therefore re-established their independence by a war, the result of which may have been such as we read it in the tradition, Romulus being, of course, set aside, namely, that both places as two closely united towns formed a kind of confederacy, each with a senate of 100 members, a king, an offensive and defensive alliance, and on the understanding that in common deliberations the burghers of each should meet together in the space between the two towns, which was afterward called the comitium. In this manner they formed a united state in regard to foreign nations. The idea of a double state was not unknown to the ancient writers themselves, although the indications of it are preserved only in scattered passages, especially in the scholiasts. The head of Janus, which in the earliest times was represented on the Roman as, is the symbol of it, as has been correctly observed by writers on Roman antiquities. The vacant throne by the side of the curule chair of Romulus points to the time when there was only one king, and represents the equal but quiescent right of the other people. That concord was not of long duration is an historical fact likewise, nor can it be doubted that the Roman king assumed the supremacy over the Sabines, and that in consequence the two councils were united so as to form one senate under one king, it being agreed that the king should be alternately a Roman and a Sabine, and that each time he should be chosen by the other people. The king, however, if displeasing to the non-electing people, was not to be forced upon them, but was to be invested with the imperium only on condition of the auguries being favorable to him, and of his being sanctioned by the whole nation. The non-electing tribe accordingly had the right of either sanctioning or rejecting his election. In the case of Numa this is related as a fact, but it is only a disguisement of the right derived from the ritual books. In this manner the strange double election, which is otherwise so mysterious and was formerly completely misunderstood, becomes quite intelligible. One portion of the nation elected and the other sanctioned, it being intended that, for example, the Romans should not elect from among the Sabines a king devoted exclusively to their own interests, but one who was at the same time acceptable to the Sabines. When, perhaps after several generations of a separate existence, the two states became united, the towns ceased to be towns, and the collective body of the burghers of each became tribes, so that the nation consisted of two tribes. The form of addressing the Roman people was from the earliest times Populus Romanus Quirites, which, when its origin was forgotten, was changed into Populus Romanus Quiritium, just as lis Vindiciae was afterwards changed into lis Vindiciarum. This change is more ancient than Livy. The correct expression still continued to be used, but was to a great extent supplanted by the false one. The ancient tradition relates that after the union of the two tribes, the name Quirites was adopted as the common designation for the whole people. But this is erroneous, for the name was not used in this sense till a very late period. This designation remained in use and was transferred to the plebeians at a time when the distinction between Romans and Sabines, between these two and the Luceres, nay, when even that between patricians and plebeians had almost ceased to be noticed. Thus the two towns stood side by side as tribes forming one state, and it is merely a recognition of the ancient tradition when we call the Latins Ramnes and the Sabines Titius. That the derivation of these appellations from Romulus and Titus Tatius is incorrect is no argument against the view here taken. Dionysius, who had good materials and made use of a great many, must, as far as the consular period is concerned, have had more than he gives. There is in particular one important change in the constitution, concerning which he has only a few words, either because he did not see clearly or because he was careless. But as regards the kingly period, he was well acquainted with this subject. He says that there was a dispute between the two tribes respecting the senates, and that Numa settled it by not depriving the Ramnes, as the first tribe, of anything, and by conferring honors on the Titius. This is perfectly clear. The Senate, which had at first consisted of 100 and now 200 members, was divided into 10 decuries, each being headed by one who was its leader. These are the decem primi, and they were taken from the Ramnes. They formed the college which, when there was no king, undertook the government, one after another, each for 5 days, but in such a manner that they always succeeded one another in the same order, as we must believe with Livy, for Dionysius here introduces his Greek notions of the Attic praetanes, and Plutarch misunderstands the matter altogether. After the example of the Senate, the number of the augurs and pontiffs also was doubled, so that each college consisted of 4 members, 2 being taken from the Ramnes and 2 from the Titius. Although it is not possible to fix these changes chronologically, as Dionysius and Cicero do, yet they are as historically certain as if we actually knew the kings who introduced them. Such was Rome in the second stage of its development. This period of equalization is one of peace, and is described as the reign of Numa, about whom the traditions are simple and brief. It is the picture of a peaceful condition with a holy man at the head of affairs, like Nicholas van der Flue in Switzerland. Numa was supposed to have been inspired by the goddess Egeria, to whom he was married in the grove of the Camenae, and who introduced him into the choir of her sisters. She melted away in tears at his death, and thus gave her name to the spring which arose out of her tears. Such a peace of 40 years, during which no nation rose against Rome, because Numa's piety was communicated to the surrounding nations, is a beautiful idea, but historically impossible in those times, and manifestly a poetical fiction. The death of Numa forms the conclusion of the first saeculum, and an entirely new period follows, just as in the Theogony of Hesiod the age of heroes is followed by the Iron Age. There is evidently a change, and an entirely new order of things is conceived to have arisen. Up to this point we have had nothing except poetry, but with Tullus Hostilius a kind of history begins, that is, events are related which must be taken in general as historical, though in the light in which they are presented to us they are not historical. Thus, for example, the destruction of Alba is historical, and so in all probability is the reception of the Albans at Rome. The conquests of Ancus Martius are quite credible, and they appear like an oasis of real history in the midst of fables. A similar case occurs once in the Chronicle of Cologne. In the Abyssinian annals, we find in the 13th century a very minute account of one particular event, in which we recognize a piece of contemporaneous history, though we meet with nothing historical either before or after. The history which then follows is like a picture viewed from the wrong side, like phantasmata. The names of the kings are perfectly fictitious, No man can tell how long the Roman kings reigned, as we do not know how many there were, since it is only for the sake of the number that 7 were supposed to have ruled, 7 being a number which appears in many relations, especially in important astronomical ones. Hence the chronological statements are utterly worthless. We must conceive as a succession of centuries the period from the origin of Rome down to the times wherein were constructed the enormous works, such as the great drains, the wall of Servius, and others, which were actually executed under the kings and rival the great architectural works of the Egyptians. Romulus and Numa must be entirely set aside, but a long period follows in which the nations gradually unite and develop themselves until the kingly government disappears and makes way for republican institutions. But it is nevertheless necessary to relate the history, such as it has been handed down, because much depends upon it. There was not the slightest connection between Rome and Alba, nor is it even mentioned by the historians, though they suppose that Rome received its first inhabitants from Alba. But in the reign of Tullus Hostilius, the two cities on a sudden appear as enemies. Each of the two nations seeks war, and tries to allure fortune by representing itself as the injured party, each wishing to declare war. Both sent ambassadors to demand reparation for robberies which had been committed. The form of procedure was this. The ambassadors, that is the fetiales, related the grievances of their city to every person they met. They then proclaimed them in the marketplace of the other city, and if, after the expiration of thrice 10 days, no reparation was made, they said, "We have done enough, and now return," whereupon the elders at home held council as to how they should obtain redress. In this formulation, accordingly, the res, that is, the surrender of the guilty and the restoration of the stolen property, must have been demanded. Now it is related that the two nations sent such ambassadors quite simultaneously, but that Tullus Hostilius retained the Alban ambassadors until he was certain that the Romans at Alba had not obtained the justice due to them, and had therefore declared war. After this he admitted the ambassadors into the Senate, and the reply made to their complaint was that they themselves had not satisfied the demands of the Romans. Livy then continues, "Bellum in 30 diem dexerant," but the real formula is post 30 diem. And we may ask, why did Livy or the annalist whom he followed make this alteration? For an obvious reason. A person may ride from Rome to Alba in a couple of hours, so that the detention of the Alban ambassadors at Rome for 30 days, without their hearing what was going on in the meantime at Alba, was a matter of impossibility. Livy saw this, and therefore altered the formula. But the ancient poet was not concerned about such things, and without hesitation increased the distance in his imagination, and represented Rome and Alba as great states. The whole description of the circumstances under which the fate of Alba was decided is just as manifestly poetical, but we shall dwell upon it for a while in order to show how a semblance of history may arise. Between Rome and Alba there was a ditch, Fossa Cluilia or Cloelia, and there must have been a tradition that the Albas had been encamped there. Livy and Dionysius mention that Cluilius, a general of the Albans, had given the ditch its name, having perished there. It was necessary to mention the latter circumstance in order to explain the fact that afterward their general was a different person, Metius Fufetius, and yet to be able to connect the name of that ditch with the Albans. The two states committed the decision of their dispute to champions, and Dionysius says that tradition did not agree as to whether the name of the Roman champions was Horatii or Curiatii, although he himself, as well as Livy, assumes that it was Horatii, probably because it was thus stated by the majority of the annalists. Who would suspect any uncertainty here if it were not for this passage of Dionysius? The contest of the 3 brothers on each side is a symbolical indication that each of the 2 states was then divided into 3 tribes. Attempts have indeed been made to deny that the 3 men were brothers of the same birth, and thus to remove the improbability. But the legend went even further, representing the 3 brothers on each side as the sons of 2 sisters and as born on the same day. This contains the suggestion of a perfect equality between Rome and Alba. The contest ended in the complete submission of Alba. It did not remain faithful, however, and in the ensuing struggle with the Etruscans, Metius Fufetius acted the part of a traitor toward Rome, but not being able to carry his design into effect, he afterward fell upon the fugitive Etruscans. Tullus ordered him to be torn to pieces and Alba to be razed to the ground, the noblest Alban families being transplanted to Rome. The death of Tullus is no less poetical. Like Numa, he undertook to call down lightning from heaven, but he thereby destroyed himself and his house. If we endeavor to discover the historical substance of these legends, we at once find ourselves in a period when Rome no longer stood alone, but had colonies with Roman settlers, possessing a third of the territory and exercising sovereign power over the original inhabitants. This was the case in a small number of towns, for the most part of ancient Siculian origin. It is an undoubted fact that Alba was destroyed, and that after this event the towns of the Prisci Latini formed an independent and compact confederacy. But whether Alba fell in the manner described, whether it was ever compelled to recognize the supremacy of Rome, and whether it was destroyed by the Romans and Latins conjointly, or by the Romans or Latins alone, are questions which no human ingenuity can solve. It is, however, most probable that the destruction of Alba was the work of the Latins, who rose against her supremacy. Whether in this case the Romans received the Albans among themselves, and thus became their benefactors instead of destroyers, must ever remain a matter of uncertainty. That Alban families were transplanted to Rome cannot be doubted, any more than the Prisci Latini from that time constituted a compact state. If we consider that Alba was situated in the midst of the Latin districts, that the Alban Mount was their common sanctuary, and that the Grove of Ferentina was a place of assembly for all the Latins, it must appear more probable that Rome did not destroy Alba, but that it perished in an insurrection of the Latin towns, and that the Romans strengthened themselves by receiving the Albans into their city. Whether the Albans were the first that settled on the Celian hill, or whether it was previously occupied, cannot be decided. The account which places the foundation of the town on the Celius in the reign of Romulus suggests that a town existed there before the reception of the Albans. But what is the authenticity of this account? A third tradition represents it as an Etruscan settlement of Selis Vibena. This much is certain, that the destruction of Alba greatly contributed to increase the power of Rome. There can be no doubt that a third town, which seems to have been very populous, now existed on the Celius and on a portion of the Esquiliae. Such a settlement close to other towns was made for the sake of mutual protection. Between the two more ancient towns there continued to be a marsh or swamp, and Rome was protected on the south by stagnant water. But between Rome and the third town there was a dry plain. Rome also had a considerable suburb toward the Aventine, protected by a wall and a ditch, as is implied in the story of Remus. He is a personification of the plebs, leaping across the ditch from the side of the Aventine, though we ought to be very cautious in regard to allegory. The most ancient town on the Palatine was Rome. The Sabine town also must have had a name, and I have no doubt that according to common analogy it was Quirium, the name of its citizens being Quirites. This I look upon as certain. I have almost as little doubt that the town on the Celian was called Lucerum, because when it was united with Rome its citizens were called Lucertes, Luceres. The ancients derived this name from Lucumo, king of the Tuscans, or from Lucerus, king of Ardea. The latter derivation probably meaning that the race was Tirreno-Latin, because Ardea was the capital of that race. Rome was thus enlarged by a third element, which, however, did not stand on a footing of equality with the two others, but was in a state of dependence, similar to that of Ireland relatively to Great Britain, down to the year 1782. But although the Luceres were obliged to recognize the supremacy of the two older tribes, they were considered as an integral part of the whole state, that is, as a third tribe with an administration of its own, but inferior rights. What throws light upon our way here is a passage of Festus, who was a great authority on matters of Roman antiquity because he made his excerpts from various Flaccus. It is only in a few points that, in my opinion, either of them was mistaken. All the rest of the mistakes in Festus may be accounted for by the imperfection of the abridgment, Festus not always understanding various Flaccus. The statement of Festus to which I here allude is that Tarquinius Superbus increased the number of the Vestals in order that each tribe might have 2. With this we must connect a passage from the 10th book of Livy, where he says that the augurs were to represent the 3 tribes. The numbers in the Roman colleges of priests were always multiples, either of 2 or of 3. The latter was the case with the Vestal Virgins and the great Flamines, and the former with the augurs, pontiffs, and fetials, who represented only the first 2 tribes. Previously to the passing of the Algulnian law, the numbers of augurs was 4, and subsequently 5 plebeians were added. The basis of this increase was different, it is true, but the ancient rule of the number being a multiple of 3 was preserved. The number of pontiffs, which was then 4, was increased only by 4. This might seem to contradict what has just been stated, but it has been overlooked that Cicero speaks of 5 new ones having been added, for he included the Pontifex Maximus, which Livy does not. In like manner there were 20 fetials, 10 for each tribe. To the Salii on the Palatine, Numa added another brotherhood on the Quirinal. Thus we everywhere see a manifest distinction between the first 2 tribes and the third, the latter being treated as inferior. The third tribe then consisted of free citizens, but they had not the same rights as the members of the first 2. Yet its members considered themselves superior to all other people, and their relation to the other 2 tribes was the same as that existing between the Venetian citizens of the mainland and the nobili. A Venetian nobleman treated those citizens with far more condescension than he displayed toward others, providing they did not presume to exercise any authority in political matters. Whoever belonged to the Luceres called himself a Roman, and if the very dictator of Tusculum had come to Rome, a man of the third tribe there would have looked upon him as an inferior person, though he himself had no influence whatever. Tullus was succeeded by Ancus. Tullus appears as one of the Ramnes, and as descended from Hostus Hostilius, one of the companions of Romulus, but Ancus was a Sabine, a grandson of Numa. The accounts about him are to some extent historical, and there is no trace of poetry in them. In his reign, the development of the state again made a step in advance. According to the ancient tradition, Rome was at war with the Latin towns, and carried it on successfully. How many of the particular events which are recorded may be historical, I am unable to say, but that there was a war is credible enough. Ancus, it is said, carried away after this war many thousands of Latins, and gave them settlements on the Aventine. The ancients express various opinions about him. Sometimes he is described as a captator aureae popularis, sometimes he is called bonus Ancus. Like the first 3 kings, he is said to have been a legislator, a fact which is not mentioned in reference to the later kings. He is, moreover, stated to have established the colony of Ostia, and thus his kingdom must have extended as far as the mouth of the Tiber. Ancus and Tullus seem to me to be historical personages, but we can scarcely suppose that the latter was succeeded by the former, and that the events assigned to their reigns actually occurred in them. These events must be conceived in the following manner. Toward the end of the 4th reign, when, after a feud which lasted many years, the Romans came to an understanding with the Latins about the renewal of the long-neglected alliance, Rome gave up its claims to the supremacy which it could not maintain, and indemnified itself by extending its dominion in another and safer direction. The eastern colonies joined the Latin towns which still existed. This is evident, though it is nowhere expressly mentioned, and a portion of the Latin country was ceded to Rome, with which the rest of the Latins formed a connection of friendship, perhaps of isopolity. Rome here acted as wisely as England did when she recognized the independence of North America. In this manner Rome obtained a territory. The many thousand settlers whom Ancus is said to have led to the Aventine were the population of the Latin towns which became subject to Rome, and they were far more numerous than the 2 ancient tribes, even after the latter had been increased by their union with the third tribe. In these country districts lay the power of Rome, and from them she raised the armies with which she carried on her wars. It would have been natural to admit this population as a fourth tribe, but such a measure was not agreeable to the Romans. The constitution of the state was completed, and was looked upon as a sacred trust in which no change ought to be introduced. It was with the Greeks and Romans as it was with our own ancestors, whose separate tribes clung to their hereditary laws, and differed from one another in this respect as much as they did from the Gauls in the color of their eyes and hair. They knew well enough that it was in their power to alter the laws, but they considered them as something which ought not to be altered. Thus, when the Emperor Otto was doubtful on a point of law of inheritance, he caused the case to be decided by an ordeal or judgment of God. In Sicily, one city had Chalcidian, another Doric laws, although their populations, as well as their dialects, were greatly mixed. But the leaders of those colonies had been Chalcidians in the one case, and Dorians in the others. The Chalcidians, moreover, were divided into 4, the Dorians into 3 tribes, and their differences in these respects were manifested even in their weights and measures. The divisions into 3 tribes was a genuine Latin institution, and there are reasons which render it probable that the Sabines had a division of their states into 4 tribes. The transportation of the Latins to Rome must be regarded as the origin of the plebs. End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Prince Jimmu founds Japan's capital, B.C. 660. Sir Edward Reed, The Nihongi. Prince Jimmu is the founder of the Empire of Japan, according to Japanese tradition. The whole of his history is overlaid with myth and legend, but it points to the immigration of Western Asiatics by way of Korea into the Japanese islands of Izumo and Kyushu. The historical records of the Japanese relate that Jimmu, accompanied by an elder brother, Prince Itsuze, started from their grandfather's palace on Mount Takaklicho. They marched with a large number of followers, a horde of men, women, and children, as well as a band of armed men. On landing in Japan, after many years wandering by sea and land, they had serious conflicts with the native tribes. They eventually succeeded in overcoming all opposition and in conquering the country, so that Prince Jimmu was enabled to build a palace and set up a capital, Kashihabara in Yamato. This prince is regarded by Japanese historians as the founder of the Japanese Empire. He is said to have reigned 75 years after his accession, and to have died at the age of 127 years, and his burial place is pointed out in the northern side of Mount Unebi, in the province of Yamato. Prince Jimmu, or whoever was the foreign ruler who conquered and founded an empire in Japan, must have been a bold, enterprising, and sagacious man. The islands he subdued were barbarous, and he civilized them. The inhabitants were warlike and cruel, and he kept them in peace. He founded a dynasty which extended its dominion over Nagato, Izumo, and Owari, and still has representatives in rulers whose people are by far the most progressive dwellers in the East. That part of the following historical matter, which is translated from the old Japanese chronicle, the Nihongi, is marked by local color and by oriental characteristics, whereby it curiously contrasts with the plain recitals of modern and Western history. Sir Edward Reed. There are endless varying legends about this god period of Japan. All that we need now say in way of reciting the legends of the gods has relation to the descent of the Mikados of Japan from the deities. It was the misconduct of Susanoo that drove the sun goddess into the cave, and for this misconduct she was banished. Some say that instead of proceeding to his place of banishment, he descended, and with his son Idakiso no Mikoto, upon Shiraga in Korea, and not liking the place, went back by vessel to the bank of the Inokawa River in Izumo, Japan. At the time of their descent, Idakiso had many plants or seeds of trees with him, but he planted none in Shiraga, but took them across with him and scattered them from Kuishu all over Japan, so that the whole country became green with trees. It is said that Idakiso is respected as the god of merit, and is worshipped in Kinokuni. His two sisters also took care of the plantation. One of the gods who reigned over the country in the prehistoric period was Ohonamuchi, who is said by some to be the son of Susanoo, and by others to be one of his later descendants. And which is right, it is more than we can say, remarked one of my scholarly friends. However, during his reign he was anxious about the people, and consulting with Sukuna no Mikoto, applied his whole heart, we are told, to their good government, and they all became loyal to him. One time he said to his friends just named, "Do you think we are governing the people well?" And his friend answered, "In some respects well, and in some not." So that they were frank and honest with each other in those days. When Sukuna ni Kono went away, Ohonamuchi said, "It is I who should govern this country. Is there any who will assist me?" Then there appeared over the sea a divine light, and there came a god floating and floating, and said, "You cannot govern the country without me." And this proved to be the god Ohomiwa no Kami, who built a palace in Mimuro in Yamato, and dwelt therein. He affords a direct link to the Mikado family, for his daughter became the empress of the first historic Jimmu. Her name was Umetatara Isuzuhime. All the descendants of her father are named like him, Ohomiwa no Kami, and it is said that the present empress of Japan is probably a descendant of this god. As regards the descent of the Emperor Jimmu himself, we already know that Nihingi no Mikoto, the sovereign grandchild of the sun goddess, was sent down with the sacred symbols of empire given to him in the sun by the sun goddess herself before he started for the earth. Now Ninigi married, reader forgive me for quoting the lady's name and for her father's, Konohane no Sakuyahime, Oho Yamazumi no Kami, and their pair had 3 sons, of whom the last, named Howoro no Mikoto, succeeded to the throne. He is sometimes called by the following simple and possibly endearing name: Amatsu Hitakahi Kohodemi no Mikoto. He married Toyotami Hime, the daughter of the sea god, and they had a son, Ogayafuki Ayedesu no Mikoto, born, it is said, under an unfinished roof of cormorant's wings, who succeeded the father and who married Tamayori Hime, also a daughter of the sea god. This illustrious couple had 4 sons, of whom the last succeeded to the throne in the year B.C. 660. He was named Kamuyamatoi Warehiko no Mikoto, but posterity has fortunately simplified his designation to the now familiar Jimmu Tenno, the first historic emperor of Japan, and the ancestor of the present emperor. The histories of Japan, prepared under the sanction of the present Japanese government, date to the commencement of the historic period from the first year of the reign of the first emperor Jimmu Tenno, who is said to have ruled for 76 years, viz., from B.C. 660 to 585. Some persons consider that his reign, and a few reigns that succeeded it, probably or possibly belong to the legendary period, because while on the one hand the Emperor Jimmu is described as the founder of the present empire and the ancestor of the present emperor, on the other he is described as the 4th son of Ukai Fukiazu no Mikoto, who was 5th in direct descent from the beautiful sun goddess Tensho Daijin. But as no such thing as writing existed in Japan in those days, or for many centuries afterward, it would not be surprising if a real monarch should have a mythical origin assigned to him. And as I have quite lately heard from the guns firing at Nagasaki, an imperial salute in honor of his coronation, and have seen the flags waving over the capital city, Tokyo, in honor of the birthday, the Emperor Jimmu is quite historical enough for my present purpose. The commencement of his reign shall fix for us, as it does for others, the Japanese year 1, which was 660 years prior to our year 1, so that any date of the Christian era can be converted into one of the Japanese era by the addition of 660 years, and vice versa. Some of the emperors will be found to have lived very long lives, no doubt, but as I have said elsewhere, none of them lived nearly so long as our Adam, Methuselah, and others, in whose longevity so many of us profess to believe. And besides, it is impossible for me to attempt to correct a chronology which Japanese scholars and Englishmen versed in the Japanese language have thus far left without specific correction. Deferring for after consideration the incidents of the successive imperial reigns, except in so far as they bear directly upon the descent of the crown, let us then first glance at the succession of emperors and empresses who have ruled in the Morning Land. After the death of Emperor Jimmu, there appears to have been an interregnum for 3 years, although it is seldom taken account of, the second Emperor Suisei, who was the 5th son of the first emperor, having ascended to the throne B.C. 581 and reigned until 549. The cause of the interregnum appears to have been the extreme grief which Suisei felt at the death of his father, in consequence of which he committed the administration of the empire for a time to one of his relatives, an unworthy fellow, as he proved, named Tagishi Mimi no Mikoto, who tried to assassinate his master and seize the throne for himself, and who was put to death by Suisei for his pains. The 5th son of the Emperor Jimmu was nominated by him as the successor, and it is probable that older sons were living and passed over, and that the throne was inherited in part by nomination even in this its first transfer. Some writers on Japanese history profess to see nothing in the pantheon of Japan pictured in the Kojiki and Nihonki, nothing more than a collection of distinguished personages who lived and labored and contended in the country before the historic period, thus bringing deified men and women down to earth again. Such persons accept the records of Jimmu Tenno's origin as essentially accurate in so far as they state what is human and reasonable, rejecting them only when they set forth what is supernatural and to them unbelievable. Others, on the contrary, consider or profess to consider the supernatural portions of those narratives as perfectly trustworthy, and discredit only those statements concerning the first of the sacred emperors which would seem in any way to detract from his divinity. I should be sorry to have to argue the case with either of these parties, but I must take the liberty of accepting as sufficiently accurate as much of the recorded lives of Jimmu and his successors as the modern prosaic histories in Japan are content to put forth, and no more. Proceeding upon this basis, there is not much to be said of the reigns of the Mikados who ruled before the Christian era, beyond what has been already stated. As regards the first emperor, his ancestor, Ninigi no Mikoto, whether a god or not, or whether he came down from the sun by means of the bridge of heaven or not, appears to have established his residence at the ancient Himuka, now Hyuga. There it was that Jimmu Tenno first resided, and thence it was that he started on his historic and memorable career. The central parts of Japan were militarily occupied by rebels, whose names are preserved, and it was to subdue them that he proceeded eastward. He stopped for 3 years at Takashima, constructing the necessary vessels for crossing the waters, and then, in the course of years, making his way victoriously as far as Nanieva, the modern Osaka, encountered his foes at Kawachi, and defeated them, the chief general being left dead on the battlefield. Jimmu was now sole master of Japan, as then known, and in the following year he mounted the throne. The eastern and northern parts of the country were, however, still and long afterwards peopled by the Aino race, who were at a later period treated as troublesome savages, and conquered by the famous Prince Yamato Dake by help of the sacred sword. The spot selected by the Emperor Jimmu for his capital was Kashiwabara, in the province of Yamato, not far from the present western capital of Kyoto. He there did honor to the gods, married, built himself a palace, and deposited in the throne room the sacred mirror, sword, and ball, the insignia of the imperial power handed down from the sun goddess. He organized 2 imperial guards, one as a bodyguard to protect the interior of the palace, and the other to act as sentinels around the palace. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Prince Jimmu founds Japan's capital, B.C. 660, by the Nihongi. The Emperor Kami-Yamato Hiharibiko's personal name, Hikohoho Demi. He was the fourth child of Hikunagisi Take-Ugaya Fukiahesu no Mikoto. His mother's name was Tamayori Hime, daughter of the sea god. From his birth this emperor was of clear intelligence and resolute will. At the age of 15 he was made heir to the throne. When he grew up he married Ahira Tsuhime of the district of Ata in the province of Iuga, and made her his consort. By her he had Takishi Mimi no Mikoto and Kisu Mimi no Mikoto. When he reached the age of 45 he addressed his elder brothers and his children, saying, "Of old our heavenly deities, Takami Musubi no Mikoto and Ohohirume no Mikoto, pointing to this land of fair rice ears of the fertile reed plain, gave it to our heavenly ancestor Hikoho no Ninigi no Mikoto. Thereupon Hikoho no Ninigi no Mikoto, throwing open the barrier of heaven and clearing a cloud path, urged on his superhuman course until he came to rest. At this time the world was given over to widespread desolation. It was an age of darkness and disorder. In this gloom, therefore, he fostered justice, and so governed this western border. Our imperial ancestors and imperial parent, like gods, like sages, accumulated happiness and amassed glory. Many years elapsed from the date when our heavenly ancestor descended until now it is over 1,792,470 years. But the remote regions do not yet enjoy the blessings of imperial rule. Every town has always been allowed to have its lord, and every village its chief, who each one for himself makes division of territory and practices mutual aggression and conflict. Now I have heard from the Ancient of the Sea, and in the east there is a fair land encircled on all sides by blue mountains. Moreover, there is there one who flew down riding in a heavenly rock boat. I think that this land will undoubtedly be suitable for an extension of the heavenly task, so that its glory should fill the universe. It is doubtless the center of the world. The person who flew down was, I believe, Nigihayahi. Why should we not proceed thither and make it the capital?" All the imperial princes answered and said, "The truth of this is manifest. This thought is constantly present to our minds also. Let us go thither quickly." This was the year Kinoye Tora, 51st of the great year, Kinoye Tora. In that year in winter, on the Kanoto Tori day, the 5th of the 10th month, the new moon of which was on the day Hinotomi, the emperor in person led the imperial princes and a naval force on an expedition against the east. When he arrived at Hayasui Gate, there was there a fisherman who came riding in a boat. The emperor summoned him, and then inquired of him, saying, "Who art thou?" He answered and said, "Thy servant is a country god, and his name is Utsuhiko. I angle for fish in the bays of the ocean. Hearing that the son of the heavenly deity was coming, therefore I forthwith came to receive him." Again he inquired of him, saying, "Canst thou act as my guide?" He answered and said, "I will do so." The emperor ordered the end of a pole of shihi wood to be given to the fisher, and caused him to be taken and pulled into the imperial vessel of which he was made pilot. A name was especially granted him, and he was called Shihinetsuhiko. This was the first ancestor of the Yamato no Atahe. Proceeding on their voyage, they arrived at Usa in the land of Tsukushi. At this time there appeared the ancestors of Kunitsuko of Usa, named Usatsuhiko and Usatsuhime. They built a palace raised on one pillar on the banks of the river Usa, and offered them a banquet. Then, by imperial command, Usatsuhime was given in marriage to the emperor's attendant minister, Amanotane no Mikoto. Now Amanotane no Mikoto was the remote ancestor of Nakatomi Uji. 11th month, 9th day, the emperor arrived at the harbor of Oka in the land of Tsukushi. 12th month, 27th day, he arrived at the province of Aki, where he dwelt in the palace of Ye. The year Kinoto U, spring, 3rd month, 6th day. Going onward, he entered the land of Kibi, and built a temporary palace in which he dwelt. It was called the Palace of Takashima. 3 years passed, during which time he set in order the helms of his ships and prepared a store of provisions. It was his desire by single effort to subdue the empire. The year Tsuchi no Ye, Muma, spring, 2nd month, 11th day. The imperial forces at length proceeded eastward, the prow of one ship touching the stern of another. Just when they reached Cape Naniho, they encountered a current of great swiftness, whereupon that place was called Namahaya, wave swift, or Namihana, wave flower. It is now called Naniha, which is a corruption of this. 3rd month, 10th day. Proceeding upwards against the stream, they went straight on, and arrived at the port of Awokumo no Shiradate, in the township of Kusaka, in the province of Kafuchi. Summer, 4th month, 9th day. The imperial forces in martial array marched on to Tatsuta. The road was narrow and precipitous, and the men were unable to march abreast, so they returned and again endeavored to go eastward, crossing over Mount Ikoma. In this way they entered the inner country. Now when Nagasune Hiko heard this, he said, "The object of the children of the heavenly deity in coming hither is assuredly to rob me of my country." So he straightway levied all the forces under his dominion and intercepted them at the hill of Kusaka. A battle was engaged, and Itsu no Mikoto was hit by a random arrow on the elbow. The imperial forces were unable to advance against the enemy. The emperor was vexed, and resolved in his inmost heart a divine plan, saying, "I am the descendant of the sun goddess, and if I proceed against the sun to attack the enemy, I shall act contrary to the way of heaven. Better to retreat and make a show of weakness. Then, sacrificing to the gods of heaven and earth, and bringing on our backs the might of the sun goddess, let us follow her rays and trample them down. If we do so, the enemy will assuredly be routed of themselves, and we shall not stain our swords with blood." They all said, "It is good." Thereupon he gave orders to the army, saying, "Wait a while, and advance no further." So he withdrew his forces, and the enemy also did not dare to attack him. He then retired to the port of Kusaka, where he set up shields and made a warlike show. Therefore the name of this port was changed to Tatetsu, which is now corrupted to Tadetsu. Before this, at the battle of Kusaka, there was a man who hid in a great tree, and by so doing escaped danger. So pointing to this tree, he said, "I am grateful to it, as to my mother." Therefore the people of the day called the place Omonoki no Mura. 5th month, 8th day. The army arrived at the port of Yamaki in Chinu, also called Port Yamanoi. Now Itsuse no Mikoto's arrow wound was extremely painful. He grasped his sword, and striking a martial attitude, said, "How exasperating it is that a man should die of a wound received at the hands of slaves, and should not avenge it." The people of that day therefore called the place Onominoto. Proceeding onward, they reached Mount Kama, in the land of Kii, where Itsuse no Mikoto died in the army, and was therefore buried at Mount Kama. 6th month, 23rd day. The army arrived at the village of Nagusa, where they put to death the Tohei of Nagusa. Finally, they crossed the moor of Sano, and arrived at the village of Kami in Kumano. Here he embarked in the rock boat of heaven, and leading his army proceeded onward by slow degrees. In the midst of the sea, they suddenly met with a violent wind, and the imperial vessel was tossed about. Then Ina-Ihi no Mikoto exclaimed and said, "Alas! My ancestors were heavenly deities, and my mother was a goddess of the sea. Why do they harass me by land, and why, moreover, do they harass me by sea?" When he had said this, he drew his sword and plunged into the sea, where he became changed into the god Sabimochi. Miki Ino no Mikoto, also indignant at this, said, "My mother and my aunt are both sea goddesses. Why do they raise great billows to overwhelm us?" So treading upon the waves, he went to the eternal land. The emperor was now alone with the imperial prince, Tagishi Mimi no Mikoto. Leading his army forward, he arrived at Port Arazaka in Kumano. also called Nishiki Bay, where he put to death the Tohei of Nishiki. At this time the gods belched up a poisonous vapor, from which every one suffered. For this reason the imperial army was again unable to exert itself. Then there was there a man by name Kumano no Takakuraji, who unexpectedly had a dream, in which Amaterasu no Ohokami spoke to Takemika Tsuchi no Kami, saying, "I still hear a sound of disturbance from the central land of reed plains. Do thou again go and chastise it." Takemika Tsuchi no Kami answered and said, "Even if I go not, I can send down my sword, with which I subdued the land, upon which the country will of its own accord become peaceful." To this Amaterasu no Kami assented. Thereupon Takemika Tsuchi no Kami addressed Takakuraji, saying, "My sword, which is called Futsu no Mitama, I will now place in the storehouse. Do thou take it and present it to the heavenly grandchild." Takakuraji said, "Yes," and thereupon awoke. The next morning, as instructed in his dream, he opened the storehouse, and on looking in, there was indeed there a sword which had fallen down from heaven, and was standing upside down on the plank floor of the storehouse. So he took it and offered it to the emperor. At this time the emperor happened to be asleep. He awoke suddenly and said, "Oh, what a long time I have slept!" On inquiry he found that the troops who had been affected by the poison had all recovered their senses and were afoot. The emperor then endeavored to advance into the interior, but among the mountains it was so precipitous that there was no road by which they could travel, and they wandered about, not knowing whither to direct their march. Then Amaterasu no Ohokami instructed the emperor in a dream of the night, saying, "I will now send the Yatakarasu, make it thy guide through the land." Then there did indeed appear the Yatakarasu flying down from the void. The emperor said, "The coming of this crow is in due accordance with my auspicious dream. How grand, how splendid! My imperial ancestor, Amaterasu no Ohokami, deserves therewith to assist me in creating the hereditary institution." At this time Hino-Omi no Mikoto, ancestor of the Ohotomo house, taking with him Ohokume as commander of the main body, guided by the direction taken by the crow, looked up to it and followed after, until at length they arrived at the district of Lower Uda. Therefore they named the place which they reached the village of Ukichi no Uda. At this time, by an imperial order, he commended Hino-Omi no Mikoto, saying, "Thou art faithful and brave, and art moreover a successful guide. Therefore will I give thee a new name, and will call thee Michi no Omi." Autumn, 8th month, 2nd day. The emperor sent to summon Ukeshi the elder and Ukeshi the younger. These two were chiefs of the district of Uda. Now Ukeshi the elder did not come, but Ukeshi the younger came, and making obeisance at the gate of the camp, declared as follows: "Thy servant's elder brother, Ukeshi the elder, shows signs of resistance. Hearing that the descendant of heaven was about to arrive, he forthwith raised an army with which to make an attack. But having seen from afar the might of the imperial army, he was afraid, and did not dare to oppose it. Therefore he has secretly placed his troops in ambush, and has built for the occasion a new palace, in the hall of which he has prepared engines. It is his intention to invite the emperor to a banquet there, and then to do him a mischief. I pray that this treachery be noted, and that good care be taken to make preparations against it." The emperor straightway sent Michi no Omi no Mikoto to observe the signs of his opposition. Michi no Omi no Mikoto clearly ascertained his hostile intentions, and being greatly enraged, shouted at him in a blustering manner, "Wretch! Thou shalt thyself dwell in the house which thou hast made." So grasping his sword and drawing his bow, he urged him and drove him within it. Ukeshi the elder, being guilty before heaven, and the matter not admitting of excuse, of his own accord trod upon the engine and was crushed to death. His body was then brought out and decapitated, and the blood which flowed from it reached above the ankle. Therefore that place was called Udan no Chihara. After this Ukeshi the younger prepared a great feast of beef and sake, with which he entertained the imperial army. The emperor distributed this flesh and sake to the common soldiers upon which they sang the following verses: In the high castle tree of Uda I set a snare for woodcock, and waited, but no woodcock came to it. A valiant whale came to it. This is called a kume song. In the present time, when the Department of Music performs this song, there is still the measurement of great and small by the hand, as well as a distinction of coarse and fine in the notes of the voice. This is by a rule handed down from antiquity. After this the emperor wished to respect the land of Yoshino. So taking personal command of the light troops, he made a progress round by the way of Ukechimura in Uda. When he came to Yoshino, there was a man who came out of a well. He shone and had a tail. The emperor inquired of him, saying, What man art thou? He answered and said, Thy servant is a local deity, and his name is Wihikari. He it is who was the first ancestor of Yoshino no Obito. Proceeding a little further, there was another man with a tail, who burst open a rock and came forth from it. The emperor inquired of him, saying, What man art thou? He answered and said, Thy servant is the child of Iha Oshiwake. It was he who was the first ancestor of Kuzu of Yoshino. Then, skirting the river, he proceeded westward, when there appeared another man, who had made a fish trap and was catching fish. On the emperor making inquiry of him, he answered and said, Thy servant is the son of Nihimotsu. He it is who was the first ancestor of Hukahi Ata. 9th month, 5th day. The emperor ascended to the peak of Mount Takakura in Uda, whence he had a prospect over all the land. On Kunimi Hill there were descried 80 bandits. Moreover, at the acclivity of the Meisaka there was posted an army of women, and at the acclivity of Osaka there was stationed a force of men. At the acclivity of Sumisaka there was placed burning charcoal. This was the origin of the names Meisaka, Wosaka, and Sumisaka. Again, there was the army of Yeshiki, which covered all the village of Ihare. All the places occupied by the enemy were strong positions, and therefore the roads were cut off and obstructed, so that there was no room for passage. The emperor, indignant at this, made prayer on that night in person, and then fell asleep. The heavenly deity appeared to him in a dream, and instructed him, saying, Take earth from within the shrine of the heavenly Mount Kagu, and of it make 80 heavenly platters. Also make sacred jars, and therewith sacrifice to the gods of heaven and earth. Moreover, pronounce a solemn imprecation. If thou doest so, the enemy will render submission of their own accord. The emperor received with reverence the directions given in his dream, and proceeded to carry them into execution. Now Ukeshi the younger again addressed the emperor, saying, There are in the province of Yamato, in the village of Shiki, 80 Shiki bandits. Moreover, in the village of Takawahari, some say Katsuraki, there are 80 Agane bandits. All these tribes intend to give battle to the emperor, and thy servant is anxious in his own mind on his account. It were now good to take clay from the heavenly Mount Kagu, and therewith to make heavenly platters with which to sacrifice to the gods of the heavenly shrines and of the earthly shrines. If after doing so thou dost attack the enemy, they may be easily driven off. The emperor, who had already taken the words of his dream for a good omen, when he now heard the words of Ukeshi the younger, was still more pleased in his heart. He caused Shihi Netsuhiko to put on ragged garments and a grass hat, and to disguise himself as an old man. He also caused Ukeshi the younger to cover himself with a winnowing tray, so as to assume the appearance of an old woman, and then addressed them, saying, Do ye too proceed to the heavenly Mount Kagu, and secretly take earth from its summit. Having done so, return hither. By means of you, I shall then divine whether my undertaking will be successful or not. Do your utmost to be watchful. Now the enemy's army filled the road, and made all passage impossible. Then Shihi Netsuhiko prayed and said, If it be possible for our emperor to conquer this land, let the road by which we must travel become open. But if not, let the brigands surely oppose our passage. Having thus spoken, they set forth and went straight onward. Now the hostile band, seeing the two men, laughed loudly and said, "What an uncouth old man and old woman!" So with one accord they left the road, and allowed the two men to pass and proceed to the mountain, where they took the clay and returned with it. Hereupon the emperor was greatly pleased, and with this clay he made 80 platters, 80 heavenly small jars and sacred jars, with which he went to the upper waters of the river Nephu, and sacrificed to the gods of heaven and earth. Immediately on the Asahara plain by the river of Uda, it became as it were like foam on the water, the result of the curse cleaving to them. Moreover, the emperor went on to utter a vow, saying, "I will now make ame in the 80 platters without using water. If the ame is formed, then shall I assuredly, without effort and without recourse to the might of arms, reduce the empire to peace." So he made ame, which forthwith became formed of itself. Again he made a vow, saying, "I will now take the sacred jars and sink them in the river Nephu. If the fishes, whether great or small, become every one drunken, and are carried down the stream like as it were to floating maki leaves, then shall I assuredly succeed in establishing this land. But if this be not so, there will never be any results." Thereupon he sank the jars in the river with their mouths downward. After a while the fish all came to the surface, gaping, gasping as they floated down the stream. Then Shihi Netsuhiko, seeing this, represented it to the emperor, who was greatly rejoiced. And plucking up a 500-branched masakaki tree of the upper waters of the river Nephu, he did worship wherewith to all the gods. It was with this that the custom began of selling sacred jars. At this time he commanded Michi no Omi no Mikoto, saying, "We are now in person about to celebrate a public festival to Takami Musubi no Mikoto, and I appoint thee ruler of the festival, and I grant thee the title of Itsuhimi. The earthen jars which are set up shall be called Izube, or sacred jars. The fire shall be called Izu no Kagu Tsuchi, or sacred fire elder. The water shall be called Izu no Mizuha Nome, or sacred water female. The food shall be called Uzuka Nome, or sacred food female. The firewood shall be called Izu no Yamatsuchi, or sacred mountain elder. And the grass shall be called Izuno no Tsuchi, or sacred moor elder." Winter, 10th month, 1st day. The emperor tasted the food of Izube, and arraying his troops set forth upon his march. He first of all attacked the 80 bandits of Mount Kunimi, routed and slew them. It was in this campaign that the emperor, fully resolved on victory, made these verses, saying, "Like the Shitadami, which creep round the great rock of sea and isle. Like Shitadami, which creep around the great rock of the sea of Ise, where blows the divine wind, like the Shitadami. My boys, we will creep around, and smite them utterly, and smite them utterly." In this poem, by the great rock is intended the hill of Kunimi. After this, the band which remained was still numerous, and their disposition could not be fathomed. So the emperor privately commanded Michi no Omi no Mikoto, saying, "Do thou take with thee the Oho Kume, and make a great muro at the village of Osaka. Prepare a copious banquet, invite the enemy to it, and then capture them." Michi no Omi no Mikoto thereupon, in obedience to the emperor's sacred behest, dug a muro at Osaka, and having selected his bravest soldiers, stayed therein, mingled with the enemy. He secretly arranged with them, saying, "When they have got tipsy with sake, I will strike up a song. Do you, when you hear the sound of my song, all at the same time stab the enemy." Having made this arrangement, they took their seats, and the drinking bout proceeded. The enemy, unaware that there was any plot, abandoned themselves to their feelings, and promptly became intoxicated. Then Michi no Omi no Mikoto struck up the following song: "At Osaka, in the great Muro house, though men in plenty enter and stay, we, the glorious sons of warriors, wielding our mallet heads, wielding our stone mallets, will smite them utterly." Now when our troops heard this song, they all drew at the same time their mallet-headed swords, and simultaneously slew the enemy, so that there were no eaters left. The imperial army was greatly delighted. they looked up to heaven and laughed. Therefore he made a song, saying, Though folk say that one Yemishi is a match for 100 men, they do not so much as resist. The practice according to which at present time the Kume sings this and then laugh aloud had this origin. Again he sang, saying, Ho, now is the time! Ho, now is the time! Ha, ha, psha! Even now, my boys, even now, my boys! All these songs were sung in accordance with the secret behest of the emperor. He had not presumed to compose them with his own motion. Then the emperor said, It is the part of a good general, when victorious, to avoid arrogance. The chief brigands have now been destroyed, but there are 10 bands of villains of a similar stamp who are disputatious. Their disposition cannot be ascertained. Why should we remain for a long time in one place? By so doing we could not have control over emergencies. So he removed his camp to another place. 11th month, 7th day. The imperial army proceeded in great force to attack the Hiko of Shiki. First of all, the emperor sent a messenger to summon Shiki the elder, but he refused to obey. Again, the Yata Garasu was sent to bring him. When the crow reached his camp, it cried to him, saying, The child of the heavenly deity sends for thee. Haste, haste! Shiki the elder was enraged at this, and said, Just when I heard that the conquering deity of heaven was coming, I was indignant at this. Why shouldst thou, a bird of the crow tribe, utter such an abominable cry? So he drew his bow and aimed at it. The crow forthwith fled away, and next proceeded to the house of Shiki the younger, where it cried, saying, The child of the heavenly deity summons thee. Haste, haste! Then Shiki the younger was afraid, and changing countenance said, Thy servant, hearing of the approach of the conquering deity of heaven, is full of dread, morning and evening. Well hast thou cried to me, O crow. He straightway made 8 leaf platters on which he disposed food, and entertained the crow. Accordingly, in obedience to the crow, he proceeded to the emperor and informed him, saying, My elder brother, Shiki the elder, hearing of the approach of the child of the heavenly deity, forthwith assembled 80 bandits and provided arms, with which he is about to do battle with thee. It will be well to take measures against him without delay. The emperor accordingly assembled his generals and inquired of them, saying, It appears that Shiki the elder has now rebellious intentions. I summoned him, but again he will not come. What is to be done? The general said, Shiki the elder is a crafty knave. It will be well first of all to send Shiki the younger to make matters clear to him, and at the same time to make explanations to Kuraji the elder and Kuraji the younger. If after that they still refuse submission, it will not be too late to take warlike measures against them. Shiki the younger was accordingly sent to explain to them their interests. But Shiki the elder and the others adhered to their foolish design, and would not consent to submit. Then Shiki Netsu Hiko advised as follows. Let us first send out our feebler troops by the Osaka road. When the enemy sees them, he will assuredly proceed thither with all his best troops. We should then straightway urge forward our robust troops, and make straight for the Sumizaka. Then with the water of the river Uda we should sprinkle the burning charcoal, and suddenly take them unawares, when they cannot fail to be routed. The emperor approved this plan, and sent out the feebler troops towards the enemy, who, thinking that a powerful force was approaching, awaited them with all their power. Now up to this time, whenever the imperial army attacked, they invariably captured, and when they fought they were invariably victorious, so that the fighting men were all wearied out. Therefore the emperor, to comfort the hearts of his leaders and men, struck off this verse: As we fight, going forth and watching, from between the trees of Mount Inasa we are famished. Ye keepers of cormorants, birds of the island, come now to our aid. In the end he crossed Sumizaka with the stronger troops, and going round by the rear, attacked them from 2 sides and put them to the rout, killing their chieftains, Shiki the elder and the others. 3rd month, 7th day. The emperor made an order, saying, "During the 6 years that our expedition against the east has lasted, owing to my reliance on the majesty of imperial heaven, the wicked bands have met death. It is true that the frontier lands are still unpurified, and that a remnant of evil is still refractory. But in the region of the central land there is no more wind and dust. Truly we should make a vast and spacious capital, and plan it great and strong. At present things are in a crude and obscure condition, and the people's minds are unsophisticated. They roost in nests or dwell in caves. Their manners are simply what is customary. Now if a great man were to establish laws, justice could not fail to flourish. And even if some gain should accrue to the people, in what way would this interfere with a sage's action? Moreover, it will be well to open up and clear the mountains and forests, and to construct a palace. Then I may reverently assume the precious dignity, and so give peace to my good subjects. Above, I should then respond to the kindness of the heavenly powers in granting me the kingdom, and below I should extend the line of imperial descendants and foster right-mindedness. Thereafter the capital may be extended so as to embrace all the 6 cardinal points, and the 8 chords may be covered so as to form a roof. Will this not be well? When I observe the Kashiha-bara plain, which lies southwest of Mount Unebi, it seems the center of the land. I must set it in order." Accordingly, he in this month commanded officers to set about the construction of an imperial residence. Year Kanoye Saru, autumn 8th month, 16th day. The emperor, intending to appoint a wife, sought afresh children of noble families. Now there was a man who made representation to him, saying, "There is a child who was born to Kotoshiro Nushi no Kami by his union with Tamakushi Hime, daughter of Mizokuhi ni no Kami of Mishima. Her name is Hime Tatara Isuzu Hime no Mikoto. She is a woman of remarkable beauty." The emperor was rejoiced, and on the 24th day of the 9th month he received Hime Tatara Isuzu Hime no Mikoto and made her his wife. Year Kanoto Tori, spring, 1st month, 1st day. The emperor assumed the imperial dignity in the palace of Kashiha-bara. This year is reckoned the 1st year of his reign. He honored his wife by making her empress. The children born to him by her were Kami Yawi Mimi no Mikoto and Kami Nunagaha Mimi no Mikoto. Therefore there is an ancient saying in praise of this as follows: "In Kashiha-bara in Unebi, he mightily established his palace pillars on the foundation of the bottom rock, and reared aloft the cross-roofed timbers of the plain of high heaven. The name of the emperor who thus began to rule the empire was Kamiyamoto Iharibiko Ohodemi. 4th year, spring, 2nd month, 23rd day. The emperor issued the following decree: "The spirits of our imperial ancestors, reflecting their radiance down from heaven, illuminate and assist us. All our enemies have now been subdued, and there is peace within the seas. We ought to take advantage of this to perform sacrifice to the heavenly deities, and therewith develop filial duty." He accordingly established spirit terraces among the Tomi hills, which were called Kamitsu Wono Kakihara and Shimotsu Wono no Kakihara. There he worshipped his imperial ancestors, the heavenly deities. 76th year, spring, 3rd month, 11th day. The emperor died in the palace of Kashiha-bara. His age was then 127. The following year, autumn, the 12th day of the 9th month, he was buried in the Misasigi, northeast of Mount Unebi. End of section 17.
Section 18 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. The Foundation of Buddhism, B.C. 623. Thomas William Rhys Davids. Not so many years ago, at the time when Buddhism first became known in Europe through philosophic writings of about 6 centuries after Buddha, then newly translated, it caused amazement that a religion which had brought 300 millions of people under its sway should acknowledge no God. But the religion of Buddha, during 1,000 years of practice by the Hindus, is entirely different from the representations given us in these translations. As shown by the bas-reliefs covering the ancient monuments of India, this religion, changed by modern scientists into a belief in atheism, is in fact of all religions the most polytheistic. In the first Buddhist monuments dating back 18 to 20 centuries, the reformer simply figures as an emblem. The imprint of his feet, the figure of the Bo tree, under which he entered the state of supreme wisdom, are worshipped. And though he disdained all gods, and only sought to teach a new code of morals, we shortly see Buddha himself depicted as a god. In the early stages, he is generally represented as alone, but gradually appears in the company of the Brahmin gods. He is finally lost in a crowd of gods, and becomes nothing more than an incarnation of one of the Brahmin deities. From that time, Buddhism has been practically extinct in India. This transformation took 1,000 years to bring about. During part of this great interval, Buddha was being worshipped as an all-powerful god. Legends are told of his appearance to his disciples and of favors he granted them. It has been said that Buddha tried to set aside the laws of caste. This is an error. Neither did he attempt to break the Brahmanic pantheon. Buddhism, which today is the religion of 300 million people, about 1/5 of the world's inhabitants, toward the 7th or 8th century of our era almost entirely disappeared from its birthplace, India, whence it had spread over the rest of Asia, China, Russian Tartary, Burma, etc. Only the 2 extreme frontiers of India, Nepal in the north and Ceylon in the south, now practice the Buddhist cult. Gautama Buddha left behind him no written works. The Buddhists believe that he composed works which his immediate disciples learned by heart and which were committed to writing long afterward. This is not impossible, as the Vedas were handed down in this manner for many hundreds of years. There was certainly an historical basis for the Buddhist legend. In fact, the legends group themselves round a number of very distinct occurrences. At the end of the 6th century BC, those Aryan tribes sprung from the same stem as our own ancestors, who have preserved for us in their Vedic songs so precious a relic of ancient thought and life, had pushed on beyond the 5 rivers of the Punjab and were settled far down into the valley of the Ganges. They had given up their nomadic habits, dwelling in villages and towns, their wealth being in land, produce, and cattle. From democratic beginnings, the whole nation had gradually become bound by an iron system of caste. The country was split up into little sections, each governed by some petty despot, and harassed by internecine feuds. Religion had become a debasing ritualism, with charms and incantations, fear of the influence of the stars, and belief in dreams and omens. The idea of the existence of a soul was supplemented by the doctrine of transmigration. The priests were well-meaning, ignorant, and possessed of a sincere belief in their own divinity. The religious use of the Vedas and the right to sacrifice were strictly confined to the Brahmins. There were traveling logicians, anchorites, ascetics, and solitary hermits. Although the ranks of the priesthood were closed against intruders, Still, a man of lower caste might become a religious teacher and reformer. Such were the conditions which welcomed Gautama Buddha. 100 miles northeast of Benares, at Kapilavastu, on the banks of the river Rohini, the modern Kohana, there lived about 500 years before Christ a tribe called Sakyas. The peaks of the mighty Himalayas could be seen in the distance. The Sakyas frequently quarreled with the Kolyans, a neighboring tribe, over their water supplies from the river. Just now, the two clans were at peace, and two daughters of the Raja of the Kolyans were wives of Sudhodana, the Raja of the Sakyas. Both were childless. This was deemed a very great misfortune among the Aryans, who thought that the star of a man's existence after death depended upon ceremonies to be performed by his heir. There was great rejoicing, therefore, when, in about the 45th year of her age, the elder sister promised her husband a son. In due time she started with the intention of being confined at her parents' house, but it was on the way, under the shade of some lofty satin trees in a pleasant grove called Lumbini, that her son, the future Buddha, was unexpectedly born. The mother and child were carried back to Sudhodana's house, and there, 7 days afterward, the mother died, but the boy found a careful nurse in his mother's sister, his father's other wife. Many marvelous stories have been told about the miraculous birth and precocious wisdom and power of Gautama. The name Siddhartha is said to have been given him as a child, Gautama being the family name. Numerous were his later titles, such as Sakyasinha, the lion of the tribe of Sakya; Sakyamuni, the Sakya sage; Sugata, the happy one; Satta, the teacher; Jina, the conqueror; Bhagava, the blessed one, and many others. In his 20th year he was married to his cousin Yasodhara, daughter of the Raja of Koli. Devoting himself to home pleasures, he was accused by his relations of neglecting those manly exercises necessary for one who might at any time have to lead his people in war. Gautama heard of this, and appointed a day for a general tournament, at which he distinguished himself by being easily the first at all the trials of skill and prowess, thus winning the good opinions of all the clansmen. This is the solitary record of his youth. Nothing more is heard of him until, in his 29th year, Gautama suddenly abandoned his home to devote himself entirely to the study of religion and philosophy. It is said that an angel appeared to him in 4 visions: a man broken down by age, a sick man, a decaying corpse, and lastly, a dignified hermit. Each time Channa, his charioteer, told him that decay and death were the fate of all living beings. The charioteer also explained to him the character and aims of the ascetics, exemplified by the hermit. Thoughts of the calm life of the hermit strongly stirred him. One day, the occasion of the last vision, as he was entering his chariot to return home, news was brought to him that his wife Yasodhara had given birth to a son, his only child, who was called Rahula. This was about 10 years after his marriage. The idea that this new tie might become too strong for him to break seems to have been the immediate cause of his flight. He returned home thoughtful and sad. But the people of Kapilavastu were greatly delighted at the birth of the young heir, their Raja's only grandson. Gautama's return became an ovation, and he entered the town amid a general celebration of the happy event. Amid the singers was a young girl, his cousin, whose song contained the words, "Happy the father, happy the mother, happy the wife of such a son and husband." In the word happy there was a double meaning. It meant also freed from the chains of sin and of existence, saved. In gratitude to one who at such a time reminded him of his higher duties, Gautama took off his necklace of pearls and sent it to her. She imagined that she had won the love of young Siddhartha, but he took no further notice of her. That night the dancing girls came, but he paid them no attention, and gradually fell into an uneasy slumber. At midnight he awoke, and sent Channa for his horse. While waiting for the steed, Gautama gently opened the door of the room where Yasodhara was sleeping, surrounded by flowers, with one hand on the head of her child. After one loving, fond glance, he tore himself away. Accompanied only by Channa, he left his home and wealth and power, his wife and only child behind him, to become a penniless wanderer. This was the great renunciation. There follows a story of a vision. Mara, the great tempter, the spirit of evil, appears in the sky, urging Gautama to stop. He promises him a universal kingdom over the 4 great continents if he will but give up his enterprise. The tempter does not prevail, but from that time he followed Gautama as a shadow, hoping to seduce him from that right way. All night Gautama rode, and at the dawn, when beyond the confines of his father's domain, dismounts. He cuts off his long hair with his sword, and sends back all his ornaments and his horse by the faithful charioteer. 7 days he spends alone beneath the shade of a mango grove, and then fares onward to Rajagriha, the capital of Magadha. This town was the seat of Bimbasara, one of the most powerful princes in the eastern valley of the Ganges. In the hillside caves near at hand were several hermits. To one of these Brahmin teachers, Alara, Gautama attached himself, and later to another named Udraka. From these he learned all that Hindu philosophy could teach. Still unsatisfied, Gautama next retired to the jungle of Uruvela, on the most northerly spur of the Viyadhya range of mountains near the present temple of Buddha Gaya. Here, for 6 years, he gave himself up to the severest penance, until he was wasted away to a shadow by fasting and self-mortification. Such self-control spread his fame like the sound of a great bell hung in the skies. But the more he fasted and denied himself, the more he felt himself a prey to a mental torture worse than any bodily suffering. At last, one day, when walking slowly up and down, lost in thought, through extreme weakness, he staggered and fell to the ground. His disciples thought he was dead, but he recovered. Despairing of further profit from such rigorous penance, he began to take regular food, and gave up his self-mortification. At this, his disciples forsook him and went away to Benares. In their opinion, mental conquest lay only through bodily suppression. There now ensued a second crisis in Gautama's career, which culminated in his withstanding the renewed attacks of the tempter after violent struggles. Soon after, if not on the very day when his disciples had left him, he wandered out toward the banks of the Nearaujara, receiving his morning meal from the hands of Sujuta, the daughter of a neighboring villager, and sat down to eat it under the shade of a large tree, Ficus religiosa, called from that day the sacred bow tree, or tree of wisdom. He remained there all day long, pondering what next to do. All the attractions of the luxurious home he had abandoned rose up before him most alluringly. But as the day ended, his lofty spirit had won the victory. All doubts had lifted as mists before the morning sun. He had become Buddha, that is, enlightened. He had grasped the solution of the great mystery of sorrow. He thought, having solved its causes and its cure, he had gained the haven of peace, and believed that in the power over the human heart of inward culture and of love to others, he had discovered a foundation which could never be shaken. From this time, Gautama claimed no merit for penances. A feeling of great loneliness possessed him as he arrived at his psychological and ethical conclusions. He almost despaired of winning his fellow men to his system of salvation merely by self-control and love, without any of the rites, ceremonies, charms, or incantations of the Hindu religion. The thought of mankind otherwise, as he imagined, utterly doomed and lost, made Gautama resolve, at whatever hazard, to proclaim his doctrine to the world. It is certain that he had a most intense belief in himself and his mission. He had intended first to proclaim his new doctrine to his old teachers, Alara and Udraka, but finding that they were dead, he proceeded to the deer forest near Benares, where his former disciples were then living. In the cool of the evening, he enters the deer park near the city, but his former disciples resolve not to recognize him as a master. He tells them that they are still in the way of death, whereas he has found the way of salvation and can lead them to it, having become a Buddha. And as they reply with objections to his claims, he explains the fundamental truths of his system and principles of his new gospel, which the aged Kondanya was the first to accept from his master's lips. This exposition is preserved in the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, the Sutra of the Foundations of the Kingdom of Righteousness. Gautama Buddha taught that everything corporeal is material and therefore impermanent. Man, in his bodily existence, is liable to sorrow, decay, and death. The reign of unholy desires in his heart produces unsatisfactory longings, useless weariness, and care. Attempted purification by oppressing the body is only wasted effort. It is the moral evil of the heart which keeps a man chained down in the degraded state of bodily life, which binds him in a union with the material world. Virtue and goodness will only ensure him for a time, and, in another birth, a higher form of material life. From the chains of existence, only the complete eradication of all evil will set him free. But these ideas must not be confused with Christian beliefs, for Buddhism teaches nothing of any immaterial existence. The foundations of its creed have been summed up in the four great truths, which are as follows. 1. That misery always accompanies existence. 2. That all modes of existence of man or animals, in death or heaven, result from passion or desire, tanha. 3. That there is no escape from existence except by destruction of desire. 4. That this may be accomplished by following the fourfold way to nirvana. The four stages are called the paths, the first being an awakening of the heart. The first enemy which the believer has to fight against is sensuality, and the last is unkindliness. Above everything is universal charity. Till he has gained that, the believer is still bound. His mind is still dark. True enlightenment, true freedom are complete only in love. The last great reward is nirvana, eternal rest or extinction. For 45 years, Gautama taught in the valley of the Ganges. In the 20th year, his cousin Ananda became a mendicant and attended on Gautama. Another cousin, however, stirred up some persecution of the great teacher, and the oppositions of the Brahmins had to be faced. There are clear accounts of the last few days of Gautama's life. On a journey toward Kusinagara, he had rested in a grove at Pawa, presented to the society by a goldsmith of that place named Chunda. After a midday meal of rice and pork prepared by Chunda, the master started for Kusinagara, but stopped to rest at the river Kukusta. Feeling that he was dying, he left a message for Chunda, promising him a great reward in some future existence. He died at the river Kukusta, near Kusinagara, teaching to the last. Gautama's power arose from his practical philanthropy. His philosophy and ethics attracted the masses. He did not seek to found a new religion, but thought that all men would accept his form of the ancient creed. It was his society, the Sangha or Buddhist order, rather than his doctrine, which gave to his religion its practical vitality. The following lines, filled with the poetic beauty of the Orient, are taken from the last spoken words of the great founder of Buddhism and the book of the great G.C.C. They give a clue to the cult of that religion, and breathe the spirit of nirvana in every scintillating sentence. As nearly as may be, the translation is a literal one, done by Rhys Davids, the world's greatest living authority on this subject. Now the Blessed One addressed the Venerable Ananda, and said, "It may be, Ananda, that in some of you the thought may arise, the word of the Master is ended, we have no teacher more. But it is not thus, Ananda, that you should regard it. The truths and the rules of the order which I have set forth and laid down for you all, let them, after I am gone, be the teacher to you. Ananda, when I am gone, address not one another in the way in which the brethren have heretofore addressed each other, with the epithet, that is, of avuso, friend. A younger brother may be addressed by an elder with his name, or his family name, or the title friend. But an elder should be addressed by a younger brother as Lord, or as Venerable Sir. When I am gone, Ananda, let the order, if it should so wish, abolish all the lesser and minor precepts. When I am gone, Ananda, let the higher penalty be imposed on brother Kanna. But what, Lord, is the higher penalty? Let Kanna say whatever he may like, Ananda. The brethren should neither speak to him, nor exhort him, nor admonish him. Then the Blessed One addressed the brethren and said, It may be, brethren, that there may be doubt or misgiving in the mind of some brother as to the Buddha, or the truth, or the path, or the way. Inquire, brethren, freely. Do not have to reproach yourselves afterward with the thought, our teacher was face to face with us, and we could not bring ourselves to inquire of the Blessed One when we were face to face with him. And when he had thus spoken, the brethren were silent. And again, the second and the third time the Blessed One addressed the brethren and said, It may be, brethren, that there may be doubt or misgiving in the mind of some brother as to the Buddha, or the truth, or the path, or the way. Inquire, brethren, freely. Do not have to reproach yourselves afterward with the thought, our teacher was face to face with us, and we could not bring ourselves to inquire of the Blessed One when we were face to face with him. And even the third time the brethren were silent. Then the Blessed One addressed the brethren and said, It may be, brethren, that you put no questions out of reverence for the teacher. Let one friend communicate to another. And when he had thus spoken, the brethren were silent. And the Venerable Ananda said to the Blessed One, How wonderful a thing is it, Lord, and how marvelous! Verily, I believe that in this whole assembly of the brethren there is not one brother who has any doubt or misgiving as to the Buddha, or the truth, or the path, or the way? It is out of the fullness of faith that thou hast spoken, Ananda. But, Ananda, the Tathagata knows for certain that in this whole assembly of the brethren there is not one brother who has any doubt or misgiving as to the Buddha, or the truth, or the path, or the way. For even the most backward, Ananda, of all these 500 brethren has become converted, and is no longer liable to be born in a state of suffering, and is assured of final salvation. Then the Blessed One addressed the brethren and said, Behold now, brethren, I exhort you, saying, Decay is inherent in all component things. Work out your salvation with diligence. This was the last word of the Tathagata. Then the Blessed One entered into the first stage of deep meditation, and rising out of the first stage he passed into the second, and rising out of the second he passed into the third, and rising out of the third stage he passed into the fourth, and rising out of the fourth stage of deep meditation he entered into the state of mind to which the infinity of space is alone present, and passing out of the mere consciousness of the infinity of space, he entered into the state of mind to which nothing at all was specially present, and passing out of the consciousness of no special object, he fell into a state between consciousness and unconsciousness, and passing out of the state between consciousness and unconsciousness, he fell into a state in which the consciousness both of sensations and of ideas had wholly passed away. Then the venerable Ananda said to the venerable Anuruddha, O my lord, O Anuruddha, the Blessed One is dead. Nay, brother Ananda, the Blessed One is not dead. He has entered into that state in which both sensations and ideas have ceased to be. Then the Blessed One, passing out of the state in which both sensations and ideas have ceased to be, entered into the state between consciousness and unconsciousness, and passing out of the state between consciousness and unconsciousness, he entered into the state of mind to which nothing at all is specially present, and passing out of the consciousness of no special object, he entered into the state of mind to which the infinity of thought is alone present, and passing out of the mere consciousness of the infinity of thought, he entered into the state of mind to which the infinity of space is alone present, and passing out of the mere consciousness of the infinity of space, he entered into the fourth stage of deep meditation. And passing out of the fourth stage, he entered into the third. And passing out of the third stage, he entered into the second. And passing out of the second, he entered into the first. And passing out of the first stage of deep meditation, he entered the second. And passing out of the second stage, he entered into the third. And passing out of the third stage, he entered into the fourth stage of deep meditation. And passing out of the last stage of deep meditation, he immediately expired. End of section 18. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 19 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. The Foundation of Buddhism, B.C. 623. Thomas William Rhys Davids. When the Blessed One died, there arose at the moment of his passing out of existence a mighty earthquake, terrible and awe-inspiring, and the thunders of heaven burst forth. When the Blessed One died, Brahma Sahampati, at the moment of his passing away from existence, uttered this stanza. They all beings that have life, shall lay aside their complex form, that aggregation of mental and material qualities that gives them, or in heaven or on earth, their fleeting individuality. E'en as the teacher, being such a one, unequaled among all the men that are, successor of the prophets of old time, mighty by wisdom and in insight clear, hath died. When the Blessed One died, Sakka, the king of the gods, at the moment of his passing away from existence, uttered this stanza. They're transient all, each being's parts and powers. Growth is their nature and decay. They are produced, they are dissolved again, and then is best when they have sunk to rest. When the Blessed One died, the venerable Anuruddha, at the moment of his passing away from existence, uttered these stanzas. When he who from all craving want was free, who to nirvana's tranquil state had reached, when the great sage finished his span of life, no gasping struggle vexed that steadfast heart, all resolute and with unshaken mind. He calmly triumphed o'er the pain of death. E'en as a bright flame dies away, so was his last deliverance from the bonds of life. When the Blessed One died, the venerable Ananda, at the moment of his passing away from existence, uttered this stanza. Then was there terror, then stood the hair on end, when he endowed with every grace, the supreme Buddha died. When the Blessed One died, of those of the brethren who were not free from the passions, some stretched out their arms and wept, and some fell headlong to the ground, rolling to and fro in anguish at the thought. Too soon has the Blessed One died. Too soon has the Happy One passed away from existence. Too soon has the light gone out in the world. But those of the brethren who were free from the passions, the Arahats, bore their grief collected and composed at the thought. Impermanent are all component things. How is it possible that they should not be dissolved? Then the venerable Anuruddha exhorted the brethren and said, Enough, my brethren, weep not, neither lament. Has not the Blessed One formerly declared this to us, that it is in the very nature of all things near and dear unto us, that we must divide ourselves from them, leave them, sever ourselves from them? How then, brethren, can this be possible, that whereas anything whatever born, brought into being, and organized, contains within itself the inherent necessity of dissolution? How then can this be possible, that such a being should not be dissolved? No such condition can exist. Even the spirits, brethren, will reproach us. But of what kind of spirits is the Lord, the venerable Anuruddha, thinking? There are spirits, brother Ananda, in the sky, but of worldly mind, who dishevel their hair and weep, and stretch forth their arms and weep, fall prostrate on the ground, and roll to and fro in anguish at the thought. Too soon has the Blessed One died. Too soon has the Happy One passed away. Too soon has the light gone out in the world. There are spirits too, Ananda, on the earth, and of worldly mind, who tear their hair and weep, and stretch forth their arms and weep, fall prostrate on the ground, and roll to and fro in anguish at the thought, Too soon has the Blessed One died. Too soon has the Happy One passed away. Too soon has the light gone out in the world. But the spirits who are free from passion hear it, calm and self-possessed, mindful of the saying which begins, "Impermanent indeed are all component things. How then is it possible that such a being should not be dissolved?" Now the venerable Anuruddha and the venerable Ananda spend the rest of that night in religious discourse. Then the venerable Anuruddha said to the venerable Ananda, "Go now, brother Ananda, into Kusinara, and inform the Mallas of Kusinara, saying, 'The Blessed One, O Vasetas, is dead. Do then whatever seemeth to you fit.'" "Even so, Lord," said the venerable Ananda in assent to the venerable Anuruddha, and having robed himself early in the morning, he took his bowl and went into Kusinara with one of the brethren as an attendant. Now at that time the Mallas of Kusinara were assembled in the council hall concerning that very matter. And the venerable Ananda went to the council hall of the Mallas of Kusinara, and when he had arrived there, he informed them, saying, "The Blessed One, O Vasetas, is dead. Do then whatever seemeth to you fit." And when they had heard this saying of the venerable Ananda, the Mallas with their young men and their maidens and their wives were grieved, and sad, and afflicted at heart, and some of them wept, dishevelling their hair, and some stretched forth their arms and wept, and some fell prostrate on the ground, and some reeled to and fro in anguish at the thought, "Too soon has the Blessed One died. Too soon has the Happy One passed away. Too soon has the light gone out in the world." Then the Mallas of Kusinara gave orders to their attendants, saying, "Gather together perfumes and garlands and all the music in Kusinara." And the Mallas of Kusinara took the perfumes and garlands and all the musical instruments and 500 suits of apparel, and went to the Upavatana, to the Sala grove of the Mallas, where the body of the Blessed One lay. There they passed the day in paying honor, reverence, respect, and homage to the remains of the Blessed One, with dancing and hymns and music, and with garlands and perfumes, and in making canopies of their garments, and preparing decoration wreaths to hang thereon. Then the Mallas of Kusinara thought, "It is much too late to burn the body of the Blessed One today. Let us now perform the cremation tomorrow." And in paying honor, reverence, respect, and homage to the remains of the Blessed One with dancing and hymns and music, and with garlands and perfumes, and in making canopies of their garments, and preparing decoration wreaths to hang thereon, they passed the second day too, and then the third day, and the fourth, and the fifth, and the sixth day also. Then, on the seventh day, the Mallas of Kusinara thought, "Let us carry the body of the Blessed One by the south and outside to a spot on the south and outside of the city, paying it honor and reverence and respect and homage, with dance and song and music, with garlands and perfumes. And there, to the south of the city, let us perform the cremation ceremony." And thereupon 8 chieftains among the Mallas bathed their heads and clad themselves in new garments, with the intention of bearing the body of the Blessed One. But behold, they could not lift it up. Then the Mallas of Kusinara said to the venerable Anuruddha, "What, Lord, can be the reason? What can be the cause that 8 chieftains of the Mallas, who have bathed their heads and clad themselves in new garments with the intention of bearing the body of the Blessed One, are unable to lift it up?" "It is because you, O Vasetas, have one purpose, and the spirits have another purpose." "But what, Lord, is the purpose of the spirits?" "Your purpose, O Vasetas, is this: let us carry the body of the Blessed One by the south and outside to a spot on the south and outside of the city, paying it honor and reverence and respect and homage, with dance and song and music, with garlands and perfumes. And there, to the south of the city, let us perform the cremation ceremony. But the purpose of the spirits, Vasetthas, is this: let us carry the body of the Blessed One by the north, to the north of the city, and entering the city by the north gate, let us bring it through the midst of the city into the midst thereof, and going out again by the eastern gate, paying honor and reverence and respect and homage to the body of the Blessed One, with heavenly dance and song and music and garlands and perfumes. Let us carry it to the shrine of the Mallas, called Makuta Bantana, to the east of the city, and there let us perform the cremation ceremony. Even according to the purpose of the spirits, so, Lord, let it be. Then, immediately, all Kusinara, down even to the dustbins and rubbish heaps, became strewn knee-deep with Mandarava flowers from heaven, and while both the spirits from the skies and the Mallas of Kusinara upon earth paid honor and reverence and respect and homage to the body of the Blessed One, with dance and song and music, with garlands and with perfumes, they carried the body by the north, to the north of the city, and entering the city by the north gate, they carried it through the midst of the city into the midst thereof. And going out again by the eastern gate, they carried it to the shrine of the Mallas, called Makuta Bandhana, and there, to the east of the city, they laid down the body of the Blessed One. Then the Mallas of Kusinara said to the venerable Ananda, "What should be done, Lord, with the remains of the Tathagata?" As men treat the remains of a king of kings, so, Vasetthas, should they treat the remains of a Tathagata. And how, Lord, do they treat the remains of a king of kings? They wrap the body of a king of kings, Vasetthas, in a new cloth. When that is done, they wrap it in cotton wool. When that is done, they wrap it in a new cloth, and so on till they have wrapped the body in 500 successive layers of both kinds. Then they place the body in an oil vessel of iron, and cover that close up with another oil vessel of iron. They then build a funeral pile of all kinds of perfumes, and burn the body of the King of Kings. And then, at the 4 crossroads, they erect a dagaba to the King of Kings. This, Vasetthas, is the way in which they treat the remains of a King of Kings. And as they treat the remains of a King of Kings, so, Vasetthas, should they treat the remains of the Tathagata. At the 4 crossroads, a dagaba should be erected to the Tathagata, and whosoever shall there place garlands, or perfumes, or paint, or make salutation there, or become in its presence calm in heart, that shall long be to them for a profit and a joy. Therefore, the Mallas gave orders to their attendants, saying, "Gather together all the carded cotton wool of the Mallas." Then the Mallas of Kusinara wrapped the body of the Blessed One in a new cloth, and when that was done, they wrapped it in cotton wool, and when that was done, they wrapped it in a new cloth, and so on till they had wrapped the body of the Blessed One in 500 layers of both kinds. And then they placed the body in an oil vessel of iron, and covered that close up with another vessel of iron. And then they built a funeral pile of all kinds of perfumes, and upon it they placed the body of the Blessed One. Now, at that time, the venerable Maha Kassapa was journeying along the high road from Pava to Kusinara, with a great company of the brethren, with about 500 of the brethren. And the venerable Mahakassapa left the high road, and sat himself down at the foot of a certain tree. Just at that time, a certain naked ascetic who had picked up a mandarava flower in Kusinara was coming along the high road to Pava. And the venerable Mahakassapa saw the naked ascetic coming in the distance. And when he had seen him, he said to the naked ascetic, "O friend, surely thou knowest our master." "Yea, friend, I know him. This day the Samana Gotama has been dead a week. That is how I obtained this mandarava flower." And immediately of those of the brethren who were not yet free from the passions, some stretched out their arms and wept, and some fell headlong on the ground, and some reeled to and fro in anguish at the thought, "Too soon has the Blessed One died. Too soon has the Happy One passed away from existence. Too soon has the light gone out in the world." But those of the brethren who were free from the passions, the Arahats, bore their grief collected and composed at the thought, "Impermanent are all component things. How is it possible that they should not be dissolved?" Now, at that time, a brother named Subhada, who had been received into the order in his old age, was seated there in their company. And Subhada the old addressed the brethren, and said, "Enough, brethren, weep not, neither lament. We are well rid of the great Samana. We used to be annoyed by being told, 'This beseems you, this beseems you not.' But now we shall be able to do whatever we like, and what we do not like, that we shall not have to do." But the venerable Mahakassapa addressed the brethren, and said, "Enough, my brethren, weep not, neither lament. Has not the Blessed One formerly declared this to us, that it is in the very nature of all things near and dear unto us that we must divide ourselves from them, leave them, sever ourselves from them? How then, brethren, can this be possible, that whereas anything, whatever born, brought into being, and organized, contains within itself the inherent necessity of dissolution, how then can this be possible, that such a being should not be dissolved? No such condition can exist." Now, just at that time, 4 chieftains of the Mallas had bathed their heads and clad themselves in new garments with the intention of setting on fire the funeral pile of the Blessed One, but behold, they were unable to set it alight. Then the Mallas of Kusinara said to the venerable Anuruddha, "What, Lord, can be the reason, and what the cause, that 4 chieftains of the Mallas, who have bathed their heads and clad themselves in new garments with the intention of setting on fire the funeral pile of the Blessed One, are unable to set it on fire?" "It is because you, O Vasitas, have one purpose, and the spirits have another purpose." "But what, Lord, is the purpose of the spirits?" "The purpose of the spirits, O Vasitas, is this. That venerable brother Mahakassapa is now journeying along the high road from Pava to Kusinara with a great company of the brethren, with 500 of the brethren. The funeral pile of the Blessed One shall not catch fire until the venerable Mahakassapa shall have been able reverently to salute the sacred feet of the Blessed One. Even according to the purpose of the spirits, so, Lord, let it be." Then the venerable Mahakassapa went on to Makuta Bandhana of Kusinara, to the shrine of the Mallas, to the place where the funeral pile of the Blessed One was. And when he had come up to it, he arranged his robe on one shoulder, and bowing down with clasped hands, he thrice walked reverently round the pile, and then, uncovering the feet, he bowed down in reverence at the feet of the Blessed One. And those 500 brethren arranged their robes on one shoulder, and bowing down with clasped hands, they thrice walked reverently round the pile, and then bowed down in reverence at the feet of the Blessed One. And when the homage of the venerable Mahakassapa and of those 500 brethren was ended, the funeral pile of the Blessed One caught fire of itself. Now, as the body of the Blessed One burned itself away, from the skin and the integument, and the flesh and the nerves, and the fluid of the joints, neither soot nor ash was seen, and only the bones remained behind. Just as one sees no soot nor ash when glue or oil is burned, so, as the body of the Blessed One burned itself away, from the skin and the integument, and the flesh and the nerves, and the fluid of the joints, neither soot nor ash was seen, and only the bones remained behind. And of those 500 pieces of raiment, the very innermost and outermost were both consumed. And when the body of the Blessed One had been burned up, there came down streams of water from the sky, and extinguished the funeral pile of the Blessed One, and there burst forth streams of water from the storehouse of the waters beneath the earth, and extinguished the funeral pile of the Blessed One. The Mallas of Kusinara also brought water, scented with all kinds of perfumes, and extinguished the funeral pile of the Blessed One. Then the Mallas of Kusinara surrounded the bones of the Blessed One in their council hall, with a lattice-work of spears, and with a rampart of bows, and there for 7 days they paid honor and reverence and respect and homage to them, with dance and song and music, and with garlands and perfumes. Now the king of Magadha, Agatasattu, the son of the queen of the Videha clan, heard the news that the Blessed One had died at Kusinara. Then the king of Magadha, Agatasattu, the son of the queen of the Videha clan, sent a messenger to the Mallas, saying, "The Blessed One belonged to the soldier caste, and I too am of the soldier caste. I am worthy to receive a portion of the relics of the Blessed One. Over the remains of the Blessed One will I put up a sacred cairn, and in honor thereof will I celebrate a feast." And the Likavis of Vesali heard the news that the Blessed One had died at Kusinara. And the Likavis of Vesali sent a messenger to the Mallas, saying, "The Blessed One belonged to the soldier caste, and we too are of the soldier caste. We are worthy to receive a portion of the relics of the Blessed One. Over the remains of the Blessed One will we put up a sacred cairn, and in honor thereof will we celebrate a feast." And the Sakyas of Kapila Vatu heard the news that the Blessed One had died at Kusinara. And the Sakyas of Kapila Vatu sent a messenger to the Mallas, saying, "The Blessed One was the pride of our race. We are worthy to receive a portion of the relics of the Blessed One. Over the remains of the Blessed One will we put up a sacred cairn, and in honor thereof will we celebrate a feast." And the Bulis of Alakapa heard the news that the Blessed One had died at Kusinara. And the Bulis of Alakapa sent a messenger to the Mallas, saying, "The Blessed One belonged to the soldier caste, and we too are of the soldier caste. We are worthy to receive a portion of the relics of the Blessed One. Over the remains of the Blessed One will we put up a sacred cairn, and in honor thereof will we celebrate a feast." And the Brahmin of Vethadipa heard the news that the Blessed One had died at Kusinara. And the Brahmin of Vethadipa sent a messenger to the Mallas, saying, "The Blessed One belonged to the soldier caste, and I am a Brahmin. I am worthy to receive a portion of the relics of the Blessed One. Over the remains of the Blessed One will I put up a sacred cairn, and in honor thereof will I celebrate a feast." And the Mallas of Pava heard the news that the Blessed One had died at Kusinara. Then the Mallas of Pava sent a messenger to the Mallas, saying, "The Blessed One belonged to the soldier caste, and we too are of the soldier caste. We are worthy to receive a portion of the relics of the Blessed One. Over the remains of the Blessed One will we put up a sacred cairn, and in honor thereof will we celebrate a feast." When they heard these things, the Mallas of Kusinara spoke to the assembled brethren, saying, "The Blessed One died in our village domain. We will not give away any part of the remains of the Blessed One." When they had thus spoken, Dona the Brahmin addressed the assembled brethren and said, "Hear, reverend sir, one single word from me. Forbearance was our Buddha wont to teach. Unseemly is it that over the division of the remains of him who was the best of beings, strife should arise, and wounds, and war. Let us all, sirs, with one accord unite in friendly harmony to make 8 portions. Widespread let thupas rise in every land, that in the enlightened one mankind may trust. Do thou then, O Brahmin, thyself divide the remains of the Blessed One equally into 8 parts with fair division." "Be it so, sir," said Dona, in assent to the assembled brethren, and he divided the remains of the Blessed One equally into 8 parts with fair division. And he said to them, "Give me, sirs, this vessel, and I will set up over it a sacred cairn, and in its honor will I establish a feast." And they gave the vessel to Dona the Brahmin. And the Mauryas of Piphalivana heard the news that the Blessed One had died at Kusinara. Then the Mauryas of Piphalivana sent a messenger to the Mallas, saying, "The Blessed One belonged to the soldier caste, and we too are of the soldier caste. We are worthy to receive a portion of the relics of the Blessed One. Over the remains of the Blessed One will we put up a sacred cairn, and in honor thereof will we celebrate a feast." And when they heard the answer, saying, "There is no portion of the remains of the Blessed One left over, the remains of the Blessed One are all distributed," then they took away the embers. Then the king of Magadha, Agatasattu, the son of the queen of the Videha clan, made a mound in Ragagaha over the remains of the Blessed One, and held a feast. And the Likavis of Vesali made a mound in Vesali over the remains of the Blessed One, and held a feast. And the Bulis of Alakapa made a mound in Alakapa over the remains of the Blessed One, and held a feast. And the Koliyas of Ramagama made a mound in Ramagama over the remains of the Blessed One, and held a feast. And Vethadipaka, the Brahmin, made a mound in Vethadipa over the remains of the Blessed One, and held a feast. And the Mallas of Pava made a mound in Pava over the remains of the Blessed One, and held a feast. And the Mallas of Kusinara made a mound in Kusinara over the remains of the Blessed One, and held a feast. And Dona, the Brahmin, made a mound over the vessel in which the body had been burned, and held a feast. And the Mauryas of Piphalivana made a mound over the embers, and held a feast. Thus were there 8 mounds, tupas, for the remains, and 1 for the vessel, and 1 for the embers. This was how it used to be. 8 measures of relics there were of him of the far-seeing eye, of the best of men. In India, 7 are worshipped, and 1 measure in Ramagama by the kings of the serpent race. 1 tooth, too, is honored in heaven, and one in Gandhara's city, one in the Kalinga realm, and one more by the Naga race. Through their glory the bountiful earth is made bright with offerings painless, for with such are the great teacher's relics best honored by those who are honored, by gods and by Nagas and kings, yea, thus by the noblest of monarchs bowed down with clasped hands. Hard, hard is a Buddha to meet with through hundreds of ages. End of section 19. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 20 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Pythian Games at Delphi, B.C. 585, by George Grote, Part 1. Among the leading features of Greek life, especially those belonging to its religious customs and observances, none are more characteristic, and none possess a more attractive interest for the modern reader and student than the peculiar festivals which it was their practice to hold. The four great national festivals or games were the Olympic, held every 4 years in honor of Zeus, on the banks of the Alpheus and Elis; the Pythian, celebrated once in 4 years, in honor of Apollo, at Delphi; the Isthmian, held every 2 years, at the Isthmian Sanctuary in the Isthmus of Corinth, in honor of Poseidon, Neptune; and the Nemean, celebrated at Nemea, in the 2nd and 4th year of each Olympiad, in honor of the Nemean Juno. With regard to the influence of these games or festivals upon the political and social life of Greece, much has been written by historians and special students of the Grecian states. While the celebrations do not appear to have accomplished much for the political union of Greece, they are to be credited with marked beneficial effects in the promotion of a pan-Hellenic spirit, which, if it failed to produce such a union of the Greek race, nevertheless quickened and strengthened the common feeling of family relationship. Thus a sense of their identical origin and racial traits was kept alive, and the tendencies of Greek development and culture preserved their essential character and distinction. By means of these periodical gatherings, representing all parts of the Greek world, not only was friendly competition in every field of talent and performance secured, but even trade and commerce found, through them, new channels of activity. So in various ways, the national games proved a source of fresh energy and broader enterprise among the various branches of the Grecian people. The particular character and significance of the Pythian games at Delphi, and their relation to the other national festivals, form an interesting subject for study in connection with the general history of Greece. What are called the Olympic, Pythian, Nemean, and Isthmian games, the four most conspicuous, amid many others analogous, were in reality great religious festivals. For the gods then gave their special sanction, name, and presence to recreative meetings. The closest association then prevailed between the feelings of common worship and the sympathy in common amusement. Though this association is now no longer recognized, it is nevertheless essential that we should keep it fully before us if we desire to understand the life and proceedings of the Greek. To Herodotus and his contemporaries, these great festivals, then frequented by crowds from every part of Greece, were of overwhelming importance and interest. Yet they had once been purely local, attracting no visitors except from a very narrow neighborhood. In the Homeric poems much is said about the common gods, and about special places consecrated to and occupied by several of them. The chiefs celebrate funeral games in honor of a deceased father, which are visited by competitors from different parts of Greece, but nothing appears to manifest public or town festivals open to Grecian visitors generally. And though the rocky Pytho with its temple stands out in the Iliad as a place both venerated and rich, the Pythian games, under the superintendence of the Amphictyons, with continuous enrollment of victors and a pan-Hellenic reputation, do not begin until after the Sacred War in the 48th Olympiad, or BC 586. The Olympic Games, more conspicuous than the Pythian as well as considerably older, are also remarkable on another ground, inasmuch as they supplied historical computers with the oldest backward record of continuous time. It was in the year B.C. 776 that the Eleans inscribed the name of their countryman Coroebus as victor in the competition of runners, and that they began the practice of inscribing in like manner in each Olympic or fifth recurring year the name of the runner who won the prize. Even for a long time after this, however, the Olympic Games seem to have remained a local festival, the prize being uniformly carried off at the first 12 Olympiads by some competitor either of Elis or its immediate neighborhood. The Nemean and Isthmian games did not become notorious or frequented until later even than the Pythian. Solon in his legislation proclaimed the large reward of 500 drams for every Athenian who gained an Olympic prize, and the lower sum of 100 drams for an Isthmiac prize. He counts the former as pan-Hellenic rank and renown, an ornament even to the city of which the victor was a member, the latter as partial and confined to the neighborhood. Of the beginnings of these great solemnities we cannot presume to speak except in mythical language. We know them only in their comparative maturity. But the habit of common sacrifice on a small scale and between near neighbors is a part of the earliest habits of Greece. The sentiment of fraternity between two tribes or villages first manifested itself by sending a sacred legation or theoria to offer sacrifices to each other's festivals, and to partake in the recreations which followed, thus establishing a truce with solemn guarantee, and bringing themselves into direct connection, each with the god of the other, under his appropriate local surname. The pacific communion so fostered, and the increased assurance of intercourse, as Greece gradually emerged from the turbulence and pugnacity of the heroic age, operated especially in extending the range of this ancient habit. The village festivals became town festivals, largely frequented by the citizens of other towns, and sometimes with special invitations sent round to attract theors from every Hellenic community, and thus these once humble assemblages gradually swelled into the pomp and immense confluence of the Olympic and Pythian games. The city administering such holy ceremonies enjoyed inviolability of territory during the month of their occurrence, being itself under obligation at that time to refrain from all aggression, as well as to notify by heralds the commencement of the truce to all other cities not in avowed hostility with it. Elis imposed heavy fines upon other towns, even on the powerful Lacedaemon, for violation of the Olympic truce, on pain of exclusion from the festival in case of non-payment. Sometimes this tendency to religious fraternity took a form called an amphictyony, different from the common festival. A certain number of towns entered into an exclusive religious partnership for the celebration of sacrifices periodically to the god of a particular temple, which was supposed to be the common property and under the common protection of all, though one of the number was often named as permanent administrator, while all other Greeks were excluded. That there were many religious partnerships of this sort, which have never acquired a place in history among the early Grecian villages, we may perhaps gather from the etymology of the word amphictyons, designating residents around or neighbors considered in the point of view of fellow religionists, as well as from the indications preserved to us in reference to various parts of the country. Thus there was an amphictyony of 7 cities at the holy island of Caloria, close to the harbor of Troezen. Hermione, Epidaurus, Aegina, Athens, Praesiae, Nauplia, and Orchomenus jointly maintained the temple and sanctuary of Poseidon in that island, with which it would seem that the city of Troezen, though close at hand, had no connection, meeting there at stated periods to offer formal sacrifices. These 7 cities, indeed, were not immediate neighbors, but the specialty and exclusiveness of their interest in the temple is seen from the fact that when the Argians took Nauplia, they adopted and fulfilled these religious obligations on behalf of the prior inhabitants. So also did the Lacedaemonians when they had captured Praesiae. Again, in Triphylia, situated between the Pisatid and Messenia in the western part of Peloponnesus, there was a similar religious meeting and partnership of the Triphylians on Cape Samicon at the temple of the Samian Poseidon. Here the inhabitants of Macyston were entrusted with the details of superintendence, as well as with a duty of notifying beforehand the exact time of meeting, a precaution essential amidst the diversities and irregularities of the Greek calendar, and also of proclaiming what was called the Samian Truce, a temporary abstinence from hostilities which bound all Triphilians during the holy period. This latter custom discloses the salutary influence of such institutions in presenting to men's minds a common object of reverence, common duties, and common enjoyments, thus generating sympathies and feelings of mutual obligation amid petty communities not less fierce than suspicious. So, too, the 12 chief Ionic cities in and near Asia Minor had their pan-Ionic amphictyony peculiar to themselves. The 6 Doric cities in and near the southern corner of that peninsula combined for the like purpose at the temple of the Triopian Apollo, and the feeling of special partnership is here particularly illustrated by the fact that Halicarnassus, one of the 6, was formally extruded by the remaining 5 in consequence of a violation of the rules. There was also an amphictyonic union at Onchestus in Boeotia, in the venerated grove and temple at Poseidon. Of whom it consisted we are not informed. There are some specimens of the sort of special religious conventions and assemblies which seem to have been frequent throughout Greece. Nor ought we omit those religious meetings and sacrifices which were common to all members of one Hellenic subdivision, such as the Pan-Boeotia to all Boeotians, celebrated at the temple of the Ionian Athena near Coronea, the common observances rendered to the temple of Apollo Pythius at Argos by all those neighboring towns which had once been attached by this religious thread to the Argean, the similar periodical ceremonies frequented by all who bore the Achaean or Aetolian name, and the splendid and exhilarating festivals so favorable to the diffusion of the early Grecian poetry, which brought all Ionians at stated intervals to the sacred island of Delos. This latter class of festivals agreed with the amphictyony in being of a special and exclusive character, not open to all Greeks. But there was one among these many amphictyonies which, though starting from the smallest beginnings, gradually expanded into so comprehensive a character, had acquired so marked a predominance over the rest, as to be called the amphictyonic assembly, and even to have been mistaken by some authors for a sort of federal Hellenic diet. 12 sub-races out of the number which made up entire Hellas belonged to this ancient amphictyony, the meetings of which were held twice in every year, in spring at the temple of Apollo at Delphi, in autumn at Thermopylae, in the sacred precinct of Demeter Amphictyonis. Sacred deputies, including a chief called the Hieromnemon and subordinates called the Pelagoro, attended these meetings from each of the 12 races. A crowd of volunteers seemed to have accompanied them for purposes of sacrifice, trade, or enjoyment. Their special and most important function consisted in watching over the Delphian temple, in which all the 12 sub-races had a joint interest, and it was the immense wealth and national ascendancy of this temple which enhanced to so great a pitch the dignity of its acknowledged administrators. The 12 constituent members were as follows: Thessalians, Boeotians, Dorians, Ionians, Prohabians, Magnetes, Locrians, Oteians, Achaeans, Phocians, Dolopes, and Malians. All are counted as races. If we treat the Hellenes as a race, we must call them sub-races. No mention being made of cities. All count equally in respect to voting, 2 votes being given by the deputies from each of the 12. Moreover, we are told that in determining the deputies to be sent, or the manner in which the votes of each race should be given, the powerful Athens, Sparta, and Thebes had no more influence than the humblest Ionian, Dorian, or Boeotian city. This latter fact is distinctly stated by Aeschines, himself a Pylagore sent to Delphi by Athens. And so, doubtless, the theory of the case stood. The votes of the Ionic races counted for neither more nor less than 2. Whether given by deputies from Athens, or from the small towns of Erythrae and Priene. And in like manner the Dorian votes were as good in the division, when given by deputies from Boeon and Cyntinion in the little territory of Doris, as if the men delivering them had been Spartans. But there can be as little question that in practice the little Ionic cities and the little Doric cities pretended to no share in the amphictyonic deliberations, as the Ionic vote came to be substantially the vote of Athens. So, if Sparta was ever obstructed in the management of the Doric vote, it must have been by powerful Doric cities like Argos or Corinth. not by the insignificant towns of Doris. But the theory of Amphictyonic suffrage as laid down by Aeschines, however little realized and practiced during his day, is important inasmuch as it shows in full evidence the primitive and original constitution. The first establishment of the Amphictyonic convocation dates from a time when all the 12 members were on a footing of equal independence, and when there were no overwhelming cities such as Sparta and Athens to cast in the shade the humbler members. When Sparta was only one Doric city and Athens only one Ionic city, among various others of consideration not much inferior. There are also other proofs which show the high antiquity of this Amphictyonic convocation. Aeschines gives us an extract from the oath which had been taken by the sacred deputies who attended on behalf of their respective races ever since its first establishment, and which still apparently continued to be taken in his day. The antique simplicity of this oath, and of the conditions to which the members bind themselves, betrays the early age in which it originated, as well as the humble resources of those towns to which it was applied. We will not destroy any Amphictyonic town. We will not cut off any Amphictyonic town from running water. Such are the two prominent obligations which Aeschines specifies out of the old oath. The second of the two carries us back to the simplest state of society, and to towns of the smallest size, when the maidens went out with their basins to fetch water from the spring, like the daughters of Celeos at Eleusis, or those of Athens from the fountain Caliro. We may even conceive that the special mention of this detail in the covenant between the 12 races is borrowed literally from agreements still earlier among the villages or little towns in which the members of each race were distributed. At any rate, it proves satisfactorily the very ancient date to which the commencement of the Amphictyonic convocations must be referred. The belief of Aeschines, perhaps also the belief general in his time, was that it commenced simultaneously with the first foundation of the Delphian temple, an event of which we have no historical knowledge, but there seems reason to suppose that its original establishment is connected with Thermopylae and Demeter Amphictyonia rather than with Delphi and Apollo. The special surname by which Demeter and her temple at Thermopylae was known, the temple of the hero Amphictyon, which stood at its side, the word Pyloa, which obtained footing in the language to designate the half-yearly meeting of the deputies both at Thermopylae and at Delphi. These indications point to Thermopylae, the real central point for all the 12, as the primary place of meeting, and to the Delphian half-year as something secondary and superadded. On such a matter, however, we cannot go beyond a conjecture. The hero Amphictyon, whose temple stood at Thermopylae, passed in mythical genealogy for the brother of Helen. And it may be affirmed with truth that the habit of forming Amphictyonic unions and of frequenting each other's religious festivals was the great means of creating and fostering the primitive feeling of brotherhood among the children of Helen in those early times when rudeness, insecurity, and pugnacity did so much to isolate them. A certain number of salutary habits and sentiments, such as that which the Amphictyonic oath embodies, in regard to abstinence from injury as well as to mutual protection, gradually found their way into men's minds. The obligations thus brought into play acquired a substantive efficacy of their own, and the religious feeling, which always remained connected with them, came afterward to be only one out of many complex agencies by which the later historical Greek was moved. Athens and Sparta in the days of their might, and the inferior cities in relation to them, played each their own political game, in which religious considerations will be found to bear only a subordinate part. The special function of the Amphictyonic Council, so far as we know it, consisted in watching over the safety, the interests, and the treasures of the Delphian temple. If any one shall plunder the property of the god, or shall be cognizant thereof, or shall take treacherous counsel against the things in the temple, we will punish him with foot and hand and voice, and by every means in our power. So ran the old Amphictyonic oath, with an energetic imprecation attached to it. And there are some examples in which the council constitutes its functions so largely as to receive and adjudicate upon complaints against entire cities, for offenses against the religious and patriotic sentiment of the Greeks generally. But for the most part its interference relates directly to the Delphian temple. The earliest case in which it is brought to our view is the sacred war against Syra, in the 46th Olympiad, or BC 595, conducted by Eurolycus the Thessalian and Clisthenes of Sicyon, and proposed by Solon of Athens. We find the Amphictyons also about half a century afterward undertaking the duty of collecting subscriptions throughout the Hellenic world and making the contract with the Alcmaeonids for rebuilding the temple after a conflagration. But the influence of this council is essentially of a fluctuating and intermittent character. Sometimes it appears forward to decide, and its decisions command respect, but such occasions are rare, taking the general course of known Grecian history, while there are other occasions, and those too especially affecting the Delphian temple, on which we are surprised to find nothing said about it. In the long and perturbed period which Thucydides describes, he never once mentions the Amphictyons, though the temple and the safety of its treasures form the repeated subject as well of dispute as of express stipulation between Athens and Sparta. Moreover, among the 12 constituent members of the council we find 3, the Perrhaebians, the Magnetes, and the Achaeans of Phthia, who were not even independent, but subject to the Thessalians, so that its meetings, when they were not matters of mere form, probably expressed only the feelings of the 3 or 4 leading members. When one or more of these great powers had a party purpose to accomplish against others, when Philip of Macedon wished to extrude one of the members in order to procure admission for himself, it became convenient to turn this ancient form into a serious reality, and we shall see the Athenian Aeschines providing a pretext for Philip to meddle in favor of the minor Boeotian cities against Thebes, by alleging that these cities were under the protection of the old Amphictyonic oath. It is thus that we have to consider the council as an element in Grecian affairs, an ancient institution, one among many instances of the primitive habit of religious fraternization, but wider and more comprehensive than the rest. At first purely religious, then religious and political at once, lastly more the latter than the former. Highly valuable in the infancy, but unsuited to the maturity of Greece, and called into real working only on rare occasions, when its efficiency happened to fall in with the views of Athens, Thebes, or the king of Macedon. In such special moments it shines with a transient light, which affords a partial pretense for the imposing title bestowed on it by Cicero, Commune Graeciae Concilium. But we should completely misinterpret Grecian history if we regarded it as a federal council habitually directed or habitually obeyed. Had there existed any such commune concilium of tolerable wisdom and patriotism, and had the tendencies of the Hellenic mind been capable of adapting themselves to it, the whole course of later Grecian history would probably have been altered. The Macedonian kings would have remained only as respectable neighbors, borrowing civilization from Greece and expending their military energies upon Thracians and Illyrians, while united Hellas might even have maintained her own territory against the conquering legions of Rome. The 12 constituent Amphictyonic races remained unchanged until the sacred war against the Phocians, BC 355, after which, though the number 12 was continued, the Phocians were disfranchised and their votes transferred to Philip of Macedon. It has been already mentioned that these 12 did not exhaust the whole of Hellas. Arcadians, Eleans, Pisans, Miniae, Dryopes, Aetolians, all genuine Hellenes, are not comprehended in it. But all of them had a right to make use of the Temple of Delphi and to contend in the Pythian and Olympic games. The Pythian games, celebrated near Delphi, were under the superintendence of the Amphictyons or of some acting magistrate chosen by and presumed to represent them. Like the Olympic games, they came round every 4 years, the interval between one celebration and another being 4 complete years, which the Greeks called a pentoteros. The Isthmian and Nemean games recurred every 2 years. In its first humble form, a competition among bards to sing a hymn in praise of Apollo, this festival was doubtless of immemorial antiquity, but the first extension of it into pan-Hellenic notoriety, as I have already remarked, the first multiplication of the subjects of competition, and the first introduction of a continuous record of the conquerors, date only from the time when it came under the presidency of the Amphictyon, at the close of the sacred war against Syra. What is called the First Pythian Contest coincides with the 3rd year of the 48th Olympiad, or BC 585. From that period forward, the games become crowded and celebrated, but the date just named, nearly 2 centuries after the first Olympiad, is a proof that the habit of periodical frequentation of festivals by numbers and from distant parts grew up but slowly in the Grecian world. The foundation of the Temple of Delphi itself reaches far beyond all historical knowledge, forming one of the aboriginal institutions of Hellas. It is a sanctified and wealthy place even in the Iliad. The legislation of Lycurgus at Sparta is introduced under its auspices, and the earliest Grecian colonies, those of Sicily and Italy in the 8th century BC, are established in consonance with its mandate. Delphi and Dodona appear, in the most ancient circumstances of Greece, as universally venerated oracles and sanctuaries, and Delphi not only receives honors and donations, but also answers questions from Lydians, Phrygians, Etruscans, Romans, etc. It is not exclusively Hellenic. One of the valuable services which a Greek looked for from this and other great religious establishments was that it should resolve his doubts in cases of perplexity, that it should advise him whether to begin anew or to persist in an old project, that it should foretell what would be his fate under given circumstances, and inform him, if suffering under distress, on what conditions the gods would grant him relief. The 3 priestesses of Dodona with their venerable oak, and the priestess of Delphi sitting on her tripod under the influence of a certain gas or vapor exhaling from the rock, were alike competent to determine these difficult points, and we shall have constant occasion to notice in this history with what complete faith both the question was put and the answer treasured up, what serious influence it often exercised upon both public and private proceeding. The hexameter verses in which the Pythian priestess delivered herself were indeed often so equivocal or unintelligible that the most serious believer, with all anxiety to interpret and obey them, often found himself ruined by the result. Yet the general faith in the oracle was in no way shaken by such painful experience, for as the unfortunate issue always admitted of being explained by 2 hypotheses, either that the god had spoken falsely, or that his meaning had not been correctly understood, no man of genuine piety ever hesitated to adopt the latter. There were many other oracles throughout Greece besides Delphi and Dodona. Apollo was open to the inquiries of the faithful at Ptoon in Boeotia, at Abe in Phocis, at Branchidae near Miletus, at Patara in Lycia, and other places. In like manner, Zeus gave answers at Olympia, Poseidon at Taenarus, Amphiaraus at Thebes, Amphilochus at Malis, etc. And this habit of consulting the oracle formed part of the still more general tendency of the Greek mind to undertake no enterprise without having first ascertained how the gods viewed it, and what measures they were likely to take. Sacrifices were offered, and the interior of the victim carefully examined, with the same intent. Omens, prodigies, unlooked-for coincidences, casual expressions, etc., were all construed as significant of the divine will. To sacrifice with a view to this or that undertaking, or to consult the oracle with the same view, are familiar expressions embodied in the language. Nor could any man set about a scheme with comfort until he had satisfied himself in some manner or other that the gods were favorable to it. End of section 20. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 21 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Pythian Games at Delphi, B.C. 585, by George Grote, Part 2. The disposition here adverted to is one of these mental analogies pervading the whole Hellenic nation, which Herodotus indicates, and the common habit among all Greeks of respectfully listening to the oracle of Delphi will be found on many occasions useful in maintaining unanimity among men not accustomed to obey the same political superior. In the numerous colonies especially, founded by mixed multitudes from distant parts of Greece, the minds of the emigrants were greatly determined toward cordial cooperation, by their knowledge that the expedition had been directed, the oecist indicated, and the spot either chosen or approved by Apollo of Delphi. Such in most cases was the fact. That god, according to the conception of the Greeks, takes delight always in the foundation of new cities, and himself in person lays the first stone. These are the elements of union with which the historical Hellenes take their start: community of blood, language, religious point of view, legends, sacrifices, festivals, and also, with certain allowances, of manners and character. The analogy of manners and character between the rude inhabitants of the Arcadian Cynatha and the polite Athens was indeed accompanied with wide differences. Yet if we compare the two with foreign contemporaries, we shall find certain negative characteristics of much importance common to both. In no city of historical Greece did there prevail either human sacrifices or deliberate mutilation, such as cutting off the nose, ears, hands, feet, etc., or castration, or selling of children into slavery, or polygamy, or the feeling of unlimited obedience toward one man, all customs which might be pointed out as existing among the contemporary Carthaginians, Egyptians, Persians, Thracians, etc. The habit of running, wrestling, boxing, etc. in gymnastic contests, with the body perfectly naked, was common to all Greeks, having been first adopted as a Lacedaemonian fashion in the 14th Olympiad. Thucydides and Herodotus remark that it was not only not practiced, but even regarded as unseemly among non-Hellenes. Of such customs, indeed, at once common to all the Greeks, and peculiar to them as distinguished from others, we cannot specify a great number, but we may see enough to convince ourselves that there did really exist, in spite of local differences, a general Hellenic sentiment and character, which counted among the cementing causes of a union apparently so little assured. During the 2 centuries succeeding B.C. 776, the festival of the Olympic Zeus in the Pisatid gradually passed from a local to a national character, and acquired an attractive force capable of bringing together into temporary union the dispersed fragments of Hellas from Marseilles to Trebizond. In this important function it did not long stand alone. During the 6th century B.C., 3 other festivals, at first local, became successively nationalized: the Pythia near Delphi, the Isthmia near Corinth, the Nemea near Cleone, between Sicyon and Argos. In regard to the Pythian festival, we find a short notice of the particular incidents and individuals by whom its reconstitution and enlargement were brought about. A notice the more interesting inasmuch as these very incidents are themselves a manifestation of something like Pan-Hellenic patriotism, standing almost alone in an age which presents little else in operation except distinct city interests. At the time when the Homeric hymn to the Delphinian Apollo was composed, probably in the 7th century B.C., the Pythian festival had as yet acquired little eminence. The rich and holy temple of Apollo was then purely oracular, established for the purpose of communicating to pious inquirers the counsels of the immortals. Multitudes of visitors came to consult it, as well as to sacrifice victims and to deposit costly offerings. But while the god delighted in the sound of the harp as an accompaniment to the singing of paeans, he was by no means anxious to encourage horse races and chariot races in the neighborhood. Nay, this psalmist considers that the noise of horses would be a nuisance, the drinking of mules a desecration to the sacred fountains, and the ostentation of fine-built chariots objectionable, as tending to divert the attention of spectators away from the great temple and its wealth. From such inconveniences the god was protected by placing his sanctuary in the rocky Pytho, a rugged and uneven recess of no great dimensions, embosomed in the southern declivity of Parnassus, and about 2,000 feet above the level of the sea, while the topmost Parnassian summits reached a height of near 8,000 feet. The situation was extremely imposing, but unsuited by nature for the congregation of any considerable number of spectators, altogether impracticable for chariot races, and only rendered practicable by later art and outlay for the theatre as well as for the stadium. Such a site furnished little means of subsistence, but the sacrifices and presence of visitors enabled the ministers of the temple to live in abundance, and gathered together by degrees a village around it. Near the sanctuary of Pytho, and about the same altitude, was situated the ancient Phocian town of Crissa, on a projecting spur of Parnassus, overhung above by the line of rocky precipice called the Phaedriades, and itself overhanging below the deep ravine through which flows the river Peistus. On the other side of this river rises the steep mountain Cirphus, which projects southward into the Corinthian Gulf, the river reaching that gulf through the broad Chrysoean plain, which stretches westward nearly to the Locrian town of Amphissa, a plain for the most part fertile and productive, though least so in its eastern part immediately under the Cirphus, where the seaport Syra was placed. The temple, the oracle, and the wealth of Pytho belong to the very earliest periods of Grecian antiquity, but the octennial solemnity in honor of the god included at first no other competition except that of bards, who sang each a paean with the harp. The Amphictyonic assembly held one of its half-yearly meetings near the temple of Pytho, the other at Thermopylae. In those early times when the Homeric hymn to Apollo was composed, the town of Chrysa appears to have been great and powerful, possessing all the broad plain between Parnassus, Cirphus, and the Gulf, to which latter it gave its name, and possessing also, what was a property not less valuable, the adjoining sanctuary of Pytho itself, which the hymn identifies with Chrysa, not indicating Delphi as a separate place. The Chrysaeans doubtless derived great profits from the number of visitors who came to visit Delphi, both by land and by sea, and Syra was originally only the name for their seaport. Gradually, however, the port appears to have grown in importance at the expense of the town, just as Apollonia and Ptolemais came to equal Cyrene and Barca, and as Plymouth Dock has swelled into Devonport, while at the same time the sanctuary of Pytho, with its administrators, expanded into the town of Delphi, and came to claim an independent existence of its own. The original relations between Chrysa, Syra, and Delphi were in this manner at length subverted, the first declining and the two latter rising. The Chrysaeans found themselves dispossessed of the management of the temple, which passed to the Delphians, as well as of the profits arising from the visitors, whose disbursements went to enrich the inhabitants of Syra. Chrysa was a primitive city of the Phocian name, and could boast of a place as such in the Homeric catalogue, so that her loss of importance was not likely to be quietly endured. Moreover, in addition to the above facts, already sufficient in themselves as seeds of a quarrel, we are told that the Syrians abused their position as masters of the avenue to the temple by sea, and levied exorbitant tolls on the visitors who landed there, a number constantly increasing from the multiplication of the transmarine colonies, and from the prosperity of those in Italy and Sicily. Besides such offense against the general Grecian public, they had also incurred the enmity of their Phocian neighbors by outrages upon women, Phocian as well as Argian, who were returning from the temple. Thus stood the case, apparently, about B.C. 595, when the Amphictyonic meeting interfered, either prompted by the Phocians, or perhaps on their own spontaneous impulse, out of regard to the temple, to punish the Syrians. After a war of 10 years, the first sacred war in Greece, this object was completely accomplished by a joint force of Thessalians under Eurolychus, Sicyonians under Clisthenes, and Athenians under Alcmaeon, the Athenian Solon being the person who originated and enforced in the Amphictyonic Council the proposition of interference. Syra appears to have made a strenuous resistance until its supplies from the sea were intercepted by the naval force of the Sicyonian Clisthenes. Even after the town was taken, its inhabitants defended themselves for some time on the heights of Cirphus. At length, however, they were thoroughly subdued. Their town was destroyed or left to subsist merely as a landing place, while the whole adjoining plain was consecrated to the Delphian god, whose domains thus touched the sea. Under this sentence, pronounced by the religious feeling of Greece, and sanctified by a solemn oath publicly sworn and inscribed at Delphi, the land was condemned to remain untilled and unplanted, without any species of human care, and serving only for the pasturage of cattle. The latter circumstance was convenient to the temple, inasmuch as it furnished abundance of victims for the pilgrims who landed and came to sacrifice. For without preliminary sacrifice no man could consult the oracle, while the entire prohibition of tillage was the only means of obviating the growth of another troublesome neighbor on the seaboard. The ruin of Syra in this war is certain, though the necessity of a harbor for visitors arriving by sea led to the gradual revival of the town upon a humbler scale of pretension. but the fate of Crissa is not so clear, nor do we know whether it was destroyed or left subsisting in a position of inferiority with regard to Delphi. From this time forward, however, the Delphian community appear as substantive and autonomous, exercising in their own right the management of the temple, though we shall find on more than one occasion that the Phocians contest this right and lay claim to the management of it for themselves, a remnant of that early period when the oracle stood in the domain of the Phocian Crissa. There seems, moreover, to have been a standing antipathy between the Delphians and the Phocians. The sacred war, emanating from a solemn Amphictyonic decree, carried on jointly by troops of different states whom we do not know to have ever before cooperated, and directed exclusively toward an object of common interest, is in itself a fact of high importance, as manifesting a decided growth of Pan-Hellenic feeling. Sparta is not named as interfering, a circumstance which seems remarkable when we consider both her power, even as it then stood, and her intimate connection with the Delphian oracle, while the Athenians appear as the chief movers, through the greatest and best of their citizens. The credit of a large-minded patriotism rests prominently upon them. But if this sacred war itself is a proof that the Pan-Hellenic spirit was growing stronger, the positive result in which it ended reinforced that spirit still farther. The spoils of Syra were employed by the victorious allies in founding the Pythian Games. The octennial festival hitherto celebrated at Delphi in honor of the god, including no other competition except in the harp and the paean, was expanded into comprehensive games on the model of the Olympic, with matches not only of music, but also of gymnastics and chariots, celebrated not at Delphi itself, but on the maritime plain near the ruined Syra, and under the direct superintendence of the Amphictyons themselves. I have already mentioned that Solon provided large rewards for such Athenians as gained victories in the Olympic and Isthmian games, thereby indicating his sense of the great value of the national games as a means of promoting Hellenic intercommunion. It was the same feeling which instigated the foundation of the new games on the Syrian plain in commemoration of the vindicated honor of Apollo, and in the territory newly made over to him. They were celebrated in the autumn, or first half of every third Olympic year, the Amphictyons being the ostensible agonothets or administrators, and appointing persons to discharge the duty in their names. At the first Pythian ceremony in BC 586, valuable rewards were given to the different victors. At the second, BC 582, nothing was conferred but wreaths of laurel, the rapidly attained celebrity of the games being such as to render any further recompense superfluous. The Sicyonian despot, Clisthenes himself, once the leader in the conquest of Syra, gained the prize at the chariot race of the second Pythia. We find other great personages in Greece frequently mentioned as competitors, and the games long maintained a dignity second only to the Olympic, over which indeed they had some advantage. First, that they were not abused for the purpose of promoting petty jealousies and antipathies of any administering state, as the Olympic games were perverted by the Eleans on more than one occasion. Next, that they comprised music and poetry as well as bodily display. From the circumstances attending their foundation, the Pythian games deserved, even more than the Olympic, the title bestowed on them by Demosthenes, the common agon of the Greeks. The Olympic and Pythian games continued always to be the most venerated solemnities in Greece. Yet the Nemea and Isthmia acquired a celebrity not much inferior, the Olympic prize counting for the highest of all. Both the Nemea and Isthmia were distinguished from the other two festivals by occurring not once in 4 years, but once in 2 years, the former in the second and fourth years of each Olympiad, the latter in the first and third years. To both is assigned, according to Greek custom, an origin connected with the interesting persons and circumstances of legendary antiquity. But our historical knowledge of both begins with the 6th century BC. The first historical Nemead is presented as belonging to Olympiad BC 52 or 53, 572 to 568, a few years subsequent to the sacred war above mentioned and to the origin of the Pythia. The festival was celebrated in honor of the Nemean Zeus in the valley of Nemea between Phyllis and Cleone. The Cleoneans themselves were originally its presidents, until some period after BC 460, The Argians deprived them of that honor and assumed the honors of administration to themselves. The Nemean games had their Hellanodice to superintend, to keep order, and to distribute the prizes, as well as the Olympic. Respecting the Isthmian festival, our first historical information is a little earlier, for it has already been stated that Solon conferred a premium upon every Athenian citizen who gained a prize at that festival as well as at the Olympian, in or after BC 594. It was celebrated by the Corinthians at their isthmus in honor of Poseidon, and if we may draw any inference from the legends respecting its foundation, which is ascribed sometimes to Theseus, the Athenians appear to have identified it with the antiquities of their own state. We thus perceive that the interval between BC 600 and 560 exhibits the first historical manifestation of the Pythia, Isthmia, and Nemea, the first expansion of all the three from local into pan-Hellenic festivals. To the Olympic Games, for some time the only great center of union among all the widely dispersed Greeks, are now added 3 other sacred agones of the like public, open, national character, constituting visible marks as well as tutelary bonds of collective Hellenism, and ensuring to every Greek who went to compete in the matches a safe and inviolate transit even through hostile Hellenic states. These 4, all in or near Peloponnesus, and one of which occurred in each year, formed the period or cycle of sacred games, and those who had gained prizes at all the 4 received the enviable designation of Periodonices. The honors paid to Olympic victors on their return to their native city were prodigious even in the 6th century BC, and became even more extravagant afterward. We may remark that in the Olympic Games alone, the oldest as well as the most illustrious of the 4, the musical and intellectual element was wanting. All the 3 more recent agones included crowns for exercises of music and poetry along with gymnastics, chariots, and horses. It was not only in the distinguishing national stamp set upon these 4 great festivals that the gradual increase of Hellenic family feeling exhibited itself during the course of this earliest period of Grecian history. Pursuant to the same tendencies, religious festivals in all the considerable towns gradually became more and more open and accessible, attracting guests as well as competitors from beyond the border. The comparative dignity of the city, as well as the honor rendered to the presiding god, were measured by the numbers, admiration, and envy of the frequenting visitors. There is no positive evidence indeed of such expansion in the Attic festivals earlier than the reign of Pisistratus, who first added the quadrennial or greater Panathenae to the ancient annual or lesser Panathenaea. Nor can we trace the steps of progress in regards to Thebes, Orchomenus, Thespiae, Megara, Sicyon, Pallene, Aegina, Argos, etc., but we find full reason for believing that such was the general reality. Of the Olympic or Isthmian victors whom Pindar and Simonides celebrated, many derived a portion of their renown from previous victories acquired at several of these local contests, victories sometimes so numerous as to prove how widespread the habit of reciprocal frequentation had become, though we find even in the 3rd century BC treaties of alliance between different cities in which it is thought necessary to confer such mutual right by express stipulation. Temptation was offered to the distinguished gymnastic or musical competitors by prizes of great value. Timaeus even asserted, as proof of the overweening pride of Croton and Sybaris, that these cities tried to supplant the preeminence of the Olympic Games by instituting games of their own with the richest prizes to be celebrated at the same time, a statement in itself not worthy of credit, yet nevertheless illustrating the animated rivalry known to prevail among the Grecian cities in procuring for themselves splendid and crowded games. At the time when the Homeric hymn to Demeter was composed, the worship of that goddess seems to have been purely local at Eleusis. But before the Persian War, the festival celebrated by the Athenians every year in honor of the Eleusinian Demeter admitted Greeks of all cities to be initiated, and was attended by vast crowds of them. It was thus that the simplicity and strict local application of the primitive religious festival among the greater states in Greece gradually expanded, on certain great occasions periodically recurring, into an elaborate and regulated series of exhibitions, not merely admitting but soliciting the fraternal presence of all Hellenic spectators. In this respect, Sparta seems to have formed an exception to the remaining states. Her festivals were for herself alone, and her general rudeness toward other Greeks was not materially softened even at the Carnea and Hyacinthia or Gymnopidae. On the other hand, the Attic Dionysia was gradually exalted, from their original rude, spontaneous outburst of village feeling in thankfulness to the god, followed by song, dance, and revelry of various kinds, into costly and diversified performances, first by a trained chorus, next by actors superadded to it. And the dramatic compositions thus produced, as they embodied the perfection of Grecian art, so they were eminently calculated to invite a pan-Hellenic audience, and to encourage the sentiment of Hellenic unity. The dramatic literature of Athens, however, belongs properly to a later period. Previous to the year B.C. 560, we see only those commencements of innovation which drew upon Thespis the rebuke of Solon, who, however, himself contributed to impart to the Panathenaic festival a more solemn and attractive character, by checking the license of the rhapsodies and ensuring to those present a full orderly recital of the Iliad. The sacred games and festivals took hold of the Greek mind by so great a variety of feelings as to counterbalance in a high degree the political disseverance, and to keep alive among their widespread cities, in the midst of constant jealousy and frequent quarrel, a feeling of brotherhood and congenial sentiment such as must otherwise have died away. The Theors, or sacred envoys, who came to Olympia or Delphi from so many different points, all sacrificed to the same god and at the same altar, witnessed the same sports, and contributed by their donatives to enrich or adorn one respective scene. Moreover, the festival afforded opportunity for a sort of fair, including much traffic amid so large a mass of spectators. And besides the exhibitions of the games themselves, there were recitations and lectures in a spacious council room for those who chose to listen to them, by poets, rhapsodes, philosophers, and historians, among which last the history of Herodotus is said to have been publicly read by its author. Of the wealthy and great men in the various cities, many contended simply for the chariot victories and horse victories, but there were others whose ambition was of a character more strictly personal, and who stripped naked as runners, wrestlers, boxers, or pancratiasts, having gone through the extreme fatigue of a complete previous training. Cylon, whose unfortunate attempt to usurp the scepter at Athens has been recounted, had gained the prize in the Olympic Stadium. Alexander, son of Amyntas, the prince of Macedon, had run for it. The great family of the Diagoриdae at Rhodes, who furnished magistrates and generals to their native city, supplied a still greater number of successful boxers and pancratiasts at Olympia, while other instances also occur of generals named by various cities from the list of successful Olympic gymnasts, and the odes of Pindar, always dearly purchased, attest how many of the great and wealthy were found in that list. The perfect popularity and equality of persons at these great games is a feature not less remarkable than the exact adherence to predetermined rule, and the self-imposed submission of the immense crowd to a handful of servants armed with sticks, who executed the orders of the Elean Hellanodice. The ground upon which the ceremony took place, and even the territory of the administering state, was protected by a truce of God during the month of the festival, the commencement of which was formally announced by heralds sent round to the various states. Treaties of peace between different cities were often formally commemorated by pillars there erected, and the general impression of the scene suggested nothing but ideas of peace and brotherhood among Greeks. And I may remark that the impression of the games as belonging to all Greeks, and to none but Greeks, was stronger and clearer during the interval between B.C. 600 to 300 than it came to be afterward. For the Macedonian conquests had the effect of diluting and corrupting Hellenism by spreading an exterior varnish of Hellenic tastes and manners over a wide area of incongruous foreigners who were incapable of the real elevation of the Hellenic character, so that although in later times the games continued undiminished both in attraction and in number of visitors, the spirit of pan-Hellenic communion which had once animated the scene was gone forever. End of section 21. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 22 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 22. Solon's Early Greek Legislation, B.C. 594, by Georg Grote, Part 1. Lycurgus, the reputed Spartan lawgiver, is credited with the construction about B.C. 800 of the earliest Grecian commonwealth, founded upon a specific code of laws. These laws had mainly a military basis, and through obedience to them, the Spartans became a people of great hardiness, accustomed to self-discipline, famous for their prowess and endurance in war, and for sternness of individual and social virtues. In Athens, there were no written laws until the time of Draco, B.C. 621, the government before that period having been long in the hands of an oligarchy. In the year above named, Draco was archon, and to him was entrusted the work of framing a legal code, conditions under the oligarchic rule having become intolerable to the people at large. The chief features of Draco's legislation had reference to the punishment of crime, and so extreme were the severities of the system, and so cruel the penalties it prescribed, that in later times it was declared to have been written in blood. The draconian laws remained in force until superseded by the great system of Solon, whose advent as the new lawgiver was brought about mainly through the conspiracy of Cylon, 12 years after the legislation of Draco. Affairs in Athens were in a deplorable state of confusion and violence, the revolt of the poor against the power and privilege of the rich, leading to dangerous dissensions and collisions. Solon, who enjoyed a universal reputation for wisdom and uprightness, was called upon by the oligarchy, which again held rule, to assume what was in fact almost absolute power. The character of his legislation and its influence upon the course of Greek history have been set forth by many authors, and the following account is perhaps the best that has appeared in modern literature. Solon, son of Execestides, was an Opatrid of middling fortune, but of the purest heroic blood, belonging to the gens or family of the Codrids and Nelaids, and tracing his origin to the god Poseidon. His father is said to have diminished his substance by prodigality, which compelled Solon in his earlier years to have recourse to trade, and in this pursuit he visited many parts of Greece and Asia. He was thus enabled to enlarge the sphere of his observation and to provide material for thought as well as for composition. His poetical talents displayed themselves at a very early age, first on light, afterward on serious subjects. It will be recollected that there was at that time no Greek prose writing, and that the acquisitions as well as the effusions of an intellectual man, even in their simplest form, adjusted themselves not to the limitations of the period and the semicolon, but to those of the hexameter and pentameter. Nor, in point of fact, do the verses of Solon aspire to any higher effect than we are accustomed to associate with an earnest, touching, and admonitory prose composition. The advice and appeals which he frequently addressed to his countrymen were delivered in this easy metre, doubtless far less difficult than the elaborate prose of subsequent writers or speakers, such as Thucydides, Isocrates, or Demosthenes. His poetry and his reputation became known throughout many parts of Greece, so that he was classed along with Thales of Miletus, Bias of Priene, Pittacus of Mytilene, Periander of Corinth, Cleobulus of Lindus, Calon of Lacedaemon, altogether forming the constellation afterwards renowned as the 7 Wise Men. The first particular event in respect to which Solon appears as an active politician is the possession of the island of Salamis, then disputed between Megara and Athens. Megara was at that time able to contest with Athens, and for some time to contest with success, the occupation of this important island, a remarkable fact which perhaps may be explained by supposing that the inhabitants of Athens and its neighborhood carried on the struggle with only partial aid from the rest of Attica. However this may be, it appears that the Megarians had actually established themselves in Salamis at the time when Solon began his political career, and that the Athenians had experienced so much loss in the struggle as to have formally prohibited any citizen from ever submitting a proposition for its reconquest. Stung with this dishonorable abnegation, Solon counterfeited a state of ecstatic excitement, rushed into the agora, and there on the stone, usually occupied by the official herald, pronounced to the surrounding crowd a short elegiac poem which he had previously composed on the subject of Salamis. Enforcing upon them the disgrace of abandoning the island, he wrought so powerfully upon their feelings that they rescinded their prohibitory law. Rather, he exclaimed, would I forfeit my native city and become a citizen of Pholegandrus, than be still named an Athenian, branded with the shame of surrendered Salamis. The Athenians again entered into the war, and conferred upon him the command of it, partly, as we are told, at the instigation of Pisistratus, though the latter must have been at this time, B.C. 600 to 594, a very young man, or rather boy. The stories in Plutarch as to the way in which Salamis was recovered are contradictory as well as apocryphal, ascribing to Solon various stratagems to deceive the Megarian occupiers. Unfortunately, no authority is given for any of them. According to that which seems the most plausible, he was directed by the Delphian god first to propitiate the local heroes of the island, and he accordingly crossed over to it by night for the purpose of sacrificing to the heroes Periphemus and Cyherus on the Salaminian shore. 500 Athenian volunteers were then levied for the attack of the island, under the stipulation that if they were victorious, they should hold it in property and citizenship. They were safely landed on an outlying promontory, while Solon, having been fortunate enough to seize a ship which the Megarians had sent to watch the proceedings, manned it with Athenians and sailed straight toward the city of Salamis, to which the Athenians who had landed also directed their march. The Megarians marched out from the city to repel the latter, and during the heat of the engagement, Solon, with his Megarian ship and Athenian crew, sailed directly to the city. The Megarians, interpreting this as the return of their own crew, permitted the ship to approach without resistance, and the city was thus taken by surprise. Permission having been given to the Megarians to quit the island, Solon took possession of it for the Athenians, erecting a temple to Enyalius, the god of war, on Cape Sciradium near the city of Salamis. The citizens of Megara, however, made various efforts for the recovery of so valuable a possession, so that a war ensued, long as well as disastrous to both parties. At last it was agreed between them to refer the dispute to the arbitration of Sparta, and 5 Spartans were appointed to decide it: Critolaidas, Amompharetus, Hypsechidas, Anaxilas, and Cleomenes. The verdict in favor of Athens was founded on evidence which it is somewhat curious to trace. Both parties attempted to show that the dead bodies buried in the island conformed to their own peculiar mode of interment, and both parties are said to have cited verses from the catalogue of the Iliad, each accusing the other of error or interpolation. But the Athenians had the advantage on 2 points. First, there were oracles from Delphi, wherein Salamis was mentioned with the epithet Ionian. Next, Phileus and Eurysakes, sons of the Telamonian Ajax, the great hero of the island, had accepted the citizenship of Athens, made over Salamis to the Athenians, and transferred their own residences to Broron and Melite in Attica, where the deme or gens Philidae still worshipped Phileus as its eponymous ancestor. Such a title was held sufficient, and Salamis was adjudged by the 5 Spartans to Attica, with which it ever afterward remained incorporated until the days of Macedonian supremacy. 2 centuries and a half later, when the orator Aeschines argued the Athenian right to Amphipolis against Philip of Macedon, the legendary elements of the title were indeed put forward, but more in the way of preface or introduction to the substantial political grounds. But in the year 600 BC, the authority of the legend was more deep-seated and operative, and adequate by itself to determine a favorable verdict. In addition to the conquest of Salamis, Solon increased his reputation by espousing the cause of the Delphian temple against the extortionate proceedings of the inhabitants of Kyrra, and the favor of the oracle was probably not without its effect in procuring for him that encouraging prophecy with which his legislative career opened. It is on the occasion of Solon's legislation that we obtain our first glimpse, unfortunately but a glimpse, of the actual state of Attica and its inhabitants. It is a sad and repulsive picture, presenting to us political discord and private suffering combined. Violent dissensions prevailed among the inhabitants of Attica, who were separated into 3 factions: the Pedies, or men of the plain, comprising Athens, Eleusis, and the neighboring territory, among whom the greatest number of rich families were included; the mountaineers in the east and north of Attica called Diacri, who were on the whole the poorest party; and the Paralii in the southern portion of Attica from sea to sea, whose means and social position were intermediate between the 2. Upon what particular points these intestine disputes turned, we are not distinctly informed. They were not, however, peculiar to the period immediately preceding the archonship of Solon. They had prevailed before, and they reappear afterward, prior to the despotism of Pisistratus, the latter standing forward as the leader of the Diacri, and as champion, real or pretended, of the poorer population. But in the time of Solon, these intestine quarrels were aggravated by something much more difficult to deal with, a general mutiny of the poorer population against the rich, resulting from misery combined with oppression. The Thetes, whose condition we have already contemplated in the poems of Homer and Hesiod, are now presented to us as forming the bulk of the population of Attica, the cultivating tenants, metayers, and small proprietors of the country. They are exhibited as weighed down by debts and dependence, and driven in large numbers out of state of freedom into slavery. The whole mass of them, we are told, being in debt to the rich, who were proprietors of the greater part of the soil. They had either borrowed money for their own necessities, or they tilled the lands of the rich as dependent tenants, paying a stipulated portion of the produce, and in this capacity they were largely in arrear. All the calamitous effects were here seen of the old harsh law of debtor and creditor, once prevalent in Greece, Italy, Asia, and a large portion of the world, combined with the recognition of slavery as legitimate status, and of the right of one man to sell himself as well as that of another man to buy him. Every debtor unable to fulfill his contract was liable to be adjudged as the slave of his creditor until he could find means either of paying it or working it out. And not only he himself, but his minor sons and unmarried daughters and sisters also, whom the law gave him the power of selling. The poor man thus borrowed upon the security of his body, to translate literally the Greek phrase, and upon that of the persons in his family. So severely had these oppressive contracts been enforced that many debtors had been reduced from freedom to slavery in Attica itself, many others had been sold for exportation, and some had only hitherto preserved their own freedom by selling their children. Moreover, a great number of the smaller properties in Attica were under mortgage, signified according to the formality usual in the Attic law, and continued down throughout the historical times by a stone pillar erected on the land, inscribed with the name of the lender and the amount of the loan. The proprietors of these mortgaged lands, in case of an unfavorable turn of events, had no other prospect except that of irremediable slavery for themselves and their families, either in their own native country, robbed of all its delights, or in some barbarian region where the Attic accent would never meet their ears. Some had fled the country to escape legal adjudication of their persons, and earned a miserable subsistence in foreign parts by degrading occupations. Upon several, too, this deplorable lot had fallen by unjust condemnation and corrupt judges, the conduct of the rich in regard to money sacred and profane, in regard to matters public as well as private, being thoroughly unprincipled and rapacious. The manifold and long-continued suffering of the poor under this system plunged into a state of debasement not more tolerable than that of Gallic plebs, and the injustices of the rich, in whom all political power was then vested, are facts well attested by the poems of Solon himself, even in the short fragments preserved to us. It appears that immediately preceding the time of his archonship, the evils had ripened to such a point, and the determination of the mass of sufferers to extort for themselves some mode of relief had become so pronounced that the existing laws could no longer be enforced. According to the profound remark of Aristotle, that seditions are generated by great causes, but out of small incidents, we may conceive that some recent events had occurred as immediate stimulants to the outbreak of the debtors, like those which lent so striking an interest to the early Roman annals as the inflaming sparks of violent popular movements for which the train had long before been laid. Condemnations by the archons of insolvent debtors may have been unusually numerous, or the maltreatment of some particular debtor, once a respected freeman, in his condition of slavery, may have been brought to act vividly upon the public sympathies, like the case of the old plebeian centurion at Rome, first impoverished by the plunder of the enemy, then reduced to borrow, and lastly adjudged to his creditor as an insolvent, who claimed the protection of the people in the forum, rousing their feelings to the highest pitch by the marks of the slave whip visible on his person. Some such incidents had probably happened, though we have no historians to recount them. Moreover, it is not unreasonable to imagine that public mental affliction which the purifier Epimenides had been invoked to appease, as it sprung in part from pestilence, so it had its cause partly in years of sterility, which must of course have aggravated the distress of the small cultivators. However this may be, such was the condition of things in B.C. 594, through mutiny of the poor freemen and thetes, and uneasiness of the middling citizens, that the governing oligarchy, unable either to enforce their private debts or to maintain their political power, were obliged to invoke the well-known wisdom and integrity of Solon. Though his vigorous protest, which doubtless rendered him acceptable to the mass of the people, against the iniquity of the existing system had already been proclaimed in his poems, they still hoped that he would serve as an auxiliary to help them over their difficulties. They therefore chose him nominally as archon, along with Philombrutus, but with power in substance dictatorial. It had happened in several Grecian states that the governing oligarchies, either by quarrels among their own members, or by the general bad condition of the people under their government, were deprived of that hold upon the public mind which was essential to their power. Sometimes, as in the case of Pittacus of Mytilene, anterior to the archonship of Solon, and often in the factions of the Italian republics in the Middle Ages, the collision of opposing forces had rendered society intolerable and driven all parties to acquiesce in the choice of some reforming dictator. Usually, however, in the early Greek oligarchies, this ultimate crisis was anticipated by some ambitious individual who availed himself of the public discontent to overthrow the oligarchy and usurp the powers of a despot. And so probably it might have happened in Athens, had not the recent failure of Cylon, with all its miserable consequences, operated as a deterring motive. It is curious to read, in the words of Solon himself, the temper in which his appointment was construed by a large portion of the community, but more especially by his own friends, bearing in mind that at this early day, so far as our knowledge goes, democratical government was a thing unknown in Greece. All Grecian governments were either oligarchical or despotic, the mass of the freemen having not yet tasted of constitutional privilege. His own friends and supporters were the first to urge him, while redressing the prevalent discontents, to multiply partisans for himself personally and seize the supreme power. They even chid him as a madman for declining to haul up the net when the fish were already enmeshed. The mass of the people, in despair with their lot, would gladly have seconded him in such an attempt, while many even among the oligarchy might have acquiesced in his personal government, from the mere apprehension of something worse if they resisted it. That Solon might easily have made himself despot admits of little doubt, and though the position of a Greek despot was always perilous, he would have had greater facility for maintaining himself in it than Pisistratus possessed after him, so that nothing but the combination of prudence and virtue, which marks his lofty character, restricted him within the trust specially confided to him. To the surprise of everyone, to the dissatisfaction of his own friends, under the complaints alike, as he says, of various extreme and dissentient parties, who required him to adopt measures fatal to the peace of society, he set himself honestly to solve the very difficult and critical problem submitted to him. Of all grievances, the most urgent was the condition of the poorer class of debtors. To their relief, Solon's first measure, the memorable seisecteia, or shaking off of burdens, was directed. The relief which it afforded was complete and immediate. It cancelled at once all those contracts in which the debtor had borrowed on the security either of his person or of his land. It forbade all future loans or contracts in which the person of the debtor was pledged as security. It deprived the creditor in future of all power to imprison, or enslave, or extort work from his debtor, and confined him to an effective judgment at law authorizing the seizure of the property of the latter. It swept off all the numerous mortgage pillars from the landed properties in Attica, leaving the land free from all past claims. It liberated and restored to their full rights all debtors actually in slavery under previous legal adjudication, and it even provided the means, we do not know how, of repurchasing in foreign lands and bringing back to the renewed life of liberty in Attica many insolvents who had been sold for exportation. And while Solon forbade every Athenian to pledge or sell his own person into slavery, he took a step further in the same direction by forbidding him to pledge or sell his son, his daughter, or an unmarried sister under his tutelage, excepting only the case in which either of the latter might be detected in unchastity. Whether this last ordinance was contemporaneous with the Seisacteia, or followed as one of his subsequent reforms, seems doubtful. By this extensive measure, the poor debtors, the thieves, small tenants, and proprietors, together with their families, were rescued from suffering and peril. But these were not the only debtors in the state. The creditors and landlords of the exonerated thieves were doubtless in their turn debtors to others, and were less able to discharge their obligations in consequence of the loss inflicted upon them by the Seisacteia. It was to assist these wealthier debtors, whose bodies were in no danger, yet without exonerating them entirely, that Solon resorted to the additional expedient of debasing the money standard. He lowered the standard of the drachma in a proportion of something more than 25%, so that 100 drachmas of the new standard contained no more silver than 73 of the old, or 100 of the old were equivalent to 138 of the new. By this change, the creditors of these more substantial debtors were obliged to submit to a loss, while the debtors acquired an exemption to the extent of about 27%. Lastly, Solon decreed that all those who had been condemned by the archons to atimy, civil disfranchisement, should be restored to their full privileges of citizens, excepting, however, from this indulgence those who had been condemned by the Evitae, or by the Areopagus, or by the Philobasileis, the 4 kings of the tribes, after trial in the Prytaneum on charges either of murder or treason. So wholesale a measure of amnesty affords strong grounds for believing that the previous judgments of the archons had been intolerably harsh, and it is to be recollected that the draconian ordinances were then in force. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Solon's Early Greek Legislation, B.C. 594, by George Grote, Part 2. Such were the measures of relief with which Solon met the dangerous discontent then prevalent, that the wealthy men and leaders of the people, whose insolence and iniquity he has himself severely denounced in his poems, and whose views in nominating him he had greatly disappointed, should have detested propositions which robbed them without compensation of many legal rights, it is easy to imagine. But the statement of Plutarch that the poor emancipated debtors were also dissatisfied, from having expected that Solon would not only remit their debts, but also re-divide the soil of Attica, seems utterly incredible. Nor is it confirmed by any passage now remaining of the Solonian poems. Plutarch conceives the poor debtors as having in their minds the comparison with Lycurgus and the equality of property at Sparta, which, in my opinion, is clearly a matter of fiction. And even had it been true, as a matter of history long past and antiquated, would not have been likely to work upon the minds of the multitude of Attica in the forcible way that the biographer supposes. The Seishoteia must have exasperated the feelings and diminished the fortunes of many persons, but it gave to the large body of Thetes and small proprietors all that they could possibly have hoped. We are told that after a short interval it became eminently acceptable in the general public mind, and procured for Solon a great increase of popularity, all ranks concurring in a common sacrifice of thanksgiving and harmony. One incident there was which occasioned an outcry of indignation. 3 rich friends of Solon, all men of great family in the state, and bearing names which appear in history as borne by their descendants, namely Conon, Cleinias, and Hipponicus, having obtained from Solon some previous hint of his designs, profited by it, first to borrow money, and next to make purchases of lands, and this selfish breach of confidence would have disgraced Solon himself, had it not been found that he was personally a great loser, having lent money to the extent of 5 talents. In regard to the whole measure of the Seishoteia, indeed, though the poems of Solon were open to everyone, ancient authors gave different statements both of its purport and of its extent. Most of them construed it as having cancelled indiscriminately all money contracts, while Androtion and others thought that it did nothing more than lower the rate of interest and depreciate the currency to the extent of 27%, leaving the letter of the contracts unchanged. How Androtion came to maintain such an opinion we cannot easily understand, for the fragments now remaining from Solon seem distinctly to refute it, though, on the other hand, they do not go so far as to substantiate the full extent of the opposite view entertained by many writers, that all money contracts indiscriminately were rescinded, against which there is also a further reason, that if the fact had been so, Solon could have had no motive to debase the money standard. Such debasement supposes that there must have been some debtors, at least, whose contracts remained valid, and whom, nevertheless, he desired partially to assist. His poems distinctly mention 3 things. First, the removal of the mortgage pillars. Second, the enfranchisement of the land. Third, the protection, liberation, and restoration of the persons of endangered or enslaved debtors. All these expressions point distinctly to the Thetes and small proprietors, whose sufferings and peril were the most urgent, and whose case required a remedy, immediate as well as complete. We find that his repudiation of debts was carried far enough to exonerate them, but no further. It seems to have been the respect entertained for the character of Solon which partly occasioned these various misconceptions of his ordinances for the relief of debtors. Androtion in ancient and some eminent critics in modern times are anxious to make out that he gave relief without loss or injustice to anyone, but this opinion seems inadmissible. The loss to creditors by the wholesale abrogation of numerous pre-existing contracts and by the partial depreciation of the coin is a fact not to be disguised. The Seishoteia of Solon, unjust so far as it rescinded previous agreements, but highly salutary in its consequences, is to be vindicated by showing that in no other way could the bonds of government have been held together, or the misery of the multitude alleviated. We are to consider first that great personal cruelty of these pre-existing contracts, which condemned the body of the free debtor and his family to slavery. Next, the profound detestation created by such a system in the large mass of the poor, against both the judges and the creditors by whom it had been enforced, which rendered their feelings unmanageable so soon as they came together under the sentiment of a common danger, and with the determination to ensure to each other mutual protection. Moreover, the law which vests a creditor with power over the person of his debtor, so as to convert him into a slave, is likely to give rise to a class of loans which inspire nothing but abhorrence, money lent with the foreknowledge that the borrower will be unable to repay it, but also in the conviction that the value of his person as a slave will make good the loss, thus reducing him to a condition of extreme misery, for the purpose sometimes of aggrandizing, sometimes of enriching the lender. Now the foundation on which the respect for contracts rests, under a good law of debtor and creditor, is the very reverse of this. It rests on the firm conviction that such contracts are advantageous to both parties as a class, and that to break up the confidence essential to their existence would produce extensive mischief throughout all society. The man whose reverence for the obligation of a contract is now the most profound would have entertained a very different sentiment if he had witnessed the dealings of lender and borrower at Athens under the old ante-Solonian law. The oligarchy had tried their best to enforce this law of debtor and creditor with its disastrous series of contracts, and the only reason why they consented to invoke the aid of Solon was because they had lost the power of enforcing it any longer, in consequence of the newly awakened courage and combination of the people. That which they could not do for themselves, Solon could not have done for them, even had he been willing. Nor had he, in his position, the means either of exempting or compensating those creditors who, separately taken, were open to no reproach. Indeed, in following his proceedings we see plainly that he sought compensation due, not to the creditors, but to the past sufferings of the enslaved debtor, since he redeemed several of them from foreign captivity and brought them back to their homes. It is certain that no measure simply and exclusively prospective would have sufficed for the emergency. There was an absolute necessity for overruling all that class of pre-existing rights which had produced so violent a social fever. While, therefore, to this extent the Seisheteia cannot be acquitted of injustice, we may confidently affirm that the injustice inflicted was an indispensable price paid for the maintenance of the peace of society, and for the final abrogation of a disastrous system as regarded insolvents. And the feeling as well as the legislation universal in the modern European world, by interdicting beforehand all contracts for selling a man's person or that of his children into slavery, goes far to sanction practically the Solonian repudiation. One thing is never to be forgotten in regard to this measure, combined with the concurrent amendments introduced by Solon in the law. It settled finally the question to which it referred. Never again do we hear of the law of debtor and creditor as disturbing Athenian tranquillity. The general sentiment which grew up at Athens under the Solonian money law and under the democratical government was one of high respect for the sanctity of contracts. Not only was there never any demand in the Athenian democracy for new tables or a depreciation of the money standard, but a formal abnegation of any such projects was inserted in the solemn oath taken annually by the numerous dicasts who formed the popular judicial body called Helieia, or the Heliastic jurors. The same oath which pledged them to uphold the democratical constitution also bound them to repudiate all proposals either for an abrogation of debts or for a redivision of the lands. There can be little doubt that under the Solonian law, which enabled the creditor to seize the property of his debtor, but gave him no power over the person, the system of money lending assumed a more beneficial character. The old noxious contracts, mere snares for the liberty of a poor freeman and his children, disappeared, and loans of money took their place, founded on the property and prospective earnings of the debtor, which were in the main useful to both parties, and therefore maintained their place in the moral sentiment of the public. And though Solon had found himself compelled to rescind all the mortgages on land subsisting in this time, we see money freely lent upon this same security throughout the historical times of Athens, and the evidentiary mortgage pillars remaining ever after undisturbed. In the sentiment of an early society, as in the old Roman law, a distinction is commonly made between the principal and the interest of a loan, though the creditors have sought to blend them indissolubly together. If the borrower cannot fulfill his promise to repay the principal, the public will regard him as having committed a wrong which he must make good by his person. But there is not the same unanimity as to his promise to pay interest. On the contrary, the very exaction of interest will be regarded by many in the same light in which the English law considers usurious interest, as tainting the whole transaction. But in the modern mind, principal and interest with a limited rate have so grown together that we hardly understand how it can ever have been pronounced unworthy of an honorable citizen to lend money on interest. Yet such is the declared opinion of Aristotle and other superior men of antiquity, while at Rome Cato the censor went so far as to denounce the practice as a heinous crime. It was comprehended by them among the worst of the tricks of trade, and they held that all trade or profit derived from interchange was unnatural, as being made by one man at the expense of another. Such pursuits, therefore, could not be commanded, though they might be tolerated to a certain extent as a matter of necessity, but they belonged essentially to an inferior order of citizens. What is remarkable in Greece is that the antipathy of a very early state of society against traders and money-lenders lasted longer among the philosophers than among the mass of the people. It harmonized more with the social ideal of the former than with the practical instincts of the latter. In a rude condition, such as that of the ancient Germans described by Tacitus, loans on interest are unknown. Habitually careless of the future, the Germans were gratified both in giving and receiving presents, but without any idea that they thereby either imposed or contracted an obligation. To a people in this state of feeling, a loan on interest presents the repulsive idea of making profit out of the distress of the borrower. Moreover, it is worthy of remark that the first borrowers must have been for the most part men driven to this necessity by the pressure of want, and contracting debt as a desperate resource, without any fair prospect of ability to repay. Debt and famine ran together in the mind of the poet Hesiod. The borrower is, in this unhappy state, rather a distressed man, soliciting aid, than a solvent man capable of making and fulfilling a contract. If he cannot find a friend to make him a free gift in the former character, he will not, under the latter character, obtain a loan from a stranger, except by the promise of exorbitant interest, and by the fullest eventual power over his person, which he is in a condition to grant. In process of time, a new class of borrowers arise, who demand money for temporary convenience or profit, but with full prospect of repayment. a relation of lender and borrower quite different from that of the earlier period, when it presented itself in the repulsive form of misery on the one side, set against the prospect of very large profit on the other. If the Germans of the time of Tacitus looked to the condition of the poor debtors in Gaul, reduced to servitude under a rich creditor, and swelling by hundreds the crowd of his attendants, they would not be disposed to regret their own ignorance of the practice of money-lending. How much the interest of money was then regarded as an undue profit extorted from distress is powerfully illustrated by the old Jewish law, the Jew being permitted to take interest from foreigners, whom the lawgiver did not think himself obliged to protect, but not from his own countrymen. The Koran follows out this point of view consistently, and prohibits the taking of interest altogether. In most other nations laws have been made to limit the rate of interest, and at Rome especially the legal rate was successively lowered, though it seems, as might have been expected, that the restrictive ordinances were constantly eluded. All such restrictions have been intended for the protection of debtors, an effect which large experience proves them never to produce, unless it be called protection to render the obtaining of money on loan impracticable for the most distressed borrowers. But there was another effect which they did tend to produce. They softened down the primitive antipathy against the practice generally, and confined the odious name of usury to loans lent above the fixed legal rate. In this way alone could they operate beneficially, and their tendency to counterwork the previous feeling was at that time not unimportant, coinciding as it did with other tendencies arising out of the industrial progress of society, which gradually exhibited the relation of lender and borrower in a light more reciprocal, beneficial, and less repugnant to the sympathies of the bystander. At Athens, the most favorable point of view prevailed throughout all the historical times. The march of industry and commerce, under the mitigated law which prevailed subsequently to Solon, had been sufficient to bring it about at a very early period and to suppress all public antipathy against lenders at interest. We may remark, too, that this more equitable tone of opinion grew up spontaneously, without any legal restriction on the rate of interest, no such restriction having ever been imposed, and the rate being expressly declared free by a law ascribed to Solon himself. The same may probably be said of the communities of Greece generally. At least, there is no information to make us suppose the contrary. But the feeling against lending money at interest remained in the bosoms of the philosophical men long after it had ceased to form a part of the practical morality of the citizens, and long after it had ceased to be justified by the appearances of the case as at first it really had been. Plato, Aristotle, Cicero, and Plutarch treat the practice as a branch of the commercial and money-getting spirit, which they are anxious to discourage, and one consequence of this was that they were less disposed to contend strenuously for the inviolability of existing money contracts. The conservative feeling on this point was stronger among the mass than among the philosophers. Plato even complains of it as inconveniently preponderant and as arresting the legislator in all comprehensive projects of reform. For the most part, indeed, schemes of cancelling debts and redividing lands were never thought of, except by men of desperate and selfish ambition, who made them stepping stones to despotic power. Such men were denounced alike by the practical sense of the community and by the speculative thinkers. But when we turn to the case of the Spartan king Agis III, who proposed a complete extinction of debts and an equal redivision of the landed property of the state, not with any selfish or personal views, but upon pure ideas of patriotism, well or ill understood, and for the purpose of renovating the lost ascendancy of Sparta. We find Plutarch expressing the most unqualified admiration of this young king and his projects, and treating the opposition made to him as originating in no better feelings than meanness and cupidity. The philosophical thinkers on politics conceived, and to a great degree justly, as I shall show hereafter, that the conditions of security in the ancient world imposed upon the citizens generally the absolute necessity of keeping up a military spirit and willingness to brave at all times personal hardship and discomfort, so that increase of wealth on account of the habits of self-indulgence which it commonly introduces was regarded by them with more or less of disfavor. If, in their estimation, any Grecian community had become corrupt, they were willing to sanction great interference with pre-existing rights for the purpose of bringing it back nearer to their ideal standard. And the real security for the maintenance of these rights lay in the conservative feelings of the citizens generally, much more than in the opinions which superior minds imbibed from the philosophers. Such conservative feelings were in the subsequent Athenian democracy peculiarly deep-rooted. The mass of the Athenian people identified inseparably the maintenance of property in all its various shapes with that of their laws and constitution, and it is a remarkable fact that though the admiration entertained at Athens for Solon was universal, the principle of his seisachtheia and of his money depreciation was not only never imitated, but found the strongest tacit reprobation, whereas at Rome, as well as in most of the kingdoms of modern Europe, we know that one debasement of the coin succeeded another. The temptation of thus partially eluding the pressure of financial embarrassments proved, after one successful trial, too strong to be resisted, and brought down the coin by successive depreciations from the full pound of 12 ounces to the standard of 1/2 ounce. It is of some importance to take notice of this fact when we reflect how much Grecian faith has been degraded by the Roman writers into a byword for duplicity in pecuniary dealings. The democracy of Athens, and indeed the cities of Greece generally, both oligarchies and democracies, stands far above the Senate of Rome and far above the modern kingdoms of France and England until comparatively recent times, in respect of honest dealing with the coinage. Moreover, while there occurred at Rome several political changes which brought about new tables, or at least a partial depreciation of contracts, no phenomenon of the same kind ever happened at Athens during the 3 centuries between Solon and the end of the free working of the democracy. Doubtless, there were fraudulent debtors at Athens, while the administration of private law, though not in any way conniving at their proceedings, was far too imperfect to repress them as effectually as might have been wished. But the public sentiment on the point was just and decided. It may be asserted with confidence that a loan of money at Athens was quite as secure as it ever was at any time or place of the ancient world, in spite of the great and important superiority of Rome with respect to the accumulation of a body of authoritative legal precedent, the source of what was ultimately shaped into the Roman jurisprudence. Among the various causes of sedition or mischief in the Grecian communities, we hear little of the pressure of private debt. By the measures of relief above described, Solon had accomplished results surpassing his own best hopes. He had healed the prevailing discontents, and such was the confidence and gratitude which he had inspired that he was now called upon to draw up a constitution and laws for a better working of the government in future. His constitutional changes were great and valuable. Respecting his laws, what we hear is rather curious than important. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 24. Solon's Early Greek Legislation, B.C. 594, by Georg Grote, Part 3. It has been already stated that, down to the time of Solon, the classification received in Attica was that of the 4 Ionic tribes, comprising in one scale the phratries and gents, and in another scale the 3 thrites and 48 naucraries, while the Eupatridae, seemingly a few specially respected gents, and perhaps a few distinguished families in all the gents, had in their hands all the powers of government. Solon introduced a new principle of classification, called in Greek the Timocratic principle. He distributed all the citizens of the tribes, without any reference to their gents or phratries, into 4 classes according to the amount of their property, which he caused to be assessed and entered in a public schedule. Those whose annual income was equal to 500 medimni of corn, about 700 imperial bushels, and upward, 1 medimnus being considered equivalent to 1 drachma in money, he placed in the highest class. Those who received between 300 and 500 medimni or drachmas formed the second class, and those between 200 and 300 the third. The fourth and most numerous class comprised all those who did not possess land yielding a produce equal to 200 medimni. The first class, called pentakosiomedimni, were alone eligible to the archonship and to all commands. The second were called the knights or horsemen of the state, as possessing enough to enable them to keep a horse and perform military service in that capacity. The third class, called the Greek zoigiti, formed the heavy armed infantry, and were bound to serve, each with his full panoply. Each of these 3 classes was entered in the public schedule as possessed of a taxable capital calculated with a certain reference to his annual income, but in a proportion diminishing according to the scale of that income, and a man paid taxes to the state according to the sum for which he stood rated in the schedule, so that this direct taxation acted really like a graduated income tax. The rateable property of the citizen belonging to the richest class, the pentakosio medimnus, was calculated and entered on the state schedule at a sum of capital equal to 12 times his annual income. That of the hippeos, horseman or knight, at a sum equal to 10 times his annual income. That of the zoigit at a sum equal to 5 times his annual income. Thus, a pentakosio medimnus, whose income was exactly 500 drachmas, the minimum qualification of this class, stood rated in the schedule for a taxable property of 6,000 drachmas, or 1 talent, being 12 times his income. If his annual income were 1,000 drachmas, he would stand rated for 12,000 drachmas, or 2 talents, being the same proportion of income to rateable capital. But when we pass to the second class, horsemen or knights, the proportion of the 2 is changed. The horseman, possessing an income of just 300 drachmas, or 300 medimni, would stand rated for 3,000 drachmas, or 10 times his real income, and so in the same proportion for any income above 300 and below 500. Again, in the third class, or below 300, the proportion is a second time altered. The zoigit, possessing exactly 200 drachmas of income, was rated upon a still lower calculation at 1,000 drachmas, or a sum equal to 5 times his income, and all incomes of this class between 200 and 300 drachmas would in like manner be multiplied by 5 in order to obtain the amount of rateable capital. Upon these respective sums of schedule, capital, all direct taxation was levied. If the state required 1% of direct tax, the poorest Pentacosio Medimnus would pay upon 6,000 drachmas 60 drachmas. The poorest Hippeos would pay upon 3,000 drachmas 30. The poorest Soigit would pay upon 1,000 drachmas 10 drachmas. And thus this mode of assessment would operate like a graduated income tax, looking at it in reference to the 3 different classes, but as an equal income tax, looking at it in reference to the different individuals comprised in one and the same class. All persons in the state whose annual income amounted to less than 200 medimni or drachmas were placed in the 4th class, and they must have constituted the large majority of the community. They were not liable to any direct taxation, and perhaps were not at first even entered upon the taxable schedule, more especially as we do not know that any taxes were actually levied upon this schedule during the Solonian times. It is said that they were all called Thetes, but this appellation is not well sustained, and cannot be admitted. The 4th compartment in the descending scale was indeed termed the Thetic census, because it contained all the Thetes, and because most of its members were of that humble description. But it is not conceivable that a proprietor whose land yielded to him a clear annual return of 100, 120, 140, or 180 drachmas could ever have been designated by that name. Such were the divisions in the political scale established by Solon, called by Aristotle a timocracy, in which the rights, honors, functions, and liabilities of the citizens were measured out according to the assessed property of each. The highest honors of the state, that is, the places of the 9 archons annually chosen, as well as those in the Senate of Areopagus, into which the past archons always entered, perhaps also the posts of prytanes of the Naucrae, were reserved for the 1st class. The poor Eupatrids became ineligible, while rich men, not Eupatrids, were admitted. Other posts of inferior distinction were filled by the 2nd and 3rd classes, who were, moreover, bound to military service, the one on horseback, the other as heavy-armed soldiers on foot. Moreover, the liturgies of the state, as they were called, unpaid functions, such as the trierarchy, chorurgy, gymnasiarchy, etc., which entailed expense and trouble on the holder of them, were distributed in some way or other between the members of the 3 classes, though we do not know how the distribution was made in these early times. On the other hand, the members of the 4th or lowest class were disqualified from holding any individual office of dignity. They performed no liturgies, served in case of war only as light-armed or with a panoply provided by the state, and paid nothing to the direct property tax or aisphora. It would be incorrect to say that they paid no taxes, for indirect taxes, such as duties on imports, fell upon them in common with the rest, and we must recollect that these latter were, throughout a long period of Athenian history, in steady operation, while the direct taxes were only levied on rare occasions. But though this 4th class, constituting the great numerical majority of the free people, were shut out from individual office, their collective importance was in another way greatly increased. They were invested with the right of choosing the annual archons out of the class of Pentacosio Medimni, and what was of more importance still, the archons and the magistrates generally, after their year of office, instead of being accountable to the Senate of Areopagus, were made formally accountable to the public assembly sitting in judgment upon their past conduct. they might be impeached and called upon to defend themselves, punished in case of misbehavior, and debarred from the usual honor of a seat in the Senate of Areopagus. Had the public assembly been called upon to act alone without aid or guidance, this accountability would have proved only nominal, but Solon converted it into a reality by another new institution, which will hereafter be found of great moment in the working out of the Athenian democracy. He created the pro-boilotic or pre-considering Senate, with intimate and special reference to the public assembly, to prepare matters for its discussion, to convoke and superintend its meetings, and to ensure the execution of its decrees. The Senate, as first constituted by Solon, comprised 400 members, taken in equal proportions from the 4 tribes, not chosen by lot, as they will be found to be in the more advanced stage of the democracy, but elected by the people, in the same way as the archons then were, persons of the 4th or poorest class of the census, though contributing to elect, not being themselves eligible. But while Solon thus created the new pre-considering Senate, identified with and subsidiary to the popular assembly, he manifested no jealousy of the pre-existing Areopagitic Senate. On the contrary, he enlarged its powers, gave to it an ample supervision over the execution of the laws generally, and imposed upon it the censorial duty of inspecting the lives and occupation of the citizens, as well as of punishing men of idle and dissolute habits. He was himself, as past archon, a member of this ancient Senate, and he is said to have contemplated that, by means of the 2 senates, the state would be held fast, as it were with a double anchor, against all shocks and storms. Such are the only new political institutions, apart from the laws to be noticed presently, which there are grounds for ascribing to Solon, when we take proper care to discriminate what really belongs to Solon and his age from the Athenian constitution as afterward remodeled. It has been a practice common with many able expositors of Grecian affairs, and followed partly even by Dr. Thirlwall, to connect the name of Solon with the whole political and judicial state of Athens, as it stood between the age of Pericles and that of Demosthenes, the regulations of the Senate of 500, the numerous public dicasts or jurors taken by lot from the people, as well as the body annually selected for law revision and called nomothetes, and the open prosecution called the graphe paranomon, to be instituted against the proposer of any measure illegal, unconstitutional, or dangerous. There is indeed some countenance for this confusion between Solonian and post-Solonian Athens in the usage of the orators themselves, for Demosthenes and Aeschines employ the name of Solon in a very loose manner, and treat him as the author of institutions belonging evidently to a later age, for example, the striking and characteristic oath of the Heliastic jurors, which Demosthenes ascribes to Solon, proclaims itself in many ways as belonging to the age after Clisthenes, especially by the mention of the Senate of 500 and not of 400. Among the citizens who served as jurors or dicasts, Solon was venerated generally as the author of the Athenian laws. An orator, therefore, might well employ his name for the purpose of emphasis, without provoking any critical inquiry whether the particular institution, which he happened to be then impressing upon his audience, belonged really to Solon himself, or to the subsequent periods. Many of those institutions which Dr. Thirlwall mentions in conjunction with the name of Solon are among the last refinements and elaborations of the democratical mind of Athens, gradually prepared, doubtless, during the interval between Clisthenes and Pericles, but not brought into full operation until the period of the latter, B.C. 460 to 429. For it is hardly possible to conceive these numerous dicasteries and assemblies in regular, frequent, and long-standing operation, without an assured payment to the dicasts who composed them. Now such payment first began to be made about the time of Pericles, if not by his actual proposition, and Demosthenes had good reason for contending that if it were suspended, the judicial as well as the administrative system of Athens would at once fall to pieces. It would be a marvel such a nothing short of strong direct evidence would justify us in believing that in an age when even partial democracy was yet untried, Solon should conceive the idea of such institutions. It would be a marvel still greater that the half-emancipated Thetes and small proprietors for whom he legislated, yet trembling under the rod of the Eupatrid archons, and utterly inexperienced in collective business, should have been found suddenly competent to fulfill these ascendant functions, such as the citizens of conquering Athens in the days of Pericles, full of the sentiment of force, and actively identifying themselves with the dignity of their community, became gradually competent, and not more than competent, to exercise with effect. To suppose that Solon contemplated and provided for the periodical revision of his laws by establishing a nomothetic jury or dicastery, such as that which we find in operation during the time of Demosthenes, would be at variance, in my judgment, with any reasonable estimate either of the man or of the age. Herodotus says that Solon, having exacted from the Athenians solemn oath that they would not rescind any of his laws for 10 years, quitted Athens for that period, in order that he might not be compelled to rescind them himself. Plutarch informs us that he gave to his laws force for a century. Solon himself and Draco before him had been lawgivers evoked and empowered by the special emergency of the times. The idea of a frequent revision of laws by a body of lot-selected dicasts belongs to a far more advanced age, and could not well have been present to the minds of either. The wooden rollers of Solon, like the tables of the Roman decemvirs, were doubtless intended as a permanent fons omnis publici privatique juris. If we examine the facts of the case, we shall see that nothing more than the bare foundation of the democracy of Athens, as it stood in the time of Pericles, can reasonably be ascribed to Solon. I gave to the people, Solon says in one of his short remaining fragments, as much strength as sufficed for their needs, without either enlarging or diminishing their dignity. For those too, who possessed power and were noted for wealth, I took care that no unworthy treatment should be reserved. I stood with the strong shield cast over both parties, so as not to allow an unjust triumph to either. Again, Aristotle tells us that Solon bestowed upon the people as much power as was indispensable, but no more, the power to elect their magistrates and hold them to accountability. If the people had had less than this, they could not have been expected to remain tranquil. They would have been in slavery and hostile to the constitution. Not less distinctly does Herodotus speak when he describes the revolution subsequently operated by Clisthenes. The latter, he tells us, found the Athenian people excluded from everything. These passages seem positively to contradict the supposition, in itself sufficiently improbable, that Solon is the author of the peculiar democratical institutions of Athens, such as the constant and numerous dicasts for judicial trials and revision of laws. The genuine and forward democratical movement of Athens begins only with Clisthenes, from the moment when that distinguished Alcmenoid, either spontaneously or from finding himself worsted in his party strife with Isagoras, purchased by large popular concessions the hearty cooperation of the multitude under very dangerous circumstances. while Solon, in his own statement, as well as in that of Aristotle, gave to the people as much power as was strictly needful, but no more, Clisthenes, to use the significant phrase of Herodotus, being vanquished in the party contest with his rival, took the people into partnership. It was thus to the interest of the weaker section, in a strife of contending nobles, that the Athenian people owed their first admission to political ascendancy, in part at least to this cause, though the proceedings of Clisthenes indicate a hearty and spontaneous popular sentiment. But such constitutional admission of the people would not have been so astonishingly fruitful in positive results if the course of public events for the half-century after Clisthenes had not been such as to stimulate most powerful their energy, their self-reliance, their mutual sympathies, and their ambition. I shall recount in a future chapter these historical causes, which, acting upon the Athenian character, gave such efficiency and expansion to the great democratical impulse communicated by Clisthenes. At present it is enough to remark that that impulse commences properly with Clisthenes and not with Solon. But the Solonian constitution, though only the foundation, was yet the indispensable foundation of the subsequent democracy. And if the discontents of the miserable Athenian population, instead of experiencing his disinterested and healing management, had fallen at once into the hands of selfish power-seekers like Cylon or Pisistratus, the memorable expansion of the Athenian mind during the ensuing century would never have taken place, and the whole subsequent history of Greece would probably have taken a different course. Solon left the essential powers of the state still in the hands of the oligarchy. The party combats between Pisistratus, Lycurgus, and Megacles, 30 years after his legislation, which ended in the despotism of Pisistratus, will appear to be of the same purely oligarchical character as they had been before Solon was appointed archon. But the oligarchy which he established was very different from the unmitigated oligarchy which he found, so teeming with oppression and so destitute of redress, as his own poems testify. It was he who first gave both to the citizens of middling property and to the general mass of locus standi against the Eupatrids. He enabled the people partially to protect themselves, and familiarized them with the idea of protecting themselves by the peaceful exercise of constitutional franchise. The new force through which this protection was carried into effect was the public assembly called Heliae, regularized and armed with enlarged prerogatives and further strengthened by its indispensable ally, the pro-boilotic or pre-considering Senate. Under the Solonian constitution, this force was merely secondary and defensive, but after the renovation of Clisthenes, it became paramount and sovereign. It branched out gradually into those numerous popular dicasteries which so powerfully modified both public and private Athenian life, drew to itself the undivided reverence and submission of the people, and by degrees rendered the single magistracies essentially subordinate functions. The popular assembly, as constituted by Solon, appearing in modified efficiency and trained to the office of reviewing and judging the general conduct of a past magistrate, forms the intermediate stage between the passive Homeric agora and those omnipotent assemblies and dicasteries which listen to Pericles or Demosthenes. Compared with these last, it has in it but a faint streak of democracy, and so it naturally appeared to Aristotle, who wrote with a practical experience of Athens in the time of the orators. But compared with the first, or with the anti-Solonian constitution of Attica, it must doubtless have appeared a concession eminently democratical. To impose upon the Eupatrid archon the necessity of being elected or put upon his trial of after accountability by the rabble of freemen, such would be the phrase in Eupatride society, would be a bitter humiliation to those among whom it was first introduced. For we must recollect that this was the most extensive scheme of constitutional reform yet propounded in Greece, and that despots and oligarchies shared between them at that time the whole Grecian world. As it appears that Solon, while constituting the popular assembly with its pro-boilotic senate, had no jealousy of the senate of Areopagus, and indeed even enlarged its powers, we may infer that his grand object was, not to weaken the oligarchy generally, but to improve the administration and to repress the misconduct and irregularities of the individual archons, and that, too, not by diminishing their powers, but by making some degree of popularity the condition both of their entry into office and of their safety or honor after it. It is, in my judgment, a mistake to suppose that Solon transferred the judicial power of the archons to a popular dicastery. These magistrates still continued self-acting judges, deciding and condemning without appeal, not mere presidents of an assembled jury, as they afterwards came to be during the next century. For the general exercise of such power they were accountable after their year of office. Such accountability was the security against abuse, a very insufficient security, yet not wholly inoperative. It will be seen, however, presently, that these archons, though strong to coerce, and perhaps to oppress, small and poor men, had no means of keeping down rebellious nobles of their own rank, such as Pisistratus, Lycurgus, and Megacles, each with his armed followers. When we compare the drawn swords of these ambitious competitors, ending in the despotism of one of them, with the vehement parliamentary strife between Themistocles and Aristides afterward, peaceably decided by the vote of the sovereign people, and never disturbing the public tranquillity, we shall see that the democracy of the ensuing century fulfilled the conditions of order as well as of progress better than the Solonian constitution. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 25. Solon's Early Greek Legislation, B.C. 594, by George Grote, Part 4. To distinguish this Solonian constitution from the democracy which followed it is essential to a due comprehension of the progress of the Greek mind, and especially of Athenian affairs. That democracy was achieved by gradual steps. Demosthenes and Aeschines lived under it as a system consummated and in full activity, when the stages of its previous growth were no longer matter of exact memory, and the dicasts then assembled in judgment were pleased to hear their constitution associated with the names either of Solon or of Theseus. Their inquisitive contemporary Aristotle was not thus misled, but even commonplace Athenians of the century preceding would have escaped the same delusion. For during the whole course of the democratical movement, from the Persian invasion down to the Peloponnesian War, and especially during the changes proposed by Pericles and Ephialtes, there was always a strenuous party of resistance, who would not suffer the people to forget that they had already forsaken, and were on the point of forsaking still more, the orbit marked out by Solon. The illustrious Pericles underwent innumerable attacks both from the orators in the assembly and from the comic writers in the theatre, and among these sarcasms on the political tendencies of the day we are probably to number the complaint, breathed by the poet Cratinus, of the desuetude into which both Solon and Draco had fallen. "I swear," said he in a fragment of one of his comedies, "by Solon and Draco, whose wooden tablets of laws are now employed by people to roast their barley." The laws of Solon respecting penal offences, respecting inheritance and adoption, respecting the private relations generally, etc., remained for the most part in force. His quadripartite census also continued, at least for financial purposes, until the archonship of Nausinicus in B.C. 377, so that Cicero and others might be warranted in affirming that his laws still prevailed at Athens. But his political and judicial arrangements had undergone a revolution not less complete and memorable than the character and spirit of the Athenian people generally. The choice by way of lot of archons and other magistrates, and the distribution by lot of the general body of dicasts or jurors into panels for judicial business, may be decidedly considered as not belonging to Solon, but adopted after the revolution of Clisthenes, probably the choice of senators by lot also. The lot was a symptom of pronounced democratical spirit, such as we must not seek in the Solonian institutions. It is not easy to make out distinctly what was the political position of the ancient gentes and phratries as Solon left them. The 4 tribes consisted altogether of gentes and phratries, insomuch that no one could be included in any one of the tribes who was not also a member of some gens or phratry. Now the new pro-boilotic or pre-considering Senate consisted of 400 members, 100 from each of the tribes. Persons not included in any gens or phratry could therefore have had no access to it. The conditions of eligibility were similar, according to ancient custom, for the 9 archons, of course also for the Senate of Areopagus, so that there remained only the public assembly, in which an Athenian not a member of these tribes could take part. Yet he was a citizen, since he could give his vote for archons and senators, and could take part in the annual decision of their accountability, besides being entitled to claim redress for wrong from the archons in his own person, while the alien could only do so through the intervention of an avouching citizen or prostates. It seems, therefore, that all persons not included in the 4 tribes, whatever their grade of fortune might be, were on the same level in respect to political privilege as the 4th and poorest class of the Solonian census. It has already been remarked that even before the time of Solon, the number of Athenians not included in the gentes or phratries was probably considerable. It tended to become greater and greater, since these bodies were close and inexpensive, while the policy of the new lawgiver tended to invite industrious settlers from other parts of Greece and Athens. Such great and increasing inequality of political privilege helps to explain the weakness of the government in repelling the aggressions of Pisistratus, and exhibits the importance of the revolution afterward wrought by Clisthenes, when he abolished, for all political purposes, the 4 old tribes, and created 10 new comprehensive tribes in place of them. In regard to the regulations of the Senate and the assembly of the people, as constituted by Solon, we are altogether without information, nor is it safe to transfer to the Solonian constitution the information, comparatively ample, which we possess respecting these bodies under the later democracy. The laws of Solon were inscribed on wooden rollers and triangular tablets in the species of writing called boistrophodon, lines alternating first from left to right and then from right to left, like the course of the ploughman, and preserved first in the Acropolis, subsequently in the Prytaneum. On the tablets called kirbes were chiefly commemorated the laws respecting sacred rites and sacrifices. On the pillars or rollers of which there were at least 16, were placed the regulations respecting matters profane. So small are the fragments which have come down to us, and so much has been ascribed to Solon by the orators, which belongs really to the subsequent times, that it is hardly possible to form any critical judgment respecting the legislation as a whole, or to discover by what general principles of purposes he was guided. He left unchanged all the previous laws and practices respecting the crime of homicide, connected as they were intimately with the religious feelings of the people. The laws of Draco on this subject therefore remained, but on other subjects, according to Plutarch, they were altogether abrogated. There is, however, room for supposing that the repeal cannot have been so sweeping as this biographer represents. The Solonian laws seems to have borne more or less upon all the great departments of human interest and duty. We find regulations political and religious, public and private, civil and criminal, commercial, agricultural, sumptuary, and disciplinarian. Solon provides punishment for crimes, restricts the profession and status of the citizen, prescribes detailed rules for marriage as well as for burial, for the common use of springs and wells, and for the mutual interest of conterminous farmers in planting or hedging their properties. As far as we can judge from the imperfect manner in which his laws come before us, there does not seem to have been any attempt at a systematic order or classification. Some of them are mere general and vague directions, while others again run into the extreme of specialty. By far the most important of all was the amendment of the law of debtor and creditor, which has already been adverted to, and the abolition of the power of fathers and brothers to sell their daughters and sisters into slavery. The prohibition of all contracts on the security of the body was itself sufficient to produce a vast improvement in the character and condition of the poorer population, a result which seems to have been so sensibly obtained from the legislation of Solon that Boeck and some other eminent authors suppose him to have abolished villanage and conferred upon the poor tenants a property in their lands, annulling the seigneurial rights of the landlord. But this opinion rests upon no positive evidence, nor are we warranted in ascribing to him any stronger measure in reference to the land than the annulment of the previous mortgages. The first pillar of his laws contained a regulation respecting exportable produce. He forbade the exportation of all produce of the Attic soil except olive oil alone, and the sanction employed to enforce observance of this law deserves notice as an illustration of the ideas of the time. The archon was bound, on pain of forfeiting 100 drachmas, to pronounce solemn curses against every offender. We are probably to take this prohibition in conjunction with other objects said to have been contemplated by Solon, especially the encouragement of artisans and manufacturers at Athens. Observing, we are told, that many new immigrants were just then flocking into Attica to seek an establishment, in consequence of its greater security, he was anxious to turn them rather to manufacturing industry than to the cultivation of a soil naturally poor. He forbade the granting of citizenship to any immigrants except to such as had quitted irrevocably their former abodes and come to Athens for the purpose of carrying on some industrial profession, and in order to prevent idleness, he directed the Senate of Areopagus to keep watch over the lives of the citizens generally, and punish every one who had no course of regular labor to support him. If a father had not taught his son some art or profession, Solon relieved the son from all obligation to maintain him in his old age, and it was to encourage the multiplication of these artisans that he ensured, or sought to ensure, to the residents in Attica the exclusive right of buying and consuming all its landed produce except olive oil, which was raised in abundance more than sufficient for their wants. It was his wish that the trade with foreigners should be carried on by exporting the produce of artisan labor instead of the produce of land. This commercial prohibition is founded on principles substantially similar to those which were acted upon in the early history of England, with reference both to corn and to wool, and in other European countries also. In so far as it was at all operative, it tended to lessen the total quantity of produce raised upon the soil of Attica, and thus to keep the price of it from rising. But the law of Solon must have been altogether inoperative, in reference to the great articles of human subsistence, for Attica imported, both largely and constantly, grain and salt provisions, probably also wool and flax for the spinning and weaving of the women, and certainly timber for building. Whether the law was ever enforced with reference to figs and honey may well be doubted. At least these productions of Attica were in after times trafficked in and generally consumed throughout Greece. Probably also, in the time of Solon, the silver mines of Laurium had hardly begun to be worked. These afterward became highly productive, and furnished to Athens a commodity for foreign payments no less convenient than lucrative. It is interesting to notice the anxiety, both of Solon and of Draco, to enforce among their fellow citizens industrious and self-maintaining habits, and we shall find the same sentiment proclaimed by Pericles at the time when Athenian power was at its maximum. Nor ought we to pass over this early manifestation in Attica of an opinion equitable and tolerant towards sedentary industry, which in most other parts of Greece was regarded as comparatively dishonorable. The general tone of Grecian sentiment recognized no occupations as perfectly worthy of a freed citizen except arms, agriculture, and athletic and musical exercises, and the proceedings of the Spartans, who kept aloof even from agriculture and left it to their helots, were admired, though they could not be copied, throughout most of the Hellenic world. Even minds like Plato, Aristotle, and Xenophon concurred to a considerable extent in this feeling, which they justified on the ground that the sedentary life and unceasing housework of the artisan were inconsistent with military aptitude. The town occupations are usually described by a word which carries with it contemptuous ideas, and though recognized as indispensable to the existence of the city, are held suitable only for an inferior and semi-privileged order of citizens. This, the received sentiment among Greeks as well as foreigners, found a strong and growing opposition at Athens, as I have already said, corroborated also by a similar feeling at Corinth. The trade of Corinth, as well as of Chalcis in Euboea, was extensive, at a time when that of Athens had scarce any existence. But while the despotism of Periander can hardly have failed to operate as a discouragement to industry at Corinth, the contemporaneous legislation of Solon provided for traders and artisans a new home at Athens, giving the first encouragement to that numerous town population, both in the city and in the Piraeus, which we find actually residing there in the succeeding century. The multiplication of such town residents, both citizens and metics, i.e. resident persons, not citizens, but enjoying an assured position and civil rights, was a capital fact in the onward march of Athens, since it determined not merely the extension of her trade, but also the preeminence of her naval forces, and thus, as a further consequence, lent extraordinary vigor to their democratical government. It seems, moreover, to have been a departure from the primitive temper of Atticism, which tended both to cantonal residence and ruler occupation. We have, therefore, the greater interest in noting the first mention of it as a consequence of the Solonian legislation. To Solon is first owing the admission of a power of testamentary bequest at Athens in all cases in which a man had no legitimate children. According to the pre-existing custom, we may rather presume that if a deceased person left neither children nor blood relations, his property descended, as at Rome, to his gens and phratry. Throughout most rude states of society, the power of willing is unknown, as among the ancient Germans, among the Romans prior to the 12 Tables, in the old laws of the Hindus, etc. Society limits a man's interest or power of enjoyment to his life, and considers his relatives as having joint reversionary claims to his property, which take effect in certain determinate proportions after his death. Such a law was the more likely to prevail at Athens, since the perpetuity of the family's sacred rights, in which the children and near relatives partook of right, was considered by the Athenians as a matter of public as well as of private concern. Solon gave permission to every man dying without children to bequeath his property by will as he should think fit, and the testament was maintained unless it could be shown to have been procured by some compulsion or improper seduction. Speaking generally, this continued to be the law throughout the historical times of Athens. Sons, wherever there were sons, succeeded to the property of their father in equal shares, with the obligation of giving out their sisters in marriage along with a certain dowry. If there were no sons, then the daughters succeeded, though the father might by will, within certain limits, determine the person to whom they should be married, with their rights of succession attached to them, or might, with the consent of his daughters, make by will certain other arrangements about his property. A person who had no children or direct lineal descendants might bequeath his property at pleasure. If he died without a will, first his father, then his brother or brother's children, next his sister or sister's children succeeded. If none such existed, then the cousins by the father's side, next the cousins by the mother's side, the male line of descent having preference over the female. Such was the principle of the Solonian laws of succession, though the particulars are in several ways obscure and doubtful. Solon, it appears, was the first who gave power of superseding by testament the rights of agnates and Gentiles to succession, a proceeding in consonance with his plan of encouraging both industrious occupation and the consequent multiplication of individual acquisitions. It has been already mentioned that Solon forbade the sale of daughters or sisters into slavery by fathers or brothers, a prohibition which shows how much females had before been looked upon as articles of property. And it would seem that before his time the violation of a free woman must have been punished at the discretion of the magistrates, for we are told that he was the first who enacted a penalty of 100 drachmas against the offender and 20 drachmas against the seducer of a free woman. Moreover, it is said that he forbade a bride, when given in marriage, to carry with her any personal ornaments and appurtenances, except to the extent of 3 robes and certain matters of furniture not very valuable. Solon further imposed upon women several restraints in regard to proceeding at the obsequies of deceased relatives. He forbade profuse demonstrations of sorrow, singing of composed dirges, and costly sacrifices and contributions. He limited strictly the quantity of meat and drink admissible for the funeral banquet, and prohibited nocturnal exit, except in a car and with a light. It appears that both in Greece and Rome, the feelings of duty and affection on the part of surviving relatives prompted them to ruinous expense in a funeral, as well as to unmeasured effusions both of grief and conviviality, and the general necessity experienced for legal restriction is attested by the remark of Plutarch that similar prohibitions to those enacted by Solon were likewise in force at his native town of Chaeronea. Other penal enactments of Solon are yet to be mentioned. He forbade absolutely evil speaking with respect to the dead. He forbade it likewise with respect to the living, either in a temple or before judges or archons, or at any public festival, on pain of a forfeit of 3 drachmas to the person aggrieved, and 2 more to the public treasury. How mild the general character of his punishments was, may be judged by this law against foul language, not less than by the law before mentioned against rape. Both the one and the other of these offences were much more severely dealt with under the subsequent law of democratical Athens. The peremptory edict against speaking ill of a deceased person, though doubtless springing in a great degree from disinterested repugnance, is traceable also in part to that fear of the wrath of the departed which strongly possessed the early Greek mind. End of section 25.